1-1. Why? Heenan looked at the woman he had loved for 8 years in utter disbelief, a sharp blade, having just pierced through his abdomen as she awakened her power. I'm sorry, Heenan. Speaking the words of apology, but Su Wen's face showed not an ounce of guilt. Let me tell you some good news. I've awakened an A-rank core, and now I'm a supercar you've never seen in your entire life. Heenan pressed hard against his wound, barely staying upright, desperate for answers. Why? A flicker of contempt crossed Su Wen's eyes. Heenan, you should thank yourself, selling your house and spending all your savings on the awakening potion, so I could be worthy of Chun Ming. But as long as you're around, he'll never contract with me. Heenan, this is the apocalypse. A man like you with nothing and no worth wouldn't survive long anyway. Why not do one last thing for me? You love me so much you'd want to make my dreams come true, wouldn't you? Heenan cursed Su Wen silently in his heart before collapsing. He couldn't accept it. 8 years of devotion, and this was his reward. A wave of dizziness hit him, but suddenly a progress bar appeared before his eyes. 1, 2, 3, 50, 90, 100. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. A-rank supercar contract successful. The pain in Heenan's abdomen vanished instantly, the mortal wound healing before his eyes, his depleted vitality replenishing. Heenan, what did you do to me? You trash, I won't contract with you. Forced into the contract, Su Wen received the notification immediately and rushed toward Heenan like a madwoman. I'll kill you. You scum. Heenan looked at her coldly, yet spoke in the gentlest tone. Take one more step, and I'll detonate your core. Su Wen's angry steps came to an abrupt halt, her eyes burning with hatred. If looks could kill, he'd be riddled with holes by now. Heenan stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and said coldly, kneel and call me master. By all accounts, the relationship between a commander and a Mecha-Girl was one of mutual cooperation. The commander provided kinetic energy for the Mecha-Girl, while she handled primary combat and protected the commander's safety. Meanwhile, the commander was also responsible for assembly maintenance and upkeep. However, both commanders and Mecha-Girls had rank classifications based on talent ranging from lowest to highest EDC, B, AS, SS, and SSS. Most people only awakened to E or D rank. As for S-rank awakeners and above, there were only a handful across the entire world. Therefore, Su Wen's A-rank core made her quite outstanding. But what truly determined a Mecha-Girl's combat effectiveness beyond her own talent was the commander's rank. Contracting a senior commander was like clinging to a powerful ally. Even the lowest-ranked Mecha-Girl piloted by a senior commander could achieve extraordinary combat performance. No wonder Su Wen wanted to leave Heenan for Chun Ming. Besides his exceptional talent, Chun Ming was also the only son of Qingchuan City's mayor. Handsome, wealthy, his halo shone so brightly it blinded all other men. Someone like Heenan couldn't compare to even a single strand of Chun Ming's hair. Su Wen had admired Chun Ming for a long time, but originally, she wasn't even qualified to stand 10 paces from him. Now things were different. She had awakened an A-rank core, and Chun Ming was also an A-rank commander. They were finally equals. Su Wen secretly vowed in her heart that she would kill Heenan and go to Chun Ming, but outwardly, she knelt on one knee with a wronged expression and said, Master. It wasn't that Su Wen didn't want to resist. Everything had two sides. Since the commander could assemble a Mecha-Girl, it also meant he could dismantle her. Su Wen didn't want to become a pile of parts, so she could only temporarily submit. Heenan didn't ignore the resentment in her eyes, but he didn't care. Transform, let's go. But in his heart, he thought driving a supercar out right now would be too flashy. It would be better if she could transform into a minivan. The moment she received the command, Su Wen's body immediately began to phase and transform, emitting a series of mechanical clicking sounds. Then before Heenan's eyes, an old, beat-up minivan appeared. It actually works. Heenan couldn't hide his satisfaction. But Su Wen wanted nothing more than to die. Heenan, what did you do to me? Why did you make me so ugly? You're insulting me. I'm a supercar, I refuse to be some broken van. Change me back quickly. Heenan ignored her futile rage entirely and got into the driver's seat, stepping on the gas toward the airport. There were many vehicles heading in this direction, and Heenan was caught in the slow-moving traffic, unable to move forward or backward. Giant screens along the route were broadcasting official emergency messages on loop. Red alert, due to abnormal global climate, polar ice caps have melted, causing seawater flooding. 21 island nations have already been completely submerged, and our coastal cities haven't escaped either. Please evacuate to higher ground as soon as possible to preserve humanity's flame. Emergency notice: the tsunami is still 300 kilometers from Qingchuan City. Citizens are urged to evacuate immediately. Save the World Light Project activated mutated marine creatures now pose a severe threat to human survival. To help more people survive, the Humanities Academy has successfully developed the Awakening Potion. For just 50,000 beautiful women have the chance to transform into fighter jets or supercars. Men will have the opportunity to pilot fighters and race cars. Heenan spat heavily, irritation building as he watched the long line of vehicles ahead. The tsunami was coming, and those terrifying mutated marine creatures. If he encountered them with his mortal body, he'd have no chance of survival. He needed to buy a ticket and leave Qingchuan as soon as possible. Finally reaching the airport entrance, he was stopped by heavily armed officers. Please show your ID and get out for testing. Heenan handed over his ID and placed his right hand on the testing device. Name Heenan. Test result not awakened. Heenan was stunned. How had he contracted with Su when if he hadn't awakened? Sir, I'm sorry, this airport is temporarily closed to ordinary people. Please leave through the left passage. What the hell, who do you think you're looking down on? What's wrong with being ordinary? Should ordinary people just die? Ignoring the contract mystery for now, Heenan shouted back angrily. However, his anger didn't change the officers' minds. Hearing the commotion, 5 or 6 officers armed with submachine guns quickly surrounded him. Sir, please leave as soon as possible. Polite words came from their mouths, but the black barrels of their guns were pointed coldly at him. But Heenan's anger didn't change the officers' minds. Moreover, hearing the commotion, 5 or 6 officers armed with submachine guns quickly surrounded him. Sir, please leave as soon as possible. Polite words came from their mouths, but the black barrels of their guns were pointed coldly at him. Heenan slammed the door of the battered minivan and floored the accelerator, veering toward the left passage. Along the way, he encountered many people just like him, abandoned by the authorities, with ashen faces and mournful sighs. Heenan had no time for self-pity as he sped toward the high-speed rail station. They couldn't fly, but surely they wouldn't ban him from the high-speed train too. Traffic was gridlocked, and Heenan spent over 2 hours before reaching the station. The entrance was under heavy lockdown. Anyone entering had to present their ID card and pass on-site testing, while ordinary citizens were simply turned away. Heenan slammed his fist against the steering wheel. Damn it, they're really trying to kill us all. Heenan, you can't make it on your own. Don't drag me down with you. Let's end this contract quickly. Given we've been together so long, I might just show mercy and take you with me. Heenan sneered coldly. So when do you really think I'd believe you? Heenan, besides trusting me, do you have any other choice? At least I can pass the test and buy a ticket. I'll beg them for an extra one, and we can leave together. Admittedly, Su-Wen made a compelling point. Without hesitation, Heenan emptied all the money from his pockets and shoved it into her hands. Go buy the tickets. If you try anything, may you be destroyed. Su-Wen shivered deeply. She had never seen such a dark, venomous gaze from Heenan before. Immediately reverting to her humanoid form, she joined the queue to purchase tickets. Heenan didn't worry about her fleeing. He could always detonate her core if needed. While Su-Wen waited in line, Heenan found a corner to stand in, desperate to understand what had happened to him. Resurrection combined with a forced contract with Su-Wen. Neither of these would anyone believe. It was utterly absurd. Had he been reborn? Or had he bound himself to a system? Aside from that progress bar, he hadn't received any prompts or instructions. If this is a system, it's remarkably low-key. Unable to find answers within himself, Heenan began examining Su-Wen's data. Name Su-Wen. Mechanical core grade A. Core energy requirement, all types. Mechanical form supersports car. Core objective kill 10,000 humans. Warning, core objective will activate in 3 days with a 3-month deadline. Failure to complete the task will trigger self-destruct mechanisms. What kind of core objective is this? There's something seriously wrong with this academy. Are they planning to exterminate all ordinary people? A chill ran down Heenan's spine. He carefully retraced Su-Wen's awakening process. She had purchased an awakening potion and completed the ritual in the main hall. Everyone followed this exact procedure. No issues there. However, when Su-Wen's core was identified as grade A, a gray-haired professor approached and offered to install a weapon on her free of charge. Such an unexpected gift from heaven, Su-Wen naturally accepted without hesitation. Yet Heenan clearly remembered another woman who had awakened a grade A core just before Su-Wen, and she had received no such treatment. At the time, Heenan had internally cursed the professor, suspecting he was motivated by lust towards Su-Wen. Now, upon reflection, that seemed unlikely. They must have been deliberately selecting certain individuals to implant core objectives. Su-Wen had simply been one of the chosen ones. As of now, Heenan couldn't determine whether this was sanctioned by the authorities or driven by the professor's personal ambition. One thing was certain, he would not allow Su-Wen to go killing people. It wasn't out of kindness. It was because 3 months was more than enough time for him to arrange everything on his own terms. Su-Wen was a woman who had betrayed him for a wealthy, handsome man and actively sought his death. Let her be destroyed. Just then, Su-Wen finally reached the front of the line. The testing device chimed electronically. Name Su-Wen. Core grade A. The officer's eyes lit up immediately. Miss Su, please follow me. We've arranged a green channel for you. Su-Wen glanced back at Heenan standing some distance away, genuinely tempted to simply walk away with the officer. But she dared not. Officer, can I purchase another ticket? I'm sorry, Miss Su. All tickets are registered to real names and require on-site testing. Proxy purchases are not permitted. Su Wen's eyes instantly filled with tears as she looked pitifully at the officer. Please, officer, help me. My boyfriend hasn't awakened, but we've been together for 8 years. Surely you can't bear to see us torn apart. The officer looked deeply conflicted. Miss Su, it's not that I don't want to help. You understand the regulations. Sobbing uncontrollably. If he can't leave, I'll just stay here and wait to die with him. Aye. Sob after sob spilled from her lips. Su Wen cried until she could barely breathe. In truth, she was genuinely distressed. She hadn't even married Chun Ming yet, and she refused to die. The officer, flustered and confused by her tears, said, Wait here. Let me make a call to my supervisor. Thank you, officer. Su Wen continued to sniffle, though inwardly, she cursed her misfortune. You useless piece of trash, Henan. If you were even half a man, would I have to beg like this? I need to kill you as soon as possible. I'm done with you. Unfortunately, the officer's phone call only earned him a scolding from his superior. Miss Su, I'm truly sorry. I cannot help you. Su Wen panicked completely and grabbed the officer's arm. Is there really no way? A flicker of conflict crossed the officer's eyes. Miss Su, at a time like this, you must make sacrifices. What use is love when you're dead? Su Wen knew perfectly well that the officer was describing her best option, but she simply couldn't bring herself to do it. Returning to Henan with resentment bubbling inside her, she asked, What do we do? I can't get 2 tickets. We go on our own. Are you insane? We don't even know where the base is located. Which way should we go? Henan had no time to explain. Transform. Let's leave. Su Wen transformed back into that old dilapidated minivan, yet she growled resentfully. Henan, if you're going to die, don't take me with you. I'm begging you, let me go. Next life I'll treat you properly. You wish. Give me back the 50,000. Su Wen fell silent. Where would she get 50,000? If she had it, she wouldn't have bothered stringing along a poor guy like him in the first place. Henan felt increasingly agitated. His money had all gone toward the awakening potion for Su Wen, leaving him unable to stockpile supplies. The food and water he had on hand would barely last 3 days for both of them, and he needed to ration carefully. What should he do next? He felt utterly lost. Meow, Grandma is too old. I can't let her hold me back. Go now, or you'll miss your ticket. Grandma, stop talking. How could I leave you behind? Would I still be human then? Henan's attention was drawn to the conversation between the grandmother and granddaughter. So genuine love and devotion still existed in this world. A great escort. That's one level higher than Su Wen's. Henan narrowed his eyes, a question mark forming in his mind. Only then did he realize, surprisingly late, that he could actually see other people's core grades. Instinctively scanning the crowd, every person's grade information became instantly clear to him. Henan withdrew his gaze and looked back at the girl. If only I could contract her. The moment the thought arose, a progress bar appeared before his eyes. 1, 2, 3, 50, 90, 100. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Grade S stealth fighter, binding successful. Reward 100 cubic meters of storage space. Storage capacity will expand proportionally with the number of contracted mechanical girls. Henan stood frozen in disbelief. Is this something I deserve? Although Henan was overjoyed, he didn't forget to check the girl's information name. Lin Rue, Mechanical Core S-Class, required energy, all types mechanical form, supersonic stealth fighter weapon loadout, light, plasma gun, area denial, electronic pulse, cannon, lateral charge, light energy cannon. Tisk, each one of these is a weapon of mass destruction. Henan's mouth curled into a wide grin. It was like cheating. He could forcibly contract multiple mechanical girls. Even an SSS rank commander couldn't pull this off. If he assembled a team of mechanical girls through this method, what fear was there of the apocalypse? He wouldn't need 3 months at all. He could take off much sooner. At the same moment, Lin Rue turned her head in astonishment, their eyes meeting directly. What have you done to me? Henan rubbed his nose guiltily, knowing he was in the wrong for contracting her without permission. Hello, I'm Henan, and I'm your commander now. A flicker of helplessness crossed Lin Rue's eyes. I won't abandon my grandmother. If you contract me, you'll be burdened and unable to secure tickets. I never plan to buy tickets, and I can bring your grandmother along with us. How do we travel? By road trip. Henan shrugged casually, trying to sound relaxed. Lin Miao remained skeptical, subtly glancing at the battered van behind him. I considered driving myself. But all the gas stations across Qingchuan are empty, and I expect the same along the route. We wouldn't get far. Henan offered no further explanation. If you trust me, we go together. If not, we can sever the contract immediately and face our fates separately. Lin Rue's eyes showed deep conflict. She couldn't bring herself to trust a stranger, yet this might be their only way to escape with her grandmother. Can you guarantee my grandmother's safety? Henan sidestepped the direct question, replying solemnly, the prerequisite is that we survive. Lin Rue's gaze steadily hardened. Fine, I'll go with you. In a courteous gesture, Henan opened the car door for them. Let's get in. Lin Rue helped her grandmother into the vehicle, her worried expression unchanged. Where are we going? To find food, water, and essential supplies. I know where some are. But how much can we actually carry? Everything has an expiration date. Just show us the way. Huh. After a brief pause, Lin Rui pointed the way to her home. The Lin family held considerable status in Qingchuan and resided in the Imperial Gardens Villa district. Her father had already departed with her mother and brother, leaving Lin Rui behind because she refused to abandon her grandmother. My grandmother stays home alone and gets bored, so she opened a small supermarket. Though the store was looted, we still have a small warehouse. Even if we find a vehicle transporting all this food, won't be safe on the road. Henan paid no attention to Lin Rui's rambling and drove straight to her warehouse, signaling her to open it. However, Henan hadn't expected the so-called small warehouse to be over 100 square meters packed with various essential supplies. Rice flour, cooking oil, mineral water, seasonings, instant foods, cookware. You name it, it was all there. The only drawback was that the warehouse ceiling was only 5 meters high, rather modest compared to Henan's storage space. With a wave of his hand, all the supplies in the warehouse vanished. Lin Rui covered her mouth, eyes wide with astonishment. Good heavens, what did you do? I have a portable storage space with preservation capabilities, so expiration dates aren't a concern. Really? That's wonderful. Lin Rui's worries dissolved instantly. She grabbed Henan's hand and bounced with excitement. Henan scratched his head, uncertain how to respond to the beauty's enthusiasm. Come with me, there's more. Lin Rui clung to Henan's arm as though afraid he might disappear, leading him onward. There's also a cold storage facility here. Henan's eyes lit up. Is it what I'm thinking? You'll see. With a proud smile, Lin Rui swung open the cold storage door. Tada, behold. Wow, this is incredibly luxurious. The cold storage was also over 100 square meters. Upon entering was the preservation chamber stocked with various vegetables and fruits. There were also pre-slaughtered pork, beef, mutton, chicken, duck, goose, and fish. Deeper inside lay the freezer section holding frozen meats, seafood, ice cream, and more. Henan waved his hand, and everything vanished into his storage space. With food secured as long as they could evade the tsunami and mutated sea creatures, they could survive for a long time. Do you have anything else to pack? Henan was in high spirits, his voice noticeably lighter. Let's go to my house first. With Henan's storage space, Lin Rui's confidence soared. Henan continued driving to the Lin family villa, a property that could only be described with a single word: luxurious. Yet no matter how opulent the villa, the tsunami would reduce it to rubble, and Henan felt no envy. Throughout the journey, Grandma Lin remained silent, her spirit broken after being abandoned by her own son. Now that they had found someone willing to help, a flicker of hope had reignited within her. However, she didn't know Henan well enough to trust him not to steal their supplies and flee. After all, if her own flesh and blood had deserted them, how could she trust a stranger? Lin Rui knew exactly what her grandmother was thinking. As they went upstairs to pack, she whispered privately, Grandma, don't worry. Henan and I share a binding contract. As long as the contract exists, we must stay together for life. Betrayal is impossible. But what if he tries? Forcefully breaking a contract comes with severe consequences. No one would risk it. Grandma Lin's heart finally settled. Their belongings were sparse, only clothes and bedding. Everything valuable at home had been taken by Father Lin, leaving them with nothing. Grandma Lin had hidden some jewelry, though such things were practically useless now. Henan packed all their belongings into his storage space. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Shuang, Lin Rui's cousin, pushed open the door. Sister, did you manage to get tickets? No tickets, but I contracted a commander. He agreed to take Grandma with us, and we're planning to drive. Lin Rui glanced toward Henan as she spoke. Envy filled Lin Shuang's eyes. Then can I come along with you? What about your brother? Don't mention that ungrateful snake. He abandoned his own parents just to save his own skin. The girl's indignant expression was somehow quite endearing. Henan cast a quick glance. An A-rank core. Another treasure. However, this time he had learned his lesson and decided to ask first. He approached with a warm smile. Would you be willing to form a contract with me? Lin Shuang immediately crossed her arms, defensively glaring at Henan in anger. You scoundrel. You've already contracted my sister, and now you're coming after me. Lin Rui's expression darkened as well. She had thought she had found a reliable protector, only to discover he was a playboy. He shook his head helplessly. Miss, shouldn't you be focusing on how to survive right now? You still have time to think about these matters. But if I contract with 2 people, won't we have to live together? Besides, a commander can only contract 1 Mecha-Girl. You already have a contracted partner, yet you come harassing me. Am I wronging you? Lin Shuang's face turned crimson with anger. Being stared at by a group of people like a pervert, felt deeply helpless. I should make it clear up front that I can contract multiple Mecha-Girls simultaneously. In my view, contracting is simply a cooperative relationship, not something as complicated as you might imagine. If you're unwilling, you may refuse. Please don't think so poorly of me. I just want to build a Mecha-Girl combat team to increase our chances of survival. Heran's words were shocking. The 2 sisters exchanged glances, their eyes filled not only with disbelief, but also with deep inner conflict. Xiao Shuang, just agree. Let's leave here alive first. With grandmother Lin giving her approval, Lin Shuang reluctantly nodded. I can agree, but you must take my parents along. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry and go fetch them. All right. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Shuang received a system notification confirming the successful contract. Her eyes widened in shock. How did you do that? At the same moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in He-Ran's mind. Class: a nuclear submarine contract successful. Storage space expanded by 200 cubic meters. Lin Shuang's information also appeared on the screen. Name: Lin Shuang. Mechanical core Class A. Energy requirement: nuclear. Mechanical form: submarine. Armaments: nuclear ion energy cannon, electronic pulse, torpedoes, particle anti-submarine, missiles, faster than light, cruise ballistic missiles. Wow, impressive, a nuclear submarine. He-Ran wanted to cheer in delight. With a mere thought, the dilapidated van behind him transformed into a luxury RV. Both Lin Rue and Lin Shuang stared in astonishment. That's right, she's also a Mecha-Girl. Let's go quickly. Okay. The group arrived at Lin Shuang's home to pick up her parents, but the moment they stepped inside, He-Ran froze. Lin's father had both legs broken, merely bandaged with crude wraps, blood staining the bedsheet across a large area. Lin's mother wasn't faring any better. Her entire body was covered in wounds, and one of her arms was broken. Grandmother Lin's eyes immediately reddened. What cruel fate! How did this happen? Sighing heavily, Lin's father turned his head away in silence. Lin's mother wept constantly, her eyes swollen like walnuts. It was Lin Shuang who finally spoke the truth. Our family restaurant was seized. Both my parents were at the shop at the time. Those people not only looted everything, but also injured them. Beasts. Simply beasts. Grandmother Lin began weeping as well. Given the condition of her youngest son and his wife, even if they were taken along, they likely wouldn't survive long. All the hospitals in Qingchuan had been abandoned, leaving nowhere to seek medical treatment. You all should leave quickly. Don't bother with us. Lin's father managed to force out these words, tears streaming down his face. Both Lin Rue and Lin Shuang's eyes turned red. The situation was indeed difficult to handle. He-Ran knew clearly that whether this couple lived or died had nothing to do with him. Yet if he abandoned them, these two sisters might harbor resentment toward him forever. Even the old lady might refuse to leave. The fragile alliance he had just built would surely fall apart. He-Ran suddenly remembered how his wound had automatically healed after being stabbed by Su-1. If he could heal himself, could he also help others recover? With a testing mindset, He-Ran stepped forward and placed his right hand on Lin's father's injured leg. A miracle occurred. Lin's father's leg healed before their very eyes, the wound closing at a visibly rapid pace. Good heavens, He-Ran, you. This is wonderful, sob, sob, sob. Lin Shuang wept uncontrollably and threw herself into He-Ran's embrace. He-Ran was momentarily bewildered, especially by the heavy pressure against his chest. He tried hard not to think inappropriate thoughts, fearing a nosebleed. Ahem, please let go first. Let me heal Uncle's injuries. I'm just so overjoyed. He-Ran, thank you so much. Lin Shuang quickly stepped aside, her face blushing as red as blood-stained azaleas. He-Ran placed his hand on Lin's father's other injured leg, and the wound rapidly healed. Then He-Ran healed Lin's mother's injuries as well. The entire family repeatedly expressed their gratitude. Hurry and pack your things. We must leave. The tsunami is imminent. Supporting grandmother Lin, who was about to kneel and kowtow, He-Ran urged them on. Right, hurry and pack. Yes. With the storage space now tripled in size, He-Ran had no worries about capacity. He neatly packed everything inside and outside Lin Shuang's home, leaving behind only an empty house. Everyone boarded the vehicle once more. He-Ran, where should we go next? Ever since her parents' injuries were healed, Lin Shuang's attitude toward He-Ran had undergone a dramatic transformation, her warmth bordering on excessive. We need to find supplies. With so many people, we'll need a great deal of things. Go to my warehouse, Lin's father promptly offered. I run a restaurant and have quite a stock of provisions. All right. Originally, He-Ran hadn't held high hopes for this warehouse. After all, ordinary restaurants received daily fresh ingredient deliveries, so even if there was a storage room, it would only contain basic staples like rice flour and cooking oil, and not in large quantities. However, upon arrival, they discovered that Lin's father ran a fast food chain with 20 outlets across Qingchuan, all supplied uniformly. Moreover, most of the ingredients stored here were semi-prepared, washed, cut, and pre-seasoned, ready to use. Even someone who couldn't cook a single dish could simply heat a pan and toss in the ingredients for a delicious meal. Everything was vacuum-packed and neatly arranged on shelves in the refrigerated storage. The variety was impressive, no less than 100 different dishes. Of course, there were also fresh ingredients, vegetables, meats, fruits, and more, all available in abundance. Most remarkably, there were live seafood, abalone, spiny lobster, king crab, and various shellfish, all still wriggling and lively. He-Ran didn't hesitate. He packed everything without reservation. He had initially worried the storage space couldn't accommodate living creatures, fearing the seafood might spoil. Yet once the live seafood was absorbed into the space, they continued to thrive. In fact, they seemed even more vibrant than before. Hiran couldn't help but smile broadly. This storage space was incredibly powerful. After clearing out the entire warehouse, Lin's father suggested, "Let's check the logistics distribution center. Many supermarkets have their warehouses there, though I'm unsure whether anything remains." "Fine. Whether we find anything or not, we'll exit Qingchuan in that direction and look for a high-elevation city to settle in." "All right, we'll follow your lead." Hiran had already become the undisputed leader of this group, and no one objected to his decisions. Meanwhile, at a newly constructed experimental base of the Academy of Humanities inside one of the laboratories, the professor responsible for implanting the core target into Su stood nervously behind a slender old man. "Have all the shadows taken their positions?" The old man's voice was chillingly cold, and the temperature around them seemed to drop considerably with each word. The professor involuntarily bowed his back a few degrees. "Only one named Su has not yet boarded the vehicle." "My. She has a boyfriend she's been with for 8 years. She likely cannot bear to leave him, so she stayed behind in Qingchuan with him." Hinan had no idea he was being hunted and was heading to the logistics distribution center with great enthusiasm. Truth be told, the work of collecting supplies was truly addictive. Su, however, was unwilling to run around with him everywhere. She was still fixated on finding Chen Ming. Given Chen Ming's status, he must have already boarded a plane and headed to the official base by now. "Hinan, you now have 2 Mecha-Girls and don't need me anymore. Just let me go. If you want to die, keep yapping." Hinan retorted coldly. "Let her go. Don't even think about it." He was busy now and had no time to deal with her. Once he had the chance, he'd make her taste all 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty. While Hinan didn't seek out trouble, he wouldn't let anyone who tried to kill him go unpunished. Besides, he still hadn't figured out what Su's core objective was. How could he possibly release her back into the world when she might endanger others? Su reluctantly fell silent, but in her mind, she cursed Hinan relentlessly. "I hope you sleep with one eye open, or I'll kill you sooner or later." The roads remained congested, people shuffling about like headless flies with no idea what they were chasing after. But as they approached the logistics distribution center, Hinan had to bring the vehicle to a halt just hundreds of meters away. Chaos had taken over there. Several rival groups had clashed violently over supplies, and bodies littered the ground, bleeding and broken. No one could tell whether they were alive or dead. The official armed forces had moved in, firing machine guns indiscriminately as screams echoed everywhere. It was obvious. The authorities needed to establish a base and support countless people, so they couldn't simply abandon such valuable supplies. Even as so many fell, desperate crowds still surged forward, reckless of their lives. "Damn it all, they won't let us evacuate and won't leave us any grain. They're trying to drive us to our deaths." "Fight them. Right, we're dead either way. Might as well fight." The situation was already chaotic enough, yet someone was stoking the flames. Those fanatical people charged in without hesitation, wielding iron rods, kitchen knives, fire axes, determined to kill any Buddha or god that stood in their way. Without a second thought, Hinan made a U-turn and sped away. Fighting the official forces, there was no chance of winning. The supplies he had were enough to sustain everyone for quite some time. There was no need to risk his life. But something strange happened. A group of Mecha-Girls blocked his vehicle and opened fire without warning. Hinan had never received professional commander training, so he was stunned for a moment, only knowing to press the gas pedal to the floor and flee for his life. Lin's father looked guilty. "It's all my fault. If only I hadn't suggested coming here." "Uncle, there's no point dwelling on this now. We need to figure out how to shake them. Turn left at the intersection ahead. There's a small road leading out of the city," Lin's grandmother urged urgently. Hinan's hands reacted faster than his mind. He wrenched the steering wheel and darted into the alley on the left. However, the Mecha-Girls behind pursued relentlessly and followed him into the alley. It dawned on Hinan that something was wrong. "These guys are coming for us. Get ready for battle." Everyone here had received 9 years of compulsory education and were law-abiding citizens raised under the red flag. Battle? Was this some kind of joke? But the enemy didn't give them a moment to hesitate. A shell slammed into the back of the RV, blowing the trunk clean off. "Oh, help!" Su let out a terrified scream, completely panicked. "You bastard, Hinan, if you're going to die, why drag me down with you? I hate you." "Shut up," Hinan roared back. Su's piercing screams made his head ring and his temper flare. At the same time, Lin Rui and Lin Shuang were clutching their heads and screaming, having long forgotten that they were Mecha-Girls who had awakened high-level cores with extraordinary combat capabilities. At this critical moment, Hinan forced himself to stay calm. "I can't panic. So many people are counting on me to save them. I can't die either." After quickly composing himself, a clear strategy formed in Hinan's mind. He immediately used his mental commands to transform Lin Shuang and moved Lin's grandmother and the others to take shelter with her. A nuclear submarine was far more durable than a sports car. More importantly, he couldn't trust Su. He feared she might turn against them at a critical moment and endanger the innocent. Then he swiftly entered the stealth fighter, silently maneuvered behind the Mecha-Girls, and unleashed the area effect electronic pulse cannon. A beam of blue light shot out, exploding like fireworks. The two Mecha-Girls in front were blown to pieces without a trace. Heenan barely had time to breathe a sigh of relief when he suddenly realized the entire street was surrounded. He shouldn't have entered this alley. It had given the enemy the perfect opportunity to corner them. But there was no turning back now. They had to fight. Heenan had never piloted a fighter jet before and was completely unfamiliar with all the operating procedures. Fortunately, he could now control the aircraft's direction and firepower through his thoughts. Perhaps he truly had a rare gift. Within seconds, he became completely proficient in the controls. The greatest advantage of the stealth fighter was its element of surprise. With Lin Shuang on the ground drawing enemy fire, he only needed to play the role of a hidden attacker and strike from behind. However, he had to finish this quickly, mainly worried that Lin Shuang couldn't withstand the enemy's firepower. He quickly maneuvered behind a Mecha-Girl, took aim, fired, and then swiftly dodged away. With a loud boom, the enemy was blown away. Suwon, come with us right now, or you'll die here too. After losing 3 Mecha-Girls in succession, they directly shouted to Suwon. Heenan's heart sank. So it was this woman who led them here. Damn it. Before Suwon even asked who they were, she screamed loudly, I'm under contract, I can't leave. If the commander dies, the contract will naturally be broken. The answer sent chills through everyone. Only Suwon shouted excitedly, then kill him quickly, he. Boom. Without giving her the chance to reveal her secret, Heenan activated the transverse light cannon and blew her to pieces. This damned woman is in such a hurry to get herself killed. Though he had long prepared himself for the possibility of killing Sue when the moment she was blown to smithereens, Heenan still felt a deep pang in his heart. After all, he had given her his heart and soul for 8 whole years. For it to end this way, anyone would find it tragic. But after waiting for a while, Heenan didn't receive any death notification for Suwon. Could it be? She's not dead. His consciousness rapidly scanned through the smoke, finally discovering that although Suwon's body had been destroyed, her core remained intact. Damn it, she survived even that. With no time to think further, Heenan immediately collected her core along with the cores of the 3 Mecha-Girls he had destroyed earlier and stored them in his spatial dimension. At the same time, he controlled Lin Shuang to fire hypersonic cruise ballistic missiles. With a thunderous explosion, the entire street was flattened. The remaining 5 Mecha-Girls were also shattered in the blast. This time, Heenan didn't forget to search for their cores and collected them directly. Only then did he finally breathe a long sigh of relief, realizing belatedly that his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Is that a tsunami? Lin Rue's trembling voice startled Heenan. He turned around and almost had his heart stopped. A real tsunami was coming. Massive waves devoured everything in their path like monsters, surging toward Qingchuan with devastating force. There was no time for second-guessing. Heenan immediately piloted the stealth fighter to land, picked everyone up, and sped wildly out of the city. Official radar no longer mattered. Survival was all that counted. Heenan, who were those people? Father Lin's teeth chattered as he spoke, producing a clicking sound that sounded eerily unnerving. If his guess was correct, they likely belonged to the Institute of Humanities. But Heenan was uncertain about this, so he said nothing. I don't know either. We killed so many people. They won't let this go, will they? The answer to that question was obvious. Heenan knew clearly that with his current strength, facing the Institute of Humanities would mean certain death. But he didn't want to die, and he couldn't die. The only way to resolve this crisis was to grow stronger as quickly as possible and assemble the Mecha-Girl squadron in the shortest time. No need for lengthy explanation. With a dozen or so A-grade core Mecha-Girls, he could easily intimidate most opponents. But where would he find so many A-grade cores? Even if he found them, would they be willing to contract with him? The Lin sisters' situation was special. Such opportunities were rare and couldn't be forced. He could certainly resort to forced contract, but would Mecha-Girls bound that way truly fight to the death when it mattered most? Heenan's mind was a chaotic mess, unable to find any clear thread. Let's find a place to rest first and figure things out from there. Everyone tacitly agreed with Heenan's proposal. The cabin fell into an oppressive silence, and no one spoke again. Heenan focused intently on piloting the aircraft. He didn't dare stop in any city near Qingchuan, as he had no idea how long the tsunami would last or how many cities it would reach. After crossing more than a dozen cities, Heenan chose to land in Qingchuan, a famous mountain city. The group found a decent-looking hotel and settled in. As Heenan was about to return to his room, he noticed Lin Shuang walking with a limp. He suddenly remembered that during the battle she had absorbed most of the artillery fire. He had been so focused on escaping that he hadn't checked on her condition, and guilt suddenly overwhelmed him. You're injured? Let me take a look. Oh. Lin Shuang bit her lower lip, her face utterly pale, making her look unusually delicate. Everyone gathered in Lin Shuang's room and helped her onto the bed. Heenan wasn't sure if his healing technique could actually treat a Mecha-Girl. Because under normal circumstances commanders repaired their Mecha-Girls by purchasing official replacement parts or taking them directly to government-approved mech repair factories. The government maintained extremely tight control over all Mecha-Girl spare parts. Ordinary people couldn't even dream of obtaining them, and even senior commanders had to pay exorbitant prices. This was the government's iron-fisted strategy. As long as they controlled the lifeline of Mecha-Girls, they need not worry about any faction rising. Because wherever there is combat, there is damage, and no matter how formidable a Mecha-Girl, she requires repair and maintenance afterward. Heenan was completely broke and truly couldn't afford such costs. Even if he had money without an officially recognized commander identity, he couldn't purchase a single part. With a test-and-see attitude, Heenan placed his right hand on Lin Shuang's fair thigh, and her wound miraculously healed. Wow, Heenan, you're amazing. Lin Shuang's personality was lively and spirited. The moment her injury healed, she jumped out of bed and bounced around. Heenan felt a surge of excitement, but remained somewhat uneasy. Transform, and let me check. Alright. After a series of mechanical clicking sounds, Lin Shuang transformed into her mechanized nuclear submarine form. Heenan carefully inspected her from head to tail, and found her condition identical to new. Even not a single scratch of paint was missing. This discovery instantly energized Heenan. He had collected several awakened cores. If his healing technique could restore them, didn't that mean they would all become combat assets? However, those cores must have been fitted with core objectives targeting the extermination of humanity. If only he could erase them. But how? That would require careful study over time. The group, having gone through fierce combat and a desperate escape, were all exhausted. They had a simple meal and then retired to rest separately. Heenan returned to his room, took a hot shower, and collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep immediately. Core objective activation successful. Human detected. Eliminate. As soon as he drifted into sleep, a prompt sounded in his mind. Heenan sprang up from the bed in alarm. He realized Su Wen's core objective had activated prematurely. She currently had only one core remaining, so she naturally posed no threat to him. But Heenan realized that the reason those Mecha-Girls could pinpoint his location was because Su Wen's core was equipped with a tracking system. In other words, carrying Su Wen's core meant he could be found and hunted by pursuing Mecha-Girls at any moment. His heart tightened with anxiety. But how could he deal with a core that even overwhelming firepower couldn't destroy? Throw it away. If the Institute of Humanities recovered it and reprogrammed it, wouldn't that only aid the enemy? No, absolutely not. If he was going to modify it, he would do it himself. This disturbance completely chased away his sleepiness. Heenan began contemplating his next plan. Given his current status, he certainly couldn't enter any official base. But to contract a Mecha-Girl, he absolutely had to go to a base. It was nearly an unsolvable puzzle. Ding. His phone suddenly received an official notification. Heenan instinctively opened it to read. Emergency recruitment. The authorities urgently need a large number of mecha technicians with excellent compensation. Heenan smirked, and the gloom in his heart vanished in an instant. Just when I needed help arrives. I can apply to be a mechanic, using my healing technique to repair Mecha-Girls. Wouldn't all the official parts one receive become mine? Without hesitation, Heenan immediately grabbed Lin Rui and headed out. He asked Lin Shuang to stay behind and protect the family. The official registration point was located at the central square in downtown Qinchuan. When Heenan arrived, a long queue had already formed. However, upon arrival, he learned that mecha technicians also needed to be awakened. This sent his mood into turmoil once again. Fortunately, the authorities seemed to desperately need people in this field and had no absolute requirement for awakening. The assessment method was simple: repair a Mecha-Girl on site, and if successful, you would be hired. The Mecha-Girl Heenan needed to repair clearly looked like she had just returned from the battlefield. Her body was covered in lacerations from claws, bite marks from teeth, and one leg was broken. And Heenan was only given a leg joint component with nothing else. To avoid exposing his ability, Heenan could only repair her leg and call it done, choosing to ignore the other wounds. The quality inspector stood right beside him. Seeing Heenan's clean and efficient workmanship and the excellent repair result, they issued him a work badge on the spot. It was the first time since the apocalypse that everything had gone so smoothly. Heenan's perpetually gloomy face finally brightened. He glanced at the leg joint stored in his spatial dimension and couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. Drop by drop makes the ocean. One day he would accumulate all the parts he needed. Thinking that he could soon craft Mecha-Girls from scratch, Heenan couldn't help but smile. Qinchuan was mountainous with terrain considerably higher than most other cities. Guanin had chosen to settle here, suspecting the official base might be established in this location. His guess proved correct. After receiving his work permit, he was escorted by staff to the Qinchuan base repair factory. You're currently a temporary worker. You must successfully repair 10 Mech-Girls before being confirmed as permanent staff. Confirm. Yes. After confirmation, you can apply for housing within the base and redeem supplies at the service center using contribution points. What level do I need to reach to bring my family and live here? Forget that idea. The base doesn't support idle mouths. Currently, only researchers, commanders, Mech-Girls, and Mech Repair Masters are accepted. No one else. Understood. He Guanan remained calm. Since he couldn't bring Grandma Lin and the others inside, he would need to arrange accommodation for them outside the base. Staying at a hotel was hardly a sustainable solution. He Guanan was assigned as an apprentice under Zhao Wei, a level B Mech Repair Master. Qinchuan was not yet on the front lines, so He Guanan's first day of work was surprisingly leisurely. In truth, he barely had any work to do. All the meager tasks were handled by Zhao Wei himself. He was only responsible for registering information. Yet He Guanan was not idle either. He took Su Wen's core out from his spatial storage and held it in his palm, attempting healing. Whenever Zhao Wei was not busy, He Guanan would ask casually, if a mech girl is reduced to only her core, can she still be healed? Zhao Wei frowned. It's possible, but it would require massive energy and coordination from an SSS rank repair team. No one would invest so much for a mech girl who isn't particularly important. I see. Feigning humble curiosity, He Guanan's demeanor pleased Zhao Wei. But regardless of He Guanan's attitude, there was no way Zhao Wei would delegate his actual work to him. There simply wasn't much work to go around, and Zhao Wei had his own livelihood to consider. He Guanan harbored no complaints. He understood that in the face of survival, humans were naturally self-interested. By the end of the afternoon, He Guanan had already helped reconstruct part of Su Wen's brain tissue. Since the core had grown too large to hide in his palm, he temporarily stored it back in his spatial dimension. At the same time, he discovered that his healing ability could only restore a mech girl to her initial state. It could not alter her core programming. In other words, he could not erase Su Wen's core objective or her navigation system. But what if he awakened as a commander? That might be a way forward. To awaken, he needed money to purchase an awakening potion. However, with his current income from this job, he could barely afford to eat. Urgent notice, all mech repair masters report to the main hall. The factory's loudspeaker crackled to life, and every repair master dropped their tools and sprinted toward the hall. A mech girl had been severely injured. Her limbs were gone, and even her core had sustained damage. Factory director Chen Gang personally arrived and loudly asked, as you can see, who can repair her? The highest rank of mech repair masters in Qinchuan base was level A, and most were ordinary people like He Guanan. Such severe damage would require at least an S-rank craftsman to attempt. Moreover, everyone could see this mech girl's identity was extraordinary. Otherwise, Chen Gang would not have shown such urgency. Everyone adopted a policy of avoiding trouble, standing still, and keeping silent. He Guanan knew his opportunity had arrived. I can give it a try. Who are you? What rank? Chen Gang's eyes lit up, but seeing an unfamiliar face, he couldn't help asking. I haven't awakened, but my former profession was mechanical engineer. Is this a joke? What does a former profession matter if you haven't awakened? Seeking attention just to get confirmed? If he can fix her, I'll eat my stool. Zhao Wei felt humiliated by the surrounding remarks and sharply tugged He Guanan from behind. Stop causing trouble. Come back. But He Guanan remained unmoved. Looking directly at Chen Gang, he continued, her core energy is dissipating rapidly. If not repaired immediately, she will be truly dead. I am fully confident I can fix her. Chen Gang knew He Guanan was telling the truth. This was the facility director's most cherished youngest daughter. If something happened to her under his watch, his career would be over. Yet despite the urgency, he would not hand her over to a showman. And if you fail, I will accept whatever punishment you deem fit. Very well. The mech girl was immediately sent to the inspection device for injury analysis. The machine was highly precise and could accurately determine the damage and materials required for repair. With a supervisor present, efficiency was excellent. All raw materials were ready within minutes. I need a quiet repair room. Granted. Soon after, He Guanan and the mech girl were escorted into a private repair chamber. After a careful inspection, he found no surveillance cameras. He Guanan stored all the raw materials into his spatial dimension. Then he placed his right hand on the mech girl's body, and new limbs regrew before everyone's eyes, while internal structural damage was gradually repaired. Having expended considerable energy repairing Su Wen earlier, he had to pause briefly to rest before continuing. For hours later, the mech girl's body was completely restored save for her core. He Guanan deliberately chose to repair the core last to avoid revealing his healing ability. Half an hour later, the mech girl finally opened her eyes, scanning the room with a dazed expression before her gaze settled on He Guanan. Did you save me? I am your mech repair master. He Guanan made no mention of the favor. By deliberately downplaying such a life-saving act, as mere work, he avoided leaving the impression that he would expect gratitude in return. My name is Fong Ting. What's yours? True to form, the mech girl offered a graceful smile and introduced herself first. He Guanan. My father is the base director here. You may make one request, and I will fulfill it. I need an awakening potion. He Guanan did not hold back. He would never miss such an opportunity. You haven't awakened? Then how did you? Fong Ting covered her mouth in astonishment. My former profession was mechanical engineer. Well, that explains it. Though Fong Ting accepted his explanation, she still found it hard to believe. Your request is far too simple. Is there anything else you want? No thank you. Hehehe, you're quite an interesting person. Fong Ting opened the door and walked out herself. Everyone outside was stunned. He actually fixed her? How is that possible? The supervisor rushed over first. Miss Fong, are you truly all right? I'm fine. Please provide He Guanan with an awakening potion. Yes, right away. He Guanan received the awakening potion and drank it in one gulp, then proceeded for testing under the guidance of the staff. The testing instrument emitted a continuous hum before finally displaying its result name, He Guanan Level SSS Mech Repair Master. Fong Ting covered her mouth once more. If only you were a commander. I could have made a contract with you. Chun Gang broke into a cold sweat. You little rascal, don't go messing around. He inwardly congratulated himself that Henan had awakened as a machinist. Otherwise, if the young miss privately contracts with someone, how could he explain that to the base commander? Henan's lips curved slightly. I may not be the commander, but I can contract with you too. But he kept his words to himself. He wouldn't reveal his secret in front of so many people. An SSS-level machinist. Has this kid gone out and stepped in dog poop or something? A murmur rose through the crowd. Those who had mocked Henan just now all shrank back, trying to minimize their presence for fear he would settle the score later. Especially Zhao Wei, Henan's nominal master, whose sweat drenched his clothes at this moment. He knew better than anyone how he had treated Henan. Now that Henan might soar to great heights, how would he deal with him? Henan's grin split his face as Chun Gang produced a contract for Henan to sign. Henan, congratulations on becoming an official machinist. You will be the best paid machinist at our workshop. Sorry, I can't sign this contract. Henan's tone was calm, yet there was no room for doubt. The entire crowd froze. Chun Gang finally found his voice. My family lives outside the base. If I sign the contract, I won't be able to take care of them in the future. I won't abandon my family. This is... Chun Gang sought Fong Ting's help. This is an SSS-level machinist. There must be only one like him in the whole country. If he lets him go, won't the base chief tear off his arms and legs? Fong Ting stepped up to Henan and said, leave a contact, please. I'll go back and ask my father for an answer. Thank you, Miss Fong. Don't call me Miss, just call me by my name. Okay, Miss Fong. Fong Ting said. Henan hadn't expected today's harvest to be so great. Not only had he awakened the highest grade machinist, but he had also met the base chief's daughter. Anyone else would have more than enough material for bragging for a lifetime. Back at the hotel, Henan told Grandma Lin and the others about today's experiences. Grandma Lin, true to the matriarch of a great clan, carried herself with elder's dignity. Henan, please don't be dragged down by us old folks any longer. Take Xiao Rui and Xiao Shuang to the base. We kept our promise to take care of you. What we should do now is find housing near the base. Wouldn't buying a house be difficult now? Father Lin, who had run a business all these years, had substantial savings and spoke with confidence. Many people share our idea. Even if we can't enter the base, living nearby can offer some protection. So I think the surrounding houses are probably sky high now. No matter the price, we must buy one. I'll handle it tomorrow. I'll go with you. Okay. Won't you need to work tomorrow? Probably not for the time being. Henan pondered for a moment, then added, if possible, try to buy a street-facing shop. Buy a shop? Are there still people doing business nowadays? Father Lin asked in astonishment. Precisely because there aren't, the prices will be relatively cheap. Let's buy a bigger one that can later serve as a machinist shop. Okay. Father Lin did not oppose Henan's proposal. He was a businessman and could sense that money would depreciate in the near future, so it's better to convert to real estate. And Henan awakened as an SSS-level machinist. Wherever he goes, he will be highly sought after. If he opened his own shop, business would not be a problem. Then getting the shop ready now would be equivalent to an early investment. Even if Henan becomes successful in the future, he will surely not forget their family. In fact, Henan could wait a bit longer. With the title of SSS-level machinist, he would soon have a large income. But he wanted to leave the opportunity to buy a house for Father Lin, letting him show his value, so that they could stay together with peace of mind in the future. After dinner as a family, Henan returned to his room. Since I've awakened as a machinist, I should be able to modify the core right. Henan pulled Su Wen's core out again. He could read its structure very clearly now. He also found the locator chip and removed it successfully. But when erasing the core target, there was resistance. It was a multi-layer encrypted program, and if breached, it would self-destruct immediately. Henan went to great lengths, of course, not to destroy her. This matter would have to be put aside for now. The next morning, Henan took Father Lin to look for houses, with Lin Rui driving. Lin Shuang stayed at the hotel to protect the family. It's near the base in theory, but in truth it's quite far. A 1-hour drive would be required. And the true base perimeter had already been cleared, not a weed left behind. Yet, even such distant properties remained under the base's ownership. Henan and Father Lin spent the morning looking but could not find a suitable one. The houses here had long been converted into private dwellings. Spaces were very small, about 10 square meters, and the bathroom was shared. Moreover, they were sold only to base members' families. Ordinary people could not buy a home. This took Father Lin by surprise. Henan, what do we do now? We should wait a little longer. Father Lin didn't know what else to wait for. As long as you bring Lin Rue and Lin Shuang into the base, they will be family, and thus eligible to buy. Though the three of them would have to squeeze into a 10-odd square meter room, any shelter was better than none. Besides, the hotel had already told all guests to move out. But Henan didn't speak, and Father Lin didn't dare to ask. At noon, a few of them ate a simple meal. Su Heng closed his eyes in quiet rest. Father Lin was anxious, but he dared not disturb him. It wasn't until after 2 in the afternoon that Henan finally received Fong Ting's call. Henan, my father wants to see you. Sure, I'll be there in about an hour. Okay, I'll wait for you. Henan hung up, smiled at Father Lin. Let's go to the base. The car had just reached the base gate when Fong Ting stood there looking out. Seeing Henan get out to register, Fong Ting hurriedly waved at him. Henan, over here. Father Lin's status cannot enter the base, so he and Lin Rue waited outside. Henan walked calmly a step behind Fong Ting, thinking about the negotiation chips. As soon as he stepped into the service hall, he heard a few people talking. Does your base really not have a machine girl named Su-Wen? We clearly got her locator information here yesterday. Find Su-Wen. Henan glanced sideways at those people, all in black combat suits, identity unseen. Fong Ting glared at them. These people are really annoying. Oh, did they anger Miss Fong? Not that they angered me, it's just... Fong Ting trailed off. Henan didn't press it. He was a newly awakened machinist, and knew that knowing too much would do him no good. Still, the identities of these people must be clarified. Those who have dealt him a mortal blow will not be spared. Henan followed Fong Ting to the base commander's office on the top floor, where a room was already packed with people. He had only met Chen Gang from the machine repair factory once before and did not recognize anyone else. Fong Ting ran over and grabbed a middle-aged man's arm. Daddy, this is Henan. He's your precious daughter's lifesaver. The base commander's expression was cold, commanding respect without needing to raise his voice. Henan, is it? Take a seat. Thank you. Henan sat down gracefully on the sofa, and someone immediately placed a cup of tea before him. All department heads are present, and you have all reviewed Henan's file. Speak your minds. How should we handle this matter? The base commander tossed the question out, inviting everyone to share their opinions. He appeared to be a relatively democratic leader on the surface. However, Henan refrained from making hasty judgments. As the saying goes, you can know a person's face, but not their heart. To truly understand someone, you must spend time with them. There are always ways around policies from above. An SSS class mechanic. What are you still hesitating for? If we don't take him in, and other bases do, you'll be the ones regretting it. Before the base commander could finish speaking, someone immediately chimed in. Don't speak so easily. What if the superiors investigate? Will you take the blame? Has it only been a few days since the Shuguang base incident? Have you already forgotten? Those words hit like a bomb, silencing everyone instantly. The base commander looked at Henan. You are a talented individual, and we value you greatly. But current policy allows no room for negotiation. The Shuguang base incident they had just mentioned involved a base commander who brought his unawakened lover into the base, resulting in the destruction of the core and the deaths of his entire family. Henan was shaken inside. He never would have imagined the authorities would adopt such ruthless measures. It seemed nearly impossible for ordinary people to survive. Henan did not wish to create too much friction with the base after all his plans had yet to begin. I have a compromise to propose. Tell us. Although the base commander maintained a cold expression, he appeared reasonable and approachable. Yet Henan knew clearly that if he had not saved Fong Ting, he would not have received such treatment. I could open a machine repair shop outside the base. For Mecha-Girls needing repairs within the base, they can bring their own parts and come directly to me. I will only charge for labor fees. This approach could work, except the buildings on the periphery have all been converted into residential housing. So what? Just build one, isn't it? Most people thought the proposal was viable. However, Chun Gang's expression darkened. We need to make this clear in advance. Only units we cannot repair here should be sent outward. Otherwise, how can we conduct our business? This was human nature. When personal interests were not at stake, everyone could get along smoothly, but once self-interest was involved, the first consideration was always oneself. Chun Gang, you're leaving no way for Henan to survive here. If you monopolize all the business, he won't even get a sip of soup. Exactly, this is unfair. I object. By your logic, what's the point of even holding this meeting today? Henan never expected so many people would risk offending Chun Gang to speak on his behalf. He committed those faces to memory, noting these favors to repay slowly in the future. Separate the inspection center into an independent unit. Where injured Mecha-Girls choose to be repaired is their right. Both of your shops compete on equal footing. As long as it is fair competition, the base will not interfere. However, whoever resorts to underhanded tactics will answer to me. The base commander struck the final blow, and the matter was settled. Hinan's machine repair shop was built just outside the base gate, less than 500 meters from the inspection center. Moreover, the base would advance the construction costs, and Hinan only needed to repay in installments using contribution points. Chun Gang, who had formerly admired Hinan, now regarded him with eyes full of jealousy and resentment. Hinan paid little mind to how others viewed him. The first step had been successfully achieved, and now he needed to contract as many Mecha-Girls as possible. Establishing a foothold in the base through repair skills was easy, but gaining influence was difficult. Mr. Lin had waited outside for the entire afternoon before seeing Hinan come out, his anxiety clearly overflowing. How did it go? Nothing serious happened, right? His afternoon of waiting was not in vain. From the gossip around him, he had roughly understood the current situation. People like them who had not awakened had been completely abandoned by the authorities. Not only would the base refuse them, but even when going out to shop, no one would sell to them. Those with relatives working in the base could barely afford peripheral housing, yet supplies were pitifully scarce, barely enough to fill their stomachs, and they still had to perform heavy manual labor for the base. Hinan's expression remained unchanged. We'll discuss it back at the hotel. After the group returned to the hotel, they discovered all other residents had already moved out, with only their rooms left untouched by forced clearance. Upon seeing Hinan return, the hotel manager hurried forward to greet him. Hello, Mr. He. The base has been informed. You may continue staying here for 10 more days. Thank you. 10 days would be more than enough time to build the machine repair shop. By then he would move the entire family into the shop to live. Although no physical labor was required that day, negotiating with people was truly mentally exhausting. For Hinan, a science student, it was somewhat beyond his comfort zone, so he retired to his room early to rest. Meanwhile, Mrs. Lin pulled Lin Shuang aside. Xiao Shuang, you know the situation now. We can only survive by clinging to Hinan's coattails. Lin Shuang blinked her large, innocent eyes and asked, Mother, what are you trying to say? You're of an appropriate age now. Hinan is a fine young man. If you can marry him, you will certainly live well, and your father, grandmother, and I will all have someone to rely on. Lin Shuang's small face scrunched up. Mother, it was my cousin who met Hinan first. Doesn't this make me the other woman? What other woman? They aren't even dating. What's wrong with pursuing your own happiness? But, no buts. As the old saying goes, a man pursuing a woman faces a mountain, but a woman pursuing a man faces only a veil. Hurry up and make it happen before the rice is cooked, and Hinan will be yours. Mother can then rest easy. Although Lin Shuang felt this was sudden, she was not foolish. The circumstances were beyond her control now, as she was no longer the Lin family miss of before. She knew her mother was right. Hinan was their only hope for survival. Moreover, Hinan was handsome, capable, and had saved her entire family. Marrying him was hardly a bad prospect. Just as Lin Shuang prepared to find Hinan that night, Fong Ting arrived and walked straight into Hinan's room. Although the Lin sisters were both campus beauties, Fong Ting possessed a confidence and superior bearing they lacked. She appeared like a princess reigning from above, untouchable and inviolable. Bitterness rose in Lin Shuang's heart, so she went to ask Lin Rui, Sister, do you know who that woman is? Lin Rui felt equally troubled. She is the base commander's most beloved youngest daughter. With such a formidable competitor, Lin Shuang felt an instant sense of urgency. Moreover, she could sense that Lin Rui had also developed feelings for Hinan. Two romantic rivals appeared all at once, leaving her with no choice but to feel anxious. Hinan was about to sleep when Fong Ting arrived, and she showed no intention of leaving after sitting down. Although he had dated for 8 years with Su, when things had only gone as far as kissing and hugging, never reaching the final step. As darkness fell, Fong Ting remained seated on his bed, her two magnificent long legs crossed, and swaying unconsciously, a smile of ultimate sweetness gracing her face. Fong Ting's beauty was aggressively striking, the kind that went straight to one's head. Under these circumstances, any man would have been tempted. Hinan was grateful he was a science student, his rationality always intact. He understood the principle that playing with fire leads to being burned. Miss Fong, it's getting late. Shall I send you back? I have a driver. No need. If you need something, Miss Fong, please say it directly. You saved my life, I want to repay you. You gave me the awakening potion, we're even. Awakening potion? That's something money can buy. Don't you want something money can't buy? I don't even have money. How dare I desire anything beyond money? Fong Ting tilted her head and stared at Hinan for a long while before continuing, My father would never approve of us being together, so we can only carry on secretly. Cough, cough. Such outrageous words made Hinan choke on his saliva, coughing for a long time before recovering. Miss Fong, this joke isn't funny at all. I'm not joking. You should know that with me your repair shop will never lack business. But it will also bring endless troubles. Hinan, you're just a coward. Fong Ting was clearly annoyed. If I had feelings for you, Miss Fong, I wouldn't fear these troubles. Love can overcome mountains and seas. Unfortunately, Miss Fong, we're not close. You? Fong Ting hadn't expected Hinan to reject her so directly. As the base commander's most beloved youngest daughter, she had always walked all over Qinchuan without anyone daring to treat her this way. Oh, I remember now. You have a Mech-Girl beside you. Is she your girlfriend? Henan didn't answer, his mind racing for a solution. Offending Fong Ting was the worst option, but he couldn't abandon his dignity to become her simp. I'd like to see who this woman is. If I'm not mistaken, her family is still here too, right? Still a bunch of unawakened trash. Seeing Henan ignore her, Fong Ting flew into a rage and got up to leave. Henan instinctively grabbed her. Don't do anything reckless. Scared? Then be obedient, and I'll treat you well. A hint of triumph curled Fong Ting's lips as she raised her hand to touch Henan's cheek. Henan's eyes narrowed, revealing a dangerous glint. What did you do to me? Fong Ting's raised hand suddenly dropped. Not just her hand. In the blink of an eye, all four limbs separated from her body. The terror of approaching death made her heart contract. Henan tossed her onto the sofa. Miss Fong, you seem to have forgotten one thing. I'm the one who fixed you. And in Qinchuan, only I can fix you. Fong Ting was scared but refused to admit defeat, forcing herself to growl. You dare threaten me? Henan sat down leisurely, looking at her calmly. This is a negotiation. I'll help you recover, and you stay away from me and my family. Otherwise what? Aren't you afraid I'll tell my father? He'll destroy you. In that case, you would die before me. Henan still smiled gently like a spring breeze, but to Fong Ting it looked like a death knell. She could only growl with reluctant steel. Henan immediately shut off her core power supply, which would reduce the pain during repair and also conceal his healing ability. When Fong Ting woke up, disbelief painted her face. You only took a few minutes to heal my severe injuries. So do you think your father would risk destroying me, eh? Fong Ting was speechless. The base commander doted on her, but not without limits. Between base interests and herself, she would definitely be the one abandoned, and she had always known this. She had failed and suffered such humiliation. Fong Ting couldn't bear to stay another minute, getting up to leave without even saying goodbye. Henan rubbed his brow. I've offended that little ancestor. As soon as Fong Ting left, Lin Shuang rushed in. Henan, who was that woman just now? She didn't do anything to you, did she? Henan was at a loss for words. Shouldn't you be worried about what I might do to her? Lin Shuang's face flushed red. I was just worried. My sister said she's the base commander's daughter. I was afraid she'd come causing trouble for you. She did come to cause trouble, but it's already resolved. That's good then. Lin Shuang's big eyes blinked repeatedly. Due to her rapid breathing, her pair of headlights rose and fell. Henan, actually, I came to find you today because... Lin Shuang bit her lower lip lightly. She couldn't bring herself to say the next words, but she believed Henan would understand. Seeing yet another woman who didn't want to leave, Henan felt somewhat helpless. Looking at her seriously, he asked, Lin Shuang, do you like me? Yes. Lin Shuang nodded frantically. It's easy for a commander and Mech-Girls to connect emotionally and develop feelings for each other. But you need to understand. I'll likely contract over a dozen or even 20 Mech-Girls or more. Have you really thought this through? Lin Shuang was dumbfounded. Could this man really want so many women? You're being vulgar, bullying me. She pushed Henan hard and quickly ran out of his room. Henan sighed helplessly. You came to my room to send signals, and now you say I'm being vulgar. Where's the justice in that? Meanwhile, Chun Gang was making moves everywhere. As the director of the mech repair factory, everyone had favors to ask of him, so his connections were extensive. He had originally thought his position was secure enough, never expecting someone like Henan to suddenly appear. Who would have thought a temporary worker could transform into an SSS rank powerhouse in an instant? He was only A rank. Though he held the top spot in Qinchuan base in front of Henan, he was nothing. Otherwise, the base commander wouldn't have shown such favoritism toward Henan while ignoring his interests. Chun Gang had already foreseen how desolate his repair factory would become once Henan's shop opened. So he had to act in advance. Today he was meeting Kai Wenjie, captain of an A-rank combat team, and his team member Mo Xiangdo. Boss Chun, just say what you need. We're close enough to skip the formalities. Yeah, Boss Chun, you even saved my wife's life. Just say the word. Chun Gang deliberately wore a troubled expression. Have you heard about Henan? Once his repair shop opens, I'm afraid I'll be out of work. In the future, when you brothers need something, I probably won't be able to help either. What's so difficult about that? Just kill him, and it's over. Kai Wenjie said this while making a throat-slitting gesture. Chun Gang felt pleased inside, but kept his expression neutral. His repair shop will open within, at most, 10 days. Don't worry, Boss Chun. His shop won't open. Fong Ting returned home and smashed everything in the room that could be broken. Before the apocalypse, her father had been a high-ranking official, and as the child of an elite, she had truly been pampered like a princess. After the apocalypse descended, her father awakened as an SS-rank commander and became the base leader of Qinchuan base, dominating the region. Her life not only remained unchanged by the catastrophe, but actually became even more luxurious. Henan was the only person daring enough to show her disrespect and threaten her. Henan, you're as good as dead. If I don't kill you, I swear I'll never live in peace. Meanwhile, Kai Wenji's King Squad had also set out, arriving at the hotel where He-Nan was staying under cover of darkness. His team consisted of 5 commanders, all of A rank. The mechanized girls were even more formidable. A tank, a military transport vehicle, an excavator, and 2 off-road vehicles, all at A rank. Due to his close relationship with Chun-Gang, every mechanized girl in his squad was fitted with additional external weapons, giving their firepower no less than that of ordinary S-rank squads. The reason he dared to openly seek trouble with He-Nan was precisely because of his overwhelming combat strength. Even if he caused some mischief, the base would be reluctant to punish him severely. As long as they didn't cross the line or cause chaos within the base, they were practically untouchable. To Kai Wenji, a powerless mechanic was no different from an ant that could be crushed at any moment. However, he also had his selfish motives. He wanted to tame He-Nan and bring him into his own fold. If his squad possessed an SSS rank mechanic, they would become invincible. They would no longer need to curry favor with Chun-Gang hand over resources that his brothers had risked their lives to obtain. Even the base leader would have to give him some respect. When He-Nan woke up, every member of the King Squad had already entered his room. Though the hotel room was fairly spacious, it still felt cramped with so many people crammed inside. Damn it, I'll have to sleep holding a mechanized girl from now on. This is too dangerous. He-Nan broke into a cold sweat, silently fuming as he put on a clueless expression and greeted Kai Wenji. Gentlemen, didn't you come to the wrong room? No mistake. We're here specifically for you, Kai Wenji said, straddling a chair and glaring at He-Nan with a thug's arrogance. What do you want? He-Nan scanned their combat strength and couldn't help but whistle. 5 A-rank mechanized girls, all equipped with external weapons. How enviable. Our squad is short a mechanic, and we've taken a fancy to you. My repair shop will be opening soon. If you need anything, just come to the shop. Kai Wenji's eyes narrowed, his anger flaring. Can't you understand human speech? I'm telling you to become our squad's mechanic. Stop playing dumb. I'd be willing to agree, but I'm opening a shop and the base provides spare parts. If I follow you, where would the parts come from? This question truly stumped Kai Wenji. Not to mention him, no squad leader dared claim they could obtain spare parts. Such critical resources were allocated exclusively to the base leader. Moreover, the accounts at the mechanic factory had to be reconciled daily. Any discrepancy would be discovered the same day. No one dared tamper with this sector. This was precisely why even the most powerful squads had to rely on the base for survival. Then you leave us no choice but to kill you. Kai Wenji waved his hand. Let's do this quickly and go back to sleep. Boss, you really think too highly of him. Is someone as insignificant as this worth bringing all of us along? Mo Xiangdong yawned, showing no respect for He-Nan whatsoever. On the brink of death, even summoning Lin Rue and Lin Shuang would not save him against 5 A-rank mechanized girls. He-Nan had to find a way to save himself. His only option was to forcibly contract these mechanized girls. But could already contracted mechanized girls be contracted again? With no time to hesitate, He-Nan acted immediately. A string of electronic tones echoed in his mind. A-rank tank, contract successful. Reward 400 cubic meters of storage space. A-rank military transport vehicle, contract successful. Reward 800 cubic meters of storage space. A-rank excavator, contract successful. Reward 1600 cubic meters of storage space. A-rank off-road vehicle, contract successful. Reward 3,200 cubic meters of storage space. A-rank off-road vehicle, contract successful. Reward 6,400 cubic meters of storage space. At the same time, all the commanders, including Kai Wenji, clutched their heads and rolled on the floor. Oh, what have you done to us? Kai Wenji's eyes bloodshot with rage, he roared at He-Nan. His voice was so loud that it drew attention from the neighboring rooms. Lin Rue and Lin Shuang rushed in first. He-Nan, what's wrong? Seeing the 2 women in their slip night dresses, He-Nan couldn't help but sniffle. It's fine. You should go back to sleep. Lin Shuang glanced around the room and immediately spotted the 5 graceful mechanized girls, a trace of jealousy flashing across her heart. Are you sure you don't need our help? No need, go back. He-Nan hoped they would leave quickly. Their alluring appearance was too overwhelming. He was a normal man, and a healthy one at that. The Lin sisters retreated silently, both feeling uncomfortable. Once they were gone, He-Nan relaxed and turned to Kai Wenji. Speak. Who sent you? We came on our own. We heard you awakened as an SSS rank mechanic and wanted to recruit you. The answer sounded reasonable, but He-Nan did not believe it. Won't talk, huh? Then you have no value in staying alive. Kai Wenji's heart sank. You dare kill us. Do you understand our squad's status in the base? He-Nan sneered coldly. Do you still have a squad? Besides, all of you have been demoted from A-rank commanders to B rank, and your core energy has been damaged. Don't dream of contracting mechanized girls for another year or 2. Do you think the base will coddle a group of useless failures? Kai Wenji's heart sank once more. Then what does it take for you to let us live? He-Nan stared at him gloomily, offering no reply. Faced with death, even a tough man like Kai Wenjia could not hold out. Cold sweat dripped drop by drop from his temple. Chen Gang. It's Chen Gang. He worried that your mechanic shop opening would threaten his business, so he sent us to deal with you. Chen Gang. Henan had originally suspected Fong Ting, the little troublemaker. The base leader's daughter was not easy to touch. But if it was Chun Gang, there was nothing to fear. Dealing with him would only take a few minutes. However, these people in front of him were a problem. The mechanized girls could be kept, but the commanders had no need to survive. They had discovered his secret, so they could not live in this world. A kind smile curved at the corner of Henan's lips as he issued orders to the newly contracted mechanized girls, eliminate them immediately. Why? I told you everything. Why are you still killing me? Kai Wenjia died with his eyes open in disbelief. Henan kindly helped close his eyes. I despise traitors the most. Besides, you knew far too much. After killing these 5 people, Henan felt no unease. He and the more lives would inevitably fall into his hands. To survive, you must not spare mercy or leave yourself vulnerable. For you never know who will strike from behind or when. The 5 androids who had just contracted contracts watched their former commander die, like that fear filling their eyes as they looked at Henan, unsure how he would deal with them. When Henan turned to them, his gaze softened considerably. He explained that forcibly terminating the contracts had damaged their cores to varying degrees, and that he would repair them tomorrow. That night you can sleep in the next room. The androids replied yes and filed out in a procession. Henan lay back on the bed, a cold gleam in his eyes. Chun Gang, the moment he steps out of the base gates, his head will be taken. Fong Ting would not be spared either. The best plan was to contract her and win her over. Yet Henan worried that she would be willful and unable to guard the secret, so he pressed the idea down for now. Also, the people who were after Su Wen must be eliminated. Henan would not let any threat to his life survive. Though there were many troubles, the prospect of a storage space of over 6,000 cubic meters thrilled him beyond measure. The mechanical repair shop would take about 10 days to finish, so these days were perfect for gathering supplies. Early the next morning, Henan and Lin Rui headed out. The androids waiting to repair their cores wore disappointed looks. With their cores damaged, their fighting power had already been greatly reduced, and after last night using the last reserve of energy to kill the former commander, they were now no different from ordinary humans. Lin Shuang looked at them with annoyance, asking what they were doing and whether they had known Henan before. To avoid trouble, the androids explained last night in full detail. Lin Shuang glared at them with hatred, musing that they had come to kill her and yet left people alive. Lin's mother, seeing the 5 extra women, grew anxious and pulled Lin Shuang aside. Little Shuang, did you accomplish it yesterday? Mom. Lin Shuang's face reddened. Did you succeed or not? You're going to drive me crazy, Mom. No. Lin Shuang bit her lip, speaking vaguely. Lin's mother's heart sank. Did Henan not take a liking to you? The conversation between them was awkward to utter, but Lin's mother pressed on, and she had to answer. After a long hesitation, Lin Shuang finally organized her words. He said androids and the commander tend to develop mutual affection, and he will contract many androids. Have you decided what you want? What is there to think about? It's time to turn the raw rice into cooked rice for real. Lin's mother spoke with urgency, her tone hardening. Lin Shuang stared at Lin's mother in disbelief. But what if he has other women later? What if he really has a lot of women? Lin Shuang, in the apocalypse, a capable man having several women around him is normal. If you become his first woman, perhaps he will treat you a bit specially. Lin's mother urged with good intentions, though her gaze wandered, unsure whether such a move was truly for her daughter's best. But for the sake of the family's survival, she had to push her daughter out. Lin Shuang remained resistant, for she was at an age full of romantic fantasies, dreaming of a lifelong love and a prince arriving on 7-colored clouds. Yet if she chose to be with he, then she would have to be ready for his possible betrayal at any moment, something she truly couldn't bear. Still, she knew her mother was right. The number of women around Henan grew, and if she hesitated any longer, someone else might snatch him away, leaving her marginalized, a mere wallflower. There would be no time to buy regret pills then. Her parents were ordinary, her elder brother unreliable. For the sake of saving her parents' lives, she had to take the plunge. Understanding the logic was one thing, acting on it was another. Lin Shuang's inner battle raged on. At that moment, Henan piloted a stealth fighter toward Xuan. Although he enjoyed spatial leverage, cities under order could not be touched and were easy for the authorities to monitor. With his current strength, he wasn't ready to contend with the officials, so he could only lie low. A city already fallen was too dangerous, and the entire city was submerged by seawater. Even if there was food, it was hard to find. The mutated sea creatures alone were enough to trouble him. For safety, it was better to move to evacuating cities. These cities, like Qingchuan in the past, were chaotic with streets full of looters. Henan felt no mental burden joining in. After flying along the coastline for a while, he deliberately avoided logistics hubs guarded by the authorities' docks and large warehouse superstores. His targets were small to mid-sized supermarkets and street shops. The authorities were stretched thin, they could not guard every corner, which gave him opportunities. In a city, there were only a few large supermarkets. Small and mid-sized shops were plentiful. Heenan flew the stealth fighter at low altitude, sweeping the area in an instant without needing to approach closely. Even if someone noticed the items in the supermarkets vanishing, they could not suspect him. Besides supermarkets, he also raided outdoor gear shops, furniture malls, and wholesale construction material markets. Anything related to livelihoods that he laid eyes on he took. It took a full day to clear all the visible supplies in the city. Heenan did not rest, continuing on to the next city. The tsunami had stretched the coastline, turning most of the country into coastal cities. He did not dare to linger in such cities for long, not knowing when those mutated sea creatures would land. Many people in recently evacuated coastal cities who could not leave in time became meals for the mutated sea creatures. And tsunamis come without warning. The authorities were bulk relocating supplies as well. At such a moment, shipping a cart of grain was more valuable than saving a cartload of people. Fear followed fear as Heenan swept a food street, and a colossal octopus sprang from a seafood restaurant towering 3 to 4 meters tall. Its suction cups clung to Lin Rue's android frame, pulling her from midair. Heenan realized his combat experience was severely lacking, and that he was often caught off guard by sudden events. Training in this aspect was necessary, and the best training was real combat. After a brief moment of panic, Heenan steadied himself. With the light plasma gun, he severed the octopus's leg that clung to Lin Rue's body. The creature shrieked, and the severed leg regrew quickly, its remaining 7 legs curling around Lin Rue. In the blink of an eye, the octopus bound Lin Rue tightly, and the machine's body creaked, as if it might crack apart. Heenan broke out in a cold sweat, forcing himself to stay calm, while unleashing his full firepower. The comprehensive electronic pulse cannons and horizontal light beam cannons rained down on the octopus relentlessly. The octopus's tentacles possessed remarkable elasticity, capable of extending tens of meters. Once touched, the suction cups at their base would latch onto the fighter jet firmly, while other tentacles swiftly coiled around it. With its tentacles possessing tremendous strength, dismantling the fighter jet was merely a matter of time. Fortunately, Lin Rue had equipped electronic pulse cannons that proved highly effective against the octopus, shattering its tentacles and delivering electrical ions that paralyzed its body. Seizing the opportunity, Heenan broke free from its grasp and quickly ascended the fighter jet dozens of meters upward. Once beyond the octopus's attack range, the battlefield would shift entirely in his favor. Despite the creature's formidable combat prowess, it remained flesh and blood, and after sustained bombardment, several of its tentacles were severed. The creature proved exceptionally persistent. Before its final tentacle snapped, it launched itself upward and tore off one of Lin Rue's wings with raw force. The fighter jet instantly lost stability and tilted as it plummeted toward the ground. Heenan frantically activated his healing technique, barely managing to repair the wing before impact and regaining altitude. Thanks to the healing technique, disaster was narrowly averted. With the octopus's tentacles still regenerating, Heenan unleashed his full firepower, once more exerting tremendous effort, until he finally destroyed its head. Only then did the octopus collapse lifelessly, releasing a foul stench from its head. Heenan immediately ascended to higher altitude, finding the smell nearly unbearable. This marked his first encounter with a mutated marine creature, a narrow escape, but ultimately a victory. Heenan continued gathering supplies while mentally reviewing the battle. Official propaganda had exaggerated the threat of mutated marine organisms, instilling fear in him. This caused hesitation during the initial engagement, costing him the advantage. Fortunately, his mental fortitude proved robust, allowing him to regain composure quickly. Moreover, while controlling the fighter through mental commands, combat required simultaneous strategic thinking, weapon selection, and operational execution. Multitasking in such circumstances was extremely taxing and prone to errors. Therefore, he needed to elevate his piloting skills to absolute mastery. Though Heenan worked as an aircraft maintenance engineer, his future duties would primarily involve logistics support. However, he could never avoid combat entirely. In this post-apocalyptic world, the true terror lay not in natural disasters or mutated marine creatures, but in the corruption of human nature. He had to develop the ability to defend himself. Throughout the journey ahead, Heenan abandoned mental control of the fighter, instead carefully exploring piloting techniques to steadily improve his flying skills. 3 days later, he could operate every button on the main console with his eyes closed. "I'm truly a genius," he declared. Lin Rue laughed aloud. "You already have 7 mecha maidens. Do you plan to familiarize yourself with each one?" As Heenan was about to nod, he detected a hint of jealousy in her words. A smile tugged at his lips as he responded, "There will be more in the future. When everyone gathers together, I won't need to struggle so much. Right now, it's just the 2 of us. Our combat power remains limited." "You're absolutely right." In truth, Heenan possessed more than 7 mecha maidens. Hidden within his storage space were numerous cores awaiting repair. Once fully restored, he could assemble an elite squad of mecha maidens. Though his combat experience remained insufficient, it would be adequate for survival in the early stages of the apocalypse. Heenan spent 8 days outside encountering 5 mutated marine organisms. Drawing from the initial encounter, Heenan now immediately ascended the fighter to a safe altitude whenever facing mutated marine creatures, maximizing distance from their attack range. After that, it became an easy task. Several cannon shots reduced them to rubble. Fortunately, no flying mutated animals had emerged yet, and Heenan felt fortunate he had chosen to depart in a fighter jet. Over these days, Heenan not only accumulated considerable combat experience, but also gathered substantial supplies. Over 200 tons each of rice flour, cooking oil, and provisions, 500+ tons of vegetables and fruits, and more than 10,000 tons of various meats combined. Seasonings, sauces, instant food, snacks, and beverages would sustain the group for a decade. He also raided a water treatment plant, securing enough freshwater reserves for everyone's lifetime. Additionally, he collected extensive clothing supplies, sun protection gear, thermal wear, and even women's underwear, leaving nothing behind. Furniture in various styles, bedding, renovation materials, coal, gasoline, diesel fuel, and finished and semi-finished metal products. All items connected to daily life were gathered. Yet upon returning fully loaded and pushing open the hotel room door, he found not a single person present. After questioning the hotel manager, he learned that an A-rank squad had gone missing from the base. Following searches, 5 mecha maidens were discovered at his hotel, but their commander had vanished. To uncover the truth, all hotel guests and staff were taken to the base for investigation. Lin Rue wept anxiously. Heenan, they wouldn't hurt Grandma, would they? Let's go check and find out, he replied. Though uncertain himself, Heenan knew the authorities' current stance toward ordinary people was far from welcoming. He could only be certain Lin Shuang would remain unharmed, but made no promises about the others. Rushing to the base, they were met by Fong Tianhao, who oversaw security. You must be Heenan. Fong Tianhao, the base commander's younger brother and former Special Forces operative, stood nearly 2 meters tall, with a muscular build that immediately suggested danger. Base security fell entirely under his authority. Since Heenan intended to remain at the base moving forward, he avoided conflict and nodded politely. Yes, I'm Heenan. 8 days ago someone wanted to kill you. That's absurd. If anyone truly sought my life, do you think I'd venture outside? I've only been in Xinchuan for a few days. I haven't offended anyone. Fong Tianhao studied Heenan with suspicion for a long moment before continuing. And those 5 mecha maidens, what's your connection to them? None whatsoever. Their cores were damaged, so they came to me for repairs. Since my repair shop hasn't opened yet, I told them to wait at the hotel. But they claim you killed those 5 commanders. You actually believe that? I couldn't kill even 1 commander, let alone 5. I'm merely a mechanic. What chance would I have against an entire squad? To kill a commander? I wish that were true. Fong Tianhao narrowed his eyes. Can you repair those 5 mecha maidens? I'll do my best. Could damage to their cores cause mental instability in the mecha maidens? I'm not sure. I only awakened as a mechanic a few days ago, and so far I've only repaired 1 mecha maiden. Your question is quite technical. I'll need to study this further before I can give you a proper answer. Heenan saved the Lin family and paid no mind to the 5 machine. Those who cannot guard their tongues deserve a lesson, so they may learn how people should behave. After Heenan departed, Fong Tianhao continued questioning the machine girls. Are you certain it was Heenan who killed those commanders? Yes, that's right. Their 5 accounts were identical. They nodded in unison. Fong Tianhao rubbed his brow, glancing at the test report in his hand. The core damaged, leaving them unable to fight. That is to say, these machine girls are ruined. Fong Tianhao lifted his gaze again, his eyes cold, as he asked, tell me the details of the killing process. Our captain was bought by Chun Gang and led us to kill Heenan. But before we could strike, Heenan bound all of us. Then we received orders to murder the commander. So you were the ones who killed him? Yes, but we acted on orders, not of our own will. Fong Tianhao's eyes flashed danger. Tell me, can Heenan, a machine repairer, contract machine girls and contract 5 at once? Yes. The 5 machine girls continued to nod. Chun Gang, sitting nearby, felt his heart leap into his throat. These maids truly dare to say anything. To protect himself, he could only throw Heenan under the bus. Captain Fong, perhaps what they say is true. If Heenan really has such power, we must be on guard. Fong Tianha coldly swept him with a look. Take those 5 to be tested. Yes. Chun Gang bowed, deeply, no longer the swaggering man he had been before. 5 machine girls were led to the tester, each placing her right hand on the device. Name who won A-class, cores severely damaged, not contracted. Name Yang Ling, A-class, cores severely damaged, not contracted. Name Zhao Yu, A-class, cores severely damaged, not contracted. Name Li Qi, A-class, cores severely damaged, not contracted. Name Wang Mei, A-class, cores severely damaged, not contracted. As the tester's electronic beeps continued, the machine girls wore expressions of disbelief. This is impossible. We clearly contracted with Heenan. What we said is true. Fong Tianhao's face sank further. Director Chen, what's your view? Chen Gang wiped away a cold sweat. The tester doesn't lie, this is very likely caused by core damage leading to consciousness disorientation. Can you repair them? After all 5 A-class machine girls, Fang Tianhao was reluctant to give up. Core damage, we have no replacement materials. Unless an SSS-class machine repair team, maintained by kinetic energy, could restore them. Perhaps they could be revived. Fang Tianhao's gaze nearly froze. Where could he even find such a team? So far across the nation, there is only Heen and the sole SSS-class repairer. Otherwise, today's matter, true or not, must be sealed away first. Thinking of Heen, and Fang Tianhao gave Chun Gang another cold glance. The base commander has issued repeated orders that fair competition in business is the rule in our base. If anyone uses crooked methods, the base won't stand for it. Captain Fang, don't listen to their nonsense. I did nothing. Our base has finally welcomed an SSS-class repair master. We won't bow down to him, but who would dare offend him? Fang Tianhao stopped looking at him. The rebuke had been delivered. If he truly doesn't know his place, the consequences will be swift. These 5 are expelled from the base. Immediately, someone escorted the 5 machine girls to the base gate. A few people exchanged glances. What do we do? Who one was unusually irritable. Go find Henan, he is now our commander, we have nowhere to go, he must take responsibility for us. Yang Ling spoke as if it were natural. Betraying Henan didn't seem wrong to her at all. Li Qi wasn't as optimistic. What we say to Captain Fang is like selling him out. Do you think he will still take us in? We were just telling the truth. What's there to sell? Yang Ling maintained her self-assured air. Previously, her commander was Kai Wenjie. As the captain's preferred machine girl in the King's Vanguard team, the squad members indulged her, flattering her at every turn, and her temper grew ever more arrogant. From the test just now, we were all uncontracted. What do you think? Wang Mei, usually pragmatic, got straight to the point. If they were contracted with Henan, going to him directly would be fine. But now the test results lie here. All 5 are unowned machine girls. So what do you propose? Do we starve? We have nothing to eat, nothing to drink, and fighting won't help. Could we wait for deaths? Yang Ling still clung to her view. Without Kai Wenjie's support, she decided to latch onto a bigger backer. Anyway, I've decided to go find Henan. You all decide what to do. What if he drives us away? Zhao Yu was a little afraid. If necessary, I'll sleep with him. Men will agree to whatever as long as you satisfy him in that regard. Yang Ling is utterly confident in her own charm, and she ignores the others swaying toward the hotel with a serpentine waist. The others have nowhere to go, so they follow. But none of them expected that a walk that would normally take minutes became 3 hours. At last they reached the hotel entrance. If not for appearances, they would have collapsed and lain down. Yet after hours of knocking, no one answered. The inside was pitch black. What should we do? It seems they no longer live here, Zhao Yu whispered, exhausted. The machine repair shop. The Henan must be at the machine repair shop. How could I be so foolish not to check there first? Yang Ling realized first, and immediately turned back. We still have to walk. Huan pinched her sore calves as she could hardly move a step. If you won't walk, you can stay behind. But you should know we are ordinary people now, and at night you never know what might happen. The others were frightened by Yang Ling's words, and helped each other as they headed for the machine repair shop. The machine repair shop was basically finished, only the trial array remained. One more day of work. Henan did not return to the hotel. He moved in with the Lin family at the repair shop. From the outset of construction, Henan planned for living space, so he designed a 2-story building as the living area. Though not as luxurious as the Lin family villa, it was far better than the base's outer houses. Grandma Lin chose a sunlit bedroom on the first floor to make it easier to care for the elderly. Lin's father and mother lived next door. Henan naturally occupied the second-floor room with a balcony, while Lin Rui and Lin Shuang chose the rooms opposite his. As for furniture and bedding, everything was provided. Just take it out and use it. The household appliances were plentiful as well. Power issues are unnecessary. Even if the entire city lost power, the machine repair shop would still have a steady supply. To celebrate the move, the women united to prepare a lavish feast. Henan even drew a fine bottle of wine from the space and shared a drink with Lin's father. Just as they were eating happily, a knock came at the door. Lin Shuang's once bright smile immediately faded. Be those 5 women? Father Lin's face darkened as well. Henan, don't blame me for speaking out. Could betray at any moment, cannot be kept around. Henan merely offered a faint smile. Let them in this world. Standing outside the door is dangerous. The whole workshop fell silent. After all, this was Henan's repair shop, and everyone depended on him to survive. Although inwardly displeased, no one spoke. Lin Rui rose to open the door. 5 mech droids supported each other as they entered. Oh, it's about time we got something to eat. Henan, you have no idea how long we've been on the road. Yang Ling said she was going to sit beside Henan. Lin Rui sat in the empty seat first. That seat had always been hers. Yang Ling was startled, then forced out a perfectly well-timed smile. Sorry, I didn't realize this was your seat. But could you sit over a bit? Lin Rui clenched her breath, but did not dare to say it in front of Henan. But she didn't move, staring straight at He and wanting to know how he would handle it. He picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and placed it into her bowl. Eat more, you've been the hardest on these days. Lin Rui felt a warmth in her heart, and the earlier displeasure dispersed in an instant. Across from her, Lin Shuang found the pork ribs in the bowl, no longer fragrant, the light in her eyes dimming considerably. She had originally promised Lin Mama to settle things tonight. But seeing He-Nan's tenderness toward Lin Rui, she suddenly wanted to back out. Although she had been brainwashing herself for days, she still couldn't accept sharing one man with another woman, not even with a cousin. She was straightforward by nature, her emotions written on her face for all to see. Lin Mama saw the signs and sighed quietly, tugging at her daughter's sleeve under the table. Lin Shuang ignored Lin Mama's hint, silently continuing to eat. He-Nan of course didn't know the mother-daughter's thoughts. He frowned at Yang Ling. Stand farther away, you haven't bathed in days. This stench is unbearable. Yang Ling's face reddened. Indeed, they had been brought to the base for 8 days and hadn't washed. Today they had walked a long distance and sweated a lot. He-Nan said nothing more. He didn't feel the need to respond. The current smell made even him recoil. He stepped back awkwardly. Sorry, where is the bathroom? I'll go wash. We don't have a bathroom for outsiders here. This was enough to rile Yang Ling up. I am your contracted mech droid. Isn't your home my home? Hee, He-Nan sneered. Miss, you should have some self-awareness. You came here to kill me, and later you sold me off clean at the base. How much water must flow through my brain to treat you as family? Yang Ling recoiled, almost losing her balance. Only then did she realize that in He-Nan's eyes her beauty counted for nothing. He-Nan didn't spare her a single glance. In a cold voice he hissed, Go out, don't disturb our meal. Yang Ling opened her mouth, but in the end said nothing. Several of them walked to the courtyard, starving after a whole day, without food, not caring about appearances. They all collapsed to the ground. They were so hungry that the aroma from the restaurant made their mouths water. Yang Ling, you're full of schemes. Hurry and think of a plan. What should we do? Huan rubbed her stomach, swallowing again, eager for Yang Ling to conjure a way to get inside to eat. What could I do? It was Kai Wenjia who wanted to kill him, not us. He treated us this way, it's too much. Before the apocalypse, Yang Ling's family was well off. They were pampered by elders all her life. When had she ever endured such grievances? Even in the apocalypse, she was among the first to awaken an A-level core highly valued by the authorities. Later she became Kai Wenjia's trusted mech droid. She seemed to have a smooth life, never encountering any major obstacles. So now she felt especially uneasy, but had nowhere to vent her heart, suffocated with resentment. He left with a decent attitude toward us. If we hadn't spoken carelessly at the base, maybe he would have kept us. Xiao Yu spoke timidly but voiced her thoughts. Then who can we blame? At the time, didn't you think returning to the base would let you renegotiate with the commander? Didn't you think partnering with a mecha repairman would have no future? But who would have thought Shingang so stupid that he couldn't fix our core? Without a core, is a mech droid still a mech droid? Serves us right for being wronged. Yang Ling still harbored grievances and didn't think there was anything wrong with wanting a better life. The others fell silent. They couldn't fault anyone for their choices. Now they only hoped He-Nan would move a little gentler, spare them a life. The restaurant's previously lively atmosphere grew oppressively tense. Everyone wanted to know how He-Nan would deal with those 5 mech droids, but none dared to ask aloud. Especially Lin Mama, who worried more. Her daughter Lin Shuang had grown up too, simply still never dating, and didn't understand how to handle a man's heart. Yet those 5 women looked like experts in this field who a single glance could melt a man's resolve. He-Nan naturally wouldn't rush to drive them away. With the repair shop opening tomorrow, there was no shortage of work to do. After dinner, everyone went to bed early. Lin Mama saw Lin Shuang hadn't gone to He-Nan's room, and sighed. She knew this matter wouldn't be forced. Pressed to the limit, fearing a backfire. In the courtyard, those 5 mech droids suffered, their stomachs growled, and they were bitten by mosquitoes. Finally, in the late night, Yang Ling could bear it no longer, and stood up. I'll go ask He-Nan what he really intends to do with us. Kill us, or cut us to pieces and give us a quick death. What's going on with leaving us here? Wang Mei half-lidded her eyes, leaning against the courtyard wall. If you want to die, go wake him up. Yang Ling was at a loss. Thinking of how He-Nan treated Lin Rui at the dining table, she knew tonight's boisterous night would likely be ruined if she barged in now. Any man, when such things are interrupted, would want to kill, wouldn't he? Yang Ling sulked back to her seat. At this moment, He-Nan was not asleep. He was in the repair room, conducting an experiment, trying to erase Su-Wen's core objective. One cannot deny that the base valued him, an SSS-grade repair technician. The repair shop was equipped with the finest equipment available internationally. Before the apocalypse, in addition to being a mechanical engineer, He-Nan was also a hacker at heart. Though not a top-tier hacker, he still knew the process of cracking programs. Thus, he carefully entered Su-Wen's core program, probing deeper step by step. After breaching the 5th firewall, Su-Wen's core hummed suddenly. He-Nan had no time to retreat and decisively pulled the power. Meanwhile, in an office at the School of Humanities, a man with black-rimmed glasses pounded the keyboard with a fist. Damn, just a little more. Heenan gazed at the thoroughly destroyed core on the operating table, feeling nothing unusual within. Failures were an inevitable part of experimentation. Every success was accumulated through countless failures. This Heenan took in stride. As for Sue, when she could no longer stir any ripples in his heart. When a person dies, their flame is extinguished. To Heenan, she might as well never have existed. Perhaps due to Chun Gang's influence, the mechanic shop's first day of business was desolate with not a single customer. Father Lin kept glancing toward the door. Having spent half his life in commerce, he understood keenly the importance of a grand opening. If they failed to establish their reputation from the start, it would be nearly impossible to turn things around later. After all, there was another repair facility within the base. Aside from Heenan being an SSS-class mechanic, they possessed no advantages whatsoever. Yet Heenan remained unfazed. Within his spatial storage lay inexhaustible supplies of food and materials. Even if he did nothing at all, he would never go hungry. Opening the shop was merely to find a legitimate outlet for his supplies. Whether or not he made money was of no concern to him. Having no customers was even better. It gave him time to deal with those 5 Mecha-Girls. After a night of torment, Yang Ling's arrogance had diminished considerably. She stood timidly to one side. What exactly do you intend to do with us? Heenan's lips curled into a slight smirk, a wicked gleam flashing in his eyes. Tell me then, what is it that you want? Yang Ling exchanged glances with the others, discovering that none wished to take the lead, so she steeled herself and negotiated with Heenan. Since we formed a contract with you, of course we wish to follow you. Oh, Heenan arched an eyebrow. That's not what you said yesterday at the base. We were clouded by folly, blinded by greed. Please forgive us. Give me a reason to forgive you. We all possess A-rank cores with combat capabilities ranked among the top globally. With us by your side, we can surely ensure your safety. Oh, already damaged A-rank cores. The mockery in Heenan's smile was particularly cutting. Yang Ling's face went pale. Surely, you can't repair them either. That depends on my mood. Yang Ling immediately flashed a bewitching smile. I will surely put you in a good mood. Heh. Heenan let out a cold laugh. I have mysophobia. I have no interest in women who've been used and discarded by men. You? Yang Ling desperately wanted to retort that such prudishness belonged to another era. Could there even be virgins left in this world? But glancing at the Lin sisters standing nearby, the words died on her lips. Both sisters were pristine and pure, like 2 lotus buds ready to bloom, radiant in their beauty. One couldn't help but wonder how Heenan had such fortune to have 2 exceptional beauties at his side. More importantly, he could restrain himself from touching them. Was this man incapable? Seeing Yang Ling speechless, Heenan's gaze swept coldly over the others. Since you cannot prove your worth, then leave. I do not keep idle hands. No one moved. If they left, the only path to survival remaining would be. In truth, the base's refusal to accept ordinary people was not absolute. Women of good appearance were still taken in. But their lives were wretched, stripped of dignity, and struggling even to fill their stomachs. Yet when driven to desperation, most women still chose this path. These women were proud, having always stood at the pinnacle. Nothing was harder for them to accept than the loss of their dignity. But even a goddess once fallen from her altar becomes stained with dust. Wang Mei was the first to react. She respectfully knelt before Heenan. I am willing to follow you, to swear eternal loyalty, never to betray. Heenan sneered coldly. Do you even believe your own words? I know that having come this far, it's difficult for you to trust me again. But aren't you a top-tier mechanic? You could install a self-destruct mechanism within my core. The moment I harbor even a flicker of betrayal, you could kill me instantly. A more sinister gleam flashed in Heenan's eyes. You are my contracted Mecha-Girls. Killing you requires only a thought. Why go to such trouble? All stared at Heenan in shock. How could a man so fair-skinned, slightly thin, appearing so refined and gentle, utter such savage words? Heenan paid no mind to the astonishment and suspicion in their eyes. He simply glanced at Yang Ling. Her screams pierced the heavens. Heenan picked at his ear, genuinely puzzled as to how these women, starved for a full day and night, still had the strength to scream so loudly. Ugh! Everyone present except Heenan began to vomit, as if trying to expel every bit of the previous day's food. For no other reason than the fact that Yang Ling had been reduced to a pile of shredded meat, her head having rolled far away like a ball, her expression of shock frozen forever. Those who had doubted Heenan was bluffing now trembled uncontrollably, any thought of resistance utterly extinguished. Father Lin had originally intended to offer advice, as someone experienced, urging Heenan not to trust too easily and not to be blinded by beauty. But witnessing Heenan's decisiveness and slaughter, he dared not speak another word. His daughter's life was in Heenan's hands. Not just Lin Xuan's, but the entire family's livelihood rested with him. Only after everyone had finished vomiting did Heenan turn his gaze to the remaining 4 Mecha-Girls. I can let you stay. I believe you know what needs to be done. We understand, we understand. Their faces ashen, the four nodded fervently. Clean this up, then return to your duties. Yes. When designing the mechanic shop, Henan had anticipated contracting increasingly more mech girls in the future. Therefore, he had also constructed a row of dormitories. Each room measured 6 square meters, equipped with a single bed and a wardrobe. The bathroom and kitchen were shared. Seeing that Henan had kept several of them, Lin Rue arranged for them to move into the dormitories. Here, food and water must be exchanged using contribution points. Lin Rue placed the sweatshirt Henan had given her onto the bed. Since you've just arrived, you may shower free of charge once, and this set of clothes is a gift for you. Lin Rue set the items down and left. Huan picked up a set of sweatshirts and examined them. The style was simple, the craftsmanship mediocre, just the kind sold for a few dozen yuan at wholesale markets. She couldn't help but curl her lip. These clothes are truly ugly. If you wish to die, go far away. Don't implicate the rest of us. Wang Mei took her own set of sweatshirts and headed directly to the bathroom. The others quickly distanced themselves from Huan as well, as though she carried some contagion, terrified of being infected. Before Huan could finish her sentence, she shuddered violently. Yang Ling's gruesome fate flashed through her mind, triggering waves of retching. But there was truly nothing left in her stomach to vomit. This man is too ruthless. I must keep my mouth in check. Fortunately, Huan was not foolish, as she understood that life mattered above all else. Henan had collected Yang Ling's core, and within it kinetic energy still pulsed. A puzzlement arose in his mind. Is this person dead or still alive? Henan walked into the machine repair room once again, taking out Yang Ling's core for careful study. With no restrictions in place, the structure of the core lay clear at a glance. This time, Henan made a new discovery. Once the kinetic energy inside the core was completely drained, it was ruined. Even if kinetic energy were injected again, it could never be restarted. Looks like the real way to kill a machine girl is to drain the kinetic energy from the core. Tossing Yang Ling's scrapped core into the trash bin, Henan felt a pang of regret. 2 A-rank cores destroyed, such a waste. Just as he stepped into the courtyard to get some fresh air, an unwelcome guest appeared. Fong Ting. Oh, there's really no business. I thought Chen Gang was bragging. Miss Fong, are you here to see me suffer? You figured that out. Fong Ting's eyes were filled with schadenfreude. Then if Miss Fong has nothing else, please leave. Henan had no desire to provoke the young miss just yet. Henan's coldness stung Fong Ting's pride. Henan, remember this. As long as I'm around this rundown shop, we'll never see a single customer. Just wait and starve. Thank you for your concern, Miss Fong. Farewell, no need to see me out. Noticing Henan hadn't bowed his head in submission, Fong Ting felt no anger. If this shop remained empty, his staff would have no food or water, and even the strongest backbone would eventually bend. She was convinced that within a few days Henan would come begging. Originally, Henan had not intended to deal with Fong Ting just yet, but her sheer impudence had made him itchy-fingered. That evening during dinner with the base commander, Fong Ting's chopsticks suddenly fell from her hand. Her arm slammed heavily onto the table, sending several dishes tumbling, soup splashing everywhere. The base commander frowned deeply. Ting Ting, what are you doing? Fong Ting looked panicked. Dad, my hand. My hand has no sensation. Take her to the machine repair factory. The family driver immediately lifted Fong Ting and hurried out, but her legs gave way, and she tumbled straight into his arms. Miss, are you all right? The driver was so flustered his hands and feet turned cold. The base commander was still right there, and he absolutely did not wish to take advantage of the young miss. Fong Ting burst into tears. Dad, my feet. My feet have no sensation either. The base commander hastily rose, cradling his daughter in his arms, and rushed outward. Chen Gang, who lived within the machine repair factory, had heard that Fong Ting had been injured and personally escorted by the base commander, so he hurried to the repair room. Commander, what's wrong with the young miss? Examine her first. The base commander's expression was grim. She was his only daughter, cherished like a pupil of his eye, and nothing must go wrong. Previously, his busy schedule had led to a momentary lapse, allowing Fong Ting to slip out, nearly costing her life. These past days he had strictly forbidden her from leaving the base, yet she had secretly gone out again and returned injured. This made the base commander exceedingly furious. Not only was he angry at his disobedient daughter, but the one who had injured her made him even angrier. Where did the young miss go today? The driver, being questioned, broke into a cold sweat. First to the civilian area on the periphery of the base, then to Henan's machine repair shop. Did she have any conflict with anyone? And no. The base commander stared at the driver suspiciously for a long, while making the driver's legs tremble so badly he nearly wet himself. 5 minutes later, the examination report came out. The base commander's brow furrowed even tighter. What do you mean by kinetic energy depletion? Chen Gang was encountering this situation for the first time. If I may interpret, it seems the kinetic energy the young miss herself generates cannot sustain her normal functioning. Fong Ting awakened an S-rank core. You're telling me she can't even support her basic movements? I'm not entirely sure either. Chen Gang's cold sweat dripped into his eyes, stinging painfully, yet he dared not wipe it away. Is there anything that can be done? Contracting a commander might help restore her normal mobility. Might. Commander, this is my first encounter with such a condition. I cannot think of a better solution at the moment. Chen Gang's knees went weak, and he nearly sank to his knees. The base commander's gaze turned cold and condensed. Go invite Henan. Chen Gang's heart skipped a beat. He had privately sabotaged Henan's shop, ensuring not a single order came in. If the commander found out, he might not be punished outright, but it would leave an unfavorable impression. However, seeing Fong Ting lying on the repair bed weeping uncontrollably, he felt somewhat reassured. After all, this young miss had her own hand in this matter. Perhaps she could bear some of the commander's wrath. Henan arrived quickly, which surprised the base commander. If I recall correctly, your new shop opens today. Are you not too busy? Henan glanced at Chen Gang, standing aside, a faint, almost imperceptible curve touching his lips. It's manageable, not too busy. Yes, it's just the beginning. Take your time, but business will pick up. Thank you, Commander. May I ask who is injured? My daughter Fong Ting. With that, the base commander handed the examination report to Henan. Can you fix this? Upon seeing the test results, Henan's heart swelled with joy. This was his doing, and it had actually worked. The experiments over the past 2 days had not been in vain. He had discovered that the kinetic energy he sent out could be retrieved at any time. That is to say, any machine girl who had contracted with him or been treated by him could be controlled at his whim. This was an absolutely godlike ability. So he had tried using it on Fong Ting, rendering one of her arms and one foot numb. It was his first time using this ability remotely, so he had not been entirely confident. But after seeing the examination report, he was completely at ease. I can replenish her kinetic energy. Oh, that's excellent. However, due to her unique physique, a single replenishment can only sustain her for a week. Continuous replenishments will be necessary for her to live normally. In this situation, could contracting a commander solve the problem? That would require finding an exceptionally powerful commander, since they must not only maintain the young Mrs. daily life, but also meet combat requirements. The base commander let out a barely perceptible sigh. It was precisely because he had been unable to find a commander of S rank or above that he had not contracted one for Fong Ting. After all, high-rank commanders were extremely rare. The moment there was any news of one, they would immediately be placed under official protection, and an equally ranked machine girl would be arranged for contract. Qinchuan was merely a third-tier city, and the base commander had no means to access official channels for first-hand information. I entrust Tingting to you. You are too kind, Commander. Henan entered the repair room and placed his hand on Fong Ting's soft porcelain white ankle, slowly injecting a stream of energy. Fong Ting's hands and feet immediately regained sensation, and she broke into smiles through her tears. Henan, you're truly amazing. Henan's smile carried an unreadable meaning. Not bad. Seeing his daughter was now fine, the base commander personally handed Henan a wristband. Inside is 10,000 contribution points as a consultation fee. Thank you. Although Fong Ting had been crying the entire time, she had heard every word clearly. She understood that before finding a commander suited to her only, Henan could guarantee her well-being. Dad, I want Henan to be my attendant. Nonsense, the base commander growled. Go home at once. Fong Ting, however, refused to let it go. Father, without Henan I might lose the ability to walk at any moment. Can you bear to watch me suffer like this? The base commander certainly could not bear it, but his reason remained intact. After all, how could an SSS-ranked mech mechanic possibly agree to become someone's personal attendant? Wasn't this a joke? Stop being ridiculous. If you have a problem, Henan will treat you. No, I won't accept that. I want him following me every single day. Stop making a scene. The base commander growled once more, casting an apologetic glance toward Henan. Forgive my daughter's insolence. I have spoiled her rotten. Henan offered a faint detached smile. Miss Fong, if you feel safer staying by my side, you might as well come work at the mech repair shop. Fong Ting planted her hands on her hips and snorted derisively. You want me to work for you? In your wildest dreams. Do you know who I am? She had not finished her sentence before the base commander forcibly dragged her away. A trace of coldness flickered in Henan's eyes. It seems she has not suffered enough yet. This time, Henan did not merely extract surface kinetic energy. He targeted her internal organs directly. Upon returning home, the base commander immediately had the nanny prepare another meal, but Fong Ting had no appetite and retreated straight to her room to sleep. The base commander assumed she was merely throwing a tantrum and instructed the nanny to keep the food warm for when she grew hungry. In truth, Fong Ting lacked even the strength to throw a fit. She felt an overwhelming exhaustion and simply wanted to sleep. Fong Ting slept soundly until noon the following day, refusing to wake even when the nanny knocked on her door. Growing anxious, the nanny immediately phoned the base commander. Fearing for his daughter, the base commander abandoned his duties and rushed back at once. The moment he laid eyes on Fong Ting, his head erupted in a thunderous ring, for her hair had turned completely white and deep wrinkles had appeared across her face. Ting, what's wrong? Where do you feel unwell? I have no strength. Ting startled at her own voice. It was not her voice at all, but rather a hoarse, gravelly tone resembling that of an elderly woman past 50. Father. Ting reached out to grasp the base commander's clothing, but the sight of her own wrinkled hand nearly sent her into a faint. Know what has happened to me? The base commander disregarded all else, and scooped Ting into his arms. This time he did not seek out Gang. Instead, he went directly to Henan's mech repair shop. Noticing the shop was entirely empty of customers, he paused in disbelief. Henan, why are there no patrons here? That is all thanks to your esteemed eldest miss, Henan replied smoothly. She declared that unless I agreed to serve as her attendant, not a single order would come to this shop. The base commander turned to Ting in utter astonishment. Ting, father, make him save me now. I cannot bear looking this ugly for another minute. Though deeply ashamed, the base commander's paternal instinct overpowered his pride. Henan, if you can cure Ting, I will issue an order. Half of the base's Mecha-Girls shall be sent to you for repairs. No need. Henan's expression remained calm. Miss Fong's rapid aging is caused by insufficient kinetic energy. I lack the ability to cure her. I can only continually replenish her energy to sustain her life. But the toll this takes on me is enormous, and I will not survive much longer doing so. Therefore I cannot accept this commission. Henan, how dare you refuse? Dying for Miss Fong would be your highest honor. You may offer that honor to someone else. I am unworthy of it. Henan's voice turned notably colder. The base commander felt a migraine coming on. His daughter was far too spoiled and could not recognize the situation even now. Yet he refused to humble himself and beg Henan. Instead, he immediately phoned Gang, ordering him to bring all the mech mechanics over at once. The crowd surrounded Ting, each attempting to transfer their kinetic energy to her, but none succeeded. Get lost, all of you. Roll away. Do not dare touch me with your filthy hands. Her roar lacked all strength, her expression growing increasingly listless. Even her breathing became labored. She was clearly on the verge of exhaustion and collapse. Gang looked deeply embarrassed. Base commander, we are unable to help. We must summon a contracted commander. Can you guarantee that contracting a commander will save her? Gang dared not respond. He could not make such a promise. Moreover, Ting was a grade S core. Aside from the base commander himself, who was grade SS, the highest rank in this base was merely grade A. It was precisely because of this that Ting had not yet been contracted. Desperate, the base commander seized Henan's arm. What are your conditions? Name anything. I will fulfill every one. Save Ting as she is dying. Henan casually withdrew his arm and spoke with serene composure. I have no conditions. If Miss Fong wishes for treatment, she will come to my shop and work. Her wages will be kinetic energy. Don't be absurd. I would rather die than agree to this. Ting glared viciously at Henan, her hatred so intense, she could have devoured his flesh, gnawed his bones, sucked his marrow, flayed his skin, and plucked his hair. At this moment, she felt that even slicing him into 1,000 pieces would not suffice to vent her rage. Henan, however, acted as though he had not noticed her murderous gaze. He simply produced a mirror and held it before her. Oh, that is not me. It isn't. Ting broke down, screaming hysterically. She waved her arms wildly, utterly unable to accept that the dying old woman in the mirror was herself. The base commander embraced her tightly, his heart aching. Ting agreed to it. This is your only path to survival. Father. Ting sobbed uncontrollably. Father knows you are wronged, but right now only Henan can save you. Be obedient, work diligently here, and Father will find a way. Father, please come save me soon. I will. In the end, Ting remained at the mech repair shop. That very evening, Henan restored her to full health. Gazing at her youthful, radiant reflection in the mirror, Ting wept profusely. Henan, are you a devil? I am your savior. Though Ting refused to admit it, it was an undeniable fact. The base commander watched with his own eyes as Ting recovered completely before departing, yet something felt strangely off, something he could not quite place. After this incident, Ting became considerably more well-behaved. She resided in the dormitory alongside the other mech girls and performed cleaning duties. Since Ting had stayed at the mech repair shop, the establishment had been packed with customers every day. Henan was completely overwhelmed and had no choice but to adopt an appointment system. Unless a customer faced a critical condition requiring immediate rescue, all repairs had to be scheduled in advance. He assigned Ting to the front desk as a receptionist, primarily managing customer appointments. With her authoritative presence, even dissatisfied customers endured the arrangement. The mech repair shop finally returned to stability, and Henan had accumulated a considerable stock of spare parts. The plan to craft a mech girl by hand could finally be put into motion. Henan pulled out another core from his storage space, the positioning system. With the experience from the breach, Henan's speed then 3 times faster. In a few seconds, he breached 5 layers of firewalls and entered the final password parsing. The progress bar moved inch by inch, and Hinan's palms grew sweaty with nervousness. Meanwhile, the bespectacled figure from Renwen Shuyuan sat at a computer hammering away at the keyboard. At this moment, it was a contest of whose mindset was steadier. The cooler head held the greater hope of victory. Finally, the bespectacled opponent's monitor also displayed a progress bar only 3 seconds behind Hinan. Little did Hinan know he had only a 3-second advantage, and a single misstep could spell total defeat. He kept muttering in his heart, faster, faster, even faster. Finally, the password was parsed. Hinan had no time to wipe the sweat from his hands and immediately erased the core target. He completely severed the ties between the Mecha-Girl and Renwen Shuyuan. Yes, we did it. Hinan exclaimed, clenching his fists and throwing a powerful punch. That was so thrilling that his heart was still pounding. To calm himself, he rushed into the bathroom for a battle shower. Only after he had fully calmed down did he take out the parts he had saved up and begin assembling. The sequence for the human-awakened Mecha-Girl is to evolve from the human form to the mechanical form. His next task was to restore the mechanical form Mecha-Girl back to human form. Whether he would succeed, he wasn't sure. A whole night passed, and a complete Mecha-Girl had been assembled with only the final step, activating the core, remaining. Hinan locked the repair room door and went back to sleep. During the day, he still had 10 customers scheduled. In business, honesty matters, and promises must be kept, which is Hinan's basic principle. Although he had slept just over 2 hours, Hinan showed no signs of fatigue and looked even more energetic. Perhaps joy indeed makes the spirit brisk. Fong Ting looked at him in bewilderment. Did you dream of marrying a wife last night? Why are you grinning so early in the morning? That's true. So what do you plan to do with those 2 sisters you've been living with? You've stayed with them for so long, waiting until the new year. Miss, are you my mother? You mind your heart too. If you really were such a good big brother, I'd die laughing. Fong Ting is used to freedom. Being cooped up in the shop every day would drive her crazy. Otherwise, find someone to spar verbally. She doesn't even enjoy her meals. After this period of time together, Hinan realized that she wasn't as irritating as she seemed. Moreover, she has no scheming. She is as pure as a blank sheet, saying whatever comes to mind with nothing hidden. Fortunately, she has a father who is the base chief. Otherwise, who knows how many times she'd have been sold. Since Hinan's business took off, Chengang's shop has become almost deserted. There are only so many Mecha-Girls in the base. Taking care of Hinan means he can't take care of Chengang. The machine repair shop's business grew steadily worse, and the technicians' minds began to wander. Especially Zhao Wei, Hinan's former master, who felt there might be some fate between them. Perhaps joining him would earn him a meal. He thought so and acted accordingly. What started as a tentative attempt became firm when he saw Fong Ting at the front desk. He resolved to cling to Hinan's leg. Sadly, Hinan had no intention of hiring. Business was indeed busy, but his secrets were many. People who cannot be fully trusted are not to be kept around. I'm just a private little shop. Ownership is not under the base. If you come, you'll have to detach from base management. Have you thought this through? This time Zhao Wei was stunned. He only wanted a change of job, but had not considered leaving the base. He's only a B-class mecha technician, not outstanding, just mid-tier. Without the base's protection, if something went wrong, he wouldn't have the ability to defend himself. He doesn't have Hinan's talents. Surrounded by Mecha-Girls, even the base chief's daughter would work for him. Is that so? Then I'll think again. Hinan politely sent him out, his demeanor always gentle. Zhao Wei had thought his plan would be secret. Since Hinan wasn't interested, he would go back to his normal job. But unexpectedly, Chen Gang had laid eyes on the machine repair shop nearby. When Zhao Wei returned to the repair shop, Chen Gang tauntingly asked, "Master Zhao, where have you been?" "I went out for a stroll." "In this world you still dare to run around? You've got guts." "Not far at all." Indeed, Hinan's repair shop is right at the base gate. Zhao Wei's heart sank. He was left speechless for a long moment. "So they didn't want you? Aren't you his master? Why is there no face for you?" Zhao Wei felt a chill. Chen Gang, though not firing him, could make life hard for him. Business is slow, but they could still eat. If Chen Gang targeted him, a proper meal might be hard to come by. "Chief Chen, I was wrong." In the face of survival, Zhao Wei sacrificed his pride as a man and knelt before Chen Gang. "It was Hinan who tricked me. He promised I could work in his shop. But when I went, he did all sorts of things to me. He did it on purpose. He wanted to drive a wedge between you and the machinists." Zhao Wei's words carried some truth. Chen Gang didn't care. But it may be true that Hinan did sow discord between him and the machinists. In less than a day, the rumor spread through the base. Hinan went to the repair shop to poach workers. He didn't truly intend to hire machinists. He just treated everyone as fools. Life at the base was dull. Every day was work, eating, sleeping. These people had all experienced a prosperous internet life. Suddenly forced back to a primitive life, many grew depressed. Thus gossip became everyone's favorite pastime. And some trouble seekers went to the repair shop's gate shouting, "Chun Factory Chief, you're really spineless. Hinan has bullied to the doorstep. Can you endure it? Are you not a man? Originally Chun Gang only wanted to ruin Henan's reputation so the machine shop's business would fail. But these people not only didn't trouble Henan, they came to watch the show. Chun Gang gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. Actually, this was Miss Fang's plan. Zhao Wei came to apply as she was in charge of reception on returning rumors of Henan's poaching spread. Miss Fang, a woman of integrity, could not stand by. She had to stir things up and bring some color to this dull life. Moreover, in her eyes, Chun Gang was a fool who only flatters, if not him whom would she target. Unaware of all this, Henan smoothly completed today's 10 appointments and returned to the repair room. He was about to activate the hand-built Mecha-Girl. For this was his first time, Henan felt a twinge of nervousness. He rubbed his slightly damp hands and silently counted 3, 2, 1. Then he poured kinetic energy into the core while summoning a healing spell to restore the brain tissue. Kinetic energy flowed from the top of the Mecha-Girl's head downward, passing the neck into the chest, moistening every organ before gradually reaching the lower body and finally resting at the toes. The Mecha-Girl woke with a daze, her eyes widening as she saw Henan, a hint of astonishment in her gaze, as if she felt she had seen this man somewhere before. Henan contracted with her at once, then checked her data, name Su Qingqing, mechanical core A-class, O energy required for the core, all types, mechanical form military truck, mechanical mounts, anti-tank missiles, ballistic missiles, and a cannon. Perhaps this batch of Mecha-Girls was built to kill, so they were equipped with conventional weapons. Yet Henan was not disappointed. Mounts can be swapped, and as long as he stockpiled top-end weapons he could upgrade them. Su Qingqing finally recovered her senses. Are you my commander? My name is Henan. Henan extended his right hand and gave her a gentle shake. But he did not admit to being her commander. In fact, he wasn't. Did I forget something? Su Qingqing still looked puzzled. You're badly wounded, leaving only a core. Su Qingqing stared in disbelief. Did you save me? Yes, I am a SSS-class mecha-technician. Mecha-technician? Su Qingqing was shocked again. Then how did you contract with me? That's a secret between us. You won't tell anyone, will you? Henan spoke, winking at her. Su Qingqing's heart felt as if it had been struck, and she nodded at once. Her senses felt strange, as if the whole world consisted of her alone, surrounded by darkness. Only Henan's smile was like a beam of light illuminating her eyes and allowing her to see the world. Henan led her before the Lin family and said, She is Su Qingqing. From now on she will live with us. The Lin family's expressions were grim, but they nevertheless had to show a welcoming attitude. Lin Rui helped her settle, placing her room directly opposite Grandma Lin. Henan produced clothing suitable for her and daily necessities from his space, and Su Qingqing was finally settled. At dinner, everyone was silent. Henan felt the meal had lost its aroma. What happened today? Did something occur? Still no one spoke. Finally Lin Shuang could not hold back any longer, saying, Henan, do you have to bring women home one by one? That remark left Henan with no ready answer. I think I've made myself clear. I intend to form a Mecha-Girl battalion, and the numbers we have now are far from enough. Lin Shuang pursed her lips. I never would have guessed you were so ambitious. Now the mecha repair shop is doing well. Can't you just focus on business? Business? What if Qin Xuan falls one day? How will we survive? Lin Shuang fell silent again. Since arriving at Qin Xuan, seeing the base's people live peacefully, she had forgotten about the tsunamis and mutated sea creatures in the world behind them. Henan knew that each of them longed for a small safe life and steady days. But the heavens do not grant everyone's wishes. Qin Xuan sits high, yet cannot guarantee that tsunamis won't come. Since you lack a sense of vigilance, I must remind you our life feels stable now, but danger lurks everywhere. First, when tsunamis and mutated sea creatures will arrive is impossible to predict. The base commander has ordered the construction of a city wall. But whether this wall can keep everyone safe remains to be seen. Even if Qin Xuan narrowly avoids collapse, the base's mecha workshop eyes us with keen intent. They can send a killer once, then again and again. If we touch their cake, we become enemies with no end. In such an environment, do you still think what I do is superfluous? Everyone exchanged glances. They only saw the thriving business before them. Even Father Lin had prepared only to guard against vicious competition. No one thought they would one day have to fight to the death. I've said what needed to be said. I hope you think it through carefully. This is the life I chose. If you feel uncomfortable, you may leave. I will not trouble anyone. Everyone lowered their heads. Each one understood that they could not live without Henan. No matter what life Henan envisioned, they could only follow. Seeing that everyone had taken his words to heart, Henan breathed a sigh of relief. There is one more thing I want to say. When Henan began to speak again, everyone looked up and listened seriously. I once had an 8-year fiancée. If not for the end of the world, we would be married by now. Then where is she? Lin Shuang's lips formed an O. She is dead. Everyone's faces changed. They searched for words to comfort Henan, but found none. They had seen too many partings and deaths. In the face of such disasters, any words sounded hollow. So I may not fall in love again. From now on, we will be in a cooperative relationship. If you find working with me less enjoyable, you may leave at any time. Lin Shuang and Lin's mother exchanged a look and both understood. Luckily, no one attempted to bed hop, otherwise things would have gone badly. Seeing no objections, Henan continued. Once the personnel are in place, we will go out to train in the field. Training? Going out to fight? Lin Shuang asked, curious and fearful, her face pale. Yes, go fight the mutated sea creatures and kill them. Lin Shuang and Su Qingqing both turned pale. Only Lin Rue, who had experienced combat, looked more natural. Last time we went out, I led Lin Rue to kill 5 mutated sea creatures. They aren't as terrifying as you think. If we have the courage to fight, we can still win. The atmosphere grew even more solemn. After dinner, the Lin family held a family meeting. Grandma Lin held Lin Rue's hand, tears spilling down her cheeks. Grandma wouldn't know he took you out to do something so dangerous otherwise. Otherwise, Grandma wouldn't let me go. Lin Rue asked calmly, if I don't go, can you all still live here safely? Grandma Lin still could not bear to send her beloved granddaughter to such danger. Is there no other way? There isn't. Even if we join the base, we must go out to fight. This is the Mecha-Girls' mission. Lin Rue dried Grandma Lin's tears and helped her face the reality. The Lin family were holding a meeting, and Henan was not it. Yet he had no intention of interfering. After all, everyone has their own ideas. If they can get along, that would be best. If they cannot harmonize, it is better to part on good terms. Waiting for something unpleasant to happen would make separation too late. That night, Henan slept soundly, and the next morning he still put the repair shop first. Then he stepped into the repair room and began crafting the second Machine-Girl by hand. He first removed the remaining cores, erased the tracking system, and cleared the core targets in a single seamless stroke with no hesitation. Unfortunately, the materials he had saved were largely spent while repairing Su Qingqing, and the second Machine-Girl could only assemble about a third of the body. Waiting to gather more parts would take too long, so Henan could not wait, and instead activated the healing arts, slowly restoring the Machine-Girl. This approach consumed too much energy. Last time, when treating Fong Tingting, repairing only the limbs and simple core maintenance took 4 hours. This Machine-Girl had only a third of her torso, her internal organs, and most of the body would need rebuilding, likely taking 3 to 5 days at least. Yet Henan knew there was no rushing this. Tempted by the lure of 0 yuan purchases, he suddenly thought of Renwen Shuyuan. If memory serves, every city has branches. Could there be a warehouse? There must be, right. A warehouse could churn out many Machine-Girls. That idea he immediately pressed down. This was no joke. If a large amount of raw materials went missing, the authorities would surely launch a strict investigation. Even if they couldn't touch him directly, how would he explain the Machine-Girls appearing around him? After all awakened Machine-Girls are officially registered. Because humanity has so far could only evolve into Machine-Girls by taking awakening elixirs, there is no other path. But as long as awakening elixirs are purchased, data would be left in official records. In truth, contracting Su Qingqing was a great risk. If Renwen Shuyuan learned that Su Qingqing was in his hands, they would take action to reclaim her. When that day truly arrived, it would depend on Su Qingqing's choice. Henan would not hand over the Machine-Girl he had painstakingly forged to anyone. If he could not protect her, he would rather destroy her. These days, Huan and the others had been quiet, so Henan decided to repair their cores. The 4 cores were repaired in a day, and everyone was quite happy. But no one expected Huan to slip out of the repair shop and return to the base. She had heard that today there would be a social gathering, and those without contracts at the base would attend. Huan did not want to endure a hard life with Henan, as she sought a strong, powerful backing. When she stepped into the social event, almost all the men's gazes were drawn to her. She immediately placed her right hand on the testing device, and the public screen displayed all her information: name, Huan, a mechanical core, A-grade, core energy required all types, mechanical form, off-road vehicle, mechanical mounts, high-frequency particle blade, shoulder-mounted rail cannon. Contract status, uncontracted. The hall was filled with audible gasps as the crowd murmured about the goddess-like appearance and the possibility of a contract. Huan's information appeared, knocking out a large portion of potential commanders. After all, there were few Machine-Girls nationwide who could awaken an A-grade core. Chun Ming, who had shown little interest, suddenly stood up and introduced himself as Chun Ming, noting that the awakened unit was an A-grade commander. Contracting with him would provide ample resources and a path to the highest configuration in a short time. Would she be willing? She said yes without hesitation. When Chun Ming arrived at the base, she had already noticed this handsome and wealthy man. Unfortunately, at that moment she already had a commander. Since heaven had given her a second chance, she would not waste it. What? She agreed so quickly. I should have hesitated more. Opportunities are not given to the prepared, but to those who dare to act. Chun Ming saw Huan agree so fast, and those present were envious, their smiles betraying their pride. Then let us begin the contract. The staff immediately activated the contract device, and both participants placed their right hands on the sensor. As the machine hummed, 2 purple beams rose slowly, surrounding the couple in a dazzling glow. The crowd whispered that contracts could be so romantic, and many wished to contract soon as well. Many machine girls already had stars in their eyes imagining what their own contract ceremonies would be like. Chun-Ming suddenly let out a terrible scream. His hair stood on end, as if struck by lightning, and he collapsed stiffly to the ground. What was happening? Did the machine malfunction? Was the CPU burned out? Huan stood dazed at a loss. The staff, though encountering such an emergency for the first time, remained calm, and immediately summoned a doctor to examine Chun-Ming. They also brought in a machinist to test the instruments. After a flurry of activity, the doctor announced that the power source was severely damaged, and it was uncertain if it could be restored. Hospitalization was advised. The power source of the commander was damaged, meaning he could no longer pilot a machine girl. If it could not be restored, Chun-Ming would be ruined for life. The Chun family immediately sent him to the base hospital. Mayor Chun spared no resources to safeguard his son's future. The machinist, after a thorough check, confirmed that the devices themselves were not at fault. Huan was restrained for investigation. At Renwen Shuiyuan, the missing machine girl's cores had repeatedly slipped from network control. The man with black-framed glasses had not slept for days, relentlessly tracking the mysterious hacker. Fortunately, Henan had already finished handling the cores at hand, and there had been no recent intrusions. Otherwise, he would not dare guarantee a clean retreat. Although he had not traced Henan's exact address, the black-framed man still gave a rough range to Qinchuan base. The lean old man asked, "Last time we found Su Wen's location information at Qinchuan base as well. What does this imply?" The pale professor behind him remained respectful, radiating pressing authority. The professor with gray-white hair stood behind him, still respectful. "I will dispatch people to investigate at once. 2 groups, 1 overt and 1 covert. I will arrange it immediately. Also, how is Su Wen's boyfriend? He awakened as an SSS-grade machinist and runs a repair shop outside the Qinchuan base." "SSS grade? Are you sure?" "Certainly. The detection system has data that can verify it. If this man can serve us, he would be a great boon. I will send someone to approach him and see what his attitude is." "You go yourself." "Yes." Just as the gray-haired professor prepared to turn away, the lean old man spoke again. "If you cannot lure him, kill him." An SSS-grade machinist suddenly dying would be hard for the officials to explain. "What are you afraid of? Wipe the stain clean, or as long as we are not involved, nothing will come of it." "Yes." Huan was taken into custody, and Henan learned of it at once since she had emerged from his machine repair shop. Meanwhile, he needed to go to the base to explain the situation. Yet as Henan arrived outside the interrogation room, Huan's voice rang out. "I didn't lie. I really contracted with Henan. But I don't want to share one man with so many women. Besides, what prospects are there at a machine repair shop? I want to contract a capable commander. I had been watching Chun-Ming. He wanted to contract with me, and I agreed. And yet the detection results show you did not contract. How do you explain that?" Fong Tianhao's voice was icy, almost every word he spoke turning to ice. Huan trembled violently. I don't know either. Go ask Henan. It's all his doing." "Ask me what?" Henan's voice was cold, but the corner of his mouth still wore a faint smile. Huan's gaze flickered. Oh, she had acted dishonestly, and seeing Henan would make her feel guilty. Fong Tianhao saw Henan enter, his gaze softening a little, and motioned for him to sit down. "You should have heard Huan's words. Is there anything you want to say?" "Restoring the core isn't as simple as you imagine. Huan's core, though I filled it with kinetic energy, has basically recovered. But its stability isn't good." Henan cut it short. "Those who understand would understand." "Are you going to say my consciousness is muddled?" "I don't have I'm normal. I'm already fine." She trembled with fear that the base would hold her responsible for Chun-Ming's injury and argued fiercely to clear her name. But to clear herself, she would have to drag Henan into the matter. "Surely you did something that injured Chun-Ming. You must be responsible." Henan's lips curled with a more pronounced smile. "Did I coax you to sneak out of the machine repair shop? Was I the one who had you attend the mixer? Was I the one who had you contract with Chun-Ming? Am I responsible? What responsibility should I bear?" Huan choked. Under Henan's rebuke, she could not find a word to say. Indeed, she hadn't told anyone about it in order to escape successfully. Attending the mixer was also something she had planned in advance. Henan truly did not know. Contracting with Chun-Ming was even more surprising. She hadn't expected that the first to step forward would be him. Yet he felt this matter couldn't be separated from Henan. It's just that she had no evidence. Besides, whether it's good or not isn't up to you. You must pass the official test. Let's run a core test on her. Fong Tianhao immediately issued the order. 5 minutes later, the test results came back. Name Huan A-class core. Red alert, this Mecha-Girl's core energy is unstable at any moment. There is a danger of self-destruction. Will you please isolate immediately? The staff involved in the test instinctively kept their distance from Huan, fearing she might self-destruct and take them down. Huan's face turned pale, and she roared hoarsely, "Henan, what exactly have you done to me?" She suddenly thought of Yang Ling's death. Her heart trembled, and she rushed to Fong Tianhao's feet, grabbing his leg tightly. "Captain Fong, save me. Henan wants to kill me. He wants to kill me." Fong Tianhao's eyes were extraordinarily complex. With a single kick he kicked Huan aside, but he spoke to Henan. I thought you could really repair the core. Henan, feeling guilty, touched his nose. I will work hard. Fong Tianhao nodded, then ordered his subordinates. Take this woman to the front line. Use as disposable fodder. No one knew how powerful an A-class core self-destruct would be. To be safe, Fong Tianhao immediately considered eliminating the threat. No, I won't go to the front line. Huan struggled, glaring at Henan. Why would you want to hurt me? Why? Henan merely curled the corner of his mouth, looking at her calmly, magnanimously. However, he would not let Fong Tianhao take away the core he had painstakingly repaired. With a thought, Huan turned into a heap of shredded flesh. Ugh! The staff present could not help vomiting, especially the two who had pulled Huan. Their hands were still gripping her severed limbs, and their eyes rolled back as they nearly fainted. Fong Tianhao also covered his nose, hard-pressed to suppress the nausea. Henan seized Huan's core while everyone was in chaos. It's a Mecha-Girl I crafted with my own hands. It's trustworthy to use. Back at the machine repair shop, Fong Ting signaled him with a glance. What happened? Henan looked at her with suspicion. An old man came looking for you. So what? Does the person looking for me have to be a beauty? You're the one who repairs Mecha-Girls. Oh, what can a doddering old man come to you for? Maybe his wife is broken too. TCH. Henan walked into the reception room, and looking at this man, he recognized him. The professor who had installed the core target on Su-1. May I help you? Henan's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the old man. My surname is Bai. You can call me Professor Bai. Professor Bai, do you want to speak to me? I am with the College of Humanities, responsible for researching awakening elixirs. If you have something to say it directly. Oh, I'm quite busy. Then I won't beat around the bush. I checked your references. You have awakened as an SSS-level machinist. The College of Humanities needs talents like you and hopes you will join. College of Humanities? Henan's mind flickered. The restrained thought began to rise again. If I could really join the College of Humanities, wouldn't there be an inexhaustible supply of raw materials? Seeing Henan stay silent, Professor Bai added, don't worry, the terms will surely satisfy you. Could my elders who haven't awakened come with me? Professor Bai wore a troubled expression. The official stance toward ordinary people is well known. Our recruitment by any department is strictly forbidden. You should propose another condition. Then please go back, Professor Bai. Are you sure you won't reconsider? I won't abandon my family. Professor Bai's heart tightened. He could tell Henan wanted to join the College of Humanities, but he could not let go of his family. If missing a genius machinist over this would truly be a loss. Yet this matter was not within his control. He had to return to report. If that is the case, I will head back now. Farewell. Henan escorted him to the shop's door, and only when his silhouette vanished did he turn back. But he did not know that Qinchuan base was already in chaos. The College of Humanities had dispatched a large force claiming to hunt criminals, turning the base upside down. They would yank out the flushing toilets to see if anyone lurked in the drains. Fong Tianhao's face grew ashen. What exactly are you looking for? Don't ask about things you shouldn't. The leading commander spoke with a very harsh attitude, not at all taking Fong Tianhao seriously. Although Fong Tianhao was frustrated, these people were not someone he could afford to provoke. If the College of Humanities cuts off their supply of materials, their base cannot endure. Professor Bai hurried back to the Renwen Academy to report to the lean old man. Master Mo, Henan has agreed to join, but he wants to bring along his unawakened family. Master Mo wore a cold smile. If you can't even handle something this simple, what use do I have for you? Professor Bai hurriedly bowed and lowered his head. Please, Master Mo, give your instructions. Create an accident and kill those useless family members. Professor Bai was visibly stunned. A tremor ran through him. Yes, I'll do it at once. With Professor Bai gone, Henan pressed on with the creation of the Mecha-Girl. He knew these people were not to be trifled with. By snubbing them, he would inevitably face retaliation. Who could harbor the thought of wiping out all of humanity? Such a person cannot be righteous. He must assemble his own war band as quickly as possible, the sooner the better. That night, Henan did not sleep and forged another Mecha-Girl, the one whose torso had previously only been a third assembled. He truly pushed himself, repeatedly draining the internal energy until he nearly fainted. Yet he noticed a strange phenomenon. Each time the internal energy was depleted and then refilled, the base amount increased. The gain was small, yet it was progress. Looking at the young, graceful girl before him, Henan's heart trembled. He had never seen a woman so beautiful. Her eyes clear, unsullied by the mortal world, as if every strand of hair fluttered with an ethereal aura. And her attributes were even more astonishing. Name Wu Miao. Mechanical core, SS level. Energy type required for the core, all types. Mechanical form, Star Destroyer. Mechanical mounting, none. Star Destroyer. What concept is that? Could she wage wars in space? Alas, the Renwen Academy hadn't mounted any external weapons on her. Perhaps they had not yet devised weapons suitable for her, or perhaps their present technology could not complete the mounting. With Wu Miao, Henan grew more eager to join the Renwen Academy, all for the raw materials they controlled. He believed Professor Bai would come again, and he remained confident in his own talent. Yet he never expected the mecha repair shop to explode, reduced to a crater in the blink of an eye. At that moment, he was at the base assisting Fang Tianhao in tracking down the person the Renwen Academy sought. Truthfully, this had nothing to do with Henan. It was Professor Bai's covert instruction to send him away to strike at the repair shop. The blast rocked the entire base, yet Henan looked in that direction with a calm, expressionless gaze. The base commander, by contrast, was enraged. His precious daughter was inside. He mobilized nearly all the base's forces to the ruins of the mecha repair shop, but alas, the other side left no clues, and the site yielded nothing but a deep crater. Of course, the cores of several Mecha-Girls had been quietly stashed in his storage space. The base commander, seeing Henan's calm face, could no longer hold his temper. Henan, give me an explanation. Isn't that obvious? Someone doesn't want me to set up shop here. The base commander trembled as he pointed at Henan. My daughter is innocent, and if she hadn't stayed at the shop, she would probably be dead already. The base commander faltered, but the pain of losing his daughter drove him to madness. Seize Henan. Henan belongs to the Renwen Academy. Is the base commander really going to arrest him? Professor Bai appeared just in time, his ambitions evident on his face, and he showed no concern that Henan might suspect him of causing the explosion. The Renwen Academy not only controlled the raw materials for the Mecha-Girls, but also displayed formidable power, and if Henan wasn't a fool, he would know what choice to make. The base commander was visibly stunned and roared, did my daughter die for nothing? No matter what, I must thank the base commander for his care during this time. Henan stepped forward, lowering his voice, so only the two of them could hear. Your daughter did not die. One day, I will bring her back. The base commander stared at Henan in disbelief, but when he saw Henan's steady, unfazed gaze, he began to believe him. Facing the loss of his daughter, he would rather hold onto this glimmer of hope. Without further words, the two parted. The base commander let out a cold snort and left with his men. The scene remained only Henan and Professor Bai. Can you come with me now? Do I have a choice? Henan quirked a corner of his lips. No. Professor Bai's eyes flashed with triumph. Only at the Renwen Academy can you realize your greatest value. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Henan boarded Professor Bai's helicopter, heading to the Renwen Academy headquarters. At last they were about to plunge into the tiger's den, and Henan's heart fluttered with a hint of excitement. Yet outwardly he remained composed. After boarding the aircraft, he closed his eyes to rest, giving no glance to Professor Bai again. Professor Bai thought he had been frightened, feigning calm. Soon Henan would meet Master Mo, the supreme leader of the Renwen Academy. Facing his cold gaze, Henan narrowed his eyes. Do a test on him. The icy voice rang unpleasantly in his ears, yet Henan cooperated and laid his right hand on the testing device. Name Henan. Rank SSS Machinist. Master Mo's eyes softened slightly at the test results. Your talent is not bad. With hard work, your future is limitless. Henan shrugged. I'm just a repairman. What future could I have? Haha, you underestimate machinists. Thus far, all mounted weapons in the Renwen Academy have been developed by machinists. His eyes lit up. He had been worrying that Wu Miao had no mounted weapon, and now one had arrived. Master Mo caught the subtle shift in Henan's gaze, his eyes flickering. First, go to the Mecha Repair Bay and work there for a while. If you perform well, I will consider letting you into the research group. This is what people call a test. Most leaders treat subordinates this way. First, paint a grand vision for you, making you think you're a prodigy who must lead. Then assign you work that barely meets expectations, making you believe that with effort you can go further. Henan saw through these schemes, but did not expose them, and obediently went to the repair bay to work. After all, only by participating in repairs could he access the raw materials and claim them for himself. Because Henan is an SSS machinist, his treatment would naturally differ from ordinary machinists. Not even the color of his uniform was ordinary blue, but yellow and white with a stylish edge. Add to that his devastatingly handsome face, and as soon as he stepped into the Mecha Repair Bay, he endured a wave of jealous glances. Yet Henan did not care about these. What mattered to him were the immediate gains. Professor Bai personally escorted him to his post and urged him to get along with everyone. Henan neither conceded nor denied. It seemed that being liked by these people could somehow elevate his life. He is Henan, unique and unrivaled, and he needs no one else's favor. The greatest the College of Humanities is that there is never a shortage of work. Once you step into the maintenance bay, you won't be able to stop. Not only are the wounded on the front lines in need of repair, but at the training base are hands-on, and every day some androids are injured. Moreover, the scraps produced by the research group are sent to the maintenance bay for dismantling. On his first day at work, Henan repaired 20 androids from dawn to dusk without a moment of rest. As for meals, there are none. Every maintenance technician receives a dose of nutrient liquid each morning, and drinking it keeps one fed for the day. The liquid goes down like glue, utterly flavorless and hard to swallow. Master Mo claimed it was to purge their desires and return them to their true nature. To hell with true nature. The only thing I want is to feast on big fish and meat. Heenan snorted at the remark, but there was nothing he could do. The maintenance bay is under 360-degree surveillance, so he had no chance to slip food out through the space, let alone hoard raw materials. This made Heenan very unhappy. Fortunately, a week later, Master Mo finally had a conscience and transferred Heenan to the research group. Of course, it was also because he performed so brilliantly that no matter how severely the androids handed to him were wounded, he could repair them quickly and well. Moreover, Master Mo discovered that he possessed the potential to repair android cores, and finally recognized him as a gem rather than a counterfeit. Entering the research group, Heenan directly joined the development of mounted weapons. A team of 5 shared a single laboratory, and they worked on the same project together. All tasks were undertaken collectively. As for remuneration, it was also divided evenly among the team members. Thus, Heenan's arrival left everyone a bit uneasy, for there was one more person to share the pay. The team leader also bore the Mo surname, named Mo Jingyan. The exact relation to Master Mo was unclear. He was the sort who looked down on others, and although Heenan was SSS, he didn't pay him any heed. He only assigned Heenan some menial tasks, refusing to let him participate in any experiments. Heenan enjoyed the easy life and the fact that he could still get paid without doing work. Seeing that Heenan remained unshaken and cheerful as they bustled about, Mo Jingyan could no longer stay quiet. The propulsion of this particle cannon is never enough. Try to think of a solution. Opportunity finally arrives. Heenan, without a word, took the half-finished particle cannon and placed it on the tester for a preliminary test. The results matched the data Mo Jingyan had given him. Mo Jingyan sneered at his actions, but said nothing. Heenan did not touch the half-finished device again. Instead, he drew up a list and requested a batch of materials suitable for charging. Mo Jingyan studied it for a long time, found no faults, and signed off. Within minutes, Heenan had the materials he requested and began to tinker at the console. Seeing Heenan spend an entire afternoon burning through almost a third of the materials, Mo Jingyan's disdain grew deeper. A friendly reminder: a newcomer can request materials only once. If there were no results, he would be sent down to the workshop to toil. Heenan's hands did not stop. He replied with a curt thanks. Mo Jingyan scoffed and left. A week later, Heenan carried the half-finished item to the weapons testing base. After all, the mounted weapons on androids can be incredibly powerful, and testing in the lab could hardly contain them. The testing base is fitted with cutting-edge technologies capable of withstanding attacks from all current weapons. After handing the particle cannon to the tester, Heenan stood aside to await the results. For now, the particle cannon is a conventional mounted weapon of medium power, and the tester paid it little mind. But after a single shot, he was stunned. This is a new product. Not at all, just an improvement in propulsion. You're new here, right? I haven't seen you before, the tester said while printing the test report and making small talk with Heenan. Though the cannon was an upgraded model, achieving this result would surely push it into production. Once mass production tests begin, the testers would collect commissions. Just a few days here, Heenan answered casually, not caring about the tester's attitude shift. Then you're truly impressive, producing results so quickly after arriving. Not bad. When Heenan handed the test report to Mo Jingyan, Mo's eyelid twitched. Is this it? If not, I'll miss my chance altogether. Heenan did not hide the sarcasm in his eyes. No matter how unsettled Mo Jingyan felt, this was a good thing. Delivering results is the ultimate goal for every research team, for it is results that bring money. The College of Humanities does not nurture the useless. I will report it immediately. By the end of this month, we will have a bonus. Oh, Heenan paid little heed to bonuses. What he wanted was a private, independent space. If life under constant surveillance continued, he would consider leaving. He set himself a hard limit of 1 month. If after a month he was still in this state, even at the cost of half his life, he would walk away from here. He was not the type to be satisfied with a full belly and a job. The nascent android combat team had been wrecked, and he would have his revenge sooner or later. Yet the foundation was to empower oneself. For the moment, he had to endure. Mo Jingyan reported the results under the banner of the research group, never mentioning Heenan. Bonuses were shared anyway, so nothing much would be said about his actions. But Heenan cared not for money. What he wanted was a chance to stand out. A project completed, and another task soon followed. This time, upgrading the cannon's firing rate and range. Heenan immediately applied for propulsion materials. All team members applied for materials, and Mo Jingyan could not single him out and had to sign. That day, Heenan returned to the testing base and met the same tester again. What a coincidence. We meet again. The tester seemed a little perplexed. Weren't you here yesterday? The particle cannon had issues. Hey, can't you wish me some luck for once? Heenan handed the improved cannon to him. It's a new project. What? You finished it in a day. More precisely, in half a day. The tester pressed the launch key in disbelief, then cried out in excitement. My goodness, how did you do it? The firing rate rose by 30%, and the range increased by a full 10 kilometers. Do you know what that means? It means I have a bonus coming. Vulgar. The tester scoffed. This is glory. Do you understand glory? I'm just a plain man who I don't understand all that fluff. I prefer bonuses. The tester, though sensing a hint of coppery money in Heenan, still politely handed him the test report. My name is Ujun. Let's be friends. Heenan. The two shook hands and became friends. This time, Heenan signed his own name on the report. Mo Jingyan's face twisted with anger. Heenan, what is this supposed to mean? Wasn't this experiment completed by me alone? The bonus can be shared, but my name must be on it. Heenan's words left Mo Jingyan choking on his reply, but he still wanted to struggle for leverage. We are a team. We have always reported this way. How long have you been here? Why are you trying to show off? I have only been here a few days, and I have already completed 2 projects. There will be more in the future. Only by following me can you all live in luxury. I do not believe anyone in this room does not want to earn more money. I'm quite ambitious. Why don't I just hand over this team leader position to you then? Heenan glanced at him with undisguised disdain. If I were the team leader, I would not keep a fool like you who only bullies those weaker than himself. You? Heenan, do you even know who I am? Regardless of who you are insignificant when humanity's survival is at stake. Well said. Mo Lao's gloomy voice echoed from behind, sending a shiver down Mo Jingyan's spine. You uncle. So you bully newcomers just because you call me uncle, eh? Uncle, I did not. This Heenan is new and does not understand the rules. I was only. Rules? What rules? Mo Jingyan fell silent. Mo Lao glared at him irritably. Useless wretch who cannot be salvaged. Go work in the machine repair room. You do not belong here. Uncle, you cannot treat me like this. My father is. My. Mo Jingyan's face went pale, and he subconsciously shrank his neck. I will go to the machine repair room right now. Heenan knew he had made another enemy, but he did not care. Mo Lao turned his gaze toward Heenan, his eyes still cold and piercing. This team is yours then. Thank you, but it is unnecessary. My. Mo Lao's aura instantly turned frigid. At the Humanities Academy, Heenan was the first person to dare question him. I do not need assistance. They cannot help me anyway. Keeping them here would only be a waste of resources. Yet Heenan was not afraid of him and spoke calmly. If you are worried about me, Uncle Mo, and insist on assigning people to watch me, then so be it. Mo Lao snorted coldly and swept away with a flick of his sleeve. However, on the same day, the other several people were transferred away, leaving only Heenan alone in the laboratory. Meanwhile, he also moved from the communal dormitory to a single apartment. Though the environment was merely adequate, what mattered was freedom. He finally had private space. In this damned place, only the dormitory and bathroom were without surveillance cameras. Heenan was not greedy. In just a few short days, he had secured a single apartment for himself, which amounted to a significant step forward. Although he still could not openly plunder raw materials from the Humanities Academy, he could use his rest time to repair the mechanized girls in his storage space. First, he took out Lin Rue's core and held it in his palm to begin repairs. Mainly because this woman was steady and capable, able to help him manage many matters, and her cooking was delicious. If she was willing, he could keep her by his side as his girlfriend. Of course, that would need to be discussed with her after complete repair. Heenan was quite democratic and would not force anyone to do something they disliked. The next day, Heenan was still a bit unaccustomed to entering the cold and desolate laboratory. This week's task had been sent to his email. He glanced at it casually. It was about reducing the weight of mounted weapons, hoping to strengthen the mechanized girls' combat power by increasing their load capacity. Heenan thought for a moment, and then filled out a form to apply for raw materials. Halfway through writing, he suddenly remembered that he no longer had a team leader. Materials could now be applied for directly via email. So he crumpled the form in his hand and threw it into the trash bin. Then he formally wrote an application email. Within minutes, someone drove over and delivered the materials to him. Heenan was very satisfied with this efficiency. This experiment seemed simple on the surface, but was actually extremely difficult. To reduce weapon weight, one had to sacrifice defense or combat power. Such an outcome was clearly not what higher-ups desired. But if they wanted to maintain current combat power and defense while reducing weight, they would have to start with the raw materials. Su Hang had spent considerable time researching and found that all current mounted weapons use the most advanced materials available internationally, with absolutely no substitutes to be found. They want me to create something from nothing, Heenan muttered, rubbing his temples in frustration. Actually, since the advancement of human technology to the present, breakthroughs had been made more than once. With the continuous improvement of smelting technology, many alloy products had emerged, far surpassing the performance of the original pure metals. However, current smelting technology was already quite mature. Even if progress were made in this direction, it would not be particularly outstanding. Heenan wanted a quantum leap, not incremental daily improvements. Therefore, the only viable path was innovation in alloy materials. In fact, the current raw materials were already quite lightweight. A single mechanized girl could mount 3 to 5 heavy weapons, not counting the defensive armaments she already possessed. Before the catastrophe, each of these weapons weighed 3 to 4 tons. Now their weight had already been halved. By the end of the day, Heenan had not found any viable approach. Back in the dormitory, he took out semi-processed ingredients from Father Lin's shop from his storage space. With simple preparation, the meal was incredibly delicious. A plate of braised pork with preserved vegetables, a portion of sour cabbage fish, and a bowl of mao shui wang accompanied by a large bowl of rice. Heenan devoured it with evident satisfaction. Afterward, he soaked in the bathtub, repairing Lin Rui while bathing. Thanks to his efforts the previous night, her brain tissue had been fully repaired. Today he needed to work on her skull and restore her appearance. Heenan half closed his eyes, appearing relaxed, but in his mind various raw materials flashed by like a carousel. He still could not find a suitable one. Actually, Lin Rui's external equipment was already quite perfect. But if he could add something resembling a shield, her combat effectiveness would increase significantly. However, every additional weapon reduced flight speed. To improve speed, kinetic energy needed to be increased. A flash of inspiration struck Heenan. Why worry about raw materials? Kinetic energy was the fundamental solution. With sufficient kinetic energy, mounting not just one additional weapon but 8 or 10 would be no problem. But this would impose tremendous pressure on the commander. Higher-level commanders could handle it, but once the level was too low, combat duration would be significantly reduced. If only kinetic energy could be stored. Like a power bank, release it when needed, store it when not. But even in used power banks experience energy loss over time. The first step was to solve this problem. Having found direction, Heenan's mood soared. He hugged Lin Rui's newly repaired head and planted a loud kiss on it. As a result, in his dream that night, Lin Rui came to find him, and the two spent the entire night together. When he woke up the next morning, Heenan still felt somewhat lingeringly satisfied. But he sprang out of bed immediately. He was a career-driven man and needed to go out and work. He heated a glass of milk, ate 2 sandwiches, and hurried to the laboratory. Heenan found the material with the best isolation properties currently available and constructed a box, then began slowly injecting kinetic energy into it. However, this process was not smooth. Heenan discovered that storing enough kinetic energy for one Mecha-Girl required constructing an enormous container. This was rather pointless. He had to find a way to compress kinetic energy, or else the experiment would hold no further significance. After repeated trials, Heenan could only reduce the container to 1/10 of its original size, yet it remained far too large for practical use. At this stage, the experiment was effectively a failure. But Heenan had no intention of giving up. He firmly believed his approach was correct. He simply had not yet found the right method. While he was deeply engrossed in his experiments, unaware that the application form he had discarded into the trash had been retrieved. A group of people huddled together studying it, one of whom was Mo Jingyan. He had given his word to Elder Mo that he would complete this experiment before Heenan. Recalling how Heenan's father had died on the migration route, saving him, Elder Mo agreed and returned all his team members to Mo Jingyan. Mo Jingyan had received the experimental task one night ahead of Heenan, yet the experiment gave the entire team a headache. In his desire to outpace Heenan, he resorted to stealing the others' materials. Bribing the cleaning staff was a remarkably simple matter. A single nutrient vial would suffice. Armed with Heenan's material requisition form, Mo Jingyan felt he now knew his opponent well enough and confidently began discussing experimental details with his team members. Can these materials be made lighter and thinner? Reducing thickness will inevitably compromise defense. If we must sacrifice defense to increase payload capacity, what use are we researchers? Mo Jingyan always regarded himself as a researcher. He held the conviction that mechanics were a lowly profession, which was precisely why he resisted working in the maintenance bay. Researchers, on the other hand, commanded respect and sounded impressive. Heenan had no idea someone was watching his every move, and even if he had known, he would not have cared. Providing kinetic energy for a Mecha-Girl was a unique ability of commanders unrelated to mechanics whatsoever. Yet Heenan possessed boundless kinetic energy within his body, and others could only watch with envy and resentment, helpless to change it. After 3 days of work, Heenan finally developed a kinetic energy storage device, no larger than a 10,000 milliamp power bank, yet capable of storing the full kinetic energy of an S-rank commander. During testing, Elder Mo personally presided and invited 2 A-rank commanders to charge it on site. Once the power bank was mounted on a Mecha-Girl, she could continue fighting even after the commander's kinetic energy was depleted. This created a profound sense of crisis among the commanders, and their gazes toward Heenan turned distinctly unfriendly. Heenan, can this technology ultimately replace commanders? Elder Mo voiced the question all commanders wished to ask. Not yet. When a Mecha-Girl transforms into her mechanical form, she still requires a commander's control to fight. Of course, pre-programming her for autonomous combat is theoretically possible, but such a system has not yet been developed. The stored energy device also requires a commander's control to operate. We can view this storage device as a backup power supply, in addition to the commander's kinetic energy, not a replacement. In that case, I am relieved. Every commander present silently thought those same words. Elder Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not pursue the matter further. Among everyone present, only he had noticed that Henan had said, "Not yet," rather than "never." Henan was also laying groundwork for the day he could take Mecha-Girls out into battle. Without a new product to explain, he could not account for how Mecha-Girls would fight without a contract. Henan's invention turned the tide of humanity's war against mutated ocean creatures, halting the relentless retreat and allowing them to hold the defensive line. It also bought the liberal arts academy ample time to construct high-tech cities, suspended cities floating in the sky entirely immune to natural disasters, such as tsunamis, earthquakes, and flash floods. Living in such cities required the ability to fly, otherwise one could not take a single step. This was also why the liberal arts academy refused to accept ordinary people. Even piloting a hovering vehicle, ordinary people could not adapt to such speeds nor keep pace with the lives of awakened individuals. The first suspended city was finally completed at the headquarters of the Liberal Arts Academy and named Star City. On the day of the city's completion, an election was held. As expected, Elder Mo assumed the role of Star City's governor. The cabinet members were elites elected from various cities, mostly former mayors. Chun Xueqing, the former mayor of Qingchuan City, was prominently listed. However, his mood was far from pleasant. His only son Chen Ming had suffered damage to his kinetic source after a failed contract with Huan and had not yet recovered. This significantly weakened his influence within the cabinet. After all, what good was an able cabinet member with no heir to carry on? Chun Xueqing was deeply troubled but utterly helpless. He continuously sought out renowned physicians to treat his son, to little avail. The matter had become widely discussed and eventually reached Henan's ears as well. Chen Ming. Henan was eager to know whether Su Wen's betrayal was connected to this person. If it was simply because Su Wen sought to climb the social ladder, he would accept it. But if there was more to this matter, he was not a man to be easily dealt with. Yet given his current status, he could not possibly approach Chen Ming without revealing his healing ability. He set the matter aside for now, trusting that an opportunity would arise. He never expected it to come so soon. Chun Xueqing personally came to the laboratory to see him. "Hello, Henan. I am Premier Chun. I've seen you on television. Indeed, it's good that you know of me." Chun Xueqing did not wait for an invitation and took a seat directly. "I am here today regarding the kinetic energy storage device." Henan's eyes narrowed slightly. He had a feeling the man's true purpose lay elsewhere. "This product is already in mass production. If you wish to order it, Premier Chen, you need not come to me personally." No. I wanted to ask, can a commander whose kinetic source is damaged after having this storage device installed still operate a Mecha-Girl normally? Theoretically, yes, but only if that commander has previously formed a contract with a Mecha-Girl. Those words completely extinguished the hope that had just ignited in Chun Xueqing. Chun Ming's kinetic source was damaged precisely because his contract had failed. He was now entirely unable to complete a contract. Even with a kinetic storage device installed, it would be of no use. Henan observed Chun Xueqing's dejection with perfect clarity. Perhaps it was a father's love for his son, or perhaps the man had no other choice. Either way, his devotion was touching. "Perhaps I can try to help him, though I cannot guarantee success." "Really? Is that possible?" Chun Xueqing's eyes instantly brightened. "Premier Chen, I am only a mechanic, not a physician. Please do not place excessive expectations upon me. It does not matter. As long as you can cure my son, I will agree to any condition. Let me see him first before we decide anything." Henan did not make any promises outright. He needed to meet Chen Ming in person before determining whether to save him. Chun Xueqing, seized with desperate urgency to save his son, hastened to the hospital alongside Henan. Chen Ming resided in a solitary ward where more than a dozen bodyguards stood vigil at the entrance. Upon Henan's arrival, he was in the midst of a violent outburst. Several bodyguards surrounded him, offering placating words, but to no avail. He appeared extraordinarily irritable, his eyes etched with bloodshot veins. "Enough, cease your tantrums. I have brought a physician who may be able to restore your power source. How many doctors have you already summoned? Which one proved effective? They are all charlatans." Henan harbored no desire to squander time here, nor any interest in ingratiating himself with a wealthy young master. "I shall ask only one question. If your answer satisfies me, I will treat you without demanding a single coin." Both Chun Xueqing and Chen Ming were taken aback. Originally, Chen Ming, observing that Henan was younger than himself, had entirely dismissed his medical capabilities, assuming he must be a fraud come to plunder their family fortune. Yet when Henan stated he would charge nothing, a flicker of hope ignited within his despairing heart. "What question?" "Proceed." Henan turned to Chun Xueqing. "Might I speak with young Master Chen in private for a moment?" Certainly." Chun Xueqing had reached the nadir of desperation, willing to attempt any remedy. Should anyone claim they could cure Chen Ming, he would consent to anything. Heenan merely wished to converse privately. Such a trivial request he could hardly refuse. Thus he swiftly led the bodyguards outside, and considerately closed the door behind them. Do you know Su Wen? Chen Ming yearned above all else to heal his power source. From childhood he had been the exemplary child in everyone's eyes, and as he matured a favored scion of heaven. He refused to become a cripple. Consequently, he earnestly sifted through his memories endeavoring to recall this person Heenan mentioned. Alas, though he racked his brains, not a single clue emerged. She should be a woman, correct? To be candid, I have many women in my orbit, so my memory is hazy. Might you offer a hint? Heenan activated his mobile device and thrust Su Wen's photograph before his face. Is it her? Do you recognize her? Chen Ming scrutinized it for a prolonged moment before shaking his head. I truly do not know her. Nevertheless, it matters not. I shall immediately mobilize all our family's connections to assist you in locating her. Heenan had been meticulously observing his micro-expressions and could ascertain he spoke no falsehoods. Heenan therefore withdrew his phone. No need. Chen Ming fell silent. Heenan did not grant him time to react. With a swift chopping motion, he rendered him unconscious, then placed his hand upon Chen Ming's crown and channeled his healing arts. Within mere seconds, Chen Ming's power source had been restored. Displaying goodwill, Heenan gently laid him supine, draped a blanket over him, and then departed the ward. Young Master Chen's power source has been reinstated. He merely requires a period of rest. Truly, so swiftly. Chen Xueqing gazed at Heenan in utter disbelief, speechless. Once he awakens, we may conduct a test to verify. I have no motive to deceive regarding such a matter. No, mister. You misunderstand. I did not imply suspicion. I am simply overwhelmed with astonishment. Then I shall take my leave now. Very well. I will dispatch a driver to escort you. Thank you. With the aerial vehicle at his disposal, Heenan naturally had no inclination to walk. Xingqing sprawled across an immense area. Traversing it on foot to return to the Academy of Humanities would consume an entire day. Yet the aerial conveyance arrived within mere minutes. Heenan grew increasingly eager to repair Lin Rue, for without doing so, he could scarcely leave the premises. Alternatively, he might first purchase an aerial vehicle. Heenan seldom ventured outdoors, and with a complimentary driver now at his service, he deemed it wasteful to forego the opportunity. Driver, where are aerial vehicles sold? Might you guide me to view them? Certainly. The driver was a man of few words. Prior to their departure, Chen Xueqing had instructed him to accommodate all of Heenan's requests. Since this gentleman expressed interest in viewing vehicles, it was only natural to deliver him to the venue. Xingqing possessed but a single automotive dealership, and aerial vehicles had only recently entered circulation, resulting in a limited selection. Heenan's attention was captured by a model boasting an exhilarating design and astonishing velocity. After inquiring about the price, he boarded the vehicle and departed. There was no alternative. He was impoverished. Although he had labored at the Academy of Humanities for a considerable duration, his wages remained unpaid. Previously at the machine repair shop in Chuan, he had accumulated only contribution points. However, the circulating currency in Xingqing was stellar coins, rendering him effectively destitute. Had I known, I would not have been so magnanimous. I ought to have extorted a substantial sum from the Chen family. Heenan muttered to himself. Yet he harbored no regrets. Having unshackled his inner torment, he now felt unburdened and light. Let the preceding 8 years be consigned to oblivion. Moreover, Su Wen had destroyed, even her core having completely vanished from this world. Any grievance, however profound, ought now to be relinquished. At that moment Chen Ming also regained consciousness, roaring loudly. Where is that impostor? How dare he render me unconscious? Seize him immediately. Chen Xueqing's brow furrowed slightly. First administer the test. Test what? Mister. He declared that your power source has been restored. Oh, let us conduct a verification. How could this be? How much wealth did you impart to him? He has undoubtedly been duped once more. Whether deception has occurred or not will a test not reveal the truth. Chen Ming, aware that his father had expended considerable effort on his behalf during this interval, cooperatively positioned his right hand upon the testing apparatus. Nevertheless, his distrust of Heenan persisted. Let me inform you that individual is assuredly a fraud. How could he possibly achieve such rapid results? The familiar electronic chime resounded. Name Chen Ming, class A, commander, power source intact, uncontracted. Chen Ming's protestations halted abruptly. His eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Father, could the examination be erroneous? Let us perform it anew. Perform it anew. Chen Xueqing's voice trembled. With a quivering right hand, Chen Ming once more rested it upon the tester. The electronic tone immediately sounded. Name Chen Ming, class A, commander, power source intact, uncontracted. Father, I am healed. I am truly healed. Wah. The father and son embraced, weeping profoundly, requiring an extended period to compose themselves. Alas, I have entirely neglected to compensate that gentleman for his consultation. Chun Xueqing smacked his thigh, absorbed in jubilation. He had indeed overlooked such a crucial matter. It is of no consequence, father. I shall personally deliver the remuneration. Just then the driver who had escorted Henan returned. Mister, he has been safely conveyed to the Academy of Humanities. The journey proceeded smoothly. Entirely uneventful. En route, mister. He visited the automotive dealership, and then proceeded directly back. Chen Ming's eyes suddenly illuminated. He intends to purchase a vehicle. Has he purchased one? Not as yet, he merely inquired about the price. Immediately acquire the model he inspected. Understood. The driver turned and departed once more. Father, is a single aerial vehicle insufficient? Indeed, yet do not offer an excessive amount. Chun Xueqing was a seasoned veteran of bureaucratic intricacies, vastly more adept at navigating human psychology than Chen Ming. Attempt to forge a friendship with him. This individual will prove invaluable to our cause. I would cultivate this friendship with him regardless of your exhortation. Chun Ming, still intoxicated by elation, failed entirely to perceive the deeper significance embedded in Chun Xueqing's words. My meaning is to become a genuine friend. Father, what do you imply? Bear in mind, do not endeavor to co-opt him, and under no circumstances attempt to bribe him. Go forth and sincerely befriend him. Oh, I comprehend. Although Chun Ming remained somewhat perplexed, he recognized that his father possessed superior acumen in judging character. In all his years of experience, he had never witnessed his father place such high regard upon any individual. This Henan was evidently a person of extraordinary caliber. The next morning, Chen Ming came to visit Henan early. Besides a hovering car, he brought quite a few gifts, mostly food. Canned beef, self-heating meals, hot pot kits, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and the like. Nowadays, the people of Xingqing subsisted entirely on nutritional solution, and these foods had all been discontinued. The reason Chen Ming could produce them was that the Chun family had stockpiled them previously. Although Henan did not lack food, he knew these items were now priceless and beyond the reach of ordinary people. Young Master Chen, you are too kind. Just call me Chen Ming. You've done so much for me, and I don't know how to repay you. Don't mention repayment. As I said, you answered my questions, so I healed your injuries. Come on, Henan. I haven't helped you at all. Yet you healed my power core for me. I owe you no doubt about it. No, we owe each other nothing. Although Henan had let go of Su when he had no intention of forging a close bond with Chen Ming. Also, please keep my help with your healing confidential. Take these gifts back. How can I do that? If you don't accept them, I'll feel uneasy. Chen Ming hadn't expected Henan to be so difficult. A mechanic who couldn't even afford a hovering car. Was this nobility, or did he simply look down on Chen Ming's offerings? There's really no need to overthink it. We both got what we needed from each other. We're even. Henan and I genuinely want to be your friend. We come from different worlds. There's no point. Young Master Chen, you should leave. Chen Ming sensed Henan truly didn't want him around, and it left him frustrated. But remembering his father's words, he forced himself to calm down. Alright, I'll take the gifts back. Just keep the car. Consider it a loan deal. Pay me back once you've earned money. Fine, I'll write you an IOU. Chen Ming had never encountered someone like Henan before. His patience was wearing thin. If Henan hadn't saved his life, he genuinely didn't know what he might have done. That said, the 4S shop belongs to the Chen family, so the cost price is only a third of the retail price. Don't write the IOU at the original price, alright? Henan looked at him with amusement. You're actually telling me this? I really want to be your friend. I didn't expect you to dislike me so much. Henan suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Sorry, I'm an orphan and never had many friends growing up. I'm not good at getting along with people, and I didn't mean any harm. Then let me be your first friend. Chen Ming casually draped his arm around Henan's shoulder. Come on, I'll show you around. Henan helplessly pushed his hand away. I'm at work. Alright, I won't disturb you then. Take care, young Master Chun. Chen Ming, my name is Chen Ming. Very well, young Master Chun. Chen Ming was really at a loss with him. After seeing Chen Ming off, Henan returned to his work without giving him another thought. Thanks to the invention of the kinetic energy storage device, Henan became famous overnight. Everyone at the Humanities Academy knew who he was now. Mo Jingyan was almost livid, but he also realized that he was simply not on the same level as Henan. He couldn't compare. Fortunately, Elder Mo seemed to have forgotten about that military order matter and didn't relegate him back to the repair bay. With this project completed, Henan gained autonomous development rights. The Academy would no longer assign him tasks. If he wanted to research anything, he simply needed to submit a proposal and get approval from the higher-ups. What Henan most wanted to study was the Armada's mounted weapons, so he submitted that directly. This report gave the higher-ups quite a headache. Even Elder Mo made time from his busy schedule to attend the project discussion meeting. Henan, tell us your thoughts. While researching the archives, I discovered that a Mecha-Girl had already awakened the Star Destroyer core. However, we have no mounted weapons in this area. This doesn't align with our development direction, so I want to make breakthroughs in this field. There's only been one in the entire world, and she's already dead. You're making such a stir over this now, but there's simply no practical application for it. Young people shouldn't aim too high without a solid foundation. Only by being grounded can you accomplish things well. We have plenty of work to do right now. No need to worry about matters so far in the future. Heenan found it extremely annoying to listen to these old men talk. Each one believed themselves to be incredibly important, with their words being absolute truth. Yet when it came to actual work, none of them were particularly competent. One who does not plan ahead will surely face imminent troubles. I doubt any of you here ever imagined the apocalypse would strike suddenly. Let's not speak of distant matters. 3 years ago, would you have dared to believe that humans could awaken? If Elder Mo hadn't gone against the majority and insisted on researching the awakening elixir back, then humanity might have already perished. Heenan's words carried an air of flattery, for he knew Elder Mo was the one with the final say. Once he gave his approval, this would move forward. Indeed, no one knew how to respond to Heenan's remark, and an awkward silence fell over the conference room. You may pursue research in this direction, but the official channel won't provide you with substantial support. Then may I venture outside to gather materials? Venture outside. Do you have any idea what conditions are like out there? Even commanders with machine girls guarding them can't guarantee a safe return. What makes you think a mechanic like you can survive out there? Young person, don't be so reckless. Don't think achieving a little success makes you remarkable. Remember always that there are always those greater than yourself and heavens beyond heavens. Exactly. I suggest you stay put in the laboratory and conduct routine weapons research. Your monthly salary is already quite generous. Why bother with such thankless and laborious work? Heenan glanced contemptuously at the group of old men. There was no way he'd confine himself to a laboratory. That would make it impossible to assemble a combat team. I must go out, and I need the freedom to come and go as I please. I take full responsibility for my own safety. Since you don't support my plans, I won't press the matter. I'll source the required raw materials myself. If I succeed in my research, you can purchase it from me if you wish. Is that acceptable? What if something unexpected happens while you're out there? The losses would be enormous. Then I lose only my own life. What does it concern you? You belong to the Humanities Academy. You should have a sense of teamwork and not be so independent-minded. The work you've assigned me holds zero challenge. Even without me, you could accomplish it. If all you need is cheap labor, I'm not your only option. Enough. We'll proceed as Heenan suggests. But Elder Mo. Yes. With Elder Mo speaking, the matter was settled without further debate. Heenan felt fortunate he hadn't returned the hovering car to Chen Ming. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to leave at all. As soon as the meeting concluded, Heenan set out immediately. He had previously been constrained by his own thinking, fixating on building machine girls from raw materials provided by the Humanities Academy. Would machines assembled that way really escape suspicion? Heenan's first destination was Yeching, a city already in the midst of evacuation. The primary reason was that it was also a mountain city which had originally been excluded from the evacuation plan. Moreover, the local base had already been constructed and was on the verge of becoming operational. Then came the tsunami, sudden and without warning. The authorities could only manage to evacuate key personnel. The resources were far too vast to transport. Heenan arrived just in time and launched another free-for-all. He not only gathered a substantial amount of daily necessities, but also plundered the regional branch of the Humanities Academy. Whether the authorities had registered them or not, the resources in his hands were his, and he would give none to anyone. It was a tremendously profitable haul. Heenan was not the sort to risk his life for greed. With no bodyguards by his side, he seized his advantage and retreated immediately, lingering for not a single extra minute. Afterward, he swept through more than a dozen similar cities before his storage space was finally packed to capacity. Beyond hoarding supplies, he had spent these days repairing Lin Rue. By today, the final core restoration was complete. Once activated, his first mechanical girl would be born. Thus, Heenan made camp in a city far from the tsunami's path. He did not enter the base, though simply producing his Humanities Academy credential would have earned him high-spec reception at any facility. But to keep his plans discreet, he chose to reside in an abandoned villa away from the base. Then he proceeded to activate Lin Rue. Because her core had been carefully nurtured by Heenan all along, the activation process went smoothly. The moment Lin Rue opened her eyes, it felt as though an eternity had passed. Heenan, am I still alive? You were reduced to nothing but a core. Reviving you took considerable effort. Heenan grinned cheerfully, as though speaking of something utterly mundane. Yet Lin Rue suddenly threw herself into his arms and wept bitterly. Although the explosion had come abruptly, she still retained her memories. She clearly recalled seeing everyone reduced to fragments and the machine repair shop razed to the ground. Heenan gently patted her back and comforted her softly. There. Stop crying. Everything will be all right. Grandma, I still failed to protect her. You did your best. Heenan, I only have you now. A row of dark lines formed above Heenan's head. Was she implying she would pledge herself to him? Right. After a while, Lin Rue gradually composed herself. Heenan, what shall we do next? We'll form a battle team, and you will serve as captain. Me. Am I capable? I say you are capable, so you are capable. Oh. A blush stained Lin Rue's cheeks, and she lowered her gaze slightly. But where shall we find so many mechanical girls? That is something you need not worry about. Since I was able to revive you, I can revive others as well. Really? Lin Rue's eyes instantly lit up. Heenan realized she had misunderstood and hurriedly explained, only mechanical girls can be revived because the explosion did not destroy your cores. No matter how formidable I am, I cannot create a person out of thin air. Oh. Though somewhat disappointed, Lin Rue knew she was already fortunate to be alive and should not be overly greedy. Next, Heenan intended to repair Wu Miao. Her core was SS grade, and her mechanical form was a Star Destroyer. This was Heenan's most powerful trump card at present, an absolute weapon of mass destruction. Lin Rue did not disturb him while he worked, and instead went to the kitchen to prepare meals. Seeing the refrigerator stocked with abundant ingredients, her anxious heart instantly settled. This was the benefit of following Heenan, whether anywhere food and drink were never a concern. With provisions in hand, one need not fear the future. With a woman in the house, Heenan's quality of life soared like a rocket. He had finally escaped the days of surviving on nutrient solution and instant noodles. Moreover, Lin Rue's culinary skills were quite excellent, constantly varying the menus to prepare delicious meals for him. Heenan felt that life was indeed becoming ever more promising. 5 days later, Wu Miao was finally activated. However, this woman was remarkably aloof. Aside from a single thank you, she said nothing else. Lin Rue attempted to converse with her, but each time was deterred by her distant, unwelcoming gaze. Heenan had no time at present to attend to their emotions. He needed to seize every moment to restore all the mechanical girls. Subsequently, Lin Shuang, Su Qingqing, Huan Li, Yu Wang Mei, and Li Qi were all successfully restored. For Huan, the woman who had betrayed them twice, Heenan directly erased all her memories. He also installed a maid system in her, from which point all household chores fell to her. Of course, the primary mission of the mechanical girls was to hunt mutated marine creatures beyond the seas. On their first outing, to be honest, Heenan felt somewhat nervous. But he knew this step was unavoidable. Though his resources were plentiful, ensuring that even if this group did nothing at all, they could still live without worry for a lifetime. Yet Heenan had no intention of raising idle dependence. He hoped every companion beside him own worth. For this trial run, he chose to target the scattered mutated marine creatures at the city's outskirts, avoiding overly intense encounters. Drawing upon his experience at the Humanities Academy, Heenan did not merely repair the mechanical girls, he also comprehensively upgraded their core programs and mounted weaponry. Should danger arise, they would all possess independent combat awareness. Furthermore, Heenan developed a combat power identification program installed within each mechanical girl's core. Thus, when a mutated marine creature appeared, it would take only 1 second to identify its combat strength. The advantage of this program was that it facilitated tactical deployment. If the opponent was weak, they could eliminate it instantly. If the opponent proved far too strong, they would need to consider whether to form a coordinated group or retreat outright. Nevertheless, all theoretical preparations required actual combat to verify their effectiveness. The moment of miracle arrived. Heenan led 8 mechanical girls forth in full force. Heenan himself, accompanied by Lin Rue and Wu Miao, scouted targets from the air, leaving the combat to the remaining girls. The 6 combatants were divided into 2 3-person teams. Normally, they fought independently, but against formidable enemies they would unite and attack cooperatively. Lin Shuang was chosen to lead the first team, with members Li Yu and Hu Wan. Su Qingqing led the second team, with members Li Qi and Wang Mei. The first enemy they encountered was surprisingly familiar. It was an old acquaintance, the octopus. However, as time passed, the mutated marine creatures had grown stronger. This octopus was far more formidable than the one Heenan had first encountered. Not only did its height exceed 5 meters, but its 8 tentacles could extend more than 100 meters. Moreover, its epidermis had grown a hard armor, causing its defensive capability to skyrocket. Barbs had also sprouted upon its tentacles, raising its lethal power by more than 1 tier. Lin Rue stared in disbelief. Has the octopus's ancestors come? Why are we so cursed? Heenan looked at her humorously. Mutated marine creatures also level up, so we must strive even harder. That is true. If things continue like this, it will indeed become increasingly difficult for humanity to survive. Lin Rue wholeheartedly agreed with Heenan's assessment. Lin Shuang and Su Qingqing immediately led their respective teams to encircle the octopus. Their roles were clearly divided. Some launched feints, others provided covering fire, while the true killing strikes came from the team leaders. Heenan was thoroughly satisfied with their performance. Alas, Heenan's satisfaction came a touch. The suddenly encircling oct no trace of panic. Instead, it cast a disdainful glance at them, eyes that regarded them as mere ants, almost unervingly human. That enraged Lin Shuang. Sisters, take them down. And then a volley of shells erupted in unison, a chorus of booms. Yet the octopus remained unscathed and relentlessly snatched 3 combat androids from the air, nearly shattering them. Lin Shuang grew flustered fighting in a haphazard fashion. Before long the whole squad lay grievously wounded, utterly unable to fight. Su Qingqing's group fared no better. Wang Mei and Li Qi were basically bystanders, retreating as soon as trouble arose, leaving Su Qingqing to hold the line alone. In no time that squad also fell. Yet the octopus remained intact, and angered by their provocation, launched a frenzied counterattack. Reluctantly, the two team leaders had to call for Henan's help. Henan's eyes turned cold as she ordered them to retreat from the ring, and had Lin Rui drop several bombs to blow the octopus to smithereens. But Henan discovered that the octopus's armored shell was still intact. This thing might be useful. Henan pocketed it. This battle was a particularly ragged affair. Were it not for Henan's presence, they would have been wiped out. After all, it was their first outing, and Henan did not harshly blame them. Back at the residence, she simply said, "Tell me your thoughts on this battle." Lin Shuang, feeling aggrieved, nearly cried. She had hoped to shine and draw more of Henan's attention. For her parents were gone, she could only rely on Henan. Yet she hadn't expected this outcome. Not only had she failed to help Henan, she had nearly died on the battlefield. If Henan hadn't intervened, she would have died again. She couldn't imagine whether Henan would trouble to rescue her if she perished like this. Thinking of it, her eyes reddened. "It's my fault. I was too panicked. I forgot all the tactics you taught me. You do quite well at hitting the key points." Henan nodded, somewhat satisfied. "What you said is true. As a leader, you yourself became flustered. Whom should your team rely on?" "I know I will change." Su Qingqing's tone was less accommodating. "Those two are sly and won't listen to orders. I can't lead this squad." "So what? Do you plan to fight alone from now on?" Su Qingqing knew that lone fighting would not get her anywhere. If Henan was unhappy with her performance, she could be kicked out of the team. Then her path would be a dead end. Henan did not hide the matter of Huwan's contract with Chunming and laid out the stakes to them. She meant not to let anyone harbor such thoughts. Of course, Henan could erase all their minds, like Huwan, turning them into obedient automatons. Yet unless absolutely necessary, she did not want to do so. Compared to cold machines, she preferred living flesh and blood humans. Su Qingqing's heart trembled. Those who have died once fear death more. That despair is something those who haven't lived it cannot truly empathize with, and she did not wish to endure it again. "I want to do well, but I don't know how." Henan glanced at Wang Mei and Li Qi, who had battle experience and impressive records, once famous at the Qinchuan base. Today's performance simply betrayed discontent with Su Qingqing as leader, or perhaps some other motive. "You two speak up." Wang Mei spoke first. "Su Qingqing's command is flawed. Her tactics would spell our doom. Mutant sea creatures can't be killed off completely. The living is what matters." Her eyes narrowed. "Is this the mindset the former commander drilled into you?" Wang Mei reddened and lowered her gaze. Indeed, under Kai Wenji's leadership, it was always like this. No matter how brutal the battle, they put their own lives first. In truth, their fame wasn't for killing the most mutated sea creatures, but for always surviving and for always securing rewards. So they believed this creed was correct, yet forgot that all of it was earned on the bones of their peers. "What you said isn't wrong. We must put our own lives first." Seeing Henan nod in agreement, Wang Mei and Li Qi exchanged a look, a trace of pride in their eyes. "But you cannot rely on sacrificing your teammates to save yourself. That's not strategy. It's cowardice or betrayal." Wang Mei tried to argue. "At the time, we did urge Su Qingqing to retreat. That octopus was far too powerful for us. We were no match. There's no need to sacrifice our lives just to save face. You know how to bend when needed." She shot a sardonic glance at her, massaging her brow with a weary hand. Wang Mei, though not daring to retort further, remained unconvinced. "From this moment, I declare that our team must obey without question. If there is any further disobedience, I will erase your consciousness and turn you into someone like Huwan." She pointed at Huwan. A chill ran down everyone's spine. They hadn't understood before why Henan kept Huwan despite her betrayals. People whispered that Henan, basking in glory, was really a coward at heart, only seeking more mecha to guard her life. Little did they know she possessed such means. No wonder Huwan had been acting strangely of late. The person remained the same, yet something about her felt different. Erasing consciousness needs no explanation. Everyone knows what that implies. Seeing the deterrence take effect, Henan continued, "I permit you to be inexperienced in battle, but never betrayal, cowardice, or sly tricks. The sole purpose I leave you with is to be by my side as a blade. The sharpest sword, not a mere chopping tool." "Yes, we understand." She knew that words alone would not suffice to change them. Real combat was needed to show them that only by fighting could they survive. Only then would they grasp the truth. Of course, some might choose to give up. That was fine. If one did not value life, Henan would not be lenient. The next day after breakfast, the group set out. The foe remained the octopus. "You two groups work together to deal with this creature, then come up to me up ahead." Aren't you coming with us?" Lin Shuang's face went pale. Without Henan, she couldn't imagine what to do if they faced a repeat of yesterday. Henan did not answer. She simply piloted the aircraft and took off. Seeing Henan depart, Su Qingqing understood that today she must rely on herself. Then she rallied and shouted, "Sisters, we must rely on ourselves to survive. So give it your all." Wang Mei and Li Qi exchanged a look, their eyes bright with resolve. Su Qingqing hadn't noticed the strange tension between Wang Mei and Li Qi and was instead discussing tactics with Lin Xuan. "Our group will draw the octopus's attention while you launch the main attack. The three of us can hold off at least 6 of its tentacles, giving you time to blow off the remaining 2. Fine, we'll do as you say." After the two leaders reached an agreement, Su Qingqing and Lin Xuan each relayed their group's mission to their respective members. Any questions? Wang Mei had already harbored resentment towards Su Qingqing, and seeing her volunteer for such a dangerous role only deepened her displeasure. "Captain, why isn't it us leading the main assault? Leading the enemy is so dangerous. Next time they'll take that role. We're on the same team. Try not to be so petty." Li Qi sneered. "I think you just want to impress Henan." Su Qingqing felt a surge of anger, but concealed it. "Yes, you're right. I do want to make an impression, to earn Henan's respect. That way I can survive longer instead of living in constant fear wondering when I'll be eliminated." Wang Mei looked at Su Qingqing with contempt. "Why would he ever discard us? Do you have any idea how much it costs to repair a Mecha-Girl? I doubt you've ever seen that much money in your entire life." "Exactly. Without us, Henan couldn't hope to survive either. We are partners in cooperation. There's no need to put ourselves so low." Li Qi shared Wang Mei's view. Su Qingqing knew she couldn't change their minds. She only wanted to finish the mission quickly. "I don't care what you think. Engage in combat immediately. That's an order." Wang Mei and Li Qi trudged reluctantly toward the octopus. "What's so great about her? Don't flatter yourself," Wang Mei muttered under her breath. Li Qi suddenly cautioned her. "Henan might make an example of someone today. Let's not be the one to stick out." Wang Mei sneered. "I don't believe he can erase someone's consciousness so easily. If he could, why wouldn't he have done it from the beginning? Why bother with us at all?" Though Li Qi thought Wang Mei had a point, she added one more warning. "Better to believe it might be true than risk it not being. What if it is he? Pa, look at you all scared. He's just a useless mechanic. Whatever tricks he's picked up won't intimidate me. I'll show him what's what sooner or later. Fine, I'll wait to see you shine." Though the two grumbled inwardly, they completed their mission. Lin Xuan and Su Qingqing were both thrilled. The first time they'd slain an octopus through their own efforts. Look at them, so inexperienced. They get this excited over killing one octopus. Wang Mei sneered at Li Qi. But Li Qi subtly distanced herself from Wang Mei, moving to the other side of Su Qingqing. She had a feeling someone would run into trouble today. After careful consideration, both group leaders had been personally chosen by Henan and were unlikely to be touched. One had already become a mindless killing machine following orders without question, so naturally, it wouldn't be her. Liu was a coward who always went along with the crowd. Even the nail that sticks out wouldn't get hammered. That left only Wang Mei and herself. Moreover, both had prior offenses. If Henan was going to make an example of someone, it would have to be one of them. Li Qi didn't want to die, nor did she want to become a killing machine like Huan. She lacked Wang Mei's ambition. She only wanted to survive in peace. So she decided to let Wang Mei be the sacrificial lamb and kept her distance. Meanwhile, Henan hunted mutated marine creatures alongside Lin Rui and Wu Miao while monitoring the two groups. These Mecha-Girls would eventually be deployed independently, so he couldn't accompany them every time. Therefore, Henan had installed a smart positioning system in each person's core. Their location, their words, all of it fed back to him in real time. Wang Mei thought she was concealing her actions well, but unfortunately, every move she made was visible to Henan, leaving her nowhere to hide. Complaining alone wasn't enough to warrant severe punishment. It lacked evidence. However, Henan was confident that given her inherently troublemaking nature, she'd inevitably make a significant mistake soon enough. After eliminating the octopus, Lin Xuan and Su Qingqing immediately led their team toward the rendezvous point Henan had specified. But on the way, they encountered a pack of crocodiles, at least a dozen blocking their path. Everyone's faces turned pale. "What do we do?" Liu asked timidly. Lin Xuan and Su Qingqing exchanged a glance. "It's too late to run now. We fight." Su Qingqing shouted, "Prepare for battle." All the Mecha-Girls raised their weapons. "Focus fire on one at a time, then move to the next. Don't scatter your attacks." It had to be acknowledged that Lin Xuan's clear-headedness made her well suited for leadership. No one objected, and they attacked the nearest crocodile as a unit. Crocodiles are pack animals with highly deceptive hunting strategies. When they detect prey approaching, they submerge themselves and creep up quietly before lunging suddenly to seize the animal, dragging it underwater to drown before devouring it. The mutated crocodiles, however, had become brazen. Spotting humans meant they charged directly to tier rather than lurking and ambushing. Lin Xuan's tactics proved effective as she maneuvered around the crocodile pack's perimeter, waiting for the right moment to strike. This approach completely prevented them from being surrounded. Furthermore, the concentrated firepower yielded remarkable results, significantly accelerating their killing pace. Nevertheless, the sheer number of crocodiles was overwhelming. They had expended most of their energy by the time they took down the third one. Lin Shuang, this won't work if we keep going at it. Su Qingqing shouted urgently at her. Let's withdraw for now and see if there's another route around. All right. The group intensified their firepower in a final burst, then bolted. But as they ran, they lost their way. After nearly half a day of circling, they still hadn't returned to their starting point. What do we do now? How do we contact Henan? This was their first independent operation, and Lin Shuang felt particularly anxious. Su Qingqing panted heavily. He should be able to reach us, right? Hopefully. Let's rest for now. All right. Su Qingqing was about to turn and summon her group members when she realized only Li Qi remained behind her. Where's Wang Mei? Li Qi's eyes flickered uncertainly. She probably lost the trail, I suppose. In reality, Wang Mei had deliberately broken away from the group. She simply refused to believe what Henan had said. If Huan had truly formed a contract with someone else, would she have come back? As for the accusation that the commander's power source had been destroyed, she considered it pure nonsense. Since the tester confirmed they had no contract, she was certain she still had a chance to find an exceptional commander. She had intended to bring Li Qi along. After all, they had once been on the same team and could look out for each other. Yet Li Qi had flatly refused. You'll regret this, you foolish woman. Wang Mei brushed aside her concerns and sprinted toward the city. But after just a few steps, her legs gave out, and she face-planted hard. It felt as though she had cracked her head open. There stood Henan, completely composed, smiling right at her. When Henan appeared with Wang Mei, who kept her head bowed and behaved submissively, shock and apprehension filled everyone's eyes. Especially Li Qi. She hadn't refused to leave because she didn't want to, she had simply wanted Wang Mei to scout ahead first. As expected, Henan was terrifying. They couldn't escape at all. Henan still wore a faint smile at the corner of his lips, yet the warmth never reached his eyes. Wang Mei wanted to be a deserter, so I erased her consciousness. From this moment on, she will never cause trouble again. Let this serve as a warning to all of you. I say this only once. Everything I have said will come to pass, whether it be blessing or curse. Those who follow me will one day stand at the pinnacle. We pledge our loyalty unto Death Master. Huan and Wang Mei suddenly knelt on one knee. This was the unmistakable mark of minds erased, reduced to nothing but slaves. Unconditionally obeying Henan's commands, executing them without hesitation, they had become mere human machines. Even Lin Rui and Wu Miao felt a chill crawl up their spines. Though Henan had treated them well these past days, everyone understood the truth. It was because they were obedient. The slightest sign of resistance would turn them into Huan and Wang Mei overnight. Today your performance showed improvement. You've developed basic combat awareness and your coordination has grown somewhat. But that is not enough. Continue refining your teamwork until an entire squad moves as one. That is when you will have succeeded. Yes. Lin Shuang and Su Qingqing replied in soft voices. They genuinely lacked confidence. Henan showed no impatience. These former young ladies who hadn't broken down weeping upon encountering mutated sea creatures had already shown more bravery than he could have hoped for. Still, understanding aside, Henan would never indulge their cowardice. What he needed were warriors, not ornaments. Starting today, the number of mutated sea creatures you hunt will determine your quality of life. The era of shared rations is over. If you want to eat, you work. Additionally, those mutated sea creatures yield many valuable materials. Bring them to me, and I will exchange them for clothing, snacks, and daily necessities. Yes. Continue your combat drills. Return to base before dark. Henan activated the electronic maps on all the Mecha-Girls cores. He had obtained them from the Academy of Humanities and made some improvements. After all, the road conditions changed constantly now. Though real-time updates were impossible, at least the general routes would remain accurate. Move out. Yes. Henan no longer paid them attention and instead took Lin Rui and Wu Miao to gather materials. What he needed to consider now was not merely strengthening the entire squad's comprehensive combat ability. His own power had to grow as well. Yet this matter left him at a loss. He had never heard of a mech repair technician joining the battlefield. If he could not improve his combat strength in the short term, he would have to focus on enhancing his defenses. Although these Mecha-Girls had already formed contracts with him, and he could destroy them at any moment, he could not guarantee that someone would not suddenly lash out with murderous intent. After all, this group had no emotional foundation whatsoever. Even with Lin Rui and Lin Shuang, the promise he had made to care for their families had already gone unfulfilled. Henan did not believe that intimidation alone could win people's loyalty. Only when these Mecha-Girls genuinely admired him and sincerely wished to follow him would the squad remain stable. So he thought of researching some commanders to understand their power source. With this idea in mind, Henan decided to return to Xing City immediately. However, his appearance with 8 Mecha-Girls caused quite a commotion. Can you tell me what happened? Old Man Mo's eyes were cold and piercing, as if warning him that a lie would seal his fate. Heenan would certainly not tell the truth. I merely encountered them halfway and told them Xing City was a fine place, so they followed me back. Is that really so? What else would it be? What reason do you think there might be? Old Man Mo frowned and pondered for a long while. Perhaps unable to find a more reasonable explanation, he dropped the interrogation. This trip had been remarkably fruitful. Beyond the materials dropped by mutated sea creatures, he had brought back several carts full of seafood alone. He had his own plans. His salary from the Academy of Humanities barely sufficed to support himself. Now he had to feed a group of Mech-Girls, and he did not wish to treat them poorly. Therefore he needed a seemingly stable source of income. He decided to open a restaurant. Lin Rue's cooking was quite good, though it did not compare to Michelin chefs from before the apocalypse in Xing City, where people survived solely on nutrient liquid. Any real food was a delicacy. However, for an ordinary person, opening a shop was not easy. Heenan thought of Chun Ming. Why waste his privileged background? Chun Ming had been sprawled across the sofa drinking when he received Heenan's call, and he sat bolt upright instantly. Heenan, you're finally back? I've looked for you at the lab several times, and they said you were away. Yep, just went out for a walk. It's not as peaceful outside Xing City. Don't push yourself too hard. Thank you. I have something I'd like to ask for your help. Just say the word. Between us, there's no need to talk about helping or not. Heenan genuinely admired Chun Ming's effortlessly approachable nature. I want to open a restaurant, but I'm unsure about the procedures. You needn't worry about the paperwork. I'll handle everything and deliver it to you. Only. Heenan's expression darkened. Only what? A restaurant needs ingredients. You're not planning to serve everyone nutrient paste, are you? Ha ha ha, of course not. Heenan thought it was nothing serious. I'll treat you when we open. Then I'm truly looking forward to it. Good. As expected of the inner cabinet minister's son, Chun Ming had all the restaurant paperwork sorted by that afternoon and delivered them personally to Heenan. Your efficiency is remarkable. I haven't even found a shop yet. Why, look, I've arranged a place for you. You'll be satisfied. Heenan made no pretense of refusal and rode with Chun Ming to inspect the location. The place was directly across from the 4S shop, a two-story building surrounded by an exquisite and beautiful park. This place is quite nice. How is the rent calculated? Rent. This building is mine. You may use it as you wish. Heenan still did not refuse. In that case, let this shop be our partnership. We split the profits equally. Partnership is fine, but the profit cannot be split equally. You do all the work and I merely provide the space. 10% is enough for me. 30%. At most 20%. That is the maximum. Very well. Heenan was extremely confident about this shop. Even 20% of the profits would be more than enough for Chun Ming to live comfortably. What do you plan to name this shop? Haven't thought about it. You decide. How about De Fu Hao? Doesn't it sound extravagantly opulent? Heenan nearly spat out his water. Chun Ming's way of thinking was truly unmatched. It was merely a restaurant. How had it ended up sounding so pretentious? Since the house was newly built, Heenan skipped any renovations. He simply retrieved dining tables and chairs from his storage space, set them up, spread an elegant tablecloth, and arranged fine dining ware. The kitchen was fully equipped with more than a dozen freezers alone. Since Heenan could not remain at the store, constantly maintaining food freshness became absolutely critical to keeping the business running. 3 days later, Heenan and his Mech-Girls finished decorating the restaurant and set off a long string of firecrackers marking the official opening. In an era where firecrackers were a rarity, this was the only such spectacle in all of Star City, instantly drawing a crowd of onlookers. Chun Ming had hung up the signboard that morning. Big Fortune Seafood Buffet. The menu featured mutated marine creatures prepared 2 ways: hot pot or barbecue. Full self-service, 198 star coins per person. The business was incredibly profitable. All the ingredients came from hunts organized by Heenan and his Mech-Girls. 0 procurement cost. The only complication was processing the ingredients, which proved labor-intensive. Heenan hired some older children to help. In this era, no laws restricted child labor. Meals were provided along with a daily wage of 1 star coin paid at the end of each shift. The moment the terms were announced, a massive crowd gathered. Heenan ultimately selected 10 quick and capable boys and signed them to employment contracts. All ingredients were prepared the day before and arranged in serving boxes each morning. During service, items that sold quickly needed constant restocking. After closing, the children handled dishwashing and cleaning. It was demanding work for kids. Yet nobody complained. After the apocalypse, these children were among the most vulnerable. Too young to awaken, they received no nutrient solution from the Star City government. Everything they ate had been saved from their parents' own rations. Working at Big Fortune meant full meals and a wage, a heaven-sent blessing for these children. No one dared complain about hardship or fatigue. The restaurant was packed from the moment it opened. Most guests came out of obligation to the Chin family, but once seated they found themselves unable to tear themselves away. They could hardly remember when they had last tasted such extraordinary food. Some nearly swallowed their tongues in their enthusiasm. The grilled crocodile meat crackling with rendered fat and dusted with the restaurant's proprietary spice blend was so fragrant it awakened every hunger pang in one's stomach. Chen Ming had not initially taken the restaurant seriously. His family maintained ample stocks of preserved foods and canned goods, sparing him the daily nutrient solution that sustained most people. But the moment the grilled meat touched his tongue, an unforgettable umami richness exploded across his palate. Good heavens, this is incredible. Those nearby watched him in astonishment. Young Master Chen, isn't this your family's restaurant? It is, but I have never dined here before. Chen Ming's mouth was full, his words muffled. When faced with such extraordinary food, who could possibly care for table manners? Big Fortune gained instant fame, though its 198-star coin price tag meant only the wealthy could indulge. Ordinary workers could only steal glances through the doorway, catching whiffs of the aromas drifting outside. Meanwhile, a crowd of commanders began arriving. Bossy, do you purchase seafood? What rates are you offering? Heenan had been anticipating this exact moment. Ordinarily, commanders who hunted mutated marine life collected only the materials the government designated. They never bothered bringing back the meat. Now that a restaurant like this operated in Star City, the supply chain had opened a new revenue stream. Any commander with any sense would seize this opportunity. Heenan texted the purchase price to their devices. Take whatever you have, but it needs to be fresh. Don't worry, bossy. Everything's hunted the same day. This stuff spoils overnight. Then I thank you all for your hard work. You'll grow rich, bossy. Heenan kept Huan and Wang Mei behind to oversee purchasing and daily operations. Both women had made systems installed and were completely devoted to Heenan. Entrusting the store to them gave him complete peace of mind. The remaining Mecha-Girls accompanied Heenan on hunts for mutated marine creatures, building combat experience while gathering both raw materials and food supplies. After several expeditions, Heenan discovered that the majority of weapon components came from these mutated sea creatures. Crocodile hide made excellent armor. Octopus tentacles could be fashioned into whips. Shark teeth adapted into various melee weapons. These mutated marine organisms were a paradox. They devastated humanity even as they provided the means for survival. The world's inherent contradictions did not occupy his thoughts. What mattered was surviving and thriving. At the front line, an unusual sight emerged: a mechanic leading 6 Mecha-Girls through monster clearance. Curious onlookers gathered around Heenan during his break, their tone laced with sarcasm. Impressive, brother. Can your back handle that burden? Need some of us to lighten the load. Kid's got quite the luck. Leave the ladies and you're free to go. Heenan regarded them with a frosty gaze, the kind reserved for the deceased. What's with that look, kid? You're asking for up. The commanders who had been taunting him collapsed, suddenly clutching their heads and screaming in agony. What are you doing to me? Stop it. Please, I'm sorry. I won't do it again, spare me. Stop, please stop. I can't take the pain. He had forced a bond with their Mecha-Girls, crippling their power sources. The procedure was second nature to him now. Heenan had no interest in their fate afterward. When they chose to cross him, they had accepted the consequences. Word spread quickly. Heenan's reputation grew, and with its sensational stories. Rumor claimed he could sever bonds at will and destroy a commander's power source with a thought. But the tales omitted why it happened in the first place. There was no mention of the commander's insults, only that Heenan had crushed them without mercy. The news reached Star City swiftly, and Elder Mo sought him out once more. What do you have to say about these stories? Nothing to add. Elder Mo's gaze turned cold. Can you really destroy a commander's power source? Heenan returned an expression of pure innocence. That's absurd. Surely you don't believe such nonsense. Rumors don't arise without cause. If that's your conclusion, nothing I say will change it. Heenan remained unfazed. Elder Mo had a tell. He rubbed his thumb against his index finger whenever he was deep in thought. Heenan let the old man work through his reverie in silence. He occasionally sipped from his cup. Tea was a luxury in these times, something few could afford or find. Heenan's storage space held plentiful supplies, but he had never developed a habit of drinking it, so it had simply been sitting there untouched. Admittedly, Elder Mo's tea was exceptional. Heenan, the old man said at last, you harbor secrets. Heenan still smiled calmly. After all, we're only human. Who doesn't harbor secrets? Fortunately, old Mo did not press the issue, but merely shot him a chilling glance. However, as soon as Heenan stepped out, he ordered his subordinate, keep a close watch on him. Yes, sir. Heenan was unaware of the surveillance. Even if he knew, he wouldn't have cared. He was accustomed to being followed. Returning to the Darafu, he was taken aback to see 6 mechanical maids posing at the entrance. They had previously been the contracted companions of several commanders he had subdued. Now they were all his contracted mechanical maids, yet Heenan had no intention of taking them in. When he had presumptuously kept all the Wanja squad's maids before what had happened, how much trouble they had caused him. Someone like Heenan would not fall into the same trap twice. If he needed mechanical maids, he still had plenty of cores stored in his space. Some were left over from earlier repairs, others collected on the battlefield during this outing. Those mechanical maids he had personally rescued were always far more reliable than these enemies he had made. Thus he gave them a cold look. If you wish to eat, pay and sit inside. Do not loiter at the entrance and disrupt my business. Heenan, what's your attitude? We are your contracted mechanical maids, you should take responsibility for us. A maid named Wang Dandan immediately planted her hands on her hips and shouted, as if trying to ensure everyone heard. The Darafa's entrance already attracted attention, and her outburst drew even more. Within minutes the doorway was crowded with layers of onlookers. A crooked smile tugged at Heenan's lips. Auntie, are you joking? Doesn't the whole Xingqing know I'm a mechanic? Contracted? What nonsense is that? Don't try to weasel out of it. We are contracted to you, and you must be responsible for us. Several mechanical maids shouted persistently, their indignant demeanor making it seem as though their claim were true. Nevertheless, what they said was indeed true. The bystanders looked puzzled. I never heard a mechanic could contract mechanical maids, let alone several. Isn't this extortion? Women delivering themselves to your door, boss. Would you really turn them away? Does the contract matter? True. If so many beauties came to me, I'd copulate with a bitch. Only you could fuck a dog. Fuck off. Hearing the conversation go astray, Heenan exasperatedly rolled his eyes. All right, go to the official testing center. If they certify our contractual bond, I'll take you in. The mechanical maids fell silent. They had been tested before, and all results showed no contract. Yet they had received contract notifications. There was no mistake. Speechless. You're trying to scam the wrong person. Leave now, or I'll report you to the Star Police. Heenan's arrogance made the mechanical maids furious, their eyebrows arching in anger, cursing his ancestors 108 times in their hearts. Knowing force wouldn't work, they began to whimper pitifully. Heenan, we have nowhere to go. You can't abandon us. We can't survive without you. Wah. Heenan, I know you're a good person. You won't turn a blind eye to our plight. Heenan, our cores are damaged. If you don't take us in, we truly have only one path, death. The authorities ordered us to leave Xingqing within 3 days. You know how dangerous the outside is. Without cores, going out means death. Each wept like spring rain on pear blossoms, making it seem as though Heenan had wronged them. Hey, I'm running a business here. What do you think crying at my entrance achieves? Picking a fight. Bossy, take them in. In 3 years you'll be juggling twins. What twins? Next year I'll be holding 5 or 6 chubby boys. Stop, stop, stop. Heenan quickly held up a pause gesture. If they continued, there'd be enough for a football team. Xingqing does not accept ordinary people. The Star Code is explicit on this. Moreover, harboring unregistered persons secretly results in expulsion. Don't bring trouble upon yourselves. His words calmed everyone down. Those driven by lust also reigned in their thoughts. Currently, the entire Earth's surface is submerged under seawater infested with mutated marine creatures. Humanity can only survive precariously by constructing floating cities like Xingqing. Expulsion would indeed mean certain death. Yet when pushed to the brink, people often unleash hidden potential. The mechanical maids instantly composed themselves. Wang Dandan stepped forward immediately. Heenan, as a mechanic, you must be able to repair our cores, right? Reparable, but the cost is not trivial. Wang Dandan bit her lower lip, pondered for a long while, then said, I have no money. But if you repair my core, I'll do whatever you ask. Do whatever I ask. Bossy accepted. Exactly. Look at her slender waist and perky rear. What's there to hesitate over? I would definitely agree if I were in your shoes, but alas, I'm not a mechanic. Heenan remained unmoved. Women's mouths are deceiving as ghosts. I'm not so easily fooled. Pay for repairs or leave. Am I lacking in women? Where's the fairness? It's drought for some, flood for others. Bossy has 8 beauties by his side. He truly has no shortage. When did mechanics become so sought after? Isn't it said that commanders are the masters of women? A commander can have only one woman, while a mechanic has no limit. How can they compare? Observing the envious and resentful glances around him, Heenan felt speechless. He turned back, unwilling to continue entangling with them. Lin Shuang followed him. Heenan, will you truly not save them? Why should I save them? But only you can save them, otherwise they will truly die. Does it concern me? Heenan, you've changed. You weren't so cold-hearted before. Heenan narrowed his eyes. You're mistaken. I've always been this way. But, moreover, remember this, it's the end times now. Don't let your compassion overflow at every turn. It's fine if you die yourself, but don't endanger others. Lin Shuang's eyes reddened, she stamped her foot hard and turned to run away. Lin Rue followed uneasily. Xiao Shuang, you crossed the line. Heenan was so kind before. My parents are ordinary people, and he saved them too, didn't he? And Grandma, why can't he save those mechanical maids now? It would be no effort for him. Xiao Shuang, don't you see what's happening around us? Yang Ling, Hu Wan, and Wang Mei. Were any of them trouble-free? But we shouldn't abandon everyone because of one betrayal, should we? Xiao Shuang, I advise you to calm down. We are no one to he Nana, we cannot decide for him. Lin Shuang suddenly regretted it. She should have listened to her mother back then, and now Henan would obey her. With this thought, her eyes suddenly brightened. It wasn't too late now. That evening, Lin Shuang slipped into Henan's room, wearing a cool camisole sleep dress. Henan was so absorbed in crafting armor that he failed to notice her approach. Henan, aren't you going to sleep yet? Henan looked up sharply, nearly getting a nosebleed. Lin Shuang had just finished showering, radiating a youthful fragrance from within, her skin rosy white and smooth. Her hands clasped together, accentuating her décolletage, while her long straight legs stretched out. Especially those large dark eyes glistening like black grapes, blinking repeatedly, almost stealing Henan's soul away. Henan instinctively adjusted his posture. What are you doing? Henan, I want to be your woman. What kind of woman do you want to be? Henan truly admired his own composure, maintaining rationality despite the overwhelming impact. Of course I want to be the woman you love. Lin Shuang seemed dissatisfied with Henan's attitude, pouting cutely with a shy expression. Henan swallowed hard. But I don't love you. If you're willing, we could be bed companions. Lin Shuang widened her eyes in shock. How can you be like this? I've given myself to you completely. How can you not love me? Are you silly? Love and intimacy are fundamentally different things. Without love, how can two people? Classmate Lin Shuang, this is coercion. You're tempting me while knowing I don't love you, then blaming me for it. Don't you think this is wrong? I always thought I was different in your heart. You are different. Lin Shuang looked at him joyfully. Right? Yes, among all these people, you're the only one without brains. Henan, you're being too bullying. Next time you dare to wear something like this and parade in front of me, I won't be so lenient. By then you'll be crying too late. Lin Shuang ran out with a heart full of grievance, only to bump into Li Qi. Oh, were you kicked out? Li Qi looked at Lin Shuang with unconcealed malice. None of your business. Lin Shuang retorted irritably and tried to return to her room, but was blocked. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. What do you want? I just want to ask, has Henan ever said what kind of woman he likes? So you also? Lin Shuang glared angrily at Li Qi. TCH, anyway, not someone like you. How do you know it's not me? Li Qi looked her up and down disdainfully. As for you, you're pretty, but unfortunately lack experience in capturing a man's heart. Lin Shuang wasn't convinced. I advise you to give it up. Henan has a fiancée he's been with for 8 years. Can you compare with her? Oh, where is that woman? Lin Shuang arrogantly lifted her chin. I won't tell you. Henan had no mood to work either. Any healthy man couldn't withstand such temptation. After Su Wen's betrayal, Henan hadn't focused on such matters. But he also realized that Lin Shuang's behavior wouldn't be an isolated incident. In today's society, although Mech-Girls possessed exceptional combat power, they still struggled to survive without a man to rely on. Originally, some balance had been reached between commanders and Mech-Girls, allowing men and women to depend on each other and develop together. But Henan was a bug. Ever since he gained the ability to forcibly contract multiple Mech-Girls, his world was destined to be surrounded by beautiful women. Over time, all women would center around him, and some even plotted to get close to him to improve their status within the group. These were all human nature, which he could understand. But understanding was one thing, and actually dealing with it was another. He suddenly found himself liking Hu Wan and Wang Mei very much. Two women without thoughts or desires who would never cause him trouble. How nice that would be. However, he couldn't create too many such Mech-Girls. Once discovered by the authorities, it might be a disaster for all Mech-Girls. The current ruler of Star City wanted to eliminate all ordinary people. To consolidate his regime, he would surely welcome the mass production of unconscious Mech-Girls. After Henan took a cold shower and came out, he saw Li Qi sitting on his bed, swinging her long white legs. Her eyes were hazy as if drunk, and she looked like a lazy cat that would melt into his arms with just a gentle touch. Ahem. Henan cleared his throat. Get out. Li Qi acted as if she hadn't heard him, deliberately brushing her long hair behind her ear to reveal her slender neck and fragrant shoulder. What? You don't like Lin Shuang's flat chest, and you don't like my style either. Henan's eyes turned cold. Get lost. Li Qi completely ignored Henan's anger, speaking in a coquettish tone and pretending to dive into his arms. Why so fierce? I can definitely make you happy. Henan pushed her away forcefully. If you don't get out now, you're dead. Li Qi fell heavily to the ground, but refused to give up. With a rip, she tore open her dress, revealing black lace. Henan, why pretend to be so aloof? It's just the two of us in this room. Such a hassle. Henan directly removed her core and threw her out the window. Ah! A scream echoed from the courtyard. Seeing the bloodied Li Qi, everyone felt a chill. Especially Lin Shuang, who was still fuming, started trembling uncontrollably upon witnessing the scene. Lin Rui dragged her back to the room and held her tightly. Sister, I almost died. Sister, don't overthink it. Henan is a man you can't handle. I won't dare anymore. I won't ever dare again. Henan's actions scared off those who wanted to climb into his bed, but it also spawned some negative rumors, such as claiming he was incapable. Of course, everyone only dared to gossip behind his back, no one dared to say it to his face. As for the 6 mech girls blocking the door, they stayed at the shop entrance for 3 days before being dispersed by the Star Police. Ever since Henan returned, Chun Ming had been permanently stationed at the shop. On one hand, it was to enjoy good food, and on the other, he wanted to get closer to Henan. You can fix my power source, can't you fix the mech girl's core? Henan shot him an annoyed glance. Are these the same thing? Chun Ming had unusually good temper. I just think you're an SSS rank mech repair master. Shouldn't you be better at repairing mech girls? Treating commanders should be your side job, right? The mech girl's core isn't unrepairable, we just haven't developed replacement materials yet. Relying only on kinetic energy can only maintain it briefly. It's unstable. Oh, Chun Ming nodded as if understanding, but he actually didn't comprehend anything at all. Henan wasn't afraid of him spreading these remarks. Every mech repair master knew the method to repair a mech girl's core, but no one could accomplish it. The main issue was the lack of replaceable raw materials. Henan's healing ability could regenerate any raw material. That was a bug. Chun Ming, no matter how clever, was merely a frivolous young master. Henan dismissed him with a few words. As for the matter of the power source, Henan had also probed indirectly under the guise of examining his health. However, a man's power source differed from that of a mech girl's core. It was far less resilient, resembling more like a wisp of mist that would dissipate at the slightest breeze. Since they were not mechanical beings, replicating this for Henan proved rather difficult, so he temporarily abandoned the idea. As for that group of mech girls, Henan had assumed that after the Li Qi incident, they would at least keep a low profile for a while. But to his surprise, Wu Miao came to find him the very next day. Why did you kill Li Qi? Henan's gaze turned slightly cold. I killed her because I wanted to. What more reason do you need? Wu Miao seemed to have not noticed the chill in his eyes at all. Do you know? Those women outside all want to climb into your bed. Do you plan to kill them all as well? Henan felt a headache coming on. The reason he killed Li Qi so readily was mainly because that woman's heart was crooked. Kill all the others. He simply could not bring himself to do it. But this matter was difficult to handle. He had originally thought that if he made himself clear, everyone being adults would understand. But it turned out otherwise. Wu Miao extended her slender white fingers and smoothed the furrow between Henan's brows. If you had a publicly acknowledged girlfriend, this matter would be basically resolved. Basically, yes. There will always be those who refuse to give up, as well as women who are naturally inclined to become the other woman. However, this is not an issue. Your girlfriend will help you handle it. Henan's eyes narrowed slightly. So you came to find me for? I came to be your girlfriend. Heh. Henan sneered coldly, but said nothing further, patiently waiting for her to continue. Women were truly interesting creatures. It turned out that climbing into a man's bed was not limited to simply stripping bare. There were other methods as well. Do not think that I share the same mindset as them. Oh. Henan raised an eyebrow, a hint of danger flashing in his eyes. I have not yet exacted revenge for my great grievance. I must stay alive. I admit I did this because I wish to lean on you. But I am useful to you. Beyond hunting mutated marine creatures, I can also help you deal with various troubles. Various? Yes. Internally, I can help manage those mech girls. Externally, I can also help you build connections. Henan looked at her with slight astonishment. You still remember your identity. Originally, I had forgotten. But when I awakened, it came with a talent. Time reset. Time reset. What kind of monstrous talent was that? If used in combat, wouldn't it allow infinite rebirth? Then why had she been destroyed by him back then? As if reading his doubts, Wu Miao explained, my talent requires my core to remain intact to activate. Not just me, but all mech girls are the same. Henan suddenly became very interested. If he could equip her core with a protective mechanism, she could then use the time reset talent indefinitely. But something still felt off, so he asked, can you only reset your own timeline, or can you reset everyone else's as well? My own timeline. That was monstrous enough. More importantly, this was the first time Henan had heard that mech girls could awaken talents. If mech girls could do so, then perhaps ordinary people could as well. However, since so few people had awakened talents thus far, the authorities had not yet announced it publicly. His special ability might just be a triggered awakened talent. This explained everything. He had to admit that Wu Miao was an exceptionally intelligent woman, one who genuinely impressed him. With such a smart woman handling trivial matters for him, he could focus entirely on his research. However, Henan had not forgotten that this woman bore a grave vengeance as well. You want me to help you take revenge? I will handle revenge on my own and will not trouble you. Of course, if you insist on helping, I will not refuse. Haha, you are truly an interesting woman. Henan admitted that he had been convinced. Wu Miao's core was SS rank, quite rare. Her mechanical form was a star destroyer, the strongest among all his mech girls. Although no weapons had been mounted thus far, this was hardly an insurmountable problem. Henan believed he could complete the research and development work in the shortest possible time and maximize her combat effectiveness. All right, pleasant partnership. Wu Miao's lips curved into a faint smile, her cool eyes revealing a trace of charm filling the room with an intimate atmosphere. Deep contract completed. Reward storage space, infinitely large. The familiar electronic voice sounded once more, and Henan was slightly startled. Deep contracts offered rewards as well. If he deepened his relationship with every contracted Mecha-Girl, would he receive even more rewards? That night, Henan dreamed that he had planted a peach grove stretching 10 miles with blossoms blooming in full splendor. Early the next morning, Henan publicly announced Wu Miao's identity, and all the Mecha-Girls wore deeply displeased expressions. Especially Lin Shuang, who tugged at Lin Rue's sleeve and whispered, "Sister, why did Li Qi die?" Yet this woman became his girlfriend. Lin Rue remained composed. Perhaps there is something about her that Henan values highly. And what might that be? I do not know. After making his announcement, Henan immediately retreated into his laboratory, leaving the rest to Wu Miao. Since she had promised she could handle it, he let her proceed. Wu Miao indeed did not disappoint him. On her very first day in charge, she divided all the Mecha-Girls into 2 teams. One remained at home to manage the Luxuria, while the other went out to hunt mutated marine creatures. The assignments between the 2 teams were not fixed. Instead, they rotated daily, ensuring a relatively fair distribution that no one could object to. Now I will announce the team members. Team 1 leader Lin Rue, members Lin Shuang, Hu Wan. Team 2 leader Su Qingqing, members Li Yu, Wang Mei. Today Team 1 goes out while Team 2 stays behind. Any objections? None. Regardless of what they thought inwardly, those who did not work would not eat, and those who failed their missions would face punishment. Thus Wu Miao had no worry about negligence. After arranging everyone else's duties, Wu Miao set the daily collection time for mutated marine creatures at 6 in the evening, accepting deliveries for only 2 hours each day. No longer would they collect whenever each squad happened to deliver, which was far too time-consuming. She had much else to accomplish and could not spend all her time on a single matter. Additionally, she retrieved numerous luxury goods from Henan's storage space. Although the world had changed and women devoted much more attention to fighting mutated marine creatures, the desire for beauty and mutual competition remained an innate flaw shared by all women. Such items no longer producible became extraordinarily precious. Wu Miao renovated a storefront window facing the street at the Luxuria and displayed beautiful jewelry, handbags, gowns, and other items within it. Although many items might sell only one at a time, the profits were quite considerable. At any era, the wealthy would never abandon the pursuit of a comfortable life. Henan was extremely satisfied with her intelligence and business acumen. With Wu as his, Henan felt considerably relieved. After a month of immersive experiments, they finally achieved astonishing results. A core protection system for Wu Miao that can not only automatically repair the core, but also siphon kinetic energy from opponents in battle for its own use. Meanwhile, research into mounted weapons also achieved a breakthrough. The turbo laser cannon and the ion cannon were Wu Miao's main offensive weapons. In addition, 8 heavy laser turrets were mounted, 2 medium dual-barrel laser cannons, 52-point defense laser cannons, and 4 heavy proton torpedo launchers. The firepower system Henan spared no expense to build is certainly the strongest of its time. A single Wu Miao can vanquish an army. Wow, Henan, you're amazing. Seeing the changes in herself, Wu Miao danced with joy. Henan smiled faintly. Let's go test it in battle. Alright, let's go. The 2 quickly stepped out from the barrier. Wu Miao then transformed into her mechanical form, bearing Henan as they shot into the sky, vanishing at the horizon in the blink of an eye. The Star City regulations forbid Mecha-Girls from appearing in their mechanical form within the city, or they will face severe punishment. This is also for public order to prevent conflicts inside the city. Oh my goodness, what did I just see? Even Wu Miao's mechanical avatar left the onlookers and the departing squad utterly astonished. What is that? Have you all seen clearly? Pardon me, I haven't seen much of the world. Is that a spaceship? Since witnessing Wu Miao's imposing figure, all the commanders present felt their Mecha-Girls weren't as impressive. How can we fight? She can wipe us all out by herself. Don't be so pessimistic. Wait and see the combat results. Perhaps it's merely for show. Those who can't have the grapes will always find excuses to balance their inner state, but what he said is utterly unconvincing. Quick look, what is that? With a cry, everyone was drawn to the distant mushroom clouds, accompanied by the roars of mutated ocean creatures, composing a stunningly beautiful symphony. Henan was excited too. At least at this stage, piloting the Jianqing Star Destroyer, he could crush and annihilate any mutated ocean creature. But there was a drawback. With such firepower, the materials on the mutated ocean creatures were all blown away, and this trip basically amounted to wasted effort. It seems we can't take you out easily in the future. Wu Miao stuck out her tongue, and she was very pleased with her own fighting power. With such firepower, revenge was just a matter of minutes. Henan, I can go seek revenge now. Wu Miao shouted loudly. The long-suppressed emotions burst forth, tears streaming down her face. You still haven't told me who your enemy is. The Xingqing Lord. Henan paused. He can't die yet. Why, oi? As you said, he is the Xingqing Lord. Xingqing is our last livable land. So what? If worse comes to worst, replace the city lord. You say it so simply. Replace the lord. Replace whom? Wu Miao choked as she only thought of revenge, hardly considering what would happen after. She could not think of so much more, and cried out hoarsely, Henan, you cannot stop me. I will kill him. He killed my whole family. All my relatives died at his hands. How can you ask me not to hate? How can I not seek revenge? Henan held Wu Miao in his arms, gently stroking her back. I know, but don't you think that throwing a shell and blowing him up would be too easy? Off. Wu Miao stared blankly, tears still glistening on her cheeks. There are many ways to take revenge. Don't you think making him taste everything you've gone through, taste the bitterness of losing everything, would hurt him more than killing him? I. Wu Miao wiped away her tears, moved by Henan's words. She still replied with some resistance, Are you sure you're not helping him? Why would I help him? Wu Miao pouted, saying nothing more, effectively conceding to Henan's argument. But Henan remained calm. Dealing with Mo Lao is not an easy task. What talents he has, how powerful his underlings are, we know nothing about them. So what should I do? If you want to understand a person, start with the people around him. The Lord's wife. Wu Miao's eyes lit up. She instantly had an idea. Henan loved her cleverness. One hint, and it was clear. The two walked back inside hand in hand, only to be stopped by staff. Mister, he the Lord requests your presence. Henan narrowed his eyes, but still pulled Wu Miao onto the hover car parked nearby. In the Lord's office, Mo Lao regarded Henan with a scrutinizing gaze. Staff were testing Wu Miao. Name Wu Miao. SS level core mechanical Jinxing, Star Destroyer, not contracted. Every syllable from the tester left everyone present stunned. SS level. Jinxing Star Destroyer. Is this what we've prepared to see? Mo Lao's cold voice carried a hint of pressure. If I remember correctly, she serves Professor Bai. Is that so? Her core is badly damaged, and she has lost much of her memory. When I met her, I didn't know whose person she belonged to. Henan wore an innocent faint smile, and then cleared his own name. Has she recovered now? I've received reports that her combat power is quite formidable. Mo Lao's eyes grew colder. The meaning of that remark was clear. He had informants, and it's best to speak plainly. Still under repair, the core isn't very stable. Henan replied calmly, unmoved by him. Such a fine talent should not be wasted. I think we should find her a commander contract to unleash greater value. What do you think? That's shameless. He's trying to poach her right in front of us. Yet Henan remained calm, and said, I think the Xingqing Lord makes a lot of sense. Mo Lao with a rare smile, then I'll arrange it. I'll certainly help her choose the best possible commander. Henan hesitated. Wu Miao is my girlfriend. Even if she contracts with a commander, our relationship won't change. Who could accept their machine girl having a boyfriend? Isn't this a joke? Yet Mo Lao had to compromise. After all, he still needed Henan. I won't meddle in your private relationship, but every Xingqing citizen has an obligation to contribute their strength toward peace. Mo Lao's plan is well thought out. Once Wu Miao contracts a commander, whether she continues to date, Henan won't be up to him to decide. The commander and the machine girl are in love. Is he expecting her to quit or be left out in the cold? Henan knew what his rival was aiming for, but he remained calm. Mo Lao's efficiency is remarkable. A week later, he found an SS-level commander named Zhou Li, a perfect match for Wu Miao. He personally conducted a contract ceremony for the two. Henan was invited to observe. Wu Miao and Zhou Li stood facing the contract device, placing their right hands on it, and two golden beams rapidly enveloped them. Mo Lao's eyes had not yet shown surprise, as Zhou Li collapsed, his face looking scorched. Suddenly Wu Miao slumped to the ground softly, and everyone present was too shocked to speak. Miao! Henan lunged forward in a single stride, cradling Wu Miao in his arms, and recovered 90% energy from her core. Call a doctor at once. Old Mo's face darkened, as if a storm were about to break. The doctor arrived swiftly, and performed a full-body examination on Zhou Li. Report to the city lord, Mr. Zhou's body shows no problems, only the power source is damaged with no possibility of healing. Old Mo could not have imagined that his meticulously laid plan would encounter such a sudden turn of events. This is an SS-class commander. There are only two in the entire Star City. To see one of them wasted like this, how could he not feel heartache? Meanwhile, Wu Miao was sent to the repair bay for a full diagnostic. The core has suffered severe depletion. With our current technology, we are unable to repair it. Old Mo turned toward the anxious Henan. Do you have a way to fix the core? I can only recharge the core to keep it active temporarily. A full repair is impossible. And what about the commander's power source? City Lord, I am a machinist, not a doctor. How could I treat a commander? Old Mo narrowed his eyes, a cold blade of suspicion shooting toward Henan. He always felt today's affair was tied to Henan, yet he had no evidence. Regardless, Wu Miao remained the strongest combatant he had ever seen. Even if Henan temporarily held her in check, he did not want to give up. Take Wu Miao back first, do your best to heal her. City Lord, rest assured, she is my girlfriend. If only you were the commander. Old Mo's gaze carried a meaning beyond words. That's impossible, well, I'm only a machinist. But my role isn't any worse than the commander. There was a hint of provocation in Hinan's eyes, but old Mo dismissed it as youth and bravado, paying it no mind. Back at the shop, Hinan was the first to deliver power to Wu Miao's core. Within seconds, she was restored to her former self. Hinan, I was really scared to death. Your reaction was quick, and you knew how to feign death at a crucial moment. Not bad. Hee, it's all thanks to you, otherwise I would have blown my cover. We've always been under old Mo's watchful eye. From now on, be extra careful in what you do. I can't go out anymore. Wu Miao muttered with a touch of resentment. This was Hinan's first time seeing her in such a cute side since the two had become a couple. Wu Miao had grown more lively and agile. Lin Shuang watched the two bantering inappropriately for the moment, feeling rather bitter. Sister, look at them, don't they think of us singles at all? Lin Rui tapped her forehead. Are you getting jealous? I am not, Lin Shuang said, twisting her hair. What right do I have to be jealous? What am I to him? If you know what you are good at, don't get muddled, you're my only relative. Hearing Lin Rui say this, Lin Shuang's nose pricked with emotion. Sister, I feel sad inside. Lin Rui wrapped an arm around her shoulder and whispered comfortingly. Actually, you're not satisfied. You think you're not worse than Wu Miao, but Hinan chose her, not you. That's not it. Could it be that you've fallen for Hinan? Lin Shuang stared blankly for a long moment. I don't know. Whether there is or not, you must face the reality for now. He is already with another woman, unless you want to be the third. I don't want that. Remember what you said. Even if every man in the world were dead, I would not be the third. Be ambitious, I'm rooting for you. After the contract fiasco, Hinan no longer let Wu Miao go out, mainly because her power was so domineering that a single outburst could destroy everything. That was not what Hinan wanted. His main aim was still to gather resources. So he chose Lin Rui to be his ride, and went with everyone to hunt mutant marine creatures. In these days, Lin Shuang harbored a lingering urge to prove herself stronger than Wu Miao, working with extra effort. Her mecha body was a nuclear submarine capable of diving directly to the sea floor and boasting formidable defenses. Meanwhile, Lin Rui could control null space points, and her harvests were quite good. Those Mecha-Girls who lacked flight capability at this stage faced a survival crisis. The cabinet had also funded the construction of a floating bridge, but the cost was too high and it was prone to damage. The plan was cancelled after a trial period. Hinan also realized the severity of this issue. If flightless Mecha-Girls cannot participate in Battle Star City, would lose at least 80% of its combat power. Mutant marine creatures continued to evolve. If one day they gained flight, humanity would have no chance to resist. So this problem had to be solved. Hinan returned to the lab, attempting to outfit flight devices for all the Mecha-Girls. As auxiliary tools, the flyers had to be small in size, light in weight, and possess strong defensive capabilities. Yet no matter how streamlined the wings, fuselage, tail, landing gear, control systems, and power units were indispensable. Another month passed, and the first aircraft was successfully installed on Su Qingqing. Its wings and tail were folded, so when not flying they could be completely hidden, only unfolding from the back when taking off. At the same time, Hinan also modified her mech's military truck, reducing its transport function and steering it toward full combat readiness. And by modifying the core program, she gained a second mechanical form, the Autobot form. When Su Qingqing appeared before everyone in her second form, everyone drooled with envy. Wow, this is too cool. Hinan, I want one too. Lin Shuang's eyes sparkled, and she also longed to fly and become Hinan's ride. Your current combat power is sufficient. There's no need to retrofit. Hinan, however, had no idea what she was thinking, and his remark immediately cooled her enthusiasm. In the interest of rigor, every successful trial would see Hinan personally go into battle. This was to collect first-hand data, so any imperfections could be adjusted promptly. Driven by Hinan, Su Qingqing soared into the sky, her mind momentarily blank with excitement. She had never been this close to Hinan before, and even her breath trembled. She wasn't as lucky as Wu Miao, who could time reset to recover her memories. When she opened her eyes, she saw Hinan, so to her, he was the most important person. Yet she did not dare to express it, fearing she might become the second Li Qi. Especially after Hinan publicly announced Wu Miao as his girlfriend, Su Qingqing hid her feelings even deeper. Hinan did not know these things. He was immersed in the joy of the experiment's success. Once the aircraft hits the market, it will carry epic-making significance. The two had just returned to the barrier, only to be stopped again by staff. Mr. He, the City Lord, requests your presence. The aircraft test was a success, and the City Lord summoned them, at which did not surprise Hinan. In the City Lord's office, Hinan did not hold back and directly had Su Qingqing display her second mechanical form. Old Mo, even after years of experience, was stunned, his eyes wide as he asked, "How did you do it? Wasn't it forced by the situation?" Hinan spoke with heartfelt sincerity, Mutant marine life has been evolving, yet we humans remain stuck in our old ways. It won't be long before we perish. I want to find a path for everyone to survive. Indeed, with this aircraft, at least for now, we humans can stand firm in an invincible position. Mo Lao for the first time sincerely agreed with Henan's words. He now deeply regretted not funding Henan's research back then. Tell me your terms. I want every Mecha-Girl in Xingxing to be equipped with this aircraft. Installing aircraft is not a simple matter, it requires core modifications. Let me install a few more to see the effect before we talk further. Mo Lao, approving Henan's cautious stance, noted that Su Qingqing was only an exception for now. Whether the aircraft could be mass-produced would depend on how other Mecha-Girls were equipped. Each Mecha-Girl's physique and attributes differ. Whether there will be rejection is anyone's guess. Yet Mo Lao had already decided that even if some Mecha-Girls would be sacrificed, he would mandate compulsory installation. This is an unavoidable matter. Humanity faces a life-or-death crisis, and sacrificing a portion of people is better than everyone dying. Henan deliberately whetted Mo Lao's appetite so that he could demand more when the time came. After returning, Henan began a major retrofit. Liu Huan and Wang Mei were all fitted with aircraft and underwent core modifications, and each manifested a second mechanical form. Name Liu Mechanical Core A Ao Core Energy Type, all types, Mechanical Form Tank, Second Mechanical Form Tank Humanoid, Mounted High-Frequency Particle Cannon Hypertime Ballistic Missiles Fully Intelligent Aircraft. Name Huan a Mechanical Core A Ao Core Energy Type, all types, Mechanical Form Off-Road Vehicle, Second Mechanical Form Autobot, Mounted High-Frequency Particle Blade Shoulder-Mounted Rail Cannon Fully Intelligent Aircraft. Name Wang Mei a Mechanical Core A Ao Core Energy Type, all types, Mechanical Form Excavator, Second Mechanical Form Locomotive Humanoid, Mounted High-Frequency Trajectory Clearing Missiles Superluminal Rail Cannon Fully Intelligent Aircraft. Henan personally piloted them in live-fire tests, and the results pleased him greatly. Lin Shuang, however, felt unsettled inside, and she rushed to Henan's side with a look of grievance to accuse him. Are you jealous of me? Is that why you won't let me fly? You're reading too much into it. Your strength is irreplaceable by anyone. Focus on your own talents, and don't think about unrealistic things. Henan's words did not comfort Lin Shuang. She grew more distressed, turning and running to Lin Rue. Sister, do you think Henan really hates me? What happened now? Lin Rue sighed helplessly. He gave everyone else aircraft except me. Do you think he's biased? I don't know what Henan thinks either. What did he say? He said that my strengths cannot be replaced by anyone. I should focus and not think about unrealistic things. Why is that unrealistic? Everyone can fly. Oh, is there anything wrong with me wanting to fly too? Lin Rue sighed helplessly. Are you still thinking you're Miss Lin of the Lin family? Want whatever you want. Our current situation is that we have only what Henan gives us. What do you mean? Xiao Shuang, we must recognize our own identity. Do you know how much that aircraft costs? How much does one unit cost? Do you have money? I don't know. But haven't others installed it? Henan didn't ask them for money. Why should others have it when you don't? Who do you think you are? Sister, are you really my sister? Why do you always side with others? Lin Shuang stamped her feet in anger, feeling like the whole world was full of malice toward her. Xiao Shuang, it's dangerous to go on like this. Henan is not our relative. He has no obligation to indulge you. If not for your nuclear submarine being useful to him, he wouldn't tolerate you. No. I am his contracted Mecha-Girl. He should take care of me. He should treat me well. Yang Ling Li Qi are also his contracted Mecha-Girls. Oh, what happened then? Can't you see? Lin Shuang finally fell silent, tears streaming down. Lin Rue patted her head and softly said, Crying will make your heart feel better. Wow, Lin Shuang finally could not help but cry out loud. Sister, tell me, where do I differ? Why doesn't he like me? Why? I don't know either. 3 more Mecha-Girls successfully installed the aircraft. Old Mo could no longer sit still and immediately called Henan to the office. How is it now? Can we talk? 1 Mecha-Girl costs 100 star coins. Damage in battle and replacement are extra. Is this price expensive? It is indeed expensive. Yet given the current situation, it isn't too high. Mo Lao once again regretted not funding Henan to do the experiment. This really is saving small money to spend large money. It doesn't seem worthwhile. What if the Humanities Academy provides the raw materials? You can calculate it. The price of raw materials would be more than 100 star coins. I am not making a profit. I just want to find a path for humanity to survive. There can be no eggs under a ruined nest. Henan spoke with such righteous zeal that Mo Lao could not argue and could only grit his teeth and swallow his words. Very well, when can we start? I need a site. That plot beside the Grand Tycoon, you can build a mecha repair shop there. Thank you, City Lord. Mo Lao's eyes grew darker. He always felt Henan was collecting debts. He had once blown up his own mecha repair shop, and now Henan would demand an even bigger one. But he had no evidence. Go ahead, start as soon as possible. I will. The Humanities Academy's efficiency was exceptionally high. As soon as Henan returned to the Grand Tycoon, he saw that work had already begun nearby. The person in charge of the project turned out to be Professor Bai. Henan walked over with a mocking smile, saying, "Professor Bai, you must be exhausted. Even rough jobs have to be done by you personally." Professor Bai didn't quite understand where the sarcasm in those words lay, but now even the city lord wouldn't dare offend Henan, so he dared even less. All he could do was smile politely. "Haha, Lord Henan, you're joking. We're all working for the city lord, the duties differ, but labor is not distinguished by rank." In truth, Henan did not regard a petty figure like Professor Bai. He was merely Mo Lao's lackey by his side, doing the dirty work. The cat has its path, and the mouse its own way. In peacetime, people still curry favor with the powerful. In this post-apocalyptic age, it is even more so. To survive, one may do things that cross the line of morality, and that is not hard to understand. However, Henan knew clearly that he would never stand on the same side as such people. He had his own principles and bottom line. Although he killed, he could not guarantee that every life he took deserved to die. Yet he would do his utmost to guard his own heart, not letting it grow dark. With Professor Bai supervising, the repair shop was completed in 5 days. Inside, the equipment was among the most advanced of the era, and the decor was highly technological. Even the exterior was enough to shock. Henan arranged Wu Miao to handle registrations and appointments, admitting only 10 Mecha-Girls each day. Mo Lao, though unhappy with the efficiency, kept silent. He himself came from a scientific research background and understood what technology could bring to humanity. Henan is an exceptionally gifted person. Perhaps in the end, he will be the one to save humanity. That thought made Mo Lao feel deeply uncomfortable because he had not found a way to control Henan. A powerful, untamable person who cannot be used for one's own purposes should be killed. But Henan cannot be killed now. Once the flying craft is installed, he becomes untouchable. This only dampened Mo Lao's mood further. Henan is solitary without family or close ties. Even the girlfriend beside him, he does not seem to care much about. A man with no soft spots. How to restrain him? For the first time in his life, Mo Lao felt at a loss. Henan entered an unprecedented busy phase. Every day, he installed flight units on 10 Mecha-Girls, and after completion, he would take them out for live combat testing. Of course, the pilots were their own commanders. Without a contracted driver, Henan could not pilot the Mecha-Girls. Besides that, they also had to go out hunting mutated ocean creatures. Without resources, there was nothing they could do, and his work remained focused on this. Yet all people saw was his daily income of 1 million star coins. Who wouldn't covet such a thriving business? Yet every family had Mecha-Girls and needed Henan to install their flight units. Everyone understood that once you installed this flight unit, you would be bound to Henan for good. In the future, maintenance, care, upgrades, and so on, everything would depend on him. A figure like this wields more deterrence than even a city lord who would dare scheme against him. Everyone could only envy him, but not act. Seeing his friends ride Mecha-Girls into the skies, Chun Ming envied them to the extreme. But top-tier Mecha-Girls are not scarce, they are everywhere. He hadn't found a suitable one yet, so he went to Henan for help, asking for a Mecha-Girl. "Brother, you have so many here, could you spare one for me?" Henan glanced at him with a hint of meaning in his smile, explaining that these Mecha-Girls were all salvaged by him, and each had a core severely damaged. "Your power source has already been damaged once. I advise you not to take the risk." Chun Ming wore a bitter expression and asked whether a broken core could really be repaired. "I'm not that capable. Why not ask someone else? After all, in all of Star City, you're the only SS-class mecha repair master. If you can't do it, who can I ask?" That's not how it's said. Mo Lao is the founder of the Humanities Academy, and awakening agents are their research. He should understand the cores of Mecha-Girls better than anyone. Find that old man. Or forget it. Chun Ming's casual remark nonetheless carried hints of hidden information. It seemed Chun Xueqing and Mo Lao weren't as harmonious as they appeared. If that was so, it could be used. That city lord would surely be replaced. The major question was who would take his place. Did Henan not want to be city lord? Of course he did. But not yet. Even if he sat in that position, his hold would not be secure. It was better to endure, bide his time, and wait for the moment to soar. So before he sat on that throne, the current city lord must make Star City strong. Mo Lao, though calculating and ruthless, was making moves. Yet he had ambition. Since founding Star City, he had never stopped. He expanded the realm while advancing technology, keeping humanity on the path of progress. That was also why Henan had never moved against him. Free labor was invaluable. As for Chun Xueqing, he would have to assess him first. From a mayor of a third-tier city to a cabinet member, this man indeed had some ability. And although he governed, his hands were anything but idle. Not only the 4S store, but the Star City nutrient liquid producer was under his name. This was indeed intriguing. Mo Lao likely would not tolerate such powers existing, yet there had been no overt action, which could only indicate fear. Henan grew curious about Chun Xueqing. Chun-Ming did not know that Henan had set his sights on his father. With no contracted partner, he spent his days idling at the billionaire's pleasures. Needless to say, opening this restaurant was a very wise choice. In Star City, anyone of standing would drop by, and it often hosted exclusive banquets. Thus Wu Miao had nearly won over all the high-ranking ladies, including Mo Lao's wife and Chun-Ming's mother. Winning them over wasn't hard. Fine seafood plus a set of luxuries would do. It isn't that they are shallow, it's that scarcity makes everything precious. Perhaps before the Age of Ruin, they didn't lack these things, but once all factories were submerged, they no longer had access. Henan's storage space seemed to preserve history, representing those former glories before their eyes. Who could withstand it? No one could. So the billionaire became a hub of information. Any news would inevitably spread from here first. Henan thus gained a powerful intelligence network and a formidable weapon. What was missing was a fully armed army. Not difficult, he already had 7 Mecha-Girls under his command, and the numbers would only grow with time. Yet he suddenly remembered Fong Ting, the daughter of Fong Tianhu, the Qin Chuan base chief. He had once promised Fong Tianhu to return Fong Ting to him in gratitude for the life-saving grace. Would seeking some interest be too much? As for what to collect, he had not decided yet. Now all bases had converged in Star City, but Henan had yet to find time to meet this base chief. Some people could not help but murmur that Henan had just thought of him, and he appeared. Fong Tianhu and his brother Fong Tianhao came to Henan's mecha repair shop, and upon seeing several familiar faces, Fong Tianhu's eyes lit up. Henan, where is my daughter? Henan directly pulled out Fong Ting's core to show him. It's right here. Fong Tianhu nearly spat blood. They're all fine, but how did my daughter end up like this? The materials weren't complete, so the repair has been pending. What materials are needed? I'll source them. Henan didn't hesitate, directly handing him a list. Fong Tianhu read through it, and his scalp went numb. Tiger shark teeth. If you encounter one, you won't even have a chance to run. Who dares to pull its teeth? Physalia water bladder's tentacles. Do you understand how toxic these are? One touch means certain death, there's no saving them. And stingray spines. Are you serious? Of course, Henan replied. Would I jest about your daughter's life? I would. Fong Tianhu had no doubt that Henan didn't value his precious daughter's life at all. Yet he only dared to harbor these thoughts in silence. Speaking them aloud would offend Henan, leaving his daughter with absolutely no hope. Henan, even if everyone in Qin Chuan base risked their lives, we couldn't gather these materials. Do you have another solution? Then simply wait. Once I've collected all the materials, I'll proceed with the repair. Very well. What choice did they have? Their daughter's fate rested entirely in his hands. Fong Tianhu left thoroughly dejected, seething with frustration. Do you think Henan is doing this on purpose? Brother, he clearly wants something in return. Perhaps we should offer him a token of appreciation. But those things he requests are beyond our reach as well. We'll give him what we can obtain. Fong Tianhu had been too hasty, his mind unable to process the situation clearly. After hearing Fong Tianhao's words, he finally understood. In negotiations, one must ask for the sky and accept what's given. There was no need to be stubborn. Since they were the ones seeking help, showing sincerity would at least prove useful. Very well. Let's return and prepare, then visit another day. After seeing off the Fong brothers, Henan resumed his work. Every action he took now was preparation for the future, which is why he approached everything with such dedication. Boss, you're the most approachable mechanic I've ever encountered. I'll certainly return to you in the future. Boss, he doesn't carry himself with arrogance, unlike certain individuals who expect everyone to grovel before them, their noses pointed at the sky. Boss, he is far superior. Henan paid no mind to such flattery. Sweet words cost nothing. One merely needs to let the upper lip meet the lower. At present, he possessed value to these people, and everyone was eager to curry favor with him. But should fortune turn against him one day, who among them would remain? Thus, whether receiving compliments or mockery, Henan let it enter one ear and exit the other, never taking it to heart. If his fiancée of 8 years could betray him, what of those he barely knew? However, he currently spent most of his time assisting the mechas of Star City with aircraft installations. Yet he could only complete 10 per day. It would take ages to finish them all. Henan had no intention of letting his time be wholly consumed by these people. Consequently, he devised an automated system. Once the mechas scanned the code and completed payment, they could enter the self-service bay. The intelligent equipment within would execute the installations according to preset programs. However, this approach precluded core modifications, meaning the mechas couldn't achieve their secondary mechanical form. Nevertheless, this allowed the mechas to take to the skies sooner. Thus, many still preferred the self-service option, particularly those of limited means who needed to earn credits quickly and cared little for such refinements. Only the wealthy elite with leisure time would patiently wait for scheduled appointments. Henan felt considerably relieved. Since opening his shop, he'd been solely engaged in aircraft installations. Not a single customer had come for repairs. Most had grown accustomed to the repair facilities at the Humanities Academy. Hinai's establishment, decorated with excessive luxury, intimidated many who feared being overcharged and avoided entering altogether. Another exhausting day passed. As Hinai prepared to close for the night, a mecha covered in blood appeared. It wasn't unusual for mechas to sustain injuries, but what struck him was that she had come alone. "May I ask where your commander is?" Hinai inquired curiously. "I have no commander." The mecha remained composed, showing no sense that her words were unusual. Yet Star City law stipulated that mechas without a commander piloting them were forbidden from leaving the barrier. Of course, Hinai's own mecha had received special approval under the guise of experimentation. This situation was decidedly abnormal. "Let's conduct a diagnostic first." "Very well." The results appeared almost immediately, leaving Hinai quite astonished. Name Modi. Mechanical core S rank. Core energy requirement universal. Mechanical form heavy lift rocket. Weapon mounts none. In essence, Modi possessed zero combat capability. Her mechanical frame was equipped with not a single weapon. "How were you injured?" "I ventured out for a stroll and was pursued by a mutated crocodile." "Can you repair me?" "I can, but given your condition." "I've already notified the authorities." "You needn't worry." Hinai fell silent. The Star Police arrived swiftly, their faces draining of color upon seeing Modi. "Miss, what happened to you?" Hearing this form of address, Hinai's eyes narrowed slightly. Modi, now this was intriguing. The Star Police urgently grasped Hinai's arm. "Bossy, please save her quickly. She's the miss of the MO family, the City Lord's granddaughter." 20,000 star credits. Hinai cared nothing for whose granddaughter she was. He ran a business, not a charity. The Star Police gritted their teeth and paid the 20,000 credits. Modi followed Hinai into the repair bay. "You're severely wounded. I need to shut down your core system. Rest assured there will be no pain. Simply sleep and you'll awaken restored." "Understood." Unexpectedly, this young miss was remarkably compliant. Far easier to deal with than Fong Ting. In truth, Hinai's decision to shut down her core stemmed from a desire to conceal his healing abilities. Nevertheless, this approach genuinely alleviated the mecha's suffering, proving far more effective than anesthesia. However, ordinary mechanics dared not attempt such a procedure. Should the restoration not be timely, the core would suffer damage from energy depletion. Hinai harbored no concerns. He could provide unlimited energy to mechas surpassing even senior commanders. Only he alone knew this secret. 2 minutes later, Modi's wounds had fully healed. But to maintain appearances, Hinai retired for a nap and only awakened her the following morning. "Rise and move about. Check if anywhere still causes discomfort." Modi obediently stood and walked. "None. I feel wonderful." Attempt a mechanical transformation. Modi then shifted into her heavy lift rocket form. Hinai inspected her once more, confirmed everything was functioning properly, and prepared to escort her out. Modi casually selected a chair and sat. "I wish to add weapon mounts. Can you assist me? Wouldn't the Humanities Academy provide suitable weapon mounts? My grandfather forbade me from leaving the barrier." Hinai glanced up slightly. "Sick of being a pampered lady. The outside world is perilous. You survived this encounter by fortune alone. Next time your luck may not hold." Modi suddenly rose, gripping Hinai's hand tightly. "I seek vengeance. I need strength. Only you can help me." These words left Hinan utterly bewildered. Mo Lao's granddaughter, the eldest daughter. What kind of she be seeking? Utterly absurd. Miss Mo a seat. Yet she also stirred Hinan's curiosity. She was eager to know what secrets lay hidden in this girl. "Sorry, I lost my composure." Mod sat back down in the chair, poised and serene, clearly trained from childhood in noble etiquette. Every gesture radiated a nobility that could not be ignored. Hinan watched her quietly, waiting for an explanation. Mod drew a deep breath. "Hinan, I don't want to drag you into this, so I can't say too much. If you're willing to help me, any price will do." Hinan smiled wryly at the naivete of the young lady. "Miss Mo, you seem to think this is simple. Whoever your enemy is, I don't care if I help you, I will be opposing the city lord." Mod's big eyes blinked several times, looking a little dazed. "Do you think with my small-time machinist status I could contend with the city lord? Even if you won't help me, you won't be able to be friends with the city lord. You're not in the same world." The girl before him seemed to have grown up, all at once, her voice chillingly cold. Moreover, Hinan sensed keenly that she did not call him grandfather, but the city lord. Now this was interesting. Could her foe be Mo Lao? If so, this little girl could be tamed. "Don't look at me like that. I admit I don't have many connections and I don't know much. But I am not stupid. I know what I am doing." A touch of stubborn pride remained, and Hinan found the girl increasingly intriguing. "You've successfully aroused my curiosity. Let's talk terms. How much do you want?" Mod asked cautiously. Though she is wealthy, she doesn't want to be taken advantage of. "How much do you think you would need to spend to avoid the city lord discovering it?" Mod's face paled. She had just preferred owing the Star Police 20,000 star coins rather than swiping her card, and this was the reason. Every move of hers was under Mo Lao's surveillance with no privacy at all. To escape that control, she deliberately allowed herself to be injured, and walked up to Heenan hoping not to raise suspicion. If she missed this chance, she would never again have the opportunity to mount a weapon. I offer myself to you, help me. How about it? Heenan's eyes flashed with mischief. I don't lack women. After I exact my revenge, I will give you whatever you want. Mod grew urgent. This was her only chance, she must not miss it. If you can't avenge yourself, what then? Am I ruined? Mod fell silent. Miss Mo, I have to work now, please leave. Mod sat unmoved, tears gathering in her eyes. Such a look could easily evoke a protective urge. Alas, Heenan, a man who had suffered at the hands of women before, would not easily trust a woman's facade. Mod's spirit lifted instantly. Really? Her eyes shone. But you must tell me what I gain from this. Don't give me hollow promises. I want real benefits. At the same time, I must know the risks involved. If you say nothing, even if you offered me a mountain of gold, I could not help you. I won't tell you the truth. It's for your own good. I don't want to burden you. Coming to me has already burdened me. Sorry, I have no other choice either. Mod looked at Heenan with an expression of grievance that easily stirred a protective urge. Unfortunately, Heenan was a man who had suffered at the hands of women before. He would not easily believe a woman's facade. Mod tried every trick, but could not win Heenan to agree, and she had to leave in disappointment. As soon as she stepped out of the machinist's shop, a hover car waited there. Miss, the city lord asked me to take you back. The impeccably dressed driver politely opened the car door for her. Mod sat inside with a blank expression, not turning around. Heenan was perplexed. He could not judge how much of Mod's words were true or false. Perhaps the young lady was simply bored, looking for amusement. Otherwise, with her status, what enemy could still be alive to terrify her like this? Unless it was Mo Lao. That wouldn't be her grandfather, would it? What are you thinking about? So distracted. Chun Ming tapped Heenan's shoulder, pulling his drifting thoughts back. Oh, I just sent off a beauty, and am savoring it now. Who is she? If she could catch your eye, she must be a great beauty. Yes, Mo Lao's granddaughter. Mod, indeed, she is an ice beauty, aloof to everyone. But that appearance is as real as can be. Are you close with her? Not close. She doesn't play with us, and seems to have no friends. A very strange woman. She wasn't like this when she was a child, like a Barbie doll, always smiling. Since her mother died, she has changed completely. Her mother? How did she die? Rumor has it she fell ill with a terminal disease. Who knows for sure? Her father played around. Her mother bore only this daughter. Before the collapse, if you didn't have a son, surviving in the upper circles was hard. Nevertheless, I heard Mo Lao dotes on her. Heard. Of course, we're not close, and the news is passed along by everyone. Oh, what? Have you truly fallen for her? If you win her, you will rise in the world. Aren't you the one without a contractual partner? What, you haven't considered her? Is it my fault? She basically doesn't look at me. Chun Ming felt this was embarrassing, and he changed the subject. What's today's signature dish? Chopped chili crocodile head. Good, my favorite. With that, he dashed away. Heenan's mind was filled with Mod from Chun Ming's information. Her so-called vengeance must be connected to her mother's death. Her enemies would be Mo Lao or Mo Lao's son. If that is the case, this little girl could indeed be tamed. So Heenan called Wu Miao. Keep an eye on Mod, Mo Lao's granddaughter. What's up? I feel this girl has a story. You're rare for taking any interest in women. What, jealous? Heenan tilted Wu Miao's chin with a teasing look. Do you like it when I get jealous? Wu Miao flashed a flirtatious glance, heightening the mood perfectly. They lived together, yet Heenan seemed to care little for her. If he didn't take the initiative, 10 days or half a month would pass without any closeness. If not for real combat experience, one might suspect this man has a problem. Heenan did not want to live like a monk. With a beauty in his arms, he ought to enjoy it. Yet there is not a trace of romance. He would never again pour his heart into any woman. One cannot help but admit that Wu Miao's public relations prowess is formidable. In days, she had already become close confidants with Mod. Of course, Mod probably intends to get closer to Heenan. Nevertheless, this Q is at least connected. Yet Mod, aside from mentioning revenge in front of Heenan, has told no one else a single word. This leaves Wu Miao at a loss about how to proceed. Heenan did not expect her to uncover much. If Mod is such a careless man, he cannot be used in any case. They must observe him slowly. Heenan currently contemplates releasing Fong Ting. If Chun Xueqing can be supported, have her contract with Chun Ming, binding them all together would make a proper family. Just as this idea formed, Fong Tianhu and his brother visited again, bearing many gifts. Although Heenan disregarded them, it was clear they had brought out the Qin Chuan base's fortune. These things are of no use to me, you may take them back. Fong Tianhu and Fong Tianhao exchanged a look while the words hung in the air. I will do my best regarding Miss Fong. Consider you owe me a favor. Fine, as long as you save my daughter, I'll do anything. Base chief, don't put it so grandly. When I decide what I want, don't say you can't spare it. I would give you my life, but what more could you ask for? All right, I'll remember the base chief's words. One favor from a base chief is not enough for Heenan to do anything. Yet with small gains accumulating, he was not in a hurry. 3 days later, Fong Ting appeared before everyone. Yet no one anticipated that upon learning Henan had a girlfriend, she would rush up to Henan and demand, "Who allowed you to have a girlfriend? Who are you to me? I'm dating a girlfriend. What business is that of yours? You are mine, besides me no one else can have you." Henan, tired of her nagging, said coolly, "I've already notified your father to come pick you up, pack up, and scram. I won't go, I'm not going anywhere. We don't keep idle people here. What can you do? Isn't it just killing mutated ocean creatures? I can do that too." Fong Ting lifted her chin proudly. "No need to pay me a high salary, you just feed me 3 meals a day at the magnate's place." "You dream big. A meal at the magnate costs 198 star coins, 3 meals come to 594. Are you worth such a high daily wage?" Fong Ting fell silent, then cried out in relief as Fong Tianhu saw his daughter alive and full of energy enough to quarrel, tears of happiness streaming down his face. "Dad, how did you get here?" Fong Ting blurted out, immediately quenching Fong Tianhu's emotions. "I was worried about you, pack up and come back with me." "No, I'm staying here." "What are you staying here for?" "I like Hinenu, I want to be with him. He has a girlfriend. Even if he is married, one can divorce. Oh, what's wrong with having a girlfriend? I will be with him." Fong Tianhu looked at Henan with a resigned gaze. "Do you mind having multiple girlfriends?" "Mind? Dad, what are you saying? How could I let you share a man with someone else?" "Then what do you want?" "Henan, break up with your girlfriend now and be with me." Fong Ting folded her arms, wearing a lofty smile that amused Henan. "Base Chief Fong, if you don't take her away, I don't mind letting her sleep here." Fong Tianhu trembled in fear and hurriedly pulled Fong Ting away. "Sweet daughter, come back with daddy." "I won't." Fong Ting spun away from Fong Tianhu, turning to Henan and shouting, "Henan, what are you so great about? For me you're a blessing. You, a cheap mechanic, really thinks he's somebody." Henan did not want to listen to her nagging. With a flick of his wrist, she collapsed to the ground. Fong Tianhu broke out in cold sweat. "Bossy, spare her. This girl is my fault. I'll teach her a lesson when we get back." Henan swept a cold glance and said, "Take her back. She'll wake in an hour. But mark my words, if she comes here to cause trouble again, it won't be so easy to talk." Yes, I'll take her away now." Fong Tianhu, not even bothering to wipe the sweat, carried Fong Ting and fled in a rush. "This woman is quite interesting." Wu Miao poured Henan a glass of red wine and casually settled on his thigh. "Jealous?" Henan gripped her chin and pressed on, and it must be said this woman can be quite thrilling. When Fong Ting woke again, she found the surroundings had changed, and she looked completely bewildered. "Dad, where am I?" "Star City." "Star City?" "Yes, Qin Xuan is gone. Dad has submitted to the Star City Lord, and that is how we have this resting place. So aren't we pretty miserable now?" "Not too bad, a bit stronger than ordinary people. After all, Dad still commands several battle squads. Besides taxes and land rent, it's barely enough for us to live." "What about Henan?" "He's now a man of renown. The Star City is hot on his heels. We cannot compare. That brat actually has some ability after all." "Not just a bit of ability. His abilities are great." Fong Tianhu patiently explained to Fong Ting everything Henan invented and the influence of his actions on the current situation down to the tiniest detail. "Then if I marry him, won't our whole family live better?" "Daughter, wake up. Henan doesn't want you. You mustn't cause trouble. I'm so pretty, why wouldn't he want me? A woman's beauty alone cannot keep a man's heart." "What do I want his heart for? I want a man, period." Fong Ting grabbed Fong Tianhu's arm and shook it hard. "Dad, send a squad to grab him. I'll make him my little follower." "You're right." Fong Tianhu withdrew his arm and sighed. "That man's girlfriend is a star destroyer. One shell could level our base. Traveling to steal a man from her. Do you fear you'll die fast enough? This Henan truly has no taste. Why would he pick such a fierce girlfriend?" "You do have taste. You have the most discerning taste of all. Listen, you'd better stay at home and not go anywhere." "That won't do. I must go find Henan." "Do you think I'm lying?" "What, you think I'm frightening? I'm intelligent and as beautiful as a fairy. When Henan laid eyes on me, I thought I'd died. How could he bear to hurt me?" Fong Tianhu, seeing his daughter's stubborn side. "This is my final warning. Do not go provoking Henan. If you really provoke him, your father cannot guarantee your life. I know it's such a hassle." Henan could not guess what Fong Ting was plotting, and after a tender moment, "Meow," he lit a, "I plan to leave Xingqing for a while." "Where to? Is there anywhere outside where we can stay for a while?" "I don't know, so I want to go out and take a look." "I'll go with you." "All right." Henan stubbed out the cigarette, but his gaze cold, completely devoid of the afterglow of passion, instead chillingly calm. "Notify everyone to prepare. We leave at first light tomorrow." "What about the shop?" "The tycoon has Chun Ming watching over it. The auto repair shop has self-service, no need to worry." "Okay, I'll go now." Wu Miao dressed and went out. Henan took a shower, changed the sheets, and only then lay down again. Although he had been with Wu Miao for a long time, Henan never allowed her to stay over. The main reason was that when Henan slept, no one could be by his side, or he wouldn't sleep soundly. That may be the psychological shadow left by being betrayed. The next morning, Henan set off with his Mecha-Girl squad. But as soon as they stepped out, Fong Ting got off the car. Heenan, where are you going? Out to work. I want to go too. What, you don't even have a commander? What can you do if you go? Aren't they all without a commander? They are my women and they don't need a commander. Hearing this, Fong Ting's eyes instantly shot 2 columns of flame. Heenan, you scumbag, you actually found so many women behind my back. Do you have an opinion? Mine is a big one. Endure it. You? As for you, either disappear on your own, or I help you disappear. Choose one. I won't choose any. A flash of impatience crossed Heenan's eyes. Huan immediately pulled out a shoulder-mounted rail cannon and fired at Fong Ting's thigh. Opt. Fong Ting let out a scream as she was blasted far away, both of her legs blown off. Heenan, you just watch your woman bully me. Fong Ting, sobbing, looked at Heenan with a grievance-filled face, eyes full of accusation. My women bully whomever I want. If you don't like it, endure it. After speaking, Heenan led everyone onto the hover car and drove beyond the barrier. Fong Ting cried bitterly and stayed behind, only now believing that Heenan cared nothing for her. The gaze shifted from grievance to venom. Heenan wasn't worried about Fong Ting's retaliation, as she had been altered head to toe by herself. If she had any thoughts, she could be rebuilt in an instant. Seeing Heenan take all the Mecha-Girls out, the staff immediately reported to Mo Lao. Mo Lao's face darkened to an intimidating shade. Keep a tight watch, see what tricks he intends to pull. Yes, City Lord. Heenan knew well that this ruckus would not escape Mo Lao's scrutiny. But he did not mind. As long as he could move freely, his aim was to gain more resources and pave the way for his rise. In fact, this time he did not have a detailed plan about where to go or how long they would be away. The main reason was that he had Wu Miao. A Jianxing warship would be enough to guarantee everyone's safety. There were still enough supplies in his space to keep everyone fed and clothed, even if they could never return to Xingqing. Of course, this was the worst-case plan. If possible, he would still like to return to a city built by others. Is not as good as starting from scratch himself. Moreover, he did not have the materials to build a floating city. Though a mechanical genius, he could not do everything perfectly. The Jianxing warship had flown for most of the day, and beneath their feet lay the vast sea and the rampant mutated ocean life. It seemed there was nowhere for humans to survive besides Xingqing. Or perhaps they hadn't gone far enough, but Heenan wasn't bent on finding a continent. His purpose this time was to collect resources. So they found a place dense with mutated marine life hovered, and the Mecha-Girls began to work. Lin Shuang plunged into the sea, quickly diving to the ocean depths. Coincidentally, they encountered a pod of whales. Mutated whales had grown sharp teeth and enormous swallowing capacity, able to swallow an entire ship. Lin Shuang, to avoid becoming the whale's supper, had to dodge while fighting. This was a huge challenge for her. After all, previously she had faced only solitary mutated ocean creatures. Under absolute force, she had won each time with ease. This time was a true Waterloo, and as soon as it began she was surrounded by the whale swarm. Her best course now was to beg Heenan for help, have him offer covering fire, and quickly break free from the battlefield. Yet Lin Shuang kept a tight grip on her while believing Heenan was deliberately not giving her a flight unit. Otherwise she could have taken off now to escape the predicament. So not only did she not call for help, she tangled with the whales. Fortunately, her mounted weapons were powerful. Electronic pulse torpedoes repelled the nearby whales, and by using the water's conductivity, the entire pod bled. Nevertheless, she was ultimately outmatched as she was rammed over by a whale, and the pods surged in, tearing at her. The pain was excruciating, and she signaled Heenan for help. In fact, Heenan had been watching her situation all along. I thought you'd resist until the end. Upon receiving the signal, Heenan immediately ordered Lin Rui to assist. Wide-area electronic pulse cannons swept across, and the whale swarm was quickly shattered. Lin Shuang's surfaced looking wrecked was picked up by Heenan onto the Jianxing warship. Seeing her body blood-soaked and torn, Heenan couldn't help but find it amusing. You still dare to throw a tantrum on the battlefield? Do you think you're immortal? Heenan treated her wounds while continuing to lecture her. Lin Shuang grievously cried. After all this, you can't comfort me with a single word. Comfort is useful. Can it keep you from acting foolish again next time? Heenan's words pierced Lin Shuang's heart wounds. Even his healing arts could not mend. Lin Shuang, in a fit of pique, dabbed away her tears. I know you hate me. I don't hate you, don't read too much into it. But you don't like me either. Why should I like you? Lin Shuang paused. All right, keep fighting. After healing her, Heenan tossed her back into the sea. Lin Shuang, though still furious, did not dare to tempt fate again. With Heenan's attitude just now, if she really died in battle, he probably wouldn't shed a single tear. This man has no heart. Heenan, I will never like you again. Lin Shuang cried out with all her strength. Her heart felt a little better, but tears still fell down. I should be the most pitiful woman in this world. I haven't even fallen in love yet, and I've already been heartbroken. Heenan knew that treating Lin Shui was somewhat cruel. Yet rather than feeding her baseless fantasies, would be better to drive her into total despair. Heenan is not a ladies' man, who, although beauty, he has no intention of keeping a. If these women choose to follow him, they should simply work hard. If they are unwilling, they can leave at any time, and he will not hold them back. As for romance, he has no time for it. It is not that past hurts have made him wary of love, he simply thinks there is no need for attachments. In a world where survival is hard, who has time for rituals or romance? The priority is to eat well after all. After this experience, Lin Shuang grew much quieter, and even Lin Rui spoke little to her. At night, Lin Rui deliberately pulled her aside. Xiao Shuang, what happened? I've come to understand something. Henan won't like me no matter what I do. It would be useless. He simply won't like me. Lin Rui gently hugged her, expressing that it was a relief to her that she thought so. Then she asked if Henan truly liked Wu Miao. Who knows? Lin Shuang shrugged, saying she doubted it. And you know better. In truth, Lin Shuang regretted that she had once had a chance. Back then she worried too much, chasing unrealistic romances and missing a good opportunity. Now for her, being Henan's woman is enough, but whether he likes her is no longer important. Unfortunately, she realized a little late, Wu Miao had already beaten her to it. Lin Rui stroked her head and urged not to overthink, reminding her that being alive was luckier than many and to cherish it. Sister, I will strive to live on, to live better than everyone else. Seeing Lin Shuang seem to have truly found peace, Lin Rui also relaxed. On this expedition, Henan chose a route away from other squads. Since there was no need to worry about energy consumption, he could go as far as he wished. Thus, although they had only fought for one day, the harvest was substantial. Light whales yielded dozens of them, not to mention the skins and teeth that could be used to forge weapons, and the meat alone would satisfy a rich man for a long time. Besides the whales, they gathered many other kinds of seafood. Because the operation was in the air, smaller mutated ocean creatures were inevitably blasted to pieces and could not be collected. But none of the larger ones were spared. Henan's storage space was effectively unlimited, able to swallow whatever they hunted, so he planned to press on. Besides looking for resources, he also wanted to see whether there were any human settlements left in this world. Yet the next day things did not go as smoothly as before. The once calm sea suddenly churned with enormous waves. All mutated sea creatures grew restless, becoming exceptionally ferocious, and even attacking each other. Henan immediately ordered everyone into the destroyer starship and quickly climbed to a higher altitude. They had just left the sea when a tremendous explosion sounded from the seabed, the surface violently exploding and huge ripples spreading outward. The tsunami followed, a massive mushroom cloud formed by gas and dust. A red sea dozens of meters high shot toward the sky, reddening half the heavens. The shattered bodies of mutated sea creatures rained back onto the sea, quickly swept away by the waves. My God, is the seawater on fire? Terrifying indeed. It must be an underwater volcanic eruption. Henan's heart roared, but his face remained as calm as ever. Seeing him so composed, the panicked Mecha-Girls gradually steadied themselves and stopped shouting. We should leave this sea area. Henan gave Wu Miao an order, then adjusted the direction to steer away from the volcanic eruption zone. Having witnessed this disaster firsthand, though none were touched, everyone's mood grew heavy. Without Henan, they probably wouldn't have survived such a calamity. Whatever plans they once harbored, they have all quieted down. In the face of calamity, humanity is truly small. Henan could not help but sigh. No one contradicted him, but everyone agreed with his words. This volcanic eruption directly impacted Star City. The entire city was shaken. Although the city wasn't destroyed, the toxic gases filled the air above the city, and most outdoors people immediately fainted. Even those indoors could not avoid dizziness and vomiting. Mo Lao wore an oxygen mask, his eyes cold as he asked, do you think Henan knew a tsunami would come and fled first? Professor Bai on the side could hardly answer. He wondered if Henan had that ability, though our meteorology department didn't predict it, and he's only a machinist. I hope I am overthinking it. Mo Lao's expression didn't brighten. I always feel Henan is not simple. There must be a great secret about him. Perhaps we should capture him and interrogate him. Is there any use of that? Professor Bai sighed, forget it. If he returns, bring him to me at once. Yes. Professor Bai slunk out, muttering curses upon Henan's ancestors. He had learned that whenever Henan was involved, whatever the matter, he would surely be blamed. You brat, you are my nemesis. Don't let me catch you. If I do, I will kill you. Henan, hunting in a new sea, sneezed violently. I've come this far, and there's still someone thinking of me. You must be joking, or perhaps you're just getting a chill. Lin Rui poured him a cup of hot water with consideration. I bet there are people cursing me. Lin Rui smiled faintly. It's not surprising. You've been in the limelight recently, and there are plenty who envy you. But they can't do anything about you, so they can only vent behind your back. You are perceptive. Since my parents abandoned me and my grandmother, I have learned to take things as they come. Yes, human nature is the most fragile under trial. Only by living well can you make those who look down on you feel uncomfortable. If they feel unsettled, you will feel settled as well. Right? We not only must stay alive, but we must live better than everyone else. Be ambitious, keep going. Henan stayed away for a full month, and only then prepared to resume the voyage. Returning to the sea area where the volcano had erupted, they expected a lifeless silence, but found more mutated sea creatures than before, and they had evolved again, becoming even more ferocious. Some even grew wings capable of flying at low altitude. At this moment, Star City was under attack by flying beings. All Mecha-Girls joined the battle, but could only barely hold the line with many casualties. Mo Lao stood on the city's highest point with a look of despair. This time, we probably won't be able to hide. Chun Shiweching stood behind him. The results of raising the city have come out. Speak. If the city is raised to over 1,000 meters, a protective shield must be built, otherwise survival would be impossible. Also, oxygen supply will be a problem. When Henan returned to Xingqing, he found the streets unusually deserted. Even if there were 1 or 2 pedestrians, they all walked in haste and wore oxygen masks. Without much thought, it was clear that the underwater volcanic eruption had affected Xingqing, causing severe air pollution. Henan had a stash of oxygen masks in his spatial storage, so he handed one out to each person and put one on himself. Only then did he lead everyone toward the barrier. A lethargic staff member received them. The city lord has given orders that upon your return, boss, he is to see him immediately. All right. Henan followed the staff member to the city lord's office, while Wu Miao took the others back to the Grand Luxury Hotel first. Given the situation, business at the Grand Luxury must be terrible. Wu Miao began worrying about the provisions she had brought back. But she could never have imagined that a masked ball was being held at the Grand Luxury, and its organizer was none other than Chen Ming. Wu Miao pursed her lips. You certainly know how to have fun. This is what I call turning a profit, you know. Yes, you're the most capable one. Indeed. Right now every shop in Xingqing is closed, and we're the only ones still operating. All thanks to me. Fine, I'll get you a trophy later. Skip the trophy, just give me a wife instead. For that you'll need to talk to Henan. I don't have the authority. By the way, where's Henan? Why isn't he back with you? The city lord summoned him. That old man has too many demands. Chun Ming could say such things, but Wu Miao dared not. You two carry on. I'm going to sleep. I'm exhausted. Chun Ming knew how hard they had worked on their trip and didn't press further. This was the first time Henan had ever seen a trace of anxiety in old Mo's eyes. The old man typically kept his emotions hidden, impossible to read. City lord, have you summoned me for something? Xingqing faces a crisis of survival. What are your thoughts? Do you have a plan, city lord? Henan thought to himself, what insights could I possibly have? And even if I did, would you really listen? I originally planned to raise the city's elevation, but the survey results were not promising. After deep contemplation, Henan said, even raising the city is hardly a long-term solution. Mutated marine creatures can already fly. Who's to say they won't evolve other abilities? You make a valid point, but what can we do? Of course, we strengthen our combat capabilities. Offense is the best defense. Easier said than done. I brought back quite a few materials this time. Let me study them, and I'll give you an answer. I look forward to your good news. Then I'll take my leave. Henan's accomplishments on this trip were the most substantial by far. Since Xingqing was in danger, he as a resident would naturally not stand idly by. Chun Ming had originally intended to pull him in for a few drinks, but Henan declined outright. You really don't know how to enjoy life. Chun Ming lay bored on the sofa, as though nothing happening around him concerned him in the least. Henan dove headfirst into the laboratory, turning a deaf ear to Chun Ming's words. He didn't have the same privileged fate as Chun Ming, someone who needed do nothing and still had food and drink, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, never knowing the hardships of the world. He could only survive through relentless effort, never daring to grow complacent. After a month of research, Henan extracted a substance from the whale, colorless, odorless, fireproof, explosion-resistant, and remarkably tough. If we use this material to build a protective barrier for Xingqing, it should hold for some time. Henan was highly satisfied with his discovery and took the sample to see old Mo immediately. Henan, you truly haven't disappointed me. Then let's begin production as soon as possible. Yes, we start immediately. However, the whales I brought back are limited. We'll need to hunt more. Don't worry about that. I'll dispatch elite troops to carry out the mission right away. After bidding farewell to the city lord, Henan immediately began researching an automated production line. Manual extraction was far too time-consuming. By the time they finished building the barrier, the mutated marine creatures might have evolved again. To survive, they had to race against time, leaving those mutated creatures far behind before humanity could speak of progress. Otherwise, they would merely struggle along the razor's edge of life and death. Even if they survived temporarily, it would only be lingering on borrowed breath. Henan refused to live so passively, so he had to redouble his efforts in research. The Institute of Humanities Sciences was equally busy. As soon as Henan delivered the samples, they immediately began compositional analysis. Yet after 3 full days and nights of research, they still couldn't find reference tables for several substances. City Lord, we don't know what these 3 substances are. According to our analysis, they don't appear to originate from within the whale. Could it be a chemical reaction? With our current level of research, we simply cannot determine the composition of these substances. Professor Bai wore an expression of deep frustration and once again began cursing Henan in his heart. He had once been the most prominent researcher under old Mo. But since Henan appeared, he felt more and more like a heap of filth destined to be swept out by old Mo sooner or later. He harbored no great ambitions, he simply wanted to hold onto the wealth thrust upon him. Yet Henan kept causing trouble, robbing him of even a peaceful night's sleep. After much deliberation, he concluded that the best way to resolve the trouble was to root it out completely. He refused to believe that humanity would go extinct without Henan. Over the years, he had cultivated quite a few assassins, and after the apocalypse arrived, they became among the first awakeners. The female androids sent to hunt Henan originally were ones he had trained since childhood. Only he didn't know why. They not only failed to kill Henan, but had all uniformly lost their memories. Call him a fool if he believed Henan had done nothing at all. He had a strong premonition that Henan had already mastered a technology far beyond their reach, one capable of completely controlling the female androids. Perhaps one day this world would no longer need men. He would not let that come to pass. Therefore Henan had to die. Assassination was something he had grown very proficient at. Upon leaving the laboratory, he immediately arranged for a batch of killers. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to act within Xingqing. Even if he succeeded in killing Henan, the city lord would not spare him. His order was simple: wait until Henan left the barrier, then eliminate him together with his female android squad. Encountering danger outside the barrier was nothing unusual. So many people had ventured out and never returned. Henan could easily become one of them. And at this very moment, Henan had no idea that Professor Bai, who always greeted him with a sycophantic grin, was plotting his demise. His mind was entirely consumed by his experiments. He didn't even entertain thoughts of enjoying romantic company. Wu Miao came to the laboratory on schedule every day to bring him meals. He never even looked up, quickly shoveling a few bites before returning to work. Are you really going to devote yourself entirely to humanity's survival unto death? I'm not that noble. You're doing something extraordinarily great. Henan was in no mood to chat. If you have nothing else, please leave. But Wu Miao remained seated. I want to have a child. You're overthinking it. Henan refused without a second thought. It was the post-apocalyptic era. No one knew if they'd survive until tomorrow, and she was talking about having children. Is this a joke? Although Henan was wealthy and could easily afford another mouth to feed, he didn't want a child so young to live in constant fear. Unless he could provide an absolutely safe living environment for the child, would he even consider it? Why? Wu Miao wasn't ready to give up. Primarily, she had a premonition that her time with Henan was limited. If she could have a child, she'd feel there was hope for their future. Don't you want revenge anymore? Of course I do. And if you die, what happens to the child? Wu Miao fell silent. She hadn't considered that possibility. In her heart, with Henan by her side, killing Tenmo Laos was nothing. A failure never crossed her mind. But after his words, she suddenly realized she'd been too simplistic in her thinking. Let's forget I said anything. Getting up to leave, she was pulled back by Henan as he tightened the last screw on the automatic extractor. You don't want the child, but you can keep the mother. Wu Miao smiled charmingly and leaned into his embrace, filling the room with tender intimacy. Henan, do you like me? Don't ask such silly questions. Wu Miao's eyes darkened slightly. She dressed and left without looking back. Henan took a shower and fell asleep immediately. This experiment had taken longer than usual. He hadn't properly rested in 2 consecutive months. He slept deeply, dreamlessly. When Henan woke up, it was already the next evening. Starving, he decided to head to the Grand Fortune Hotel for food. Regardless of Xing City's situation, business at the Grand Fortune remained consistently excellent. These wealthy people spent recklessly, as if afraid they wouldn't be able to spend all their money before dying. The luxury goods Wu Miao had priced at astronomical amounts had been completely swept away. Seeing Henan awake, Wu Miao came immediately to restock. I've decided to expand the display case. You need to give me more goods this time. Can I eat first? I'm starving. Take your time eating. It's not like we're in a rush. Wu Miao thoughtfully cut his steak into pieces, poured red wine into his glass, and quietly watched him devour the meal. He felt uncomfortable under her gaze. Aren't you going to eat anything? I'm not hungry. Wu Miao kept staring. Henan sighed. Henan, you're finally coming out to see people. I thought you planned to seclude yourself for 100 years. Chun Ming plopped down beside Henan, his expression weary. Clearly he hadn't rested well either. What's up? What could I have? Just surviving day by day until death. A man really can't do without a woman by his side. Don't talk easily when you haven't experienced it. Do you know how hard it is to find a woman now? Henan smiled teasingly. I happen to know an S-rank Mecha-Girl, though she has a bit of a temper. Really? Where is she? Chun Ming perked up immediately. For him, any female would do, even one with a bad temper. A commander without a Mecha-Girl was like a soulless vessel. The daughter of Fong Tianhu, base commander of Qinchuan base. Her name is Fong Ting, S-rank Corps, and her mech form is an anti-explosion vehicle. Awesome. It'll be her. Watching Chun Ming scamper off before he could respond, Heenan shook his head amusedly. Is it really that scarce? Wu Miao shot him an exasperated look. You're a well-fed man not understanding the hunger of others. As long as I'm full, why should I care about others' hunger? Wu Miao fell silent. This man was the pinnacle of selfishness. She gritted her teeth, but dared not show her anger. You're really willing to give Fong Ting to Qin Ming? That woman is too noisy. Keeping her around would drive me crazy. Heenan, aren't you ashamed to speak ill of others behind their backs? Fong Ting's thunderous voice had reached every guest in the Grand Fortune, all turning to look. Heenan frowned displeasedly. I'd say the same to your face. Noticing Wu Miao was also present, Fong Ting didn't argue with Heenan. Instead, she plopped down beside him. Heenan, arrange a room for me. I want to stay here. Go to the front desk, pay for accommodation, 200 star coins per night. Why don't you just go rob people? Everyone's already handing me money willingly. Why bother with extra effort? What kind of mouth does this man have? Fong Ting was so exasperated she could have ascended to heaven. Yet she hadn't forgotten the purpose of her visit. Heenan, I want to follow you. I don't keep idle people here. I can work as a front desk receptionist. We have fully automated services here. No need. Then I'll be your girlfriend. I already have a girlfriend. No need. This time Fong Ting's temper completely erupted. What exactly is wrong with me compared to this woman? At least she doesn't make noise from morning to night, giving people headaches. Fong Ting was speechless, unconsciously retracting her finger pointed at Wu Miao. Wu Miao originally had many things to attend to, but she sat still. Not for any particular reason, to watch the show. Oh, my little ancestor, what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to install the flight device? Let's hurry to the mechanic shop. Fong Tianhu jogged over, visibly relieved to see his daughter intact. I want Heenan to help me install it. I want to transform into a transformer. Manual service costs an extra 10,000 star coins. Pay now and the appointment is set for tomorrow morning. Heenan wouldn't turn away a business opportunity that came to him. I want it installed now. Heenan showed clear displeasure. Can't you see I'm eating? I'm your customer. Isn't serving customers more important than eating? Heenan's gaze turned cold. I refuse your business. Please leave. It was just 11,000 star coins. Heenan didn't value it highly now. Fong Ting instantly puffed up like a pufferfish. Heenan, are you doing this on purpose? Fong Ting, can you act more like a woman? You're really annoying this way. Heenan didn't spare her face even with Fong Tianhu present. Women like her needed to be disciplined. A good scolding would put them in their place. I'm a lovely little princess. Everyone in the world likes me. How dare you say such things about me? I suggest you look in a mirror. Heenan finished his last few bites and pulled Wu Miao along as he left. Seeing their intertwined hands, Fong Ting was genuinely struck. Dad, am I really that annoying? Fong Tianhu shook his head helplessly. You, my dear, have been spoiled by me. But I like Heenan. I want to be with him. You'll eventually contract a commander. What kind of situation is this following him? There are so many mech girls around him. Why can't I be one? Those mech girls have no family. You have a father. We don't need to. What use is a father like you? Can you feed me Grand Fortune delicacies every day? Can you buy me luxury bags? Can you upgrade my configuration to perfection? Fong Tianhu fell silent. Heenan can. As long as I'm with him, I'll have whatever I want. Fong Tianhu deeply regretted his actions. He should never have indulged his daughter so recklessly. Not only had she made him lose face in public, but when she threw her tantrums, she showed absolutely no regard for consequences. Shall I install the aircraft or not? Of course I shall. Then let's hurry. Even the buffet has a queue. My own Heenan will personally install it for me. He won't install it for you. Stop provoking him. Why shouldn't he? I'm willing to pay after all. Do you think money is an issue for him? Fong Ting fell silent. If you want it installed, then go queue up quickly. Fong Tianhu was truly helpless. She was his own daughter after all. There was no choice but to indulge her. But Fong Ting grew more determined. I want Heenan to personally install it for me. Base Commander Fong, it's been a long time. To secure his son's future, Qin Shuiqing was putting in considerable effort. After his unsuccessful attempt at Qinchuan Base, he had come to the Grand Wealth Establishment, seeking them out. At last he had spotted Fong Ting. Clearly raised in a wealthy household, every gesture exuded the elegance of a young lady, and he felt inwardly satisfied. Senator Qin, are you here to dine? I've come specifically to see you. To see me? Might we sit and speak? By all means, please sit. Chun Ming efficiently settled everyone's bill. This was a rule Heenan had established. Dividends were one matter, but at the Grand Wealth all patrons, including himself, paid in cash. The arrangement served multiple purposes. One, the accounts remained clear. Two, it eliminated idle companions from freeloading meals. Qin Shuiqing cut straight to the point. My son Chun Ming awakened as an A-rank commander. Though she ranks one tier below your esteemed daughter, our Chun family's resources will certainly not fall short. The sudden opportunity left Fong Tianhu slightly dazed. Senator Qin, are you suggesting a contract between your son and my daughter? Precisely. What say you? Of course Dad, I refuse to enter into any contract. Before Fong Tianhu could finish, Fong Ting cut him off abruptly. Ting Ting, don't be foolish. Fong Ting pouted, clearly displeased. Father, I've already stated, I won't contract. Please don't force me into something I don't wish to do. How can that be? Do you intend to remain alone forever? I wish to join Henan's team. Those mechanized companions of his exist merely for experimentation. Yet you cannot deny they stand as the finest mechanized warriors in Xingqing. Fong Tianhu fell silent. He truly had no rebuttal. Chun Xueqing shot his son a sharp glance, silently chiding him for his blunt manner. Since ascending to the cabinet, no one had ever so openly embarrassed him. Had Fong Ting not been so exceptionally gifted, he would have risen and departed immediately. Miss Fong, you are young and may not yet grasp the full scope of things. The current situation in Xingqing is far from favorable. Without a commander, should the mutated marine creatures breach the coast, there would be not a sliver of hope for survival. I believe my chances of surviving alongside Henan are far greater. Chun Xueqing fell silent. He could offer no rebuttal. If he had a daughter, he would willingly keep her by Henan's side regardless of consequences. Such words, however, he would never dare speak. Since Miss Fong has no intention of contracting, we shall take our leave. Chun Ming wore a disappointed expression, for the meal had been paid for nothing. Chun Xueqing felt thoroughly humiliated and rose to depart. Chun Ming grasped his father's arm. Father, the bill is already settled. Let us finish eating before we go. The delicacies of the Grand Wealth were irresistible even to Chun Xueqing. The two relocated to another table and began dining heartily. Since no one opposed her, Fong Ting unceremoniously fetched a large platter of her favorite foods and ate with careless enthusiasm. Even the finest cuisine could not comfort Fong Tianhu's troubled heart as a father. He cast frequent glances at Chun Ming. Setting aside backgrounds, the young man's appearance was outstanding in every respect. He couldn't shake the feeling that his daughter had just missed out on something invaluable. Henan, meanwhile, had dismissed them entirely from his thoughts. After engaging Wu Miao in an extended sparring match, he slept soundly. At dawn the following day, he arrived with the automatic extractor to meet Elder Mo. Elder Mo's eyes held both delight and a hint of complexity. Let us observe the practical application. Henan ignored the man's expression. Rescuing Xingqing was the priority. Wu Miao had already transported a whale by truck. Under Henan's direction, everyone skinned the beast and placed the remainder on the extractor's platform. Pressing the red button, the conveyor belt carried the whale into the crushing chamber. Minutes later, dark red fluid began flowing from within. After passing through multiple filtration stages, the dark red gradually lightened until it became a clear, transparent liquid. Henan then added certain materials into the liquid. The mixture entered the stirring chamber for thorough blending, and after several further processes, the protective barrier was finally complete. However, it existed only as a flat plane at present. If deployed over Xingqing, its structural form would require consideration. Nevertheless, this achievement alone was enough to stun everyone. Henan, you've done excellent work. Elder Mo's praise came from genuine appreciation. Henan offered nothing in return. What we urgently need now is a substantial quantity of whales. Without raw materials, even the finest invention remains merely an elaborate fantasy. Dispatch orders to all bases. Every mechanized warrior is to mobilize for whale hunting. Yes. At that very moment, Elder Mo also announced another decree. Any awakened who failed to find a contracted partner within 6 months would face mandatory pairing by the Xingqing government. Though Xingqing welcomed all awakened individuals, idleness was absolutely unacceptable. Those without contracts possessed no combat capability, and such a scenario was entirely unsustainable. Fong Tianhu personally led the whale hunt expedition. Fong Ting, however, felt profound anxiety. She truly did not wish to contract. She sought out Henan again. Henan, you'll help me, right? I won't contract with anyone. Why should I assist you? Because my refusal to contract serves your interests as well. You're not helping me, you're helping yourself. I appreciate your sentiment. Regarding this woman who could never read the situation, Henan felt deeply exasperated. However, I have no need for your help. Go about your business. Henan, you're being unreasonable. I've lowered myself to beg you, and still you refuse. What more do you expect? Must I agree simply because you ask? Who do you believe you are? I. Fong Ting paused, her mouth opening, but no words emerging. She had wanted to declare herself the daughter of the Fong family matriarch, yet in Xingqing, even her base commander father held no standing. Meanwhile, Henan, a mere mechanic, had risen to such prominence that even her father dared not provoke him. Deflated, Fong Ting said, "Actually, you saved my life. I wanted to repay that debt. Can't you treat me a bit kinder? I have my pride, you know. I don't have time to coddle a young lady of your stature. I'm quite occupied. You may go about your business. As long as you stay out of my sight, consider that your repayment." Henan, you're being outrageous. I'm a woman. Shouldn't you show at least some courtesy? Henan's expression suddenly turned icy. Fong Ting, if not for your father's past assistance to me, you would already be dead. Fong Ting shivered violently. The killing intent in Henan's eyes was almost tangible, and even someone as thick-skinned as she could feel it unconsciously taking a step back. This man was too terrifying. No wonder even her father and second uncle were afraid to provoke him. Fong Ting resignedly turned to leave, but bumped right into Chun Ming, who was walking in. Miss Fong, are you all right? Fong Ting's eyes were red-rimmed, her heart aching. Chun Ming, I'm willing to contract with you. Although Chun Ming urgently needed a contract partner, he wasn't one to take just anyone. If you follow me, there can be no other thoughts in your heart. I, Chun Ming, have no intention of being a cuckold. Chun Ming slapped his forehead. Right, how could I forget such a big thing? Henan personally installed the flight device for Fong Ting and also upgraded the core, fulfilling her dream of becoming an Autobot. Fong Ting stamped her foot in frustration. Henan doesn't even want me. What good would it do if I had other intentions? Since this woman had some connection with Henan, Chun Ming decided to ask for his opinion anyway. It would give him peace of mind. Henan, you really don't want Fong Ting. How could I? Keep her as a mistress. She'd tear the roof off this place. Haha, you kid, your romance luck is unstoppable. It's just a rotten blossom. If you want her, take her. No need to thank me. Then I'll really take her away. Hurry up and take her. Chun Ming saw that Henan truly had no interest in Fong Ting, so he was completely at ease. Happily, he took Fong Ting to complete the contract, and that night, they consummated their union. Although Fong Ting felt awkward at first, Chun Ming had a good temper and was humorous in his speech. After living with him for a few days, Fong Ting found it much better than suffering insults in front of Henan, so she began to settle down and live steadily with Chun Ming. The people under Old Mo's command were indeed excellent, with very high efficiency in handling matters. The whaling operation went very smoothly, with at least 20 heads coming in every day. Henan only provided the machines and did not participate in anything else. He directly led the team and set off. Chun Ming was the only son in the family, so Chun Shueching naturally couldn't bear to let him go out on adventures. However, since having his son raised at home would invite gossip, he encouraged him to go out with Henan so they could look out for each other. Chun Ming was more than eager and immediately went to discuss with Henan. Take me with you this time. Don't worry, I definitely won't hold you back. I need to install a flight device for your wife first, otherwise how can she keep up with us? Fong Ting was overjoyed and wrapped her arms around Chun Ming's neck, kissing him, which made him blush deeply. Wife, have some dignity, be more reserved. What dignity? I'm kissing my own husband, what's wrong with that? Wu Miao raised an eyebrow and leaned close to Henan's ear, whispering, didn't she say she loved you to death just a couple of days ago? She moved on to someone else so quickly. That wasn't love for you. That was defiance. She's clear-headed. Absolutely. I have piercing eyes that can see through any demon or monster. Nothing can escape me. You do have the potential of the Monkey King. Why can't I tell you're complimenting me? Wu Miao laughed and ran off. Just as their group was preparing to depart, MOD arrived. Can you take me with you? Henan furrowed his brow. Without a commander, what can you do by following us? Don't the Mech-Girls around you also lack commanders? I want to be like them. She will never be able to contract a commander in this life. Do you still want to become like her? MOD was slightly stunned, then nodded. Very well. Although Henan really wanted to contract her, he wasn't impulsive. Shouldn't we ask Master City Governor about this? I can take responsibility for myself. What responsibility can you possibly take? Old Mo's chilling voice came from behind his gaze, so cold it could freeze one's blood. What if I insist on going with him? Does Master City Governor plan to kill me? MOD's voice was equally cold, and notably she didn't call him grandfather. This indicated that the rumors outside were wrong. MOD was not Old Mo's most favored granddaughter. From the coldness in her eyes, it was clear she wasn't being rebellious, but harboring resentment. Therefore, Henan speculated that her mother's death must be connected to Old Mo. So don't drag me into your celestial squabbles. MOD glared at him hatefully. Henan, are you a coward? Haha, does taking you with me make me not a coward? How well do I know you? Why should I indulge your nonsense? MOD fell silent. Just as foolish as your mother. Always thinking you can conquer men with your body, without even considering your own worth. How dare you speak of my mother like that? MOD screamed hoarsely. The things you did. Slap. A sharp sound echoed, and MOD was slapped to the ground. Old Mo's eyes were dark and menacing. Those who are sensible will obediently return with me, otherwise you won't need to return at all. Originally, Henan had thought MOD would at least be somewhat resilient, but to his surprise, she got up and left with Old Mo. Tisk, what's the point of all this commotion? Perhaps only you can save her. Actually, Wu Miao felt quite sympathetic toward MOD. Why should I save her? She's a woman full of trouble. There's more than enough already. Henan didn't take this little episode to heart and led everyone directly out of the barrier. However, shortly after they set out, 5 stealth fighter jets fell in pursuit behind them. Wu Miao's radar system was quite keen and detected the tail right away. 5 stealth fighter jets following us. Hinan's handsome brows furrowed slightly. Who do you think it could be? That's hard to guess. You haven't offended anyone recently. Whoever it is, if they dare to make a move, I'll wipe them out. Yes. Hinan flew far away, long beyond the normal hunting range. After all, a commander's kinetic energy was limited. Flying too far meant the energy required for combat might not be sufficient, and in case of special circumstances, it could easily cost them their lives. The mechanical frame stealth fighters followed for a while before turning back. Hinan, they've returned. So afraid of death, and yet they want to deal with me. What were they thinking? I guess they'll block our path on the way back. You're actually smart. That's common sense, okay? I'm actually afraid they won't block us. Then where am I supposed to find the mastermind? You're excited about being hunted. Hunted? No, you're wrong. I'm fishing for big fish. Wu Miao laughed aloud for a long time. Only Hinan would dare to say such things, that no one else would have such confidence. Those were 5 stealth fighter jets. Even if ordinary Mecha-Girls didn't die, they would be severely damaged. Hinan was more concerned about who exactly wanted to harm him. Given this lineup, it was clearly someone who wanted his life. He considered himself generally kind to others and had never made mortal enemies with anyone. Recently, he had indeed been making a name for himself. Could he have stolen someone's credit? Hunan would not obsess over matters beyond his understanding. That person would make their move sooner or later, so he simply waited. Hunan hovered again in a sea area densely populated with mutated marine creatures. Remember, our purpose is to collect supplies, not risk our lives. Safety always comes first. Although these words were repeated each time they went out, Hunan did not assume everyone had memorized them. Therefore, he would remind them once before starting work. Understood. Everyone acknowledged and began exiting the Star Annihilator one by one. Chun Ming was experiencing this for the first time, facing mutated marine creatures head-on. While it would be dishonest to claim he was not afraid, the excitement far outweighed it. Noticing Chun Ming's expression, Hunan immediately recognized the young man's complete lack of combat experience and added one more reminder. Don't get carried away in battle. If your kinetic energy runs low, return immediately. No one will come rescue you if things go wrong. I understand. Chun Ming had no doubt about Hunan's words. Though he had never truly fought, he had watched plenty of combat videos the commander brought back. In a life-or-death situation, everyone prioritizes their own survival with no thought for those around them. In truth, he had only come along to save face and avoid gossip. Even if he returned without firing a single shot, it would have been fine. But as an A-class commander, it would be humiliating to accomplish less than a mechanic. With the mindset of wreaking havoc everywhere, Chun Ming piloted Fong Ting out of the Star Annihilator. His luck was truly poor. Before he could even adjust his course, he collided head-on with a flying monster. It resembled a pterosaur from cartoons, with meat wings spanning over 10 meters, sharp fangs lining its pointed beak coming straight at him. Chun Ming shuddered violently, nearly losing control of the steering wheel. Fortunately, his mental composure held up reasonably well. Though slightly stunned by his first close encounter with the sea monster, he quickly forced himself to stay calm. Though his hands still trembled slightly, he deftly dodged the sea monster's first attack. When Hunan modified Fong Ting, she installed auto-aim systems on every mounted weapon, so even if Chun Ming fired recklessly, his shots would still find their mark on the sea monster. Seeing the sea monster blasted far away by his own cannon, Chun Ming's blood surged with excitement. Come on, hurt me back. At that moment, his only focus was eliminating the sea monster. His fingers repeatedly pressed the firing button, unleashing shells like they were free, hammering them relentlessly into the creature. But he had overlooked one crucial detail. His kinetic energy was limited. This relentless approach wouldn't sustain him long. By the time Chun Ming realized his mistake, it was already too late. He and Fong Ting were plummeting straight toward the ocean surface. We're done for. Did I really die on my first outing? Fong Ting was equally terrified. Chun Ming, are you an idiot? Only then did Chun Ming remember Hunan's warning about monitoring energy levels and returning promptly once they ran low. Yet all his kinetic energy was completely depleted. He could not return. Ting, I'm so sorry. If there's a next life, I'll be smarter and truly protect you. Fong Ting regretted everything. How did she end up contracting with such an idiot? She had perished on her very first mission, killed by her own carelessness. Damn it, I really owe you one. Hunan had predicted this would happen. The moment he got carried away, he lost all restraint. Nevertheless, although the young man was somewhat foolish, he was not a bad person. Hunan immediately contacted Lin Shuang to organize a rescue. When Chun Ming and Fong Ting crashed into the sea surface, they could no longer sustain their mechanical forms. Fortunately, both could swim. Though terrified and having swallowed some water, they were alive. However, a large group of sea monsters had spotted them and was rapidly converging. Fong Ting was completely paralyzed with fear. Chun Ming, fuck your grandfather. It's no use fucking my grandfather either. I'm sorry I disappointed you. Chun Ming manfully pulled Fong Ting behind him, thinking the sea monsters would eat him first if they had to eat someone. Fong Ting's heart warmed, and the curse words died in her throat. She just stared blankly at the back of his head, tears falling like rain. Chunming, I never expected you to be the best to me. If there's a next life, I'll still be your wife. Chunming was moved to tears as well. Yes, in the next life, we'll be together. Lin Shuang had just watched a deeply moving drama and felt uneasy inside. Are you two waiting for the next life, or getting up here? Huh. The two asked in unison. Just as a sea monster's tentacle was about to smash onto their heads, Chunming suddenly snapped out of it and grabbed Fong Ting, quickly entering Lin Shuang's diving chamber. The two panted heavily, unable to process what had just happened for a long while. Are we really saved, or? We're not dead, eh? Chunming pinched his own thigh hard, making him yelp and jump up. Wife, we're alive. Lin Shuang truly could not bear to look at these two idiots. Behave yourselves, I still have work to do. Oh. Chunming and Fong Ting both sat down obediently, daring not to move recklessly anymore. That evening the group returned to the Star Annihilator to rest. Chunming's face was red with embarrassment, daring not to look up at Hunan. Do you think I'm stupid? Does that even need me to say? I just got carried away for a moment. If I hadn't been here today, you would already be dead. Yes, you saved me again. I'll remember this. I can't save you every time. I understand. Tomorrow when we go out again, I'll definitely bring my brain. Seeing that Chunming's attitude was decent, Hunan did not say much more. After all, they were only friends. A gentle reminder was enough, as saying too much would only annoy him. Fortunately, Chunming simply lacked social experience. He was not truly stupid. The next day when he went out again, he became extremely cautious. As soon as he felt his power was insufficient, he returned to the Star Annihilator immediately. Although this approach meant collecting fewer supplies, the advantage lay in safety. He also came to understand Hunan was simply a monster. Not to mention himself, no one could hope to defeat him. The 7 mechanized girls were each exceptionally powerful. Any single one of them could leave him in the dust by 8 lengths. Not only that, but these women worked together so harmoniously that they seemed tireless. At this thought, Chunming suddenly shivered. What's wrong? After all, the two had gone through life and death together, and Fong Ting now truly had feelings for him. Chunming shook his head vigorously, hoping he was just overthinking. Have you noticed that the mechanized girls following Hunan never need to rest? Where does their kinetic energy come from? Didn't Hunan invent a kinetic energy storage device? Could it be that thing? But during testing, he clearly said it could only be used as auxiliary support and couldn't replace a commander. But look at them now. Those mechanized girls don't need a commander at all, and their kinetic energy seems inexhaustible. I don't know either. Why do you ask? Chunming certainly had thoughts on this. Only now did he understand what Chun Xueqing had told him. Be sincere in befriending Hunan and don't try to recruit him. Would a genius like him willingly submit to others? Of course not. Chunming is a pampered scion, yet not a fool. In Xingqing, though, Mo Lao is the city lord, and seems to rule over all, from modifying androids and equipping, forging a defensive shield city, all of it has been Henan's doing. In other words, without Henan and Xingqing, the city could well perish after this volcanic eruption. Even if some manage to escape, they might establish a new city elsewhere. And how long can they endure? The pace of evolution among mutant sea creatures is too swift. If humanity cannot advance at a matching pace, they will be left to take the blows. On this outing, Chunming not only gained combat experience, but also realized that Henan's backing must be clung to tightly. Henan, keenly aware of Chunming's change, said nothing. Between Chunming and himself, they could only be in a mutually beneficial arrangement. A closeness was no longer possible. Although Su Wen's sentencing is not his fault, Henan feels a twinge of discomfort. If not for Chun Xueqing still having use, Henan wouldn't have drawn so close. This trip lasts more than a month. Once the objectives are met, Henan would set course back. Will the aircraft that tracked us on the way here reappear? Wu Miao reminded him. Henan truly did not take this matter to heart. In his view, Xingqing currently has no one whose combat power can match Wu Miao. These people did not disappoint Henan. At 100 nautical miles from Xingqing, they indeed encountered the 5 stealth fighter jets. In truth, these so-called stealth fighters are not truly invisible. They simply evade radar detection. Their principle is to reduce the radar cross-section of the airframe by design or coding. Radar relies on emitting electromagnetic waves, detecting the reflected signals, and amplifying them to operate, so there is the issue of cross-section size. Stealth fighters use special structural designs to cause radar waves to scatter, and special coatings to absorb radar waves, so that the reflection area detected by the radar antenna is only a tiny fraction of a square meter, effectively non-existent. And the scanning system Henan installed for Wu Miao operates via plasma-based aerodynamic sensing to receive signals i.e. by detecting air disturbances to determine whether any craft can fly. Thus those 5 stealth fighters appeared before Henan like the Emperor's new clothes, nakedly exposed. What had been a stealthy ambush became a straight confrontation. Henan showed no mercy. 8 heavy laser turrets were all pneumatically powered, and a volley blasted them to dust. Heenan also did not forget to seize the cores from those androids, for there would surely be use for them in the future. Back in Xingqing, the city defensive shield was already in place, and entry or exit required scanning a special wristband. Heenan had to lead everyone to reissue their wristbands. Thus, everyone must undergo testing again and fill in information. The folks at the College of Humanities moved pretty fast, huh? Isn't that because they're afraid of death? Chun-Ming had nothing good to say. Heenan only smiled faintly. It took more than an hour for a single group to pass the checks. Each wrist now wore an electronic wristband, not only storing identity information, but also enabling location communication and distress signaling. Heenan asked the staff curiously, can this thing be used beyond the barrier as well? Yes, so long as you are within 1,000 nautical miles of Xingqing, there is signal. This wristband is a mixed blessing for Heenan, because every time he sets out his flying distance almost always exceeds 1,000 nautical miles. Without it, he couldn't go out nor return, so he must wear it for now. What kind of world is this? People really have no privacy at all. Chun-Ming's complaint is universal. Most people feel exposing personal information is an invasion. But when they are in danger at sea, they don't think so. They would crave immediate government tracking of their location. Humans are indeed contradictory. Heenan couldn't care less. His greatest reliance lies beyond what a test instrument can detect, and no one could pry into his privacy. After Chun-Ming returned, he didn't go home immediately. Instead, he followed Heenan to a lavish feast. Why are you so unmoved? It seems nothing can spark your interest. Seeing Heenan's lack of reaction to his complaints, Chun-Ming grew unhappy. If you can't change the situation, adapt. Oh, what's the use of complaining? To describe Heenan as unshaken in the face of the world would be insufficient. This guy seems to have no heart, forever aloof from everything. Having been friends with Heenan for so long, Chun-Ming asked himself if he's ever truly understood him. In Heenan's eyes, a second-generation scion like Chun-Ming is someone who has eaten their fill and feels nothing for days. He once was a man with flesh and blood, eager to pour out his heart to others. But what happened? He was stabbed by the person he loved most. If fate hadn't shown its eyes, he would be cooled by now. A person who has died once does not deserve to speak of anything beyond living, for nothing is more important than living. Not a single strand of Heenan's hair was out of place on his return, and Professor Bai could not stay still any longer. If this cannot kill, Heenan, how terrifying is this guy? If one day he discovers what you've done, will there still be any path to live? Professor Bai couldn't sleep through the night. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Heenan coming to kill him. After several days of torment, Professor Bai finally couldn't take it anymore. No, Heenan must die. Professor Bai hurried to see Mo Lao, City Lord. According to the latest statistics, Xingqing's current combat power is far from able to contend with the mutant sea creatures. Mo Lao scanned him coldly. What are you trying to say? Thanks to the tireless efforts of the experimental team, Beta Heart Type 1 has been developed and can be implanted into android bodies. Are there successful experimental subjects? Yes, androids equipped with Beta Heart Type 1 increase combat power by 30%. It's just that they lose autonomous consciousness and can only obey contract commanders. That isn't necessarily bad. Mo Lao's eyes showed a rare hint of a smile. Have you thought of a way to control the commanders? Not yet, but we could install self-destruct devices on them. If there is any betrayal, we could. Professor Bai made a throat-cutting gesture. Mo Lao lowered his eyes. This method can only be used on the death servants we train ourselves. Promoting it to the public would meet resistance. Under tyranny, I doubt they will compromise. Professor Bai's eyes reddened, his expression feverish like a devout heretic. You've oversimplified the problem, old Mo said, disapproving of his approach. City Lord, over 10,000 test subjects have already perished in the pursuit of this experiment. Now that we've finally achieved success, it's merely a matter of a few more deaths. Why have you grown soft? Those who submit shall prosper, those who resist shall perish. Is that not the principle you've always lived by? Old Mo lifted his eyelids and gazed seriously at Professor Bai. Once public outrage erupts, I won't be able to protect you either. I do this so that more people may live. This is a noble cause, and I am willing to lay down my life for it. Go. That very day, giant billboards across the city broadcast the message 24 hours a day. Important notice: the Institute of Humanities has developed a mechanical heart capable of enhancing the combat capabilities of mechanic maidens. All mechanic maidens are required to complete installation within 3 days. Wu Miao obtained this information immediately. Heenan, do you know what this mechanical heart they're installing actually is? I don't know. Should we go ahead with the installation? Let's wait and see first if it truly can enhance combat effectiveness. Wu Miao, remember this, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. They sell awakening potions for 500,000 credits each, yet this high-tech mechanical heart is offered free of charge. Don't you find that suspicious? Perhaps the situation is dire, and the government wants to boost everyone's combat strength as quickly as possible. Regardless, until we see actual results, I don't approve of rashly engaging with something we don't understand. Seeing Hinan's serious expression, Wu Miao dared not argue further. Very well, let's wait and see then. After the notice was issued, a long queue formed at the entrance of the Institute of Humanities. When filling out the installation application form, staff members required both commanders and mechanic maidens to complete the paperwork together. Isn't it only mechanic maidens who can receive the mechanical heart? Why do commanders need to fill out forms as well? Someone immediately raised an objection. Commanders also need to be fitted with a remote control system, otherwise they cannot communicate with their mechanic maidens. We need installation too. Is this reliable? After all, the apocalypse had not been upon them for long, and people had only gradually accepted the evolution of mechanic maidens into mechanical forms over an extended period. Now they were being asked to implant mechanical components within their own bodies, which naturally sparked resistance. What if this remote control system malfunctioned inside a human body? Would it cause harm? Every commander had countless questions burning in their minds. Consequently, many people began to back away. Why don't we just wait and see how others fare after installation? Fine. When they installed flight devices earlier, boss Hinan actually conducted experiments on his own mechanic maiden first. Now they're asking us to install without letting us see anything beforehand. I find that highly questionable. When one person thought this to three, and then more followed. Seeing that no one was willing to be the first to take the risk, Professor Bai grew anxious. He thought of Hinan. If Hinan vouched for the procedure, everyone would trust it. After all, Hinan had previously equipped them with power storage units and flight devices, and they had indeed benefited from those enhancements. Professor Bai promptly invited Hinan to the Institute of Humanities. Boss, we've encountered some resistance regarding the mechanical heart installation. I need your help. What am I supposed to do? Simply go out and tell those mechanic maidens that the mechanical heart will benefit them. Hinan smiled. Professor Bai, I haven't even seen the mechanical heart myself. How could I go around making claims? Are you questioning the capabilities of the Institute of Humanities? Our research achievements are evident to all. Exactly. That's why my involvement isn't necessary. I'm merely a humble mechanic technician. Your institute carries far more prestige. Even if I spoke until my throat wore out, no one would believe me. Professor Bai's face darkened, secretly cursing Hinan for his insensitivity to the situation. This is an order from the city lord. I expect you to comply. Finding that reasoned discussion yielded no results, Professor Bai resorted to invoking the city lord, attempting to pressure Hinan. If the city lord requires my assistance, he will speak to me himself. He would not delegate through intermediaries. You? Professor Bai's lips trembled with rage. Hinan, don't force my hand. Today you will do this with or without your consent. Oh, and if I refuse? From Professor Bai's reaction, Hinan could tell this was certainly no minor matter. Otherwise, given the man's eagerness for quick gains, he would never have surrendered such a monumental achievement to another. A menacing expression crossed Professor Bai's face as he spoke deliberately, word by word. Hinan, don't force me to take action against you. Then try it. Hinan had no intention of indulging such arrogance. Even if this matter proved legitimate, and even if he were willing to assist the Institute of Humanities with promotion, he would never be coerced into compliance through threats. Professor Bai waved his hand, and over a dozen mechanic maidens appeared behind him, each accompanied by their respective commander. Hinan, I harbor no desire to make things difficult for you. Simply step outside and say those words, and I will ensure your safe departure. Refuse, and today shall be your last. Hinan glanced at those mechanic maidens. From the outside, nothing appeared amiss. Only their eyes seemed to lack a certain spark of vitality. These are the mechanic maidens fitted with mechanical hearts. Correct. Their combat effectiveness has increased by at least 30%. This is an undertaking of monumental significance. Hinan's brows furrowed slightly. Something felt wrong, though he couldn't immediately pinpoint what. Hinan, I will ask you one final time, will you go or not? Hinan arched an eyebrow. You truly intend to use force against me? Enough nonsense. Answer my question. Hinan had no patience for idle chatter. If he wanted to understand what was truly happening with these mechanic maidens, the contract would reveal everything. With a single thought, he established contracts with every mechanic maiden present. Their commanders suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching their heads and screaming in agony. Professor Bai's face underwent a dramatic change. What's happening? What's wrong with you all? No one responded. Damage to the power source inflicted excruciating pain. These commanders were too consumed by their own suffering to pay him any mind. Hinan immediately accessed the records of one mechanic maiden named Meng Feifei. Mechanical core class A. Required energy, all types. Mechanical form, heavy truck. Mechanical equipment, beta heart type 1, a hyperspatial ballistic missile, fully intelligent flight system. The records revealed no abnormalities, leaving Hinan puzzled. Could this old man truly be doing something beneficial for humanity? He found that difficult to believe. Certain that Professor Bai had tampered with these mechanic maidens, Hinan used his mental abilities to thoroughly examine Meng Feifei. Finally, he discovered the issue: this mechanic maiden possessed no autonomous consciousness, a condition nearly identical to that of Hu Wan and Wang Mei. So that's how it is, Henan murmured, a sly smile spreading across his face. This old man's ambitions are quite considerable indeed. An idea suddenly formed in his mind. Professor Bai, what's happening to Henan's knack for playing any worse than his repair skills? Professor Bai anxious. He had poured his life into devising to control the machine girls, and seeing it on the brink of being undone, how could he not be anxious? Henan, hurry and check what's wrong with them. In such a hurry, even boss, he isn't calling you. If you think there's a problem with them, send them to the maintenance bay for inspection, and my mortal eyes can hardly tell anything. You. In the urgent moment, Professor Bai had no time to argue with Henan and immediately ordered his subordinates to take the machine girls to the maintenance bay and to send all the commanders to the hospital. Of course, this affair must not be exposed to Professor Bai. Arranged for them to slip out through the back door. Alas, no wall is impervious, and someone witnessed a dozen machine girls being quietly carried away, and even the commanders appeared gravely injured. They snapped photos at once and posted on the Xingqing forum. Witness: I strongly suspect something is wrong with the mechanical hearts. Oh, otherwise how could this be explained? News spread, and the entire forum exploded. Below zero, they're treating us like guinea pigs, installing unready technology into all the machine girls. Utterly irresponsible. Comment: this is deceit. The authorities must provide an explanation. Tiny bystander: lucky I didn't install it. From the start I sensed this was unreliable. It gave me the creeps. Wu Miao has always been the most sensitive to external news, and she was among the first to pay attention to this report. You weren't wrong. There really is something fishy here. Do the officials fear losing the people's support with such tactics? If something truly goes wrong, there will be a scapegoat. This matter has nothing to do with the authorities. Wu Miao puckered her lips. Why are they torturing things this way? After installing the mechanical heart, the machine girls will lose consciousness. What they've installed in the commander's body must be able to control them. Oh dear, this is too terrifying. If every machine girl had a mechanical heart installed, wouldn't that mean? Yes, that is what they want. An army of machine girls with no resistance, completely obedient to commands. Wu Miao frowned, but their technology doesn't seem mature. Henan smiled faintly and said nothing. Today, if it weren't for him, perhaps all the machine girls queuing outside would be forced to have mechanical hearts installed. A catastrophe for the Academy of Humanities and Social Sciences has struck. Trouble can't be far away. Yet Henan did not regret. Wu Miao pondered for a long moment, then her eyes suddenly lit up. Aren't you able to? After speaking, she hurriedly covered her mouth, glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention to them, and only then relaxed. I won't do such a thing. No one has the right to strip others of their autonomous consciousness. It's murder in essence. Henan spoke with righteous conviction. Long ago, he could erase a machine girl's consciousness, and he knew that a force built this way would not only be easy to manage, but would never betray. But he did not go that far. As a human, he could not commit acts beyond the moral bottom line. But if you had such a squad, wouldn't you be able to stride through Xingqing with impunity? Xingqing. Expand your horizons. Xingqing is too small. Wu Miao fell silent. She had always thought Henan was a man content with the status quo, without any ambition. All along, everything he did was for his own safety. Yet at this moment, her impression of Henan changed completely. Perhaps in this city, the most ambitious of all is the man before her. And Wu Miao, for reasons unknown, firmly believes his ambition will be realized. Henan didn't pay attention to Wu Miao's thoughts. Bai's little maneuvers gave him a prompt that action was required. Meanwhile, in the city lord's office, Professor Bai stood dejectedly before Mo Lao. Spill it, what's really going on? City lord, this affair certainly involves Henan. Could you be more specific? I tested those machine girls repeatedly. There were no problems. As soon as Henan appeared, they all failed. Mo Lao's eyes darkened a few shades. How did Henan end up there? Yes, I was the one who sent him. At the time, many people questioned it and didn't want to install the mechanical heart. I figured that since Henan had installed aircraft for everyone before, people trusted him. If he would stand up and say something, no one would object. Did Henan refuse? Yes, he said he cannot speak about things he hasn't seen. So you attacked him? I only wanted to scare him a bit. I didn't intend to hurt him. Mo Lao narrowed his eyes. Did the machine girls malfunction during the confrontation? No. No confrontation. Not even started, and yet. That means you have no direct evidence tying this to Henan. Yes, but... Mo Lao gave him a cold glance. Bai fell quiet at once. What were the test results? All the machine girls have core damage, nothing else wrong. And the commanders? Power sources damaged. Mo Lao's fists clenched, a vein stood out. Bai trembled. I will train up more obedient machine girls as soon as possible. Send those machine girls to Henan. To him. Bai looked pained. Do you think keeping them is useful, eh? But if something happens to him? Xingqing is mine and no one can take it away. Yes. That night, Henan's repair shop received 10 odd machine girls. Bai, perhaps to save face, did not come in person. Their cores are damaged, bringing them here is useless. I was simply ordered to bring them here, I know nothing else. The staff trailed behind like sprinters running faster than anyone else. Seeing Heenan stand there unmoving, Wu Miao didn't quite understand, aren't these all combat power? Why the sour face? Nothing. Although Heenan knew the cruelty of those in power, witnessing it firsthand is another matter. These machine girls were once living beings, and now they have become weapons of slaughter. Once they lose value, they are tossed away like trash. Heenan is not a man overflowing with pity. The unease in his heart quickly subsides. Wu Miao was right, they are all weapons of war. Since they are weapons of war, their power must be fully unleashed. Yet as Heenan began the repairs, he discovered that their mechanical hearts contained not only a tracking system, but also a self-destruct device, and they could be controlled remotely. That's ruthless. What's wrong? Wu Miao looked puzzled. Each of them carries a remote-controlled bomb. So what? Wu Miao didn't overthink it. It's not surprising that the authorities would use extreme methods to control these machine girls. Aren't you supposed to be smart? Oh, tell me, why did Professor Bai send these machine girls to me? Wu Miao gasped, quickly realizing, was he trying to kill you? Heenan sneered with a derisive smile. Am I that easy to kill? What should we do? Can those bombs be disarmed? Wu Miao's mind was filled with thoughts of remote-controlled bombs, and she hardly what Heenan was saying. Wherever anyone stands, more than a dozen bombs could suddenly appear hovering before their eyes, and fear would rise. Heenan remained unfazed. Unless we disarm the mechanical heart, then they'd die, wouldn't they? A woman's heart is soft. Although when facing enemies, Wu Miao can be ruthless. But these innocent mech girls still stirred a tenderness in her. Heenan sighed. What difference does it make to them now, alive or dead? What are you going to do? Let me think. These mech girls are hot potatoes, leave them be, and you never know when Professor Bai might tremble and press the detonator. To put it bluntly, if we declare them unfixable and send them back, their only path is death. Heenan believed Professor Bai wouldn't be so benevolent as to fund these machine girls of little value. Heenan was not a man given to boundless compassion. His concern always lay in how to maximize the value of these mech girls. He still did not understand the exact principle behind the mechanical heart. So he brought Meng Feifei into the maintenance room and cut off her core power. He planned to remove a mechanical heart for study, though he could not guarantee this would not threaten Meng Feifei's life. But the matter was urgent. He could only rely on his healing art. Yet to Heenan's surprise, the mechanical heart exploded the moment it left Meng Feifei's body. Fortunately, Heenan wore a blast-proof suit, and the workshop's equipment and walls were made of materials strong enough to withstand even nuclear weapons. Yet Meng Feifei was the one who suffered, terribly blown to pieces beyond repair. Not discouraged, Heenan did not give up and immediately brought in another mech girl named Zhao Dani. This time he did not remove the mechanical heart. Instead, he opened Zhao Dani's chest and recorded all data with a scanner. During the data analysis, he unexpectedly discovered a bug in the linkage between the mechanical hearts program and the mech girl's core program. It's very possible that Professor Bai's original aim wasn't to erase the mech girl's consciousness, but that his experiment had failed. Of course, this is only Heenan's guess. Fixing the bug wasn't difficult. The healing art would suffice. A few minutes later, Heenan not only repaired Zhao Dani's core program, but also removed the self-destruct device attached to the mechanical heart. Unfortunately, her consciousness had been erased. Even if the repair succeeded, she would be a person without memories. Who are you? Where is this? Zhao Dani opened her eyes, bewildered, asking Heenan. This is my maintenance shop. I am a repairer. How did I end up here? Zhao Dani asked, blinking in confusion. This is my maintenance shop. I am a repairer. What nonsense is this? Of course you were injured. Zhao Dani hesitated, mouth opening and closing with a mind full of questions, but in the end she did not ask more. Heenan kindly explained, your core is damaged, you have lost your self-awareness, which means you are amnesiac. Can I recover my memories? No. Zhao Dani's lips trembled, but she said nothing more, eyes full of confusion and helplessness. You can choose to stay and work here or leave. I will stay. Zhao Dani did not hesitate, making the decision outright. Her mind was blank, not knowing where else to go if she left. Since Heenan was willing to take her in, she clung to him, as if he were her lifeline. Yet Heenan underestimated how clingy she would become. Ever since Heenan offered her to stay, she had never left his side, following him everywhere, even waiting outside the bathroom door when he went to the toilet. Heenan could bear it no longer. This is the last warning. Do not follow me. If I can't see you, I panic. I only know you, I am afraid. Zhao Dani looked at him with piteous longing, as if a pet afraid of being abandoned by its owner. One must admit Zhao Dani is the kind of demure beauty, soft and delicate, who stirs a man's protective instinct at first sight. Unfortunately, Heenan had grown immune to women and did not wish to look at her any longer. Wu Miao assigned her a task. If she keeps following me, I will simply throw her out. Wu Miao reluctantly pulled Zhao Dani away, kindly advising, Heenan is very busy, don't bother him. Zhao Dani lifted her chin, eyes filled with tears as she looked at her. Are you worried I will steal Henan from you? You're jealous, so you say that, right? Huh. Wu Miao scoffed coldly. If you have the guts, go snatch him. Do you think Henan wants every woman? For a woman like that who has no sense of propriety, I don't want to waste another glance at her. Wu Miao added, from today you are responsible for cleaning here. Remember, you must not enter Henan's room. Zhao Dani bit her lip. Is his room only accessible to you? Wu Miao nearly exploded on the spot, rushing up to Henan. Where did you find such a weirdo? I really can't stand it anymore. Haha, I've never seen you so flustered. Wu Miao indeed never shows emotion. She always speaks politely and never reveals any temper. It was the first time Henan had seen her blow up like this, and he found it rather cute. Wu Miao realized her lapse and quickly restrained herself. That girl probably fancies you. If you like her, take her. Is my judgment that poor? Wu Miao did not want to waste time arguing over an unrelated woman. Are you going to fix all those Mecha-Girls? Let's fix them when needed. If fixing them now would cause trouble. What worries me is that Professor Bai seems to have ill intentions. Good and evil will eventually be repaid. The time may not have come yet. Bah, all these platitudes. I found that the mechanical heart really can boost combat power. Really? Wu Miao's eyes brightened at once. Your combat power is already high enough. Why get so excited? Who would dislike being powerful? Of course, the stronger the better. But installing the mechanical heart means removing your original heart. Will there be danger? I can do it with zero danger. Then install it. I'm thinking that now that a mechanical heart has been developed, perhaps organs like the heart, liver, spleen, and lungs could all be replaced with mechanical ones in the future. Wouldn't that be even better? Would that still be human? Wu Miao hesitated. She only cares about combat power. If humans could replace all internal organs with mechanical ones, defense would be vastly stronger, and so would combat power. Yet if everything were replaced with a mechanical body, would they still be human? This question stumped Wu Miao. Henan sighed softly. Rather than turning humans into robots, why not simply produce intelligent robots? Intelligent robots. Is the current technology capable of that? Push a little further, perhaps it could be done. Let's get started, Wu Miao said, unusually excited. Henan saw right through her. Is that how much you want to dominate this region? Wu Miao didn't bother hiding her thoughts. What's wrong with that? With great strength, no one would dare to look down on you. So that justifies using any means necessary. Wu Miao fell silent. She truly believed that as long as one could grow stronger, any approach was understandable. She had even forgotten the pity she once felt for those mechanized girls. If Henan agreed to upgrade them, she would have approved without hesitation. I just want to live better. Is that wrong? You're not wrong. Henan couldn't help but furrow his brows. But you can't ruin others' lives just to make your own better. I never expected you to be such a kind person. Wu Miao's words carried obvious sarcasm. Henan merely curled his lips. I admit I'm not kind, but I have my bottom line. This was the first time they had argued over a difference of opinion. Seeing Henan was genuinely angry, Wu Miao immediately fell silent. She still couldn't afford to lose this man and couldn't let him despise her. Henan didn't take it to heart. Everyone was an independent individual with their own thoughts, which was normal. However, if Wu Miao were to act on those ideas, he wouldn't stand idly by. Henan knew Professor Bai would react once Zhao Dani regained consciousness, but he hadn't expected it to be so soon. The next morning, Professor came personally, still smiling, as if he hadn't attempted to kill Henan that day. Bossy, I heard some mechanized girls have been repaired. The cores can't be fixed, they can only move freely now. How long until the others reach this level? Hard to say. One exploded yesterday. Zhao Dani was just lucky. Can I take this one back? Yes. Zhao Dani burst into tears at the thought of being taken away. Henan, you can't abandon me. I have no one else. Wah. This display left Professor Bai utterly bewildered. Who outsiders might have assumed Henan had wronged her. Henan waved his hand dismissively. Take her away quickly. Just don't bring her back. Professor Bai had initially thought he'd need to persuade Henan to let her go, but never expected Henan to be so eager to see this woman out of his sight. After returning to the Humanities and Mechanics Academy with Professor Bai, Zhao Dani underwent a series of tests. Professor Bai naturally noticed that her positioning system and self-destruct device had both been removed, and all test data fell within normal parameters. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, is Henan lying to me? This mechanized girl was clearly repaired. Professor Bai trusted the testing equipment never failed. The problem had to lie with Henan. He decided to contract a commander for Zhao Dani. A-level commanders were rare, but since she possessed an A-class core, only a high-level commander could unlock her full combat potential. Professor Bai gritted his teeth and arranged for an A-level commander to perform the contract. Zhao Dani had cooperated throughout, but at this moment, she suddenly grew agitated. I've already been contracted. Ooh, I can't be contracted again. The entire journey back, she had wept continuously, driving Professor Bai to frustration. His patience with her had finally worn thin. Who did you contract with? He asked coldly. Henan. Professor Bai sneered, slamming the test report against her face. You expect me to believe the testing equipment is flawed? At least craft a believable lie. I'm not lying, Enough. Professor Bai's face darkened as he roared, seize her. Begin the contract. You can't do this to me. Her struggles proved futile as two mechanized girls restrained her right arm, pinning it against the contract device. Though the commander disagreed with forcing a contract, this was an A-core mechanized girl, an opportunity he might never encounter again. For his own advancement, he willingly placed his right hand on the testing device. Two purple light pillars swiftly enveloped them both, and Professor Bai's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Oh! The commander screamed and collapsed motionless. The smile on Professor Bai's face froze, his expression twisting in disbelief. Without needing to check, he knew this commander was another casualty. This wasn't the first time such an incident had occurred. Every mechanized girl from Heenan seemed to directly destroy the commander's power source. No amount of denial could convince him that Heenan wasn't involved. Yet he lacked concrete evidence. Elder Mo had been watching closely, and Professor Bai was forced to report. Another commander ruined? Yes. Elder Mo's gaze darkened. What's your assessment? Heenan must have tampered with it. Where's the proof? None. But Heenan is too spotless. That's precisely what's suspicious. Then tell me, how did he do it? I'm still investigating. By the time you figure it out, the flowers will have withered. Elder Mo rarely erupted in anger like this. Professor Bai's legs trembled uncontrollably. Why don't we arrest Heenan and torture the truth out of him? Elder Mo's eyes narrowed. Torture? What exactly do you expect him to confess to? The professor fell silent. Coercion won't work here. We need Heenan on our side, not driving him into opposition. Do you understand? I understand. Return the mechanized girl to Heenan and step back from his affairs entirely. Yes, Elder Mo. Zhao Dani was sent back, and both Heenan and Wu Miao exchanged exasperated looks. Fortunately, she gained some sense during her absence and realized she needed to curry favor with Heenan before things could improve. As for Wu Miao, though she held the title of Heenan's girlfriend, and they occasionally shared intimate moments, Zhao Dani remained convinced their relationship wouldn't last. So she always waited for her chance to rise. After dropping Zhao Dani off, Professor Bai actually stopped monitoring Heenan and pulled back the surveillance around the Grand Hotel and mechanic shop. Heenan felt a weight lifted. He finished repairing all the other mechanized girls and sent them out on missions. Now he had a total of 20 mechanized girls, equivalent to 4 combat squads. With this combat strength, almost no one could rival them except the official armed forces. In truth, even against the official forces, aside from the disadvantage in numbers, the actual outcome in battle remained unpredictable. However, it wasn't time to strike yet. What Heenan needed now was a large supply of resources, not just to sustain everyone at home, but to consider long-term development. The mechanized girls' combat effectiveness couldn't stagnate. They had to keep improving. But simply adding more equipment loadouts wasn't feasible, since overloading them would cause serious negative effects. Is converting the mechanized girls into mechanical humans really the only path forward? Heenan fell into deep thought. While Heenan was still hesitating, Professor Bai had just produced another batch of Mecha-Girls equipped with mechanical hearts numbering a full 1,000. These Mecha-Girls were assigned to the security department to handle patrol duties across the entire Xinjiang. Squadrons of elegant and valiant Mecha-Girls marched along the streets, and many people stopped to watch. To say they weren't enviable would be a lie. They carried an aloof and haughty demeanor, looking down upon all. Not only were they well equipped, but they also possessed the authority to grant or take life. These qualities alone were enough to drive some impulsive individuals to flock toward them. Consequently, another long queue formed outside the Humanities Academy. Within just a few days, the line had swelled to over 2,000 people. Wu Miao shook his head and sighed. What is going through their minds? Abandoning their self-awareness for the sake of a street patrol position. After long deliberation, Heenan finally spoke. Perhaps they simply don't understand that receiving a mechanical heart means losing one's self-awareness. Wu Miao's eyes suddenly lit up. Heenan, shouldn't we do something about this? We do need to act, but we must keep a low profile. Leave it to me, you can trust me. Indeed, Heenan could rest assured. After Wu Miao went out and spread the word, rumors circulated all over Xinjiang that receiving a mechanical heart would turn one into a fool. Worse still, someone uploaded videos showing the vacant expressions of patrolling Mecha-Girls to the Xinjiang forum. The public outcry erupted once again. User A, forehead full of black lines. Is this real? Official, are they deceiving us? How could this be? User Buddhist young master, it's probably true. Look at that Mecha-Girl in the video. Her eyes are dull and lifeless. User only enter through the front door. I'm calling on any Mecha-Girl who's received a mechanical heart to step forward and speak up so we can verify whether this is true or false. User Buddhist young master, most likely true. The officials haven't come out to debunk this rumor, which means they can't produce any evidence. User only enter through the front door. This is nothing but fooling the public. The authorities must provide an explanation. User A, forehead full of black lines. If all the Mecha-Girls become idiots, what will Xingqing turn into? User bystander, wouldn't they just become puppets of the government? Who's going to protect our human rights? User ordinary person, we demand our rights. We're protesting to the authorities. They need to give us answers. This online controversy spilled into the streets with the entrance to the Humanities Academy swarmed by protesting Mecha-Girls. Professor Bai found himself thrust into the spotlight of public scrutiny. If the uproar wasn't quelled quickly, it would severely damage the government's credibility. His first thought was Zhao Dani, so he drove personally to see Henan. I need to borrow that Mecha-Girl of yours again. As long as she's willing, I have no objections, Henan replied. Professor Bai never expected Henan to agree so readily. After a brief moment of surprise, he took Zhao Dani with him. That very evening a press conference was held at Xingqing Square. This was Zhao Dani's first time attending such an event, and she was visibly excited by the novelty of it all. Wow, why are there so many people? Are they all here to see me? Of course. Tonight you're the center of attention. Everyone in Xingqing will know your name. Professor Bai coaxed her with the sweetest tones he could muster. Zhao Dani harbored no suspicions, her eyes sparkling with pink hearts as she thought. This is wonderful. After tonight, Henan will surely have feelings for me, right? Henan. Professor Bai's eyes narrowed. You like him? Of course. Can any woman not find him attractive? She went on, oblivious to the peril she was dancing on the edge of. He's so handsome and so capable. Even if it means walking into danger, I want to be with him. Professor Bai's fists clenched tightly before he slowly forced them open. This foolish woman still had her uses, so he endured it. The press conference finally began, and Zhao Dani stood on the platform announcing to the crowd, I'm the one who received a mechanical heart, and I haven't lost my mind. Someone from the audience quickly called out, How do you prove that? The host beside her stepped forward immediately. We can conduct a test right now. The machine won't lie. Zhao Dani cooperatively placed her right hand on the testing device, and her information immediately appeared on the giant screen above the square. Name Zhao Dani, mechanical core grade A, required energy, all types, mechanical form, heavy truck, mechanical mount, beta, heart type 1, hyperspatial ballistic missile, fully intelligent aircraft. I told you I wasn't lying, right? Zhao Dani's clear voice rang out once more. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd below. See, I told you the authorities wouldn't deceive the public. Those spreading false rumors on the forum got their comeuppance. If we can't trust the government, who can we trust? Support the mechanical heart implantation to defend our homes and our country. Support the mechanical heart implantation to defend our homes and our country. Under the instigation of those orchestrating the scene, the crowd in the square chanted slogans in perfect unison. Professor Bai's grim expression finally broke into a smile after a long day of tension. But suddenly an off-key voice rose from the crowd. Zhao Dani, where's your commander? This question wasn't in their rehearsed script, so Zhao Dani froze, momentarily unsure how to respond, and instinctively glanced toward Professor Bai standing below the stage. Tell the truth. Professor Bai mouthed these four characters with exaggerated precision, afraid she might not catch his meaning. Thankfully, Zhao Dani wasn't foolish. She quickly grasped what he intended and picked up the microphone with a bright smile. I don't have a commander. I was injured a while back and haven't fully recovered yet. The appearance of a grade A Mecha-Girl without a contract would inevitably spark a frenzy of competition. A commander immediately stepped forward. Miss Zhao, I'm a grade B commander. Would you consider contracting with me? I promise to treat you well. Miss Zhao, choose me, choose me. I'm handsomer than him, and I can satisfy you in every way. Miss Zhao, pick me. Chaos erupted as everyone surged forward, jostling and trampling in their desperation to reach her. A calculating gleam flashed in Professor Bai's eyes. Though this situation was beyond his expectations, the outcome worked in his favor. The crowd's attention had completely shifted to Zhao Dani, and no one mentioned mechanical hearts anymore. However, just as his smile widened, a video suddenly played on the giant screen, causing the frenzied crowd to fall silent. The footage showed the entire process of Zhao Dani contracting with that grade A commander, including the doctor's announcement that the commander's power source was damaged, and he would never be able to control a Mecha-Girl again. The commanders who had been pushing forward frantically moments ago now quietly began retreating. This Mecha-Girl may have been high grade and beautiful, but no one wanted to gamble their future on her. What if he ended up crippled like that commander? Professor Bai's smile froze on his face once more. Is this a side effect of receiving a mechanical heart? These words made everyone's hearts skip a beat. Professor Bai nearly coughed up blood in frustration. Damn it, when will this endless trouble stop? You're still able to scheme from thousands of miles away without. A billionaire stands right beside Xingqing Square, while Henan and Wu Miao sit on the terrace toasting, watching everything that happens in the square with perfect clarity. To Wu Miao's praise, Henan offered no clear reaction. Yet he did not display a hint of happiness, for he could not yet directly topple the College of Humanities. He could only use such measures to restrain them. Henan knew this was only a stopgap, and could not truly curb their ambitions. For now, there was little more he could do. Let the public's doubts pressure the officials, making them restrain themselves a little. The press conference ended hastily. Not only did it fail to dispel public doubt, it made people trust the official less. The installation of the mechanical heart was forcibly halted. Mo Lao raged. There must be someone behind this. Professor Bai argued hard, his defense a desperate last-ditch struggle. Then tell me, who is that behind it all? Mo Lao's face darkened as he stared at him, Bai's legs shaking uncontrollably. It's Henan, it must be Henan. Any evidence? No, none. Then tell me why he did this. It has to be him, no one else could do this. Mo Lao sneered. Without evidence you dare to speak? When did you become so foolish? It was the fault of a subordinate. I will uncover the truth as soon as possible and give you an explanation. I don't want to hear your useless assurances, I want results. Bai Professor fell silent. Mo Lao fixed his gaze on him for more than a minute before softening his tone and asking, Old Bai, how many years have you been by my side? More than 20 years. Bai Professor answered, trembling, afraid that one wrong word could cost his life. Mo Lao is someone he understands all too well. He is not a man, he is a devil. If you truly anger him, death would be a relief. 20 years or more, you think I don't know about your little plots? Bai Professor shuddered and trembled uncontrollably. Aye. Earlier you laid a hand on Henan. Oh, I did not stop you, because I wanted to see his strength, not indulge your indulgence. Bai Professor collapsed to his knees. Mo Lao, I was wrong. Oh, I won't dare again. Spare me this time, I will make amends, I will. Mo Lao rose from his chair and approached Bai Professor step by step. With every step it felt as if Mo Lao were stepping on Bai's heart. The path halted before Bai, and he could hardly breathe, his face pale as a ghoul. Mo Lao gently patted his shoulder. Remember, if you move a person, you must deal a fatal blow. Bai Professor stared blankly, then slowly recovered and panted for breath. Go. These words felt like a gift from above, and Bai Professor, as if pardon, crawled out of the Lord Mayor's office. Back home, his heart was still pounding for a long while. He muttered inwardly, what did Mo Lao mean? Did he want to kill Henan too? Yes, that must be it. Ha ha, Henan, you're doomed. Bai Professor laughed maniacally, his laughter convulsing tears and snot streaming as he rolled from the sofa to the floor. Henan did not pay Bai Professor any more attention. Bai was nothing but a dog at Mo Lao's side, alive only because the master allowed it. If the master wished him dead, he would crush him like an ant. From this, Henan deduced that Mo Lao was the mastermind behind the Mechanical Heart project, aiming to possess a fully controllable Mecha-Girl force. Henan would not allow such a thing to happen. No matter what, he would stop him. Only by becoming stronger could he command a voice. He was still too weak now. To grow stronger, he again led his Mecha-Girl squad out to scavenge for supplies. This time Chen Ming did not follow. He was urgently recalled by Chen Xueqing. Henan surmised that Chen Xueqing must have learned something, which is why Chen Ming was kept at a distance. This also indicated that Mo Lao would strike at him. His pressure was formidable, for he did not know how vast Mo Lao's power truly was. Yet he did not cancel the planned trip. When trouble comes, he will meet it head-on. Henan is not one to fear trouble. Moreover, he had great confidence in Wu Miao's combat prowess. A star destroyer could annihilate a small planet in an instant. Xingxing means nothing. Why do I feel the atmosphere is off? Wu Miao asked, worried, as she looked at Henan. Let's go our way and ignore the rest. Okay. Leaving the barrier, Henan and his group faced no obstruction. Still, the staff's gazes toward them were somewhat complicated. This time, Henan's entourage had swollen more than a doubling. Behind him trailed many Mecha-Girls, most of whom had once pledged loyalty to Professor Bai. They were all proud beings who never looked down on people like them. But now those following Henan looked like devoted fans, their eyes sparkling with pink bubbles. Although these staff members were low-level commanders and not suited for combat, they remained as his logisticians. Yet they harbored jealousy as well. Henan, a mere mecha repairman, could command so many high-level Mecha-Girls. Who wouldn't envy him? So someone erased the travel records of Henan's group. Henan was unaware of it. This time he planned to hunt the Orca, primarily to develop more advanced mounted weapons. Officially, they publicly supported his research, but materials were always in short supply. To achieve results quickly, he had to do it himself, who only then could he be well provisioned. That meant he had a capable Mecha-Girl squad and ample supplies, otherwise the officials would squeeze him dry. Although recent experiments had not yielded obvious results, he had installed intelligent identification systems in every Mecha-Girl in the squad. The advantage of this system is that within 10 nautical miles, it can identify the types and numbers of mutated marine creatures, assess combat power, and analyze win rates. This seemingly fingernail-sized component is effectively a life-protecting talisman for the Mecha-Girls. Its function requires no elaboration. Many marine creatures mutate, and their habits change drastically. Previously solitary beings now gather in groups. Moreover, a small number of marine creatures have evolved intelligence, able to summon kin by sound and a symbol to attack humans. Such developments spell trouble for humanity, but those in power still fight tooth and nail for the chair beneath them. After flying for over 3 hours, Heenan finally caught sight of the orca. The mutated orcas had grown to over 30 meters in length, their once conical teeth, now abnormally sharp. Their immense biting force was more than capable of snapping a human body in two. Moreover, they were naturally social creatures, and dozens of orcas gathered together made them extremely difficult to hunt. Without his spatial ability, Heenan would never have dared to provoke them. Even if he managed to kill one or two by chance, there would be no way to carry the carcasses away. But with his spatial ability, everything changed. Any object within his sight could be absorbed into his space through sheer will. This also greatly reduced the dangers associated with clearing the battlefield. To harvest intact orcas, Heenan did not unleash his full firepower, but instead relied on the most primitive bows and crossbows targeting the orcas' eyes and mouths. These crossbows appeared unremarkable, but their arrows were forged from ground orca vertebrae possessing extraordinary penetrating power. The smart crossbow's braking system combined with such arrows had proven unbeatable against any mutated marine creature encountered thus far. The high-precision targeting system ensured every shot found its mark. Within 10 minutes, a pod of dozens of orcas was eliminated, and Heenan quickly absorbed them into his space. The sea churned with crimson waves bearing witness to the ferocity of the battle. Good work, everyone. Keep it up. Aside from Wang Mei and Huan, whose consciousness had been erased, all the mech girls were flushed with excitement. Heenan rarely offered praise, so they each felt a quiet sense of pride. The happiest among them was Lin Shuang, for she had finally equipped her flight device and would no longer envy others who could soar. She was now a warrior capable of operating across sea, land, and air, a source of great pride. The squad pressed onward, sparing no valuable, mutated marine creatures they encountered, and the journey proved remarkably smooth. But as dusk approached, Heenan spotted an island. The sunset's afterglow painted the horizon in shades of orange, and the island seemed to shimmer with golden light. Could that truly be an island? The mech girls had lost count of how long it had been since they last saw land, their faces flushed with excitement. Only those who had once lived on solid ground could understand the feeling of firm footing beneath one's feet. Though the floating cities of today were comfortable, everyone secretly longed for a continent where humanity could truly thrive. Let us fly over and investigate, Heenan said. Though his expression remained calm, his thoughts churned within. As they drew nearer, he realized the island was enormous, covering an area equal to 3 Qingchuan counties combined. Moreover, the waters surrounding the island were unnaturally calm. Even stranger, no mutated marine creatures could be seen anywhere nearby. How strange. Why is it so quiet here? Heenan's brows furrowed slightly. When things seem too peaceful, danger lurks. Stay alert. As the fighter ship drew closer to the island, everyone sensed the atmosphere of a pre-apocalypse seaside resort, and even the sea breeze seemed sweet. Glancing back, Heenan saw corpses drifting across the sea surface, both human and mutated marine life. Yet not a single body was intact. All were shattered to pieces. The once azure sea now churned with a nauseating crimson hue. This should not taste sweet. It should reek of thick blood. Quick, ascend and leave this place. Though Wu Miao's mind raced with questions, she executed Heenan's order without hesitation, rapidly pulling away from the island. But they were one moment too late. The island suddenly rose, and a forearm as large as a hill swept down toward Wu Miao with devastating force. The unexpected strike came with terrible suddenness, sending the fighter ship careening through several violent rolls before it could stabilize. Fortunately, Heenan remained composed and immediately ordered Wu Miao to climb sharply. Wu Miao's mind went completely blank, and the other mech girls turned pale, still trembling with shock. Every expedition Heenan had led them on involved overwhelming hunts against mutated marine creatures. Whether facing low-tier octopi or ferocious orcas, they had always controlled the rhythm of battle. This was the first time they had encountered an enemy against which they had no counter. Only when the island monster shrunk to a black dot on the horizon did Heenan order Wu Miao to hold position. What in the world was that thing? Wu Miao's voice cracked. Heenan's eyes turned chillingly cold. After a long pause, he finally spoke. We vastly underestimated the problem. What do we do now? Heenan said nothing, instead tending to Wu Miao's wounds. The monster's strike had nearly cleaved her apart, and her injuries were severe. Even with Heenan pouring all his strength into healing, it took the entire afternoon to restore her to reasonable condition. Return to base. Throughout the journey back, no one spoke another word. Heenan felt a heavy stone pressing upon his chest, suffocating him. Humanity had already lost the land. Could the floating city also be lost? Where lay humanity's future? Did humanity even have a future? Burdened with heavy thoughts, Heenan returned to the fortress only to be barred from entering. The reason was absurd: unauthorized departure without permission. I clearly registered my departure when I left. I'm sorry, mister. But we cannot find any travel record for you. Please wait patiently for the security department's decision. Henan's lip curled slightly as he regarded the smug official before him. Are you certain I should wait? Regrettably, Mr. He traveling without a record constitutes unauthorized departure, and punishment is mandatory. Henan stepped forward nearly face to face. Then what punishment awaits someone who alters travel records without authorization? The official's heart skipped a beat, though he kept his composure. I do not understand what you mean, Mr. Then we shall wait for the security department. I hope you do not regret this. Half an hour later the security department arrived, but it was a Mecha-Girl with a vacant expression. Henan's heart sank. The official's smirk deepened, shooting Henan a deliberately provocative glance. The Mecha-Girl scanned the recorder and indeed found no travel record for Henan's group. She stated mechanically, unauthorized departure warrants exile. Violation of the fortress walls warrants execution. Henan glanced at the official, then turned to the Mecha-Girl. You have 1 minute. Say that again. The Mecha-Girl hesitated. What? What are you implying? A faint smile touched Henan's eyes. This individual altered travel records without authorization and must be severely punished. Panic flashed across the official's eyes. Don't fabricate nonsense. I didn't. Henan immediately summoned Wu Miao and opened her vehicle recorder. The footage was crystal clear. Moments after they had passed through, the official had manually deleted their travel records. I didn't mean to. The official completely broke down and bolted. Bang. A crisp gunshot echoed, and the official collapsed instantly into a pooling sea of blood. The one who fired was the Mecha-Girl sent by the security department. With everyone watching in shock, the Mecha-Girl neatly holstered her weapon, helped Henan supplement the travel records, and let them pass through the checkpoint. Then the Mecha-Girl departed with the same casual grace. All the staff remained frozen where they stood. No one dared touch the still warm corpse. You made a contract with that Mecha-Girl? Wu Miao blinked, leaning in to ask in a voice meant only for the two of them. What else would I do? Do you have a better solution? No. Wu Miao stole a thumbs-up gesture toward Henan. News of the staff officer being shot on the spot reached Professor Bai immediately. He reviewed the surveillance footage carefully, no fewer than 100 times advancing frame by frame. Yet he found not a single clue. Something about this was clearly wrong. That Mecha-Girl had no consciousness. According to her program protocols, she should have expelled Henan, and if he resisted, she would have shot him immediately. Yet she had fired on her own side. While the security department did have the authority to handle lawbreakers from any division, arrest was the standard procedure. A killing on the spot was unprecedented. If someone told him this had nothing to do with Henan, he would never believe it. But the surveillance footage was clear. Henan stood at least 3 paces away from the Mecha-Girl. Unless he possessed a remote control device, there was no way he could have manipulated her. Could he have some kind of special ability? Professor Bai could not fathom it. In the end, they had the Mecha-Girl undergo a comprehensive inspection, which revealed no abnormalities whatsoever. The Mecha-Girls in the guard unit had never been contracted. They performed only simple tasks. Their operational standards were dictated by Xing City law, preloaded into their core programs at the moment of awakening. The handling of this matter was flawless. The staff member had abused his position unauthorized, altered a passerby's travel records, refused to admit wrongdoing, and attempted to flee. The security department's decision to execute him was entirely justified. But the very problem was how perfectly normal everything appeared. If an ordinary human had been on scene today, no one could have raised any objections to the outcome. Yet the one who carried out the mission was a Mecha-Girl without autonomous consciousness. Then by what means did she determine the staff member was problematic? That was what made it so deeply troubling. Professor Bai felt suffocated, wanting to pace the room in frustration. He knew something was wrong, gravely wrong. Yet he could not speak his grievance, for the erasure of a Mecha-Girl's autonomous consciousness was something that could never see the light of day. Henan, I will never let you go. Henan had no interest in what Professor Bai was doing. Upon his return, he went straight to see the city lord. Henan, you never come to see me on your own initiative. Old Mo's gaze remained cold. That's because I haven't encountered anything significant. So you found something? Yes. 5,000 li from Xing City, I discovered a sea monster, enormous in size and devastating in its destructive power. It camouflages itself as an island and releases an alluring aura to lure prey. A sea monster. Did you engage it? I originally took it for an island and moved closer to investigate. Then it attacked without warning. I barely escaped with my life. Henan spoke while playing the recording from Wu Miao's body camera for Old Mo to watch. For the first time, shock flashed in Old Mo's eyes. Not even a single move. My team certainly couldn't handle it. The intelligence you've brought back is crucial. We will take it extremely seriously. Henan had no idea what measures the city lord would take, nor was it within his power to influence them. All he could do now was strengthen his team. To that end, he threw himself into the laboratory. If that creature could swat a starship away with a single blow, Xing City itself would hardly survive more than a few strikes. Once this floating city was gone, humanity would likely face true extinction. In times like these, personal gains seemed far less important. He had to survive. Only by staying alive could he fight for what he desired. Heenan organized the materials he had brought back from the trip. There were quite a few that could enhance defensive capabilities. But to withstand that sea monster's offensive power, they were woefully insufficient. Heenan had also asked Old Mo whether stronger materials existed, and was told there were none. At first he had refused to believe it, but recalling that the protective barrier material had been developed by themselves, he eventually accepted it. As selfish as Old Mo might be, he would not lose his judgment when humanity faced extinction. Without defensive materials to match the enemy's strength, the only solution Heenan could conceive was to increase their offensive power. After all, the best defense is a powerful offense. Unfortunately, the situation had been too dire. He hadn't even had time to fire a single shot. Otherwise, he could have tested the creature's defenses and developed targeted weaponry. Heenan had considered confronting that creature again, and as long as he maintained distance, he still had a chance of survival. But he dared not gamble on it. What if that creature held a grudge and hunted him all the way back to Shing City? That would be catastrophic. After Heenan left, Old Mo convened an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. Share your thoughts. Every senior leader gazed at the footage of that sea monster with faces as though attending a funeral. What should we do? Is there truly no way out? Right now, there's nowhere to flee, even if we wanted to. Sai, what are we to do? But Professor Bai sprang to his feet with an excited expression. I suggest we announce this to the public. Have you lost your mind? Have you considered the consequences? Someone objected immediately. What consequences could there be? Humanity is already backed into a corner. Why not take a chance? Professor Bai wore a fanatical expression as though this were not a crisis, but an opportunity he had long awaited. Take a chance. Easy to say. What do we have to fight with? Can't you see it? Even a starship cannot survive a single strike. Even if it's powerful, there is only one of it. We still have over 1 million people. If we simply overwhelm it with numbers, we can crush it. Indeed, our history records battles where the weak defeated the strong. But have you calculated what kind of sacrifice that would require? Every ruler who reached the summit stepped on piles of white bones. What are a few deaths? As long as we ultimately triumph, that is the best possible outcome. Has Professor Bai found a solution? Chen Xueqing's question brought silence to the room. Only then did everyone realize Professor Bai's confident demeanor. Had he already secured a surefire way to defeat the sea monster? Yes, I have indeed found a way. Tell us. Old Mo, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Professor Bai's eyes gleamed with boundless confidence. I am pleased to announce good news. The Beta Heart Type 2 has been successfully developed. By equipping all the Mecha-Girls with these mechanical hearts, their combat power will increase by 60%. Old Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. The Beta Heart Type 2, does it have any side effects? Professor Bai's eyes flickered noticeably. Currently, no side effects have been detected. Professor Bai knew that empty words alone would not persuade the VIPs present. Please follow me to the training ground. I can demonstrate my experimental results live, so you may truly witness the power of the Beta Heart Mark II. Whether true or false, this remains the only hope against the sea monsters for now. No one raised objections, and everyone gathered at the training ground. 100 robot girls stood at attention in the center of the field, their formations precise, their gazes sharp and focused. Old Mo's expression darkened. Begin. Professor Bai immediately took his position at the control console, issuing a series of commands to the robot girls below. They moved swiftly, assuming their designated attack formation. Suddenly, chains rattled from 4 directions around the training ground. Dozens of iron cages dropped from above, each containing a fearsome orca, 100 in total. The cage floors collapsed simultaneously, and the starved orcas surged forward toward the robot girls. The robot girls remained composed, their movements precise and synchronized, as they drew photon plasma swords and struck at the orcas' eyes with lethal grace. Every orca had been blinded, sending them into a frenzied state. Rather than holding their ground, the robot girls spun rapidly around their swords, and within moments the orcas collapsed lifeless as their brains had been thoroughly disrupted. Magnificent. This is what should make humanity proud. If these androids can fight with such prowess, why can't we eradicate the sea monsters? Swept up in the fervor below, everyone erupted into passionate cheers. Only 2 remained composed, Old Mo and Chen Xueqing. As you've all witnessed, can such results not warrant promotion? Professor Bai proclaimed, his eyes burning with zealous fervor. I suggest deploying these 100 androids for live combat beyond the bastion. After all, a laboratory differs fundamentally from the actual battlefield. Chen Xueqing interjected with chilling composure, deflating the enthusiasm of the excited elders. Indeed, we must witness their performance in real combat. True gold fears no fire. If a horse or a mule, simply put it to the test. Since Professor Bai harbors such confidence, he shouldn't shy away from live combat evaluation. Old Mo cast a cold, calculating glance across the crowd. Then let us conduct a live drill. Heenan had secluded himself in the laboratory for several days without making satisfactory progress. He decided to step out and clear his head. Wu Miao promptly informed him that the 100 robot girls equipped with the Beta Heart Mark II were preparing for live combat exercises. Oh, the Beta Heart Mark II. That's remarkably fast development. But I fear it's merely a superficial upgrade. Only by observing it firsthand will we know for certain. Fair point. When is the exercise? Tomorrow morning. Then we'll go observe as well. Heenan rested soundly and rose early the next day to witness the combat drill. While most people congregated at Xingqing Plaza to watch the live broadcast, Heenan preferred to observe the robots up close to assess their actual condition. The bastion was supposed to be sealed today, with no entry or exit permitted. However, after Heenan arrived, old Mo showed him considerable respect by allowing him to stand at his side. A venomous glint flashed in Professor Bai's eyes. Heenan, after today you will remain crushed beneath my feet, never to rise again. His focus remained entirely on the robot girls, oblivious to the dark look Professor Bai had cast his way. The robots appeared normal on the surface. Since the exercise hadn't officially begun, most were quietly conversing with their respective commanders. Though he couldn't discern their words, Heenan could tell these robots possessed independent consciousness. Had Professor Bai truly succeeded? If implanting a mechanical heart could boost combat effectiveness by 60%, Heenan wouldn't necessarily oppose it. After all, with formidable sea monsters looming, preserving humanity's last refuge should be the priority. As long as victory was achieved in the end, no one would question the methods employed. The live combat drill finally commenced, and all the robot girls took off from their positions, swiftly flying toward the ocean waters far from Xingqing. Every mutated marine creature encountered along the way was slaughtered. The sea surface stained crimson, and the pungent stench of blood made people nauseous. While such destructive power was indeed staggering, Heenan doubted they could defeat that sea monster. The reason was straightforward. These robots' attributes had all been pushed to their limits, rendering them extremely unstable. Particularly alarming was that each one was equipped with a self-destruct mechanism. Even the slightest accident would trigger an explosion. The drill continued with overwhelming slaughter, sending blood rushing through everyone's veins. Cheers erupted continuously both at the plaza and beyond the bastion. Just as everyone reached peak excitement, the unexpected occurred. One robot suddenly exploded, detonating all others within a 5 nautical mile radius simultaneously. Like dominoes toppling, the blast radius expanded relentlessly until every robot was destroyed. Cheers died instantly, and an eerie silence fell over everything. Old Mo shot Professor by a furious glare before turning away. The hoarse-voiced spectators departed in disappointment, leaving Professor Bai alone and frozen on the shore, utterly bewildered. As Heenan prepared to leave, Chen Xueqing called out to him. What are your thoughts on this? Heenan was somewhat surprised that Chen Xueqing would approach him at such a moment. However, he couldn't respond harshly to someone offering a friendly gesture, especially since Chen Xueqing had never wronged him. They were too hasty. Driven by greed for quick results, they simply didn't value the robots' lives at all. Do you plan to take action, Counselor Chen? I intend to defend the rights of the robots. Will you support me? I support any reasonable proposal. Chen Xueqing spoke seriously. I'm quite serious about this. This is far more than just a passing thought. We'll see. After bidding farewell to Chen Xueqing, Heenan lost any desire to linger and returned directly to Defuhao. It was almost unbelievable that he had single-handedly built this place, perpetually crowded and soaked in extravagance. What are you thinking about? Wu Miao leaned, close breath warm against his ear. Heenan tilted his head slightly. I'm wondering how these people live so freely, truly reveling until death. Without souls, all that remains is this empty shell. What else is there to do but indulge in pleasure? You've summarized it perfectly. Thank you for the praise, boss. Heenan took the red wine from Wu Miao and sipped delicately. Tell me, if I were to develop that mechanical heart, would I do better than Professor Bai? Obviously, Wu Miao never concealed her admiration for Heenan. Are you truly planning to pursue this? I need to think about it. Heenan had not yet made up his mind when he received a call from Elder Mo ordering him to come to the City Lord's mansion immediately. The City Lord's mansion, not the office. Now that was interesting. Heenan drove there. It was his first time visiting the City Lord's mansion. The architecture leaned European in style. Even in the apocalypse, its opulence rivaled royal castles of old Europe. The living room was filled with high-ranking officials, yet Chen Xueqing was nowhere to be seen. Heenan's arrival drew all curious eyes. Someone of his standing had no business attending such a gathering. Elder Mo smiled with uncommon warmth. Heenan, come sit by me. Heenan took the sofa beside him, without hesitation, drawing another wave of envious glares. Today I've summoned everyone to discuss the Beta Heart Type 2 project. Old Bai, you go first. Professor Bai rose at once. Today's failed experiment does not prove this technology flawed. Its combat power is undeniable. Once we resolve the stability issue, we shall possess an invincible force. Everyone had witnessed the combat drills. No one doubted the fighting prowess of the mechanized girls. But a weapon that might explode at any moment. No matter how powerful, no one would dare wield it. Can you resolve the stability problem? Have you found a solution, Professor Bai? The research team is working tirelessly to identify the root cause. Then isn't it too early for us to discuss this now? Exactly. Without a solution in sight, what purpose does summoning everyone serve? Facing the objections, Professor Bai turned to Elder Mo for support. But Elder Mo looked instead at Henan. What do you think of this matter? I do not support living experiments. Those mechanized girls are also lives. It is a waste to simply end them. As you all know, high-tier mechanized girls are scarce. Each one lost is gone forever. I think Henan speaks truly. If all the high-tier mechanized girls die, what good would even a successful experiment bring? Precisely. Since the apocalypse fell, humanity has already lost 80%. If we do not cherish those remaining, we will surely perish sooner or later. You all make valid points, but the sea monsters are upon us. They could bring catastrophe upon us at any moment. Have you considered how we might save ourselves? Elder Mo's words silenced the room. It was an unsolvable dilemma. No one present desired death, yet none could find a path to survival. Therefore, this experiment must continue, and we must achieve results as soon as possible. Elder Mo's words brought no confidence. Professor Bai himself had just admitted they had yet to find a solution. Elder Mo turned his gaze to Henan again. Would you join this experiment? With your talent, you could bring it to success sooner. Join. Henan had not considered it. But if it were his own project, he might give it a try. I know nothing of mechanical hearts. Simply understanding the situation would take time. Did you not cure Zhao Dani? Elder Mo's expression returned to its customary coldness. Hardly a cure. Without the ability to form a contract, she possesses no combat strength. Then how do the mechanized girls at your side fight? I observe you return with abundant supplies each time you venture out. I carry an abundance of kinetic energy storage devices with me. Elder Mo stared at Henan for a long, while seeking any crack in his composure. Unfortunately, he found none. Every word Henan spoke could be substantiated. Even if he suspected every sentence was a lie, he had no way to prove it. Humanity stands at the brink of annihilation. Surely you wish to do something. City Lord, you wrong me. Did I not develop the kinetic energy storage devices? I also designed the aircraft. Even the material for the protective barrier came from my efforts. I have been working tirelessly. Henan's words left Elder Mo speechless. He could not refute them. Everyone present could see Henan's contributions impossible to deny. Yet he would not let Henan walk away unscathed. He intended to drag him into this. The development of the Beta Heart Type 2 requires you. Report to the laboratory tomorrow. If I go, what am I expected to do? What authority will I have? Elder Mo's composure was tested, otherwise he might have nearly exploded. This was blatant stalling. Do you have any suggestions? I also have some insights into mechanical heart development, though they are not yet mature. Moreover, my philosophy conflicts with Professor Bai's. Working together would only slow progress. Perhaps we should develop separately, and whoever succeeds shall have their method adopted. That will do. Elder Mo agreed immediately. As long as Henan participated in the experiment, his objective would be achieved. But Professor Bai's face paled. He had hoped to bring Henan under his command, where the City Lord's pressure would ensure obedience. Any progress would then be credited to him as the person in charge. Now the City Lord had established an independent project for him, making them competitors. He had never gained the upper hand under Henan's leadership, and he harbored no confidence this time either. After the meeting concluded, Henan returned directly to his laboratory. Are you really going to research mechanical hearts? Wu Miao handed him a glass of red wine. What do you think the principle behind a mechanical heart is? To enhance combat power. Indeed. More precisely, it stimulates the core to maximize the mechanized girl's potential. And so why must it be a heart? You mean if it were a hand or a foot, even if unstable, the danger would not be so severe? Clever. If a braking mechanism were installed on the arm, one could sever it immediately upon detecting anomalies, ensuring self-preservation. First, the mechanized girl would need autonomous consciousness. The mechanized girls using Beta Heart Type 2 are fully conscious. In other words, Professor Bai discovered and resolved the flaw within. I suspect he drew inspiration from Zhao Dani. That is irrelevant. Then what matters? Whether we undertake this project or not. But you already agreed with the City Lord. That is a separate matter. Wu Miao fell silent. Having come to a decision, Henan immediately called Professor Bai. Professor Bai stared at his screen for a long moment before answering. Master He, do you have a matter? I need a sample of the Beta Heart Type 2. What did you say? I said I require a sample of the Beta Heart Type 2. Is there a problem? Professor Bai nearly exploded on the spot. This is blatant plagiarism, do you understand? You still cling to personal grudges. Your mindset needs improvement. Save your sarcasm. Would you give me a sample of an aircraft if I asked? Every mechanized girl in Star City is equipped with an aircraft. Do you really need to come to me for a sample? You? Deliver it to me by tomorrow morning. On what grounds? And what if I refuse? Tell me if I go directly to the city lord and request it, will he not grant it? Professor Bai fell silent. Professor Bai had withdrawn into himself completely. This matter reached the city, he would gain nothing and would only receive a harsh scolding. But what right did he have to think so? After all his painstaking research for so long, he would hand it over on a silver platter, and to Henan no less. A rush of old blood nearly spurted from his mouth. But there was no choice but to give it. Before tomorrow morning, Professor Bai, tears in his eyes, handed the finished Beta Heart Type 2 to Henan. Henan conducted a full test in front of him, and after confirming it wasn't a shoddy product, he sent him away. Wu Miao was curious. What are you going to do with this thing? You saw the test data just now. When outside the Mecha-Girl, all the figures were stable. Then why did it explode? Yes, I am looking for exactly that reason. Very well, you go ahead. I won't trouble you anymore. Remember to eat your late-night snack. Okay. After a full night of hard work, Henan finally understood how this mechanical heart works. It is merely a kinetic energy amplifier which multiplies the energy the commander sent into the Mecha-Girl's body. But because each commander has a different kinetic energy reserve, the effects vary greatly. In particular, during battle the energy is constantly consumed and the supply diminishes. But the Mecha-Girl had already adapted to the initial high throughput, always in a state of high-frequency output. Once the commander's energy supply dwindles, it will damage the Mecha-Girl's internal structure, causing friction and heat. The explosion was ultimately caused by the self-destruct device, which provided the detonating point. Without it, the Mecha-Girl would have at most been dismembered rather than blown up. Then 100 commanders wouldn't have died in vain. Henan immediately told Professor Bai of his discovery. But this discovery did not bring Bai any hope, it only deepened his despair. Even with immense ability, there was no way to grant commanders a steady supply of kinetic energy. He suddenly thought of Henan's energy storage device, and before he could even put on his shoes, he rushed to Henan's laboratory. Henan, what is the maximum capacity of your kinetic energy storage device? Of course, Henan knew what his plan was. No matter how large the capacity, it still requires the commander to inject energy. Which commander would be willing to put their kinetic energy into the storage device? Bai fell silent, looking at Henan's indifferent face, leisurely eating breakfast. Bai wished he could tear him apart. It's already this late, and you still eat. If you don't eat, you'll be hungry, and hunger will affect brain function. Of course, you should eat well before thinking of a solution. You? I truly bow to you. Wanna eat something? It's only 198 star coins. I had thought Henan would treat me, but it turned out to be a sales pitch. Professor Bai was glad he hadn't spoken too soon. I won't eat. There are still many things in the lab. After speaking, he hurried out, as if his backside were on fire. But as soon as he stepped out, he turned back. What do you say about modifying commanders? You really dare to think so? If we can find a way to enhance the commander's kinetic energy, wouldn't we succeed? That is the logic. You can try it. All right. Bai left with excitement, while Henan smirked in amusement. Wu Miao immediately sensed his oddity. Do you think Professor Bai is going to get into trouble? Probably. Why? Because Xing City's leadership are all commanders. I don't understand. First, Mecha-Girls themselves have mechanical bodies and belong to a vulnerable group. How you modify them won't touch anyone's interests. But commanders are different. They are living people, a group of ambitious men. Still don't understand. You know what I mean. Henan tapped her forehead with a curled finger. Now the upper echelons of Xing City are all senior commanders. The worst are at least A-class. If Professor Bai develops some device that can push ordinary commanders' combat power above theirs, do you think they'd sleep soundly? Wouldn't they install it themselves? If 100 Mecha-Girls and commanders die before us, their deaths would be in vain. If you were in their place, would you dare install what Bai gave casually? Moreover, the higher one sits, the more afraid of death they are. They won't let their lives be endangered at all. So Bai didn't even have a chance to get the project off the ground. Why would you let him try? How is it that I made him go? It was clearly his own will. It's none of my business. You old trickster. Kidding aside, Henan's experiments must continue. His research direction was the same as Professor Bai's, both aiming to unleash the Mecha-Girl's maximum potential. Actually, he could simply graft Bai's mechanical heart onto his own squad members, for he possessed unlimited kinetic energy, and there would be no explosions. Yet this cannot be done that way. He did not want to reveal his secret, and would not publish a technology that could be widely disseminated. Moreover, he himself harbored some resistance to modifying semi-mechanical humans. He did not believe humans could grow on their own, and must rely on external power. Yet how to grow, he had not found a method yet. That island-like sea monster loomed over his head like a blade, never letting him rest for a moment. After breakfast, he hurried into the laboratory. On days when he didn't go out, the Mecha-Girls relied on the help of a billionaire, because there were free meals. Chun Ming, who had vanished for a while, reappeared with Fong Ting by his side. The two had been together for a while, yet their relationship was as sweet as honey. This stirred up the single Mecha-Girls. What are you showing off for? It's not like you found a man. If you have the guts, go find one too. What's with these sour remarks? Fong Ting was never kind, always clashing with everyone. This time someone mocked her. Could she swallow her anger? The two began to argue back and forth. Chun Ming not only didn't stop them, he found the quarrel entertaining, cheering his wife on. Wu Miao shot him a glance and pulled back her Mecha-Girl on her side. Stop arguing, go do what you should do. Humph, the other Mecha-Girl fell silent, defeated. Fong Ting had the upper hand, tail held high, returning to Chun Ming. I'm amazing, right? Impressive, you're the best. If you two cause trouble in the shop again, neither of you will be allowed through this door. Henan's cold voice sounded from behind, and the world fell silent. Fong Ting had achieved a resounding victory, tail held high as she trotted back to Chun Ming. I'm amazing, right? Impressive, you're the best. If you two cause trouble in the shop again, neither of you will be allowed through this door. Henan's cold voice sounded from behind, and the world fell silent. Haha, Henan, sorry to bother you. Chun Ming immediately fawned over Henan, pouring him a glass of red wine. Fong Ting glared at him, annoyed. Why are you afraid of him? He's just a lowly mechanic. Before Fong Ting could finish her sentence, a mechanical grinding sound erupted from her body, and she collapsed into pieces on the ground. Yet she remained fully conscious. What could possibly be more terrifying than watching yourself being dismembered? She was overcome with dread, screaming, "A husband, save me!" Chun Ming turned pale. There was no doubt who had done this. It had to be Henan. But how? How could he have dismantled a living person like that? Henan, don't hold it against her. She won't dare do it again, I swear I'll make her keep her mouth shut. For the sake of our brotherhood, please put her back together. Chun Ming, can't you act like a man? Don't beg him. I'd rather die than let him repair me. Let's go to the mechanic bay. Chun Ming glanced weakly at Henan. Seeing no objection, he began gathering Fong Ting's scattered pieces one by one and carried them toward the mechanic bay. The mechanics were thoroughly frightened. They had never encountered a mechanical girl who could still talk after being butchered into pieces. Fortunately, it was only her skeletal structure that had separated. They applied for materials to reassemble Fong Ting. However, the diagnostic instrument immediately issued an alarm: component rejection reaction detected. Disassemble immediately, or an explosion will occur within 5 minutes. The mechanics, half dead with fright, dismantled Fong Ting right away. All our spare parts are proprietary. Since she can't use them, there's nothing more we can do. Please try elsewhere. Now Fong Ting was at a loss. Husband, what should we do? Should we go back to Henan? After speaking to him like that, would he still help you? Then what should I do? You can't expect me to live like this forever. I need to see my father. He'll surely find a way. Helpless Chun Ming immediately called Fong Tianhu. Upon seeing his daughter's state, Fong Tianhu nearly fainted. My precious darling, what happened to you? It's all Henan's fault. He did this to me. Upon hearing Henan's name, Fong Tianhu's forehead vein throbbed. How many times have I told you not to provoke him? Why can't you listen? What's the point of saying this now? Hurry up and make him put me back together. I refuse to stay this ugly. Desperate to save his beloved daughter, Fong Tianhu had no choice but to swallow his pride and beg Henan. Seeing them return, Henan was not the least surprised. Boss, He Tingting has no mother since childhood, and I've spoiled her rotten. She doesn't know any better. Please, as a greater man, overlook her transgressions. I'll pay double the mechanic fee. What do you think? Father, why are you begging him? You're an SS class commander. Let stepmother beat him up. Fong Ting was infuriated. Who had ever treated her like this? It was so humiliating. Fong Tianhu broke into a cold sweat. Daughter, just keep quiet for once. Why is everyone so afraid of him? He's nothing but a lousy mechanic. If one beating doesn't work, try two. Fong Ting's reckless words were cut short as her body was once again shattered into even smaller fragments, agony tearing through her. Yet she could not utter a sound. She could only rage within. Woo Henan, you're not a human being. I will kill you. By now Chun Ming deeply regretted having contracted with Fong Ting. If unilateral contract termination wouldn't damage her power source, he would have ended it right then and there. Fong Ting's vivacious and independent personality had been unlike any young lady Chun Ming had ever met. It had intrigued him, and combined with her striking appearance, he had enjoyed their time together. Even when Fong Ting threw occasional tantrums, he had borne it all. But today he had finally seen through her completely. She was a standard, empty-headed beauty, always stirring up trouble, completely unaware of her place. Being with such a woman, he felt fortunate to have survived this long. No, he needed to ask Henan whether there was a way to terminate the contract without causing harm. Fong Ting had no idea that Chun Ming was already plotting to abandon her. Overwhelmed by unbearable pain, she kept signaling Chun Ming desperately, pleading with her eyes for him to save her. Unfortunately, Chun Ming didn't spare her a single glance. Fong Tianhu was too busy buttering up Henan to notice anything. Nobody realized she was suffering agonizing death. And none of you love me anymore. I hate you all. No matter how fiercely Fong Ting raged inside, nobody could sense the slightest thing. All she wanted was to dash her head and die. Yet even through heart-wrenching agony she remained fully conscious, unable even to faint. Fong Tianhu had loaded on praise, his voice completely hoarse, yet Henan hadn't so much as lifted an eyelid. Boss, he named any condition you wish. Even my life, I'll give it to you. Please save my daughter. With that, Fong Tianhu dropped to his knees. Fong Ting's eyes nearly burst from their sockets. Her father, a man of towering integrity, was kneeling before someone else for her sake. Her entire world was crumbling. She cursed Henan's ancestors 108 times over, yet it still didn't satisfy her rage. Henan, if you don't let me recover, I will surely kill you. Sensing the moment was right, Henan finally walked over and helped Fong Tianhu rise. I can save her, and I have only one condition. She must never appear before me again. Agreed. I'll keep her in check. Let me be clear, should she offend me again, I won't answer to anyone's face. Yes, whatever you say. Fong Tianhu was at that point willing to hand Henan the knife himself, if it meant sacrificing his kidneys to save Fong Ting. Leave her here. Come pick her up in a week. Very well. Fong Tianhu cast a worried glance at Fong Ting. Ting, behave yourself. Father will come for you in a few days. Fong Ting's eyeballs nearly popped out, but Fong Tianhu completely failed to read her intent. He left, turning back 3 times. Wu Miao, ever perceptive, neatly tidied Fong Ting and placed her inside the mechanic room, kind enough to set her on the workbench. Noticing no change in Henan's expression, Chun Ming approached and tentatively asked, Henan, is there any way for me to terminate the contract without harm? Regretting it now, Henan looked at him with amusement. Chun Ming sighed. This woman is too rowdy and brainless. I'm worried she'll get me killed one day. It's not impossible, but shouldn't you ask her opinion first? Ask her. Sure, that's fine. Henan led Chun Ming into the mechanic room and restored Fong Ting's ability to speak. Henan, I'll curse your ancestors for 8 generations. Chun Ming, you're no man. You just stand there doing nothing while they bully me like this. Chun Ming had felt a pang of guilt, but Fong Ting's tirade chilled his heart completely. Fong Ting, let's terminate the contract. Fong Ting's curses abruptly stopped, tears streaming down her face. Chun Ming, do you have any conscience left? How could you treat me this way? Fong Ting, in this post-apocalyptic world, you need to learn to grow up. No one will indulge you except your father. Chun Ming turned his face away, no longer looking at her tear-reddened eyes. Henan, I've made my decision. Let's begin. No, Chun Ming, you can't treat me this way. You clearly loved me so much. You said you were happy being with me. Indeed, you did bring me a sense of novelty like nothing I had ever experienced before. But that wasn't enough to make up for all the troubles you'd caused me. I'm not asking for your help, but you can't keep causing problems wherever you go. I don't have time to clean up after you every day. Small matters aside, I truly wonder what gave you such confidence. There's no one in this world you fear. What if one day you offend someone I can't afford to anger? You could get me killed and my entire family would suffer because of you. So Fong Ting, we must part ways. Fong Ting was utterly stunned. Born a precious daughter favored by heaven, the entire world had revolved around her. When had the world changed? How had she become some wretched girl unwanted by anyone? Chun Ming, I hate you. I curse you to die a miserable death. I curse your entire family. Let's not let her keep talking. Chun Ming's barely suppressed impatience welled up from his eyes as he pleaded with Henan. Henan snapped his fingers and Fong Ting fell silent instantly. If not for her glare that seemed ready to devour him, the atmosphere would have been far more pleasant. Chun Ming turned and left without sparing Fong Ting another glance. Henan also severed the contract between them, and Chun Ming felt absolutely no discomfort. Has it really been dissolved, eh? Why don't you test it to find out? Chun Ming immediately placed his right hand on the testing device, and the familiar electronic voice announced name, Chun Ming, your rank commander uncontracted. Holy crap, I'm single again already. Chun Ming completely ignored Henan's dark expression and pulled him into a bear hug. Bro, you're truly my brother. Henan pushed him away with obvious disdain. Go report back to your old man, or he'll break your legs. Chun Ming guiltily rubbed his nose and headed home immediately. The expected scolding never came. Chun Shueching calmly said, that girl Fong Ting truly isn't suitable for you. Dad, I'm single again. Chun Ming felt somewhat dejected. You were never meant for risky missions anyway. Being single suits you better. I've heard the authorities will forcibly assign mechanical girls to single commanders. But they'd need to provide a suitable match. Would you want an E-rank one? Absolutely not. The authorities are simply short on funds and looking to collect a singles tax through this method. What the hell? They're taxing singles now? How are people supposed to survive? You certainly care about the nation and its people. I just think that without some background or connection, survival is genuinely difficult. Those without connections, but with ability, can still fare well. Henan lives quite well, doesn't he? He's an absolute monster. Who could compare to him? I'm not expecting you to surpass him, but you must maintain that relationship with him. We're on good terms. Chun Ming stared curiously at Chun Shueching. Dad, what exactly do you want Henan to do? Some things you shouldn't ask about. TCH, fine then. Don't tell me. That night Fong Ting endured severe pain and profound disappointment toward the world, feeling suffocated, wronged, and consumed by deep resentment and unwillingness to accept her fate. She simply couldn't understand why her father, such a powerful man, would kneel to He Nan instead of slapping him to death. Even more incomprehensible was how Chun Ming, who constantly professed his love for her, could turn so coldly and break their contract, all for the sake of He Nan. Too many things defied her understanding, yet she couldn't utter a single sound. Calling out to heaven received no answer, and earth offered no response. All she could do was curse He Nan and Chun Ming in her heart. He Nan's sleep was equally restless that night. His experiments made no progress, and the sea monster from the island could strike at any moment. An inexplicable restlessness gnawed at him. Previously, each mechanical girl he contracted had brought rewards. But since his storage space had become infinite, he'd contracted over a dozen more without receiving a single reward. Whether it was a matter of approach or some other factor, he couldn't quite fathom it. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, he got up and headed straight for the laboratory. Rather than rushing into the experiment, he organized all the raw materials. When experiments hit a dead end, he always found solace in menial tasks. Perhaps inspiration would strike mid-task. True to form, he actually managed to extract an element from the octopus venom capable of stimulating human peripheral nerves. He Nan named it Alpha Element. However, the element's concentration was far too low, only about 1 milligram per octopus. To achieve his experimental goals, he'd need hundreds, even thousands of octopuses. Yet he hadn't hunted such low-level mutated marine creatures in quite some time, and there were no stockpiles at home. Recently, his attention had been focused on the ferocious whale pods. After all, whales of any species held a measurable value. It seems I'll need to adjust my approach. The next morning, He Nan led his team out. Everyone was surprised to learn their target was octopuses, but they'd been following He Nan long enough to understand his nature. He disliked unnecessary chatter. Simply follow his orders. When in a good mood, he might offer brief explanations, but otherwise kept his interactions minimal. Except for Wu Miao, of course, since she was his girlfriend. Hunting octopuses didn't require venturing far, just about a nautical mile beyond the barrier. And there were plenty of them. This time, He Nan captured some alive as well. He wanted to compare the differences between alpha elements extracted from corpses versus living specimens. Just as they were busy at work, Fong Tianhu led his team out to gather resources and happened to spot He Nan. Fong Tianhu felt deeply troubled. He Nan wasn't staying home to treat his daughter, but instead went out to hunt octopuses. Could Fong Ting have already recovered? With that thought in mind, Fong Tianhu abandoned his resource gathering and returned to the city to see his daughter. But when he arrived at the mechanical repair shop, he saw no one except the self-service equipment still running. With no other option, he went to the Grand Fortune to find Chun Ming and ask about the situation. Upon seeing Fong Tianhu, Chun Ming felt somewhat guilty. Didn't you hand her over to He Nan? Hasn't she been treated yet? I saw He Nan leaving the barrier. Hasn't he treated Ting Ting? I have no idea. How are you even a husband? How did my daughter end up with a man like you? Fong Tianhu, in his urgency, let his words slip unchecked. Chun Ming's expression darkened instantly. I have no further relationship with your daughter. What do you mean? We've dissolved our contract. Fong Tianhu grabbed Chun Ming by the collar, glaring at him viciously. Say that again. Chun Ming was not afraid in the least. Can you blame me for this? The Lord's granddaughter would never be raised like this. She doesn't have a princess's fate, yet she bears a princess's disease. Too pampered, too willful, and yet she keeps causing trouble everywhere. Who can stand that? But you can't break the contract with him, can you? Why not? Do I have to wait for her to ruin me before acting? Fong Tianhu had no reply. He knew his daughter well, and Chun Ming's choice to pursue advantage and avoid harm wasn't wrong. Fong Tianhu's gaze toward Chun Ming was intensely complex. I'm doing this for your own good. With others, I wouldn't meddle. Although he loved his daughter deeply, Fong Tianhu wasn't stupid. In this moment, he saw the situation more clearly than anyone else, which is why, despite being an SS-level commander, he hadn't entered the cabinet. He only wanted to safeguard his family and base, not to spend every day embroiled in scheming and intrigue. The darkness of politics has always been the same through the ages. He was but a martial man, content to fill his belly with his own strength. Yet he had raised a daughter who caused trouble. Before the apocalypse, it was fine. Laws bound everyone, and even if one despised her, no one could take her life. Now it is the end times. If no one watched over her, one day her temper could get someone killed. She had already contracted with Chun Ming without his consent, and he was unhappy. In his eyes, Chun Ming was a wastrel merely after his daughter's beauty. If the day came when he grew tired, they would surely part ways. Yet he hadn't expected the rift to come so quickly. Fong Ting's fault was clear, but what did Chun Ming's fawning over He Nan mean? He Nan, though capable, would the Chun family really fear him? Fong Tianhu suddenly felt a foreboding. He gave Chun Ming a tired pat on the shoulder and turned away. Her daughter had previously shattered to a single core, and He Nan could repair her. This time, there would be no problem. He shouldn't have rushed here. The mercurial Heenan could ruin Fong Ting. Fong Tianhu steadied himself mentally all the way back to the base. Seeing his dazed expression, Fong Tianhao knew it must be about Fong Tinghao's Ting. Heenan isn't in the shop, though I didn't see him. Fong Tianhao wanted to add more, but hesitated and went out to busy himself. Heenan had been away 6 days, and this time returned with octopuses. Back he did not rest, he plunged into the laboratory to extract alpha elements. He toiled until dawn. Wu Miao, worried he would starve, brought him supper and reminded him that a week had passed. Only then did he remember that there was also Fong Ting to repair. At that moment Fong Ting was utterly crushed by pain, as she had long since stopped cursing, praying inwardly that someone would end her suffering, willing to do anything. Her appearance of Heenan was like a beam of light in the darkness, reviving her hope when she was utterly desperate. Heenan did not communicate with her. He closed her core, and after repairing her completely, he reconnected the core power. Let's go. Fong Ting's lips moved for a long time, but no sound escaped, and she left the repair shop looking somewhat embarrassed. It was Heenan who had brought her pain and despair. Ultimately, Heenan saved her life and ended her suffering. Her feelings toward Heenan are now deeply complex. Does she hate him? Certainly she does. But more than that, fear and powerlessness. Her father, such a formidable commander, knelt before Heenan. Oh, what right did she have to oppose him? Having endured so many torments and lost everything, she finally understood this truth. For the first time, Fong Ting felt herself to be pitiful. When Fong Tianhu's call connected, she expected to cry aloud, but she did not. Her tears had dried up by now. Before dawn, Fong Tianhu sprang from his bed to meet his daughter. Heenan had indeed kept his word. 1 week, not a day late. His long-held heart finally relaxed. Heenan at that moment had no mind for their father-daughter drama. He was feverishly extracting alpha elements. And he discovered that the octopuses in operation could regenerate after the alpha elements were extracted, albeit at a slow pace. His space is large enough to house countless octopuses. Next time he goes out, he would catch more to raise, for he would possess an inexhaustible supply of alpha elements. Extracting alpha elements alone isn't enough. He must master the proportions, the maximum amount the human body can endure, and what changes would occur. This is what he most wanted to know. So he began injecting alpha elements into himself, not in bulk. His healing arts can cure 100 poisons, and if anything goes wrong, he can immediately trigger the healing arts. He would not risk his own life. A dose of 100 milligrams sharpened Heenan's senses dramatically. His night vision reached 1 nautical mile. His hearing extended to around 500 meters. His sense of smell was also extremely keen, able to detect the scent of airborne microdust. After a 200 milligram injection, a transparent film formed on Heenan's skin capable of withstanding the impact of a killer whale. With a 300 milligram dose, Heenan's physical prowess surged mainly in strength and speed. A dynamometer showed that a single punch could kill an elephant. The speed was astonishing, reaching 500 nautical miles per hour, faster than many aircraft. Heenan injected another 100 milligrams, but the body showed no change. Perhaps this is the limit of human endurance, or perhaps his constitution can only bear 300 milligrams. Yet this already left him deeply satisfied. Now, aside from lacking mounted weapons, his combat power was nearly on par with an A-class Mecha-Girl. The experiment was undoubtedly a success, but he did not know whether alpha elements would affect Mecha-Girls. Originally, he planned to use Huan and Wang Mei for experiments, but those 2 Mecha-Girls lacked self-awareness. The experiment's experiences could not be communicated. Yet conducting experiments on normal Mecha-Girls felt morally wrong, which made things difficult. After several days in the laboratory, Heenan decided to get a good sleep. Other matters could wait until he woke up. Wu Miao knew he was tired, but still urged him to eat before sleeping. Heenan did not refuse her kindness and sat at the table to eat slowly. Why are you distracted? Do you have something on your mind? Wu Miao, after all, is perceptive. Heenan offered a sheepish smile. You're almost a worm in my stomach. Speak up, what's the matter? I found an element that can improve human physiology. That's a good thing. I've only experimented on myself, and the effects are remarkable. I just don't know whether this element would be useful for Mecha-Girls. Then you give me a try? Wu Miao's eyes lit up, completely unconcerned about danger. Aren't you afraid I might kill you? Aren't you afraid I might kill you? Aren't you the one with healing arts? I certainly won't die. Helan shot her an exasperated look. Are you foolish? Hee. Wu Miao shamelessly stuck out her little tongue. You would never willingly use human subjects for experimentation, yet without data feedback from the Mech-Girls, your research cannot proceed. I am volunteering of my own accord. You need not bear any psychological burden. Helan finished his last bite of rice, turned, and returned to his bedroom. This woman, Wu Miao, seemed to be drawing ever closer to him. Helan had actually felt a twinge of emotion and impulse to embrace her. It was unlike their usual intimate embraces. The feeling was indescribable, beautiful, yet something he instinctively recoiled from. Not overthinking it, he quickly washed and fell into a deep slumber. Helan slept soundly through the night unconscious, even when Fong Tianhu came to express his gratitude, and Professor Bai sought him out to discuss the experimental plan. He slept until the following evening, roused only by ravenous hunger. After a brief wash, he rushed to the Grand Hotel to find food. I thought you would sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Hungry? Have you considered it? Let us try. Wu Miao wore a mischievous grin as though she were plotting some nefarious deed. Chun Ming shared this very assumption. What thrilling experiment are you two planning to attempt? Include me, won't you? Adults are conversing, children should not meddle. Helan had not even consented, yet Chun Ming was already causing trouble, and Wu Miao grew somewhat displeased. Chun Ming grew even more irritated. I am not a child, your entire family are children. My entire family consists of only myself and Helan. Who are you calling a child? Chun Ming muttered, grumpily speechless. He had been quite despondent these past days. Without the Mecha-Girls, he could only loiter at the Grand Hotel eating and waiting for death, feeling profoundly stifled. Yet he was the one who had proposed terminating the contract. There was no one else to blame. Helan had been occupied constantly, leaving him with not even a single person to converse with. Now that Helan had finally emerged from his retreat, naturally, he would approach to catch up. Tell me, what exactly are you two doing? I am conducting experiments. She is volunteering as my test subject. What? Experiments? Could someone die? Who can say for certain? Helan, not wishing to have another self-volunteering individual, deliberately made the matter sound more grave. Chun Ming instinctively shrank his neck before giving Wu Miao a respectful thumbs up. This is true devotion. I admire you, truly admire you. Wu Miao's cheeks flushed crimson, and she rose to busy herself with other matters, concealing her embarrassment. Chun Ming slumped weakly against the table. Your girlfriend is truly remarkable. Why can I not encounter a woman as wonderful as hers? Helan did not respond. Deep within his heart, he recoiled from any woman showing him kindness. He did not wish to surrender himself to any relationship again. His heart was already dead, and no woman could revive it. Though Helan was conflicted, he accepted the willing test subject who had come to him. After each injection, inform me of your sensations. Understood. Should you feel any discomfort, speak immediately. Do not endure it silently. I understand. Wu Miao cheerfully extended her snowy white arm for the injection. It felt less like a life-and-death experiment and more like two people playing at house. Helan worked with intense concentration, entirely unaware of Wu Miao's burning gaze. After administering 100 milligrams, Helan checked her pulse and detected no abnormalities. How do you feel? Wu Miao closed her eyes and concentrated, then replied, I do not sense anything at all. Helan's brows furrowed. Is it ineffective for Mecha-Girls, or is the dosage insufficient? Since Wu Miao's body exhibited no abnormalities, Helan administered another 100 milligrams. Something is growing on me. This result came as a surprise. While the alpha element injection did not enhance Wu Miao's 5 senses, a protective membrane did form. Go test its strength. At once. The test results mirrored Helan's findings. It could withstand a full-force collision from an orca. Transform into your mechanical form and test again. Very well. Wu Miao transformed immediately. The results greatly satisfied Helan, for the defensive capabilities stacked multiplicatively. Combining the Star Destroyer class defense with the protective membrane, Wu Miao instantly became a living shield. Helan fell into deep contemplation. If the protective membrane could also stack, he could rival that island-sized sea monster. Helan administered another 100 milligrams, doubling the protective membrane. Good heavens, Helan exclaimed in disbelief. It truly works as I hoped. It can indeed stack. Helan, you are brilliant. I fear that foul sea monster no longer. Wary, Helan checked her pulse once more and repeatedly confirmed she felt no discomfort before continuing the injection. This time Wu Miao's offensive power surged dramatically, shifting from defense to offense. Helan too felt puzzled. After another 100 milligrams, her attack power increased once more. Further injections yielded no additional effect. The overall data indicated that males could safely receive 300 milligrams per session, achieving comprehensive enhancements across the 5 senses: defense and attack. Mecha-Girls, however, could tolerate 500 milligrams. Their 5 senses remained unchanged, but the improvements to defense and attack were double those of males, and these enhancements could stack with their innate attributes. In relative terms, Mecha-Girls gained far more from both defense and offense than males. In other words, the alpha element proved considerably more effective for Mecha-Girls. Yet Helan believed that even modest improvements would drive the commanders outside to compete fiercely for it, who would willingly lose to their wife in battle. Helan promptly completed the experimental report and began planning how to bring this new product to market. As he stepped out of the laboratory, he saw Professor Bai awaiting him outside. Helan, have you found a solution? Seeing Professor Bai drenched in sweat, Helan no longer felt hurried. What troubles you? The weather is not even this hot. The city lord has issued a death warrant. We have at most 1 week to produce an experimental plan, or else. Professor Bai made a throat-slitting gesture. Elon deliberately teased him. You are the city lord's right hand. How could he bear to execute you? Do not mock me. Let us think of a solution quickly. I do not wish to die. Professor Bai was nearly in tears. Elon lost his desire to jest. Very well, let us go see the city lord. What? You have thought of a method. What is it? Do tell. We shall discuss it together. I have no intention of explaining twice. Very well. He had originally hoped to claim some measure of credit, yet Elon revealed not a single word. Blinded and ignorant, he did not dare suggest the project involved him. Upon seeing Helan's experimental report, Old Mo's somber expression instantly softened. Is this data from human trials? It is data from myself and my girlfriend. Excellent. I was not mistaken in my assessment of you. Old Mo rarely displayed emotion on his face. How long until mass production? If raw materials are sufficient, production can commence immediately. Provide the requisition list, and I shall dispatch collectors at once. Helan quickly handed him a document listing giant octopus, orca, Chinese alligator, Atlantic bluefin, tuna, large flounder, marlin, and debris sturgeon. Helan deliberately included so many items to create confusion. Old Mo did not examine it closely and waved his hand, ordering each combat team to depart immediately. Helan's lips curved into a sinister smile. Henan was not idle either, setting off with his team as well. He wanted live octopuses, the more the better. But this time he did not operate near the coast to avoid arousing suspicion. Meanwhile, he also wanted to confront that island-shaped sea monster and see whether his upgraded team had the strength to fight. Indeed, he had injected every Mecha-Girl beside him with alpha elements, greatly enhancing their overall combat power. Along the way, Henan captured every octopus he encountered, killing none of them. The other Mecha-Girls remained seated inside the Star Destroyer with no missions assigned to them. Lin Shuang was somewhat puzzled. Henan, where are we going? To confront that sea monster. Huh. Lin Shuang covered her mouth with her hand, her face turning slightly pale. What's scared? Lin Shuang nodded hesitantly. Do we really have to go? It is far better that we seek it out than wait for it to come storming to our doorstep. It has shown no movement for so long. It may not have gone far. Do not harbor such wishful thinking. If humanity had prepared years earlier, we would not have fallen into this apocalyptic state. Lin Shuang said nothing more. Everything Henan said was reasonable, and she would simply follow his lead. She had long abandoned any improper thoughts about him. A survival was all that mattered now. For one, Henan had no interest in her. For another, Wu Miao was no pushover. Her combat power far surpassed hers by 8-fold, and she excelled at everything both inside and outside the home. She had to admit that if roles were reversed, she certainly would not match Wu Miao. Lin Rui was right. People needed to face reality and could not live on dreams alone. Deep down, Henan felt somewhat nervous. After all, last time he had not even managed to withstand a single strike and had fled in disgrace. So this time he maintained a safe altitude and absolutely avoided flying too low. However, to his surprise, upon reaching the sea area from his memory, he could not see that massive creature at all. Wu Miao, is the positioning correct? Correct. It was here last time. Henan furrowed his brows. It is alive, so moving to a new location is natural. But finding it again will not be easy. Having failed to locate the sea monster, Henan dispatched his Mecha-Girls to hunt other mutated marine creatures. He personally captured octopuses, sparing none regardless of size or gender. The octopuses in the surrounding waters had nearly been caught to extinction. I wonder if octopuses can reproduce. What you are planning to raise them? While everyone else was out working, Henan sat inside the Star Destroyer eating fruit and drinking soda, tallying up the day's harvest. Wu Miao, bored with nothing to do, chatted with him, keeping both of them from growing dull. If they could reproduce, we would not need to keep going out and catching them. Wouldn't that be less tiring? It seems like others are doing all the work, doesn't it? You just sit back and enjoy the spoils. Calling out the truth, aren't you? Wu Miao laughed endlessly. She thought that if this were not the apocalypse, Henan would certainly be a proper shut-in. The kind who considered even turning over in bed as intense exercise. Her guess turned out to be accurate. Henan was simply lazy. Otherwise, with his current combat power, he would have long since established his own faction. The upgraded team proved truly invincible, pushing forward without encountering any match. When Henan judged the harvest to be sufficient, he prepared to return. Wu Miao was the only Star Destroyer in Xing City, and normally other teams would spot her and recognize her as belonging to Henan, keeping well out of his way. However, this time something felt strange. As soon as Henan returned to the coastal waters, numerous fighter planes appeared around him. Recalling the 5 fighters that had ambushed him last time, Henan instantly became vigilant. Could they be planning to make a move near the coast? Wu Miao also noticed something was amiss. Who knows? If they want to fight, we will gladly accept their challenge. Alright then. To Henan's surprise, Wu Miao seemed eager, almost rubbing her hands together in anticipation. Usually when it came to gathering supplies, she was not allowed to participate, since Henan feared she might damage the materials. Only during actual battles did she get her chance. How could she not be eager to fight? Unfortunately, those fighter planes merely circled around them a few times without taking any substantive action. A bunch of cowards. If they want to fight, let them do it. Wu Miao grumbled, dissatisfied. He-Nan merely smiled faintly. He did not believe these fighter planes had simply passed by. They were definitely harboring some sinister scheme. He just had not discovered it yet. Those fighter planes swarmed around the Star Destroyer like flies, circled a few times, and then flew away, seemingly having accomplished nothing. What kind of game is this? Wu Miao rolled up her sleeves, itching to chase after them and beat them up. He-Nan's smile deepened. Those fighter planes had definitely done something, and it was certainly not anything good. He-Nan, what do you think they came for? We will find out soon enough. As soon as He-Nan finished speaking, the calm sea surface suddenly churned violently. The mutated marine creatures that had been dwelling on the ocean floor erupted from the water, launching an attack on his Star Destroyer. If it were merely one or two, he could handle them easily. But the entire sea area was alive with movement. A dark, endless mass stretching beyond sight. These people are too despicable. What are they trying to do? Wu Miao felt an inexplicable sense of panic. It was true that they often went out hunting, but they basically targeted solitary mutated marine creatures. Unless absolutely necessary, they rarely encountered entire packs. But the current situation went far beyond the description of a mere pack. It seemed as though every mutated marine creature in the sea had set its sights on them, vowing not to rest until they were devoured whole. Fall back, He-Nan shouted, and all the Mecha-Girls promptly returned to the Star Destroyer. Wu Miao unleashed her full firepower while climbing to a higher altitude. It should be noted that Wu Miao was equipped with 8 heavy laser turrets, 2 medium dual-barreled laser cannons, 52-point defense laser guns, and 4 heavy proton torpedo launchers. This was the first time in her existence that she had gone all out. However, the effect was not significant. The sea surface had long been dyed crimson with blood, and the corpses of mutated marine creatures were strewn everywhere. Yet those creatures charged forward like madmen, as if they could never be killed in sufficient numbers. Meanwhile, Wu Miao's condition deteriorated rapidly. He-Nan, I am so sleepy. He-Nan immediately placed his hand on Wu Miao's control console and activated his healing ability. You have been poisoned. You will be fine in a moment. Poisoned? Were those fighter planes here to poison us? That is too despicable. He-Nan's eyes turned sinister and cold. I will settle this score with them. A few minutes later, Wu Miao recovered and resumed her full firepower, carving a bloody path back to Xing City. Upon returning, He-Nan went directly to see the City Lord, but was informed that the City Lord was away and not currently in Xing City. The City Lord goes out. He-Nan could not determine whether old Mo was genuinely absent or simply unwilling to see him. Regardless, this matter would have to be set aside for now. Back at the machine repair shop, He-Nan conducted a thorough inspection of Wu Miao. He needed to know what had caused her to lose her combat effectiveness. If he had not possessed his healing ability, this trip would likely have ended in disaster. However, after being healed, Wu Miao's body showed no trace of residual toxins. Even on the surface of her mechanical body, there was no poison residue. In this situation, even if he reported to the City Lord, he would have no evidence to present and would risk exposing his healing ability. It was incredibly frustrating. What concerned He-Nan was not these things, but rather the discovery that a powerful research team was hiding in the shadows. It wasn't that he looked down upon Professor Bai. Given his capabilities, he certainly couldn't have developed poison of such caliber. A powerful enemy lurking in the shadows was by no means a good thing for He-Nan. He racked his brain, but could not recall when he had offended anyone like this. Yet he understood that those who struck against him weren't necessarily driven by personal grudges. Perhaps it was about interests. He-Nan's scientific talents were unmatched. Although he typically minded his own affairs, his advancements threatened the interests of many. At the very least, Professor Bai was being pushed to the brink of ruin. This person had remained hidden so effectively that He-Nan never detected his presence. The timing of this sudden attack must be connected to the alpha element. Could he also be researching this field? That alone wouldn't warrant an assassination attempt. Wu Miao gradually composed herself. Perhaps he's merely testing us. Testing what? My combat abilities. What purpose would that serve? I'm not sure. We don't even know who he is. How can we guess his motives? He-Nan fell into deep thought. Indeed, without knowing their opponent's identity, it was impossible to discern their ultimate objectives. Nevertheless, He-Nan believed that as long as he grew strong enough, no adversary would pose a threat. He plunged back into the laboratory, extracting substantial quantities of the alpha element. The expedition squad dispatched by the City Lord was also returning in waves, bringing back considerable materials. He-Nan accepted everything without hesitation. When others inquired about when they could receive the injection, his response was simply to wait for the City Lord's return. The City Lord's disappearance was far too suspicious. He was absent precisely when He-Nan needed him most. This only reinforced He-Nan's suspicion that the City Lord was behind this attack. In truth, in this apocalypse, there was no need for evidence, just direct action. However, Heenan felt that now was not the optimal moment to declare war. This time, Heenan refined the alpha element to high purity before injecting another 100 milligrams into himself. His 5 senses sharpened further with night vision extending to 5 nautical miles. His hearing range reached approximately 2,600 meters. His sense of smell was even more extraordinary. He could detect over 20 distinct scents simultaneously and automatically trace each to its source. Fire ignited within Heenan's heart as he injected another 100 milligrams. As expected, his defensive capabilities layered further. Upon reaching 300 milligrams, his offensive power multiplied exponentially. Satisfied with these results, Heenan administered injections to all squad members. Of course, the mechanized girls received 500 milligrams each, a significantly greater enhancement than what he experienced. In any case, this world no longer required men to engage in frontline combat. The mechanized girls led every charge, so their superior strength was hardly unreasonable. 3 days later, Old Man Mo personally called Heenan, inviting him to the City Lord's office. This marked the first time Mo had contacted Heenan directly. Previously, messages had always been relayed through staff. Heenan responded with nonchalance and made no mention of the attack in the sea area. He was certain now that Old Man Mo stood on absolutely opposite grounds from him, so there was no need for extended conversation. Simply mutual benefit sufficed. "I heard you came looking for me." Old Man Mo spoke with unusual warmth, a hint of pleasure coloring his tone. Heenan's lips curved slightly. "I merely came to inquire when we might begin administering the alpha element to the populace. Is your alpha element stable in performance? Do I appear abnormal to you? Regardless, you're not a commander. Find a commander first to conduct the test." Agreed. Yet Heenan hadn't anticipated that Shen Ming would be the one testing, accompanied by MOD. Heenan wondered secretly whether the Mo and Shen families had formed an alliance. If that were true, things would be rather precarious. Suppressing his suspicions, Heenan immediately contacted Wu Miao, asking her to bring 2 doses of the alpha element. Wu Miao's efficiency was remarkable. She appeared before Heenan in under 5 minutes, handing him the syringe. Just then, Old Man Mo's assistant stepped forward. "Please use our syringes." He produced a medical kit containing 2 vacuum-sealed syringes. With his enhanced senses reaching an exquisite level, Heenan immediately detected anomalies in those syringes. MOD was Old Man Mo's own granddaughter. What was the meaning of this? Regardless, Heenan would never deliberately walk into a trap if he knew it existed. "I apologize, but I only use my own syringes. What if your syringe is defective and harms our young miss?" Heenan looked at him meaningfully. "If you don't trust me, simply choose not to receive the injection." "You? City Lord, what do you think?" Unable to argue further, the assistant immediately turned to the City Lord. Old Man Mo waved his hand dismissively. "It's prudent for subordinates to exercise caution. Heenan, switching syringes is hardly a significant matter. City Lord, if I use my own syringe, I will take full responsibility for any complications. However, if I use yours, I bear no liability regardless of what occurs. Even if both of them died right here, don't come looking for trouble with me." "What sort of talk is that? Are you attempting to shirk responsibility?" The assistant immediately rebuked him loudly in protest. Heenan collected the alpha element syringe and rose to his feet. "City Lord, I believe it best to abandon this. Your concerns are entirely valid. The medication works fine on me, but others might experience rejection reactions." The assistant stepped sideways to block his path. "Heenan, are you threatening the City Lord?" "What did I say? How did that become a threat in your interpretation? Because of a single syringe, you're refusing to proceed. Do you understand what your actions represent? You're disregarding the lives of the masses. Don't put such grand labels on me." Heenan's mouth curved into a roguish smile as he gazed directly into his eyes. "What, must everyone perish without my alpha element? How exactly am I disregarding the masses' lives? You're simply arguing absurdly." Heenan didn't continue the argument, but instead retrieved a small testing device from the medical kit, used tweezers to place the 2 syringes onto it, and proceeded carefully. Panic flashed across the assistant's eyes. "What are you doing?" "Toxicity testing," Heenan stated deliberately, regarding him with mock amusement. "These haven't even been opened. How could they be toxic?" "Just being cautious." "Why are you so nervous?" "I'm not nervous. If you want to test them, go ahead." He took a noticeable step backward, positioning himself near the doorway. Heenan signaled Wu Miao subtly before pressing the tester's activation button. Beep, 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 beeped. The red light flashed instantly, and the alarm's drone filled the entire room. The assistant immediately turned and fled. The assistant was desperate to flee and failed to notice where he was stepping, only to be tripped by Wu Miao's outstretched leg, which he had anticipated. He sprawled face first, and she lifted him effortlessly like a chick before throwing him heavily at the City Lord's feet. Elder Mo gazed at him with sinister eyes. "Tell me, whom did you serve?" Knowing escape was impossible, the assistant bit down on the poison sac hidden in his mouth and died instantly. Hinan's gaze darted between Elder Mo and the assistant, yet he could not discern the relationship between the two. Was it that Elder Mo had a traitor among his ranks, or had the entire encounter been staged by the two of them in collusion? Regardless of the truth, Hinan had no desire to linger. City Lord, I take my leave. Elder Mo waved his hand, signaling them to depart. Chunming, still shaken, hurried after Hinan. Today I owe you my life. Without you I would have been done for. Hinan studied him with suspicion. Why were you there? And in the company of Mod. Don't ask. I spent the night at the night banquet. You know the place. It's the newly opened bar offering every kind of service under the sun. I asked why you were there, not what you were doing last night. Just let me explain. Chunming scratched his head, embarrassed. I was about to do something when suddenly Mod burst in. And then the assistant arrived with a group accusing me of assaulting their young lady. And then Mod wouldn't say a word in my defense. The assistant tried to drag me off to the security department. Would I dare go there? Those people aren't human. Hinan answered impatiently. This fellow never managed to reach the point. Then I proposed we settle privately. He said if I entered into a contract with Mod, we'd be family and the accusation of assault would vanish. I thought it acceptable, so I went with him. And Mod's attitude throughout. She didn't speak a single word. I couldn't tell whether she desired this or not. Hinan narrowed his eyes. Even he had noticed something was amiss with Mod. However, she was the granddaughter of the city lord, and it was none of his business. He chose not to press further. Yet one matter puzzled him: would the city lord order someone to kill his own granddaughter? Recalling Mod's earlier mention of revenge, perhaps the two were indeed as incompatible as water and fire. Whatever their disputes, as long as they did not drag him into the fray, Hinan had no intention of intervening. Upon returning to the laboratory, he once again assessed the resources at his disposal. Relying solely on the alpha element would not guarantee his invincibility. The individual who had secretly attacked him had shown no movement to date. If he remained concealed, extracting him would prove exceedingly difficult. There are those who can steal 1,000 days, but none who can guard against theft for 1,000 days. An unseen adversary constantly watching and ready to strike when one's guard is down was an intolerable state of affairs. Hinan resolved to lure the serpent from its den. After upgrading all his Mecha-Girls, he led a team once more into the field. This time, he ventured no farther than the waters near Xingqing City, for that was where the prior attack had occurred. Moreover, few dared to venture beyond the coastal regions. There were only two types: those like Hinan who possessed sufficient combat strength, and the destitute, seeking survival through risk. Yet most who ventured out never returned. Thus the notion that gambling could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle was pure nonsense. Nevertheless, Hinan waited 3 days near the coast with no incident whatsoever. The enemy fighters never appeared. Yet Hinan was untroubled. His star annihilator was sufficiently capacious. He lacked neither sustenance nor mobility. What harm was there in waiting? Who feared whom? 10 days passed without a sign. Had it not been for Wu Miao's poisoning at the time, Hinan might have suspected his own illusions. Prolonging his stay further would invite awkward questions, so he reluctantly ordered a retreat. Wu Miao felt a stir of irritation. Hinan, this adversary hides too deeply. What could he possibly intend? He seeks my death. Then why does he not act? Likely because he lacks absolute certainty of success. Cowering and striking from the shadows. What kind of courage is that? That is precisely why he is so dangerous. And how shall we proceed? We wait. What else can be done? As Hinan entered the city gates, he received a decree from the city lord commanding him to administer the alpha element to the populace immediately. Good. Now I have work to do. Wu Miao sneered. How virtuous of you, even now that faces have been fully torn asunder. I do not act for their sake. You cling to your pride. I was considering if that sea monster were to attack, someone must stand at the vanguard. Heh. Wu Miao's mood instantly brightened. As expected of you. Do not revere me. I am merely a legend. Outside the mech repair shop, a long queue had formed once more. Following the official roster, Hinan distributed the alpha element, watching each recipient receive their injection and sign before departing. After a morning of such toil, Hinan deemed the task a waste of time. He handed full responsibility to Wu Miao and immersed himself once more in laboratory work. Hardly had he taken his seat when a knock sounded at the door. Irritated, he called out for alpha element injections queue at the entrance. This side admits no back doors. The knocking persisted unabated. Rising reluctantly, Hinan opened the door to find Mod standing there. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, Miss Mo, do you require something? I need your assistance, Mod replied, her expression urgent. What makes you believe I would help you? Hinan regarded her with suspicion. Beyond you I know not whom else to approach. Leaning against the doorframe, Hinan regarded her with a roguish air. That is hardly a reason for me to assist you. I can reveal a secret to you. Proceed. You must help me first. No. Mod fell silent. Pointing outward with his chin, Hinan said, the door is behind you. Please leave. Mod's expression darkened, yet she departed. Regardless of her motives, Heenan had no wish to associate closely with the city lord's granddaughter. Though he had once entertained thoughts of using her, those notions had faded. Even if MOD faced calamitous difficulties, it was not his burden to bear. He himself did not know how many days he had left, nor did he possess surplus goodwill to spare strangers. Just as he prepared to close the door and resume his work, Mo-D suddenly returned. Heenan, if you can leave Xingxing City, do so. Should you remain, you will perish. Heenan paid no mind to these words. To kill him one would require capability beyond her imagining. Without awaiting a response, she hastened away once more. Heenan watched her retreating figure until she vanished from sight, then returned to his tasks. He could neither judge the truth of her warning nor discern her true purpose. All he could do was strengthen himself. Heenan was fully aware that he had always been in danger with someone behind the scenes constantly seeking his life. If he wanted to survive, he needed to make himself valuable to this city. The best way to prolong his life was to make the masses depend on him. Meanwhile, he needed to continuously accumulate power. Relying on improving his own combat strength was too slow and not viable. Then he would have to contract more Mecha-Girls, making the team so vast that no one could oppose it. Previously, when Professor Bai's experiment exploded and destroyed 100 Mecha-Girls, he had collected all their cores into his spatial dimension. Not only those, but for every Mecha-Girl who died in battle outside the barrier, and whom Heenan happened to encounter, he had retrieved their cores. Roughly estimated, the number should be around 300. If he were to revive all these Mecha-Girls, it would surely cause an uproar. But Heenan had his spatial dimension where he could nurture them without anyone knowing. When the time came, releasing them would be his trump card. Having decided on this, Heenan began his work. His upgraded body allowed him to restore 2 Mecha-Girls per day, even when they were reduced to nothing but their cores. If he did more, he would experience severe exhaustion. There was no urgency anyway. He didn't need to push himself so hard. He kept this secret from everyone, including Wu Miao. He firmly believed that only those close to him could truly harm him. Strangers couldn't even get close. If they wanted to act, they would have to bribe those around him to do it. Although he had contracts with these Mecha-Girls, and they shouldn't dare to betray him, who could say for certain? Beyond repairing the Mecha-Girls, Heenan was also constantly extracting useful elements from various mutated marine creatures. In his view, Alpha Element wasn't powerful enough. It could only serve as a decent support. He wanted absolute power that no one could defeat. Unfortunately, he had only been a mechanical engineer before, not a researcher. Without reference materials and theoretical foundations, his progress on this was very slow. Fortunately, he possessed infinite kinetic energy, which was almost the rarest resource in this world. Whether in combat, synthesizing alpha elements, repairing Mecha-Girls, or developing mounted weapons, none of it could be done without kinetic energy. This was currently his greatest advantage. How to convert this advantage into combat effectiveness was the problem he urgently needed to solve. While Heenan was focused on his work, all the Mecha-Girls and commanders in Xing City had completed their injections, and the overall combat power had improved significantly. Just looking at the prey brought back each day was proof enough. However, the city lord found him again. Heenan, I need a large batch of alpha elements. Heenan narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Old Mo's expression was inscrutable, revealing no emotion. How many? 10,000 doses for both men and women. It can be done, but it will take time. What's the fastest you can give them to me? That depends on the supply of raw materials. I'll have each squadron increase their hunting pace. I'll also complete it as soon as possible. Heenan was certain that old Mo needed these alpha elements for the Mecha-Girls and commanders. But everyone in the city had already received injections. Who exactly was he giving them to? Without thinking about it, it was clear that as the ruler of the city, he wouldn't lack his own private forces. These were probably meant for those hiding in the shadows. Had he hidden 10,000 Mecha-Girls? He didn't know what their configuration was like, but just that number was quite terrifying. Originally, Heenan had been prideful about the few hundred Mecha-Girl cores he had hidden. Compared to old Mo's strength, he was like a clown. This suddenly gave Heenan a sense of urgency. Not only did he accelerate the speed of repairing Mecha-Girls, but he also put the research and development of new element potions on the agenda. Absolute strength could overwhelm numbers. As long as the individual combat power on his side far exceeded the opponent's average level, even if there were more of them, there would still be a chance to fight. In order to get the 20,000 alpha element vials he wanted as soon as possible, old Mo issued a strict order to all squadrons: those who failed to hunt a sufficient number of mutated marine creatures each day would not be allowed to enter the barrier. This caused the lower-level Mecha-Girls to complain loudly. This is unfair. Our combat strength is inherently weak. How can we do the same missions as high-level Mecha-Girls? Exactly, you're being too bullying. I'm not convinced. The staff didn't hold back, either firing back directly. Being weak gives you the right to complain. You've all received the alpha element injection, just like the high-level Mecha-Girls. They had nothing to say, for after all, the alpha element increased attack and defense by the same base amount, so from this perspective everyone was indeed equal. However, since each Mecha-Girl had a different base level, their combat strength varied greatly, and the gap in the added portion was still quite significant. Therefore, to overcome the level suppression was, at least for now, basically impossible. This was originally a world where the strong preyed on the weak and no one sympathized with the weak. You ate the same meals and used the same resources as everyone else, yet you didn't harvest as many resources as the high-level Mecha-Girls. How could that be fair? There was no way around it. The lower-level Mecha-Girls could only do their best to complete their missions so they could return to the barrier to rest for the night. After all, the sea area at night was too terrifying, and even high-level Mecha-Girls found it difficult to survive. The reason He-Man could stay outside for 10 days or half a month was mainly because he had a Star Destroyer warship, and its flight altitude was beyond the reach of those mutated marine creatures. Therefore, even at night, he would not face any danger. Shing City only had this one Star Destroyer warship, and others could only envy. So people from any social class found life difficult, each with their own challenges. But one person was an exception, Chun Ming. He had a wealthy father who wasn't afraid of the hefty single tax at all, and simply used star credits to buy him a leisurely life. But this guy was never satisfied, and came to He-Man to complain. I really envy that you can go out to sea. I'm about to grow mushrooms here. He-Man simply rolled his eyes at him. You'd better speak louder, so everyone outside can hear. I'm not stupid. Chun Ming grumbled resentfully. He-Man, you know a lot of Mecha-Girls. Introduce me to a suitable one. MOD isn't bad, isn't she willing to contract with you? My dad told me to stay away from the MO family. Why, I don't know. He-Man glanced at him irritably. Is your head full of crap, You don't know anything all day long. Hey, can you talk properly? Why are you insulting people? I'm wondering if it's interesting for you to just drift through life like this. Don't you want to do something earth-shattering? Make the whole world see you. Chun Ming instantly perked up. What kind of big thing? Tell me more. Every man has a hero's dream. They all want to rise above others and be adored by thousands. Chun Ming was no exception. He-Man looked at him seriously. Empty that crap from your head first, and then I'll tell you. Chun Ming. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Chun Ming did not heed He-Nan's words. With no contracted partner but a passing fancy after being injected with alpha elements, his strength was enough to single-handedly hunt low-level mutant sea creatures. But he did not dare to venture out. Who could guarantee that what he would encounter outside would all be low-level mutant sea creatures? What if a mighty one appeared? Wouldn't he be finished? He-Man knew too well that Chun Ming was pampered by his family. If something happened, he couldn't count on him. Rather than worrying about Chun Ming, it would be wiser to worry about his father. Chun Xueqing, after all, was a force to be reckoned with, and held a pivotal position in Shing City. Yet the current situation was grim, and there were no clues as to who the mysterious enemy might be. He-Man did not dare to casually contact anyone who could guarantee that the person contacted wasn't that man's underling. For now, He-Man's only option was to endure to bide his time. But I don't know what method MOD used to persuade him Lao to let her come to the repair shop to help. This woman had always been strange, and He-Man did not want any entanglement with her. Yet no matter how He-Man dodged, she could always appear before him precisely. Miss Mo, I am a man with a girlfriend. Isn't it inappropriate for you to cling to me like this? Don't flatter yourself. Oh, she is an SS-class Mecha-Girl. What makes you think she would be with you, a mere little mech repairer? We are truly in love. I would advise you not to be so naive. After all, you still have some use, otherwise would she look at you? He-Man frowned. If I'm so useless, why would Miss Mo go to such lengths to circle around me? Only by cooperating with me can you live longer. Just because you're the City Lord's granddaughter. He-Man, have you ever considered that my grandfather, a scientist, might be City Lord? I want to hear the details. Because there is someone behind him. Oh. He-Man raised an eyebrow. The information was substantial, and he really wanted to listen. But he paid a price for it. His only son, my dad, is dead. Wait, let me parse this. You mean the person behind your grandfather killed your father? I didn't say that. He-Nan's expression turned cold. This woman was really unlikable. Don't be upset. I came seeking mutual benefit. Cooperating with me won't hurt you. Whether you lose out or not isn't my concern. I know someone wants to kill you. Aren't you interested? You said it yourself. I'm just a small mech repairer. Who would want to kill me? Yeah. Don't believe it. It's true. It's true that I have no other strengths except kindness. I have always done good for Shing City's Mecha-Girls and commanders. Tell me, what reason would they have to kill me? How can you be sure that the ones who want to kill you are Mecha-Girls and commanders? Fellow practitioners. If they were fellow practitioners, they would be jealous of me. Yet a mech repairer has no combat power. Could they kill me with telekinesis? Seeing He-Nan's casual attitude, MOD grew anxious. He-Man, how could you not know what's right? How could I possibly know? Do I have to believe someone intends to kill me to be sensible? So what? Although I don't know how they did it, those Mecha-Girls flying near you are very suspicious. He-Man narrowed his eyes. This girl seemed to know something. Do you know where they are? No. Then what are you talking about? I thought you knew. What makes you think so? You know the common sense that when you go out for many days you cannot stay beyond the walls at night, or there will be no chance of survival. That just shows you're narrow-minded. My girlfriend is a star destroyer flying far above the attack range of mutated sea life. This isn't a secret, and Heenan didn't need to hide it either. Mod's brow knitted. So you and my grandfather didn't go to the same place. You're really funny. I'm just a small mech repairer. How could I play with the city lord? Seems I overestimated you. Thank you though. Mod rose and left, never bothering Heenan again. From Mod's words, Heenan still gained some information. The city lord often goes out and stays away from home. He didn't have a star destroyer, at least Heenan hadn't seen one. The Mecha-Girl he contracted with was a carrier and incredibly formidable. Even a carrier would struggle to linger a whole night in seas ravaged by mutant sea life. At least Heenan hadn't seen the commander fight nonstop for a full night. This suggested he had a foothold somewhere, perhaps a floating city like Shing City. So where is this place? Heenan had actively searched for other human settlements, but found nothing. From the information currently in hand, such places surely exist, but it remains unknown how many people live there and what their strength is. Heenan was troubled. If only he had the technology to build a floating city, he wouldn't be at the mercy of others. Although a star destroyer could hover outside for long periods, it would still tire him. Even though his kinetic energy seemed inexhaustible, when he overtaxed it, he felt unwell. Therefore he must live in a floating city, and that was why he hadn't moved Mo. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The 20,000 alpha element units prepared for Mo had all been produced, and Heenan personally drove to deliver them. Heenan, well done. Mo's eyes finally flashed with a meaningful smile. City Lord is too polite. I do this to support my family. Not bad, you're a promising young man. Keep it up, I have high hopes for you. Heenan inwardly scoffed. Thank you, but I don't need your approval. Mo, though grim and hard to get along with, ran his business by rules. He never delayed payments. In these collaborations, Heenan always paid on the spot. But he suddenly realized a problem. If Shing City disappeared, would the star coins in his hands become worthless? Living in this city, there were few places to spend money. Only for buying nutritional liquids, beast skin clothes, and so on. Others might need mecha parts, but he didn't need them at all. These several large-scale deals aimed at all of Shing City's populace had left Heenan's star coins astronomical. Rather than waiting for depreciation, it was better to put them to use. Heenan was a person who acted on his thoughts. He immediately had advertisements posted by a wealthy magnate and looped them on the giant screens in Shing City's plaza. We pay top prices for mutant sea creatures and various raw materials. This is the end of the last scene in the sequence. Heenan, are you crazy? Buying out the giant screen at Xingqing Plaza just to air an acquisition advertisement? Rich, you are. Chun Ming, a pampered heir, can only shake his head in distress at such waste. Brother, you have money to burn, but spend it. Is this okay? Chun Ming wonders why Heenan wants so many sea monsters when their Defuhao cannot possibly consume them all. The alpha elements have all been distributed. What more could Heenan want to do? He is told that research is necessary because mutated marine creatures keep evolving, and knowing oneself and the enemy is the key to countless battles. One remarks that a machinist seems to wield the city lord's authority as if it were his own. The reply comes with a bitter humor. If he had a good father, he might aspire to be like him, living cheerfully with a head full of nonsense. The exchange continues with a sharp critique of his communication style. It is clear that he has few friends among those who frequent the city's richest circle, yet the critics all know him well. There is a jab about burning money and the smell of meat from so many sea monsters. The warning is that no one wants spoiled offerings at the table. A teased suspicion that Heenan has some peculiar fascination, perhaps with ugliness, is dismissed with a sharp rebuke that mocks the speaker and his family's quirks. Conversation deteriorates into sneers and sarcasm. The speaker notes that those who spend their days in the Defuhao residence are almost certainly well off, but their words remain sour. No one dares risk venturing beyond the city walls. Entertainment is scarce, and even finding a woman for rough primal pursuits is difficult. All they have left is loud talk, but Heenan cannot spare a moment for their chatter. His time is precious. There is a backlog of mechanical mates to repair and new serums to develop to strengthen combat abilities. Even before the apocalypse, Heenan never worked this hard for the Gaokao. Back then, failing to enter university was a mere setback. Now even a slight let-up could cost him his life. He has no rich father who holds office to lean on. Every achievement must be earned by his own effort. Fortunately, effort bears fruit. Heenan manages to extract a potent toxin from within a mutated shui mu capable of turning any tangible thing into powder and proving more useful than corpse water. This toxin is hailed as a masterful tool for erasing traces. With it in hand, Heenan believes no one can intimidate him. Anyone who dares to provocatively taunt him will vanish on the spot. Yet the toxin is so formidable that Heenan has not found a proper container to hold it. The intelligent models are stored separately in space. If a material resistant to the toxin can be found, it could be forged into shells capable of destroying an entire battalion with a single shot. The thought excites the blood with the power it promises. The search for a suitable container occupies little time, since the venom comes from the mutated Shui Mu. The obvious starting point is its body. Although the mutated Shui Mu has evolved, it remains a Nidarian creature with a very soft skin that looks gentle and not inherently threatening. This very softness is the reason these beings can strike humans without warning and kill with a single blow. Before Heenan purified the toxins, they were not so overpowering, but they could still kill an adult in 3 seconds. Later, the creature wraps human corpses in its mushroom-like mouth and digests them slowly. Once purified by Heenan, contact with humans turns them into powder instantly. That is not the Shui Mu's intended effect, as they feed on flesh. Although the Shui Mu's skin remains exceptionally soft and unsuitable for shells, its isolation is excellent. It can enclose the toxin and prevent leakage outward. Thus, the shell remains uncorroded, and when the shell explodes, the Shui Mu's skin ruptures and the toxin sprays out to exert its attack. With this secret weapon, Heenan gains an extra trump card and feels more secure. The entire Xingqing supports his outbound hunts, and Heenan has not stepped outside in a long time. His 24 mecha maids are all idle, wandering to Fuhao and drinking and playing cards with the wealthy youths. Heenan does not constrain them, as long as they work without slacking and are free off duty. This is his management method. He is comfortable and the maids are relaxed. However, so many mecha maids at Fuhao naturally attract the attention of single commanders who shower them with meals, gifts, and confessions. Yet everyone is puzzled that no matter what they try, the maids remain unmoved. One commander sees Lin Shuang and wonders if Heenan has offered her more than him. Lin Shuang, proudly defiant, answers that the guess is correct and questions what Heenan has given her. Lin Shuang reveals she has received a luxury bag from Xiang Nai Nai and asks if the other creature has one as well. The other exclaims that such bags are no longer sold, and only Heenan possesses one, prompting Lin Shuang to remark on the exclusivity. A bewildered commander admits he cannot match such gifts, but offers other incentives. Lin Shuang challenges him to propose something, suggesting daily meals at Fuhao. They debate wealth and status, concluding that Fuhao belongs to Heenan and that most others cannot compare, leaving the challenger feeling ridiculous. After a couple of rich heirs fail to win, no one returns to challenge Heenan for women. He is unmatched, and wealth alone cannot bridge the gap. People do not realize that although Heenan awakened as a machinist, he is more formidable than any commander. Fuhao is a playground where Heenan finds constant amusement, and he pays it no mind. With the new weapon developed, Heenan stocks tens of thousands of toxin bombs. Even half of the mutated marine life, and certainly Xingqing, could be reduced to powder in an instant. After a period of intense activity, Heenan finally has a chance to breathe and plans to take a team out to test the weapon, only to be refused permission to leave. Heenan questions why he is not allowed out. The response is that it is for his own good, because a colossal sea monster has appeared near the coast, and many maids have fallen to it, so a machinist should not go courting death. Heenan wonders who is looking down on him. Despite his discomfort, he refrains from showing off, and suspects the island-shaped sea monster observed earlier may now be vulnerable with the new shells. If fighting near the coast would reveal his trump card, Heenan decides to wait and observe for a while. If the city lord cannot drive away the monster and protect Xingqing, then even revealing his hand, Heenan will intervene. Otherwise, they will bide their time. As Heenan prepares to return to the machinist shop, he receives a call from the city lord. For no other reason, an additional 20,000 vials of alpha element. Heenan was thoroughly unsettled. Just how many private forces was this old man concealing? Even if he were to exhaust every last resource at his command, there was no guarantee he could prevail against this elderly adversary. The favorable disposition vanished in an instant. Wu Miao detected his anomaly. What troubles you? The city lord wishes to supplement the alpha element order. Don't you rejoice at the prospect of profit? Am I lacking in wealth? To Heenan, currency had become nearly as valueless as waste paper. Relatively speaking, his desire for mutated marine organisms was far stronger. He resolved that from this point forward, all transactions with the city lord would be conducted through barter. Those wretched star coins were merely a covert mechanism for the ruling class to accumulate wealth. In this supply-deprived post-apocalyptic era, what opportunities for commerce could possibly exist? Humanity's sole preoccupation was sustenance and survival. As for achieving prosperity, it had truly become an impossibility, a mere dream. In this post-apocalyptic world, human social stratification was immutable. From the moment of one's awakening, one's class was permanently determined. To transcend one's social stratum, there existed no opportunity whatsoever. All engaged in identical labor, hunting mutated marine creatures. The higher one's rank, the greater the hunting yield, and the more abundant the exchange supplies. For those of lower rank, simply satisfying one's hunger was already a considerable challenge. to accumulate surplus provisions. That was sheer fantasy. He-Nan felt fortunate to have reached the summit, yet simultaneously experienced the isolation that accompanied such elevation. After all, he stood alone. All endeavors depended upon his own efforts. There existed no basis for grievance. Who could blame him for lacking a distinguished lineage? No one was to be held responsible for this circumstance. Since He-Nan had secured the order for the city lord, the specifications exceeded actual requirements substantially. Even without barter, he had accumulated considerable wealth. But who could ever possess excessive provisions? Moreover, he possessed a spatial dimension. Whatever mutated marine organisms he deposited within would retain their original condition upon retrieval. Absolutely no concern regarding spoilage or putrid odor. Furthermore, his spatial dimension was boundless. He could store any quantity whatsoever. He even envisioned collecting every variety of mutated marine creature sufficient to establish a museum. Once society had stabilized, he could utilize these specimens to instruct the next generation. The prospect filled him with considerable pride. Such aspirations were somewhat distant, however. What demanded immediate attention was contracting additional mechanical maidens. Consequently, he directly petitioned the city lord for permission to venture beyond the sea. Previously, the prohibition on leaving the pass had been issued by the city lord himself. Now he presented his request in person. Elder Mo was decidedly displeased. He-Nan, your safety concerns the prosperity of the entire Star City. Do not act so impulsively. City Lord, I possess an Annihilation Star warship. No mutated marine organism poses a threat to me. Your concern is unwarranted. How arrogant. Those who perish first beyond the boundaries are precisely individuals such as yourself. I am not being arrogant. I possess genuine self-defense capabilities. Do you still recall that sea monster which dispatched you with a single strike? It currently resides near the coast. Should you venture forth, is this not merely courting death? If I ascend to a greater altitude, it cannot reach me. Wise counsel is wasted upon the implacable. Depart if you wish. Elder Mo dismissed him with a wave of his hand, his irritation evident. He-Nan disregarded his attitude entirely. His primary objective was to test whether the novel explosive device could eliminate that sea monster. Previously, he had expended tremendous effort in seeking it, but failed to locate it. Now that it had conveniently presented itself, how could he deny it the mercy of a definitive end? Having obtained the city lord's authorization, He-Nan smoothly passed through the pass. Scarcely had he traveled 500 nautical miles before he detected traces of the sea monster. Its conspicuous presence made concealment impossible. Resembling an island, it sprawled across the sea surface, and no marine organism dared approach its vicinity. This creature certainly maintains considerable solitude. He-Nan murmured to himself, and immediately commanded Wu Miao to launch a barrage of ballistic missiles. Such ordnance could not inflict any damage upon the sea monster. He-Nan's true intention was to lure it toward the open sea, then discreetly eliminate it. Had he slain such a colossal creature near the coast, he would have instantly achieved notoriety, and that was simply contrary to his nature. He preferred to remain concealed, accumulating wealth in silence. No matter how intelligent the sea monster, it could not withstand persistent provocation. Dozens of projectiles rained upon it, and it began roaring toward the sky, wielding its enormous foreclaws in an attempt to drag the Annihilation Star warship downward. Yet Wu Miao consistently maintained an altitude just beyond its reach, though always within the creature's perception that exertion might allow it to grasp the vessel. After several consecutive attempts, the sea monster erupted in utter fury. Its roars threatened to shatter human tympanic membranes. The sea surface churned with waves soaring dozens of meters high. Mutated marine organisms within hundreds of nautical miles were swept into the turbulence, torn apart by the rapidly rotating currents. The sea surface seethed with crimson blood waves, an extraordinarily sinister spectacle. While deploying explosives, He-Nan flew steadily toward the open sea. All the mechanical maidens who had dared not venture beyond the pass observed him, their eyes brimming with veneration. So remarkably virile. Now that constitutes true masculinity. I have heard he maintains a romantic companion. Alas, why did I not encounter him sooner? Someone of such caliber, I desire a companion equally. The mechanical maidens had satisfied their vocal expressions while the commanders beside them ground their teeth in resentment, desiring to drag He-Nan down and administer severe punishment. Naturally, such thoughts remained merely fantasies. After all, it was He-Nan who had lured the sea monster away, enabling them to venture forth and secure sufficient provisions. Thus, their feelings toward He-Nan were genuinely dualistic, both affection and resentment. They admired his formidable prowess, capable of engaging the sea monster that none dared provoke. Yet they resented how he had captivated the affections of their companions, filling their every contemplation. He-Nan, oblivious to the fact that he had nearly single-handedly fractured countless households, existed in a period where commanders and mechanical maidens maintained contractual bonds. Should either party breach the agreement, the consequences would be devastating. Otherwise it remained unpredictable how many pairs might have severed their connections. After leading the sea monster thousands of nautical miles outward, Wu Miao finally lost her composure. Heenan, I cannot inflict any harm upon it. What course should I pursue? Proceed calmly. Fly somewhat farther. Moi. Although bewildered, Wu Miao obediently traveled further away, never neglecting to taunt the colossal sea monster. Originally having injected the upgraded variant of Alpha Element, Wu Miao had believed she could finally avenge her previous humiliation. Yet to her astonishment, despite employing every technique at her disposal, she could not even breach its integument. Heenan, however, remained entirely untroubled. While consuming his carbonated beverage, he casually observed the scenery. Although there existed genuinely nothing noteworthy to observe in the vicinity, he appeared to be in remarkably favorable spirits. Scanning the surroundings and confirming the complete absence of any human traces, Heenan's lip curved upward. The moment of miraculous revelation approaches. Do not blink. What course of action do you intend? Wu Miao wore a completely perplexed expression. So did all the other mechanical maidens. Are you attempting a spectacular transformation? Lin Shuang pouted her lips, unable to restrain herself from inquiry. She had already made every effort to maintain distance from Heenan. Surely a casual jest was not prohibited. While fortifying her mental preparation, she moved slightly closer to Heenan. Lin Rui shook her head almost imperceptibly. Her younger sister remained incurably obstinate, destined to experience adversity. Nevertheless, whether appropriate or inappropriate, she had expressed herself. Lin Shuang was already an adult and should bear responsibility for her selections. With everyone gazing at him with curiosity, Heenan produced a toxic projectile. Observe attentively. Heenan directly utilized Wu Miao's heavy laser turret to fire a poison projectile, taking advantage of the sea monster's roaring moment and shooting it straight into its gaping maw. He had expected to witness the sea monster torn apart in a devastating explosion, but alas, after a full minute passed, the creature's hide remained completely unscathed. However, it could no longer produce a sound. Massive quantities of blood sprayed from its eyes, nostrils, and mouth, as its vitality visibly withered away. Seeing it had lost its combat effectiveness, Heenan focused his will and stored it within his spatial dimension, swiftly extracting the toxins from within its body. This hide was truly a treasure. Even the poison projectile could not erode it, making one imagine the extraordinary quality it would lend to protective gear. Heenan's heart swelled with delight. A single shot killed that sea monster. I feel like I'm dreaming. Wu Miao had lost count of how many bombs she had launched throughout the day, yet none had managed to breach the creature's defenses. The sea monster had kept its mouth wide open, roaring incessantly. Bombs had been thrown into it before, but none had proven effective. Heenan, it was that bomb, correct? Lin Rui, being meticulous, quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Clever. Heenan gave a pleased snap of his fingers, his spirits soaring with joy. How was that bomb made? Why is it so powerful? Lin Shuang leaned closer to Heenan, her large eyes flashing with anticipation as she waited for his reply. Heenan curled his fingers and tapped her forehead. I have a very important task for you. What task? Tell me, I will definitely complete it. Collect Mecha-Girl cores. Where should I collect them? Lin Shuang's excitement instantly vanished. Heenan already had over 20 Mecha-Girls by his side, yet he still sought more. How many women did he actually need before he was satisfied? Heenan, unaware of her displeasure, continued. Naturally, near the coast where most Mecha-Girls engage in combat. By the way, you can follow the ocean currents to search. Some might have been washed away. Fine. Lin Shuang reluctantly accepted the mission, turned around, and immediately piloted the Star Destroyer toward the near coast. The other Mecha-Girls also took their positions and went about their respective tasks. Heenan had also established a laboratory aboard the Star Destroyer to avoid boredom while waiting. At this moment, he was pondering how to process that sea monster hide. Although some of the sea monster's flesh had been corroded, most of it remained intact. Heenan took several samples for analysis. And once again he made an unexpected discovery. The meat of this sea monster was unusually tender and rich in kinetic energy, precisely what people needed most. In other words, consuming this sea monster's flesh could replenish kinetic energy. If commanders carried a portion with them on each sea voyage, it would not only satisfy their hunger, but also restore energy, thereby enhancing their combat effectiveness in subtle yet significant ways. Heenan had no intention of contributing such a valuable resource, despite the fact that a single island-sized mass of meat would take him a lifetime to consume. However, he was not generous enough to let the entire world know he possessed the ability to slay such a formidable sea monster and provide commanders with kinetic energy. Otherwise, the city lord would surely expect him to hunt sea monsters every single day. He had no desire to become nothing more than the city lord's monster-killing tool. That evening, while resting, Heenan took out a barbecue grill and roasted the sea monster meat for everyone to enjoy. What kind of meat is this? Why does it smell so delicious? Lin Shuang, who had soaked in seawater all day, forgot all her grievances upon catching the heavenly aroma. It's from that gigantic sea monster. Taste it, and tell me your thoughts. It's absolutely divine. So fragrant it makes your tongue fall off, so umami-rich it makes your eyebrows drop. Simply heavenly. Lin Shuang made no effort to hide her enthusiasm, her small mouth moving ceaselessly as she devoured every bite. Henan was hoping to discover whether the sea monster's kinetic energy could only benefit commanders or if it also affected the Mecha-Girls. However, everyone simply praised how delicious it was, offering no practical insights whatsoever. They all ate to their heart's content, and a few Mecha-Girls continued whispering before sleep. I wish we could eat such delicious meat every day, it's so fragrant. That voice was unmistakably Lin Shuang's. She was nothing but a little glutton. Compared to others who can only drink nutrient solution, our meals are already quite fine, don't be too greedy. Lin Rui always couldn't resist offering a few words of counsel, though whether they had any effect was known only to Lin Shuang herself. Lin Shuang's harvest that day had been quite good, bringing back over 200 cores in total. Although most were low-grade cores, it was sufficient proof that she had not been slacking off. Henan took out several that were worth restoring and warmed them in his palm. By the end of the night, he had actually repaired 3 Mecha-Girls. The sea monster meat had played a crucial role in this achievement. The following morning, Henan gathered everyone and asked, "Have you noticed any changes in your bodies after eating the sea monster meat? I seem to be sleeping more soundly. My skin appears to have improved. I want more, it was so delicious." No one provided Henan with the answer he sought, suggesting the sea monster meat had no effect on them. He then assigned everyone to go about their duties while Henan continued repairing Mecha-Girls in the laboratory. He greatly desired that sea monster hide, but unfortunately, he currently lacked any cutting tools. Even the sharpest blade could only leave a faint white mark upon its surface. This posed quite a problem, for even the finest material was worthless if it could not be utilized in actual combat. For lunch, Henan consumed congee, made from sea monster meat. It was fresh, fragrant, and utterly delicious, and he finished half a pot in one sitting. Soon after, he felt a swelling sensation in his body and a strong urge to release pent-up energy. Did I overdo it? Henan helplessly shook his head, running on the treadmill for an hour before feeling somewhat relieved. Even good things should not be consumed greedily. Does this sea monster meat have aphrodisiac properties? Once Mecha-Girls transformed into mechanical bodies, they could no longer eat and could only sustain their vitality through kinetic energy supplied by their commander. Therefore, Wu Miao had never even tasted the sea monster meat. Hearing those Mecha-Girls praise it enthusiastically, she could not help but salivate. After Henan had consumed 2 consecutive meals of it, and still required exercise to curb his passions, it was hardly surprising she might entertain such thoughts. Henan stumbled and nearly lost his balance. What absurd talk. Can't a woman be more reserved? Puff, you clearly had a reaction. That's precisely why you went to exercise on the treadmill. Was it really that obvious? Henan suddenly realized that explaining only made matters worse, so he simply stopped defending himself and let her think what she wished. She was his woman after all, he would deal with her when they returned. Wu Miao pouted. They had not been intimate for quite some time now. Although they had not set sail during this period, Henan had been spending nearly all his time in the laboratory day and night. She dared not disturb him even when thoughts crossed her mind. It seemed she would need to make up for lost time upon their return. Henan continued into the laboratory to study the sea monster, entirely unaware that Wu Miao's mind was filled with rather risque imaginings. Even if she knew, it would make no difference. Out upon this boundless ocean with nowhere to land, what else could she possibly dwell upon? Having tasted the sea monster meat, she could confirm it was extraordinarily nourishing. Next, Henan began conducting blood tests on it, unexpectedly extracting some transparent crystals from its bloodstream. They were not large, and without careful observation, they would have been easily overlooked. The kinetic energy content within those crystals even exceeded that of his developed kinetic energy storage devices. What an unexpected treasure, Henan thought, barely able to contain his delight and desiring to laugh aloud. He now extracted a total of 103 crystals from the sea monster. Gazing at the crystals, each no larger than a fingernail, and sparkling with crystalline clarity, he found himself unable to bear parting with them. However, he also found himself at a loss. How should I transfer the kinetic energy into my body? Surely I wouldn't just swallow them whole, would I? That would surely kill me. He now startled himself with the thought, but fortunately, he wasn't foolish enough to actually throw them into his mouth. This time around, he spent 10 days outdoors amassing over 800 Mecha-Girl cores, plenty to keep him occupied for quite a while. So he made the decisive choice to return. But barely had he cleared the checkpoint when a call came from the city lord. No other matter, only urging him about the alpha elements. In truth, he now had long since developed an automated extraction device. Yet he dared not reveal this secret to the public. What if his base were raided while he was at sea? Upon returning and tallying the results, he had already gathered enough of the city lord's requested quantity. But he didn't hand them over immediately. There was no need to flatter the city lord so obsequiously. Their relationship was nothing more than mutual exploitation, and he couldn't afford to coddle him. After returning, he now repaired Mecha-Girls at a pace of 3 per day, while simultaneously developing blades capable of cutting through sea monster hide. The first material that came to mind was carbide. This was the world's officially recognized hardest substance. Its hardness exceeded that of steel by over 200 times, surpassed diamond by 40 times, and was twice that of graphene. If even this couldn't cut through sea monster hide, he now truly had no options left. Yet carbide's greatest problem was its extremely unstable structure. One misstep could blow his entire laboratory to smithereens. For this reason, he now first used graphene to craft an electric cutting knife. Driven by high-voltage electricity, the blade's movement trace was nearly invisible, a mere afterimage. Only because Hinaa's 5 senses were extremely acute could he see it clearly enough. Fact proved that when speed is sufficiently fast and surface area sufficiently small, even a sheet of paper can easily slice through wood and PVC pipes. Then the sharpness of a graphene blade under high-speed rotation could be imagined. Yet the experiment failed in the face of Hinaa's overflowing hope. The sea monster hide bore only a shallow scratch, far from true cutting. Hinaa wasn't discouraged. Experimentation was always like this, enduring countless failures before finally achieving success on the last attempt. As Edison once said, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." Under Hinaa's near-obstinate persistence, he finally produced a cutting blade. The material was neither graphene nor carbide, but the sea monster's crystals. This was absolutely accidental. While Hinaa was handling the crystal, it accidentally fell onto the sea monster hide and actually carved out a very deep gash. Hinaa's eyes lit up instantly. He immediately replaced the blade head with the crystal, and as expected, the sea monster hide was successfully cut. However, Hinaa didn't rush to fashion it into armor. He first cut off a small piece for analysis. It turned out that the basic component of sea monster hide was actually carbon. That explained everything. Whether diamond, graphene, or carbide, they were all composed of carbon molecules. Therefore, sea monster hide was a new type of carbon-based material whose hardness far exceeded artificially synthesized carbide, and its stability was exceptionally good. Had this discovery been made before the apocalypse, Hinaa would certainly have won a Nobel Prize. His paper would need to be translated into various languages and published in the most authoritative journals. Unfortunately, the apocalypse had arrived, and not only could he not reveal it to the public, he had to keep it well hidden. This was a great treasure worth anyone risking their life for. Hinaa wasn't confident enough to believe he had the ability to oppose all of humanity. Nevertheless, Hinaa didn't feel particularly stifled. After all, he had obtained a priceless treasure, which was worth celebrating. After dragging his feet time and again, he finally delivered the alpha elements requested by the city lord half a month later. In exchange, he received half star coins and half supplies. If Hinaa had requested only supplies, he worried that Old Man would suspect he had ulterior motives. Although he truly did, it was not yet time to expose them. Next, Hinaa began researching cold weapons. In theory, against mutated marine creatures, cold weapons were completely useless. But Hinaa wasn't making them to defend against those. He was defending against humans. To date, those who wanted him dead could be divided into 2 groups. One was that mysterious person, exceedingly cunning, only launching underhanded attacks and never engaging in open combat. What was ironic was that despite such a despicable enemy, Hinaa still hadn't uncovered his true identity. The other group preferred direct confrontation. Send 5, and they're not enough. Send 10. Although they returned defeated each time, they were like cockroaches that refused to die, repeatedly attacking after each failure. Although Hinaa couldn't yet determine whether there was any connection between them, he would temporarily divide them into 2 groups based on their different tactics. Hinaa wasn't afraid of head-on confrontation. With his current combat strength, as long as the opponent didn't hold an absolute numerical advantage, he wouldn't guarantee victory, but could ensure his survival. What he feared was someone lurking beside him, striking a fatal blow when he let his guard down. Therefore, Hinaa had to prepare a life-saving weapon. Because Star City law stipulated that firearms were not allowed within the city, he could only turn to cold weapons. Even though they were cold weapons, he had no intention of wielding a Tang Dynasty sword to hack people. Although his current attack power was not weak, he couldn't gain the upper hand in combat against Mecha-Girls. So he decided to make them hidden weapons. Isn't being cunning just about playing the ambush player? As if anyone couldn't do that. But the biggest problem with hidden weapons was their excessive consumption. He only had over 100 crystals in total, and scattering them all at once would absolutely devastate him. Therefore, they had to be recoverable. That's when he thought of the legendary blood-dropping device, specifically designed to take enemy heads from a distance. It was said that the blood dropper used leather as a pouch, concealing several swift blades inside, controlled by a mechanism. When used, it would catch the enemy unawares, envelope their head, and sever it instantly upon triggering the mechanism. Yet this thing had only existed in legends so far. No one had ever seen a physical specimen. But the idea was sound, so Hina resolved to create something similar. It could kill enemies from a distance and be recovered after completing the task. As for decapitation, Hina wasn't particularly enthusiastic about that. Killing was enough. What would he need heads for? You couldn't even kick them like a ball. Finally inspired by the electric cutting knife, Hina created a hidden weapon capable of launching 100 razor-sharp blades at once. The blades were connected to the launcher and would spring back immediately upon completing their mission. Of course, this limited the lethal range of the electric current. But that wasn't a major issue. If targets were too far away, he could simply bomb them with cannons. Who would bother swinging a blade? He got to work immediately. He still used carbine as the primary material, embedding the crystals into the blade edges. The launcher's initial velocity was 900 meters per second. Combined with the sharpness of the blades, once the hidden weapon was deployed, the target would surely die. It took him a full week, but Hina finally completed his desired hidden weapon. Usually concealed in his sleeve, it bore some resemblance to the concealed arrows of the cold weapon era. But its destructive power had increased by geometric multiples. The hidden weapon was successfully manufactured, and Hina always wanted someone to test it on, so he would wander the streets aimlessly. Wu Miao followed behind him all afternoon, but couldn't figure out where he intended to go. I've never met a man who loves shopping as much as you. Is it only women who love shopping? Women love shopping because they have money in their pockets and go out to enjoy the fun of buying. Women without money are called homebodies. What a speech. There isn't a single decent tree on this street. What exactly are you wandering around for? I'm digesting my food. It's almost dinner time, and you haven't even finished digesting your lunch. Yeah. You didn't eat sea monster meat again, did you? Wu Miao's face flushed red. How about we go home? You have a girlfriend, so why hold out like this? Inan took a moment to understand what she meant, then burst into laughter, unable to stop for a long time. Is it really that funny? Wu Miao's face was so red it seemed blood could drip from it. She stomped her foot and ran off. Heenan hadn't wandered all afternoon for nothing. At least he had confirmed that he was safe in Xing City. The mysterious figure might have had some reservations, or perhaps they were simply not in Xing City. Ever since the city lord had asked him for alpha elements beyond his quota, Heenan had known that beyond Xing City, there must be other cities where humans lived, perhaps more than one. The former Earth had 7 continents and 8 billion people. Although the apocalypse came suddenly from various signs, the authorities had learned of it long ago. They simply hadn't made it public. Therefore, it was impossible for only the Hua country government to be prepared. Other nations likely had survivors as well. Since Hua country could build floating cities, those developed countries probably could too. Of course, island nations like the little Japanese islanders were the first to be wiped out. Heenan didn't draw conclusions from a single outing. Over the following days, he continued to wander about ostensibly to digest his food. In an era where most people couldn't even get enough to eat, his behavior was truly hateful. However, most people only dared to curse in their hearts. Not a single one dared to confront him. For no other reason than anyone could offend others, but never a mechanic. These people went to sea every day, who could guarantee they would return in one piece each time. Who knew when they might end up in his hands? Therefore, even those with grievances could only hide them, daring not to show a hint of dissatisfaction. After wandering continuously for 7 or 8 days, not only had he encountered no danger, but he had also received many gifts. Many commanders would set aside some of the good things they brought from the sea and give them to him. Heenan didn't refuse, he accepted generously. Although it wasn't easy for them to obtain supplies, if Heenan refused, they would feel even more uneasy. As long as he recorded the favors, there would be opportunities to repay them. Living in a city without danger made Heenan very happy. He could even eat an extra bowl of rice. Of course, his combat effectiveness at night was also stronger, and each time, he wouldn't spare Wu Miao until she was teary-eyed. From then on, Wu Miao never dared to mention sea monster meat again. Although she knew she had misunderstood from Heenan's performance, it was definitely effective. But she didn't dare to say it, fearing she would be dealt with. Hardly had things settled for a few days when the city lord called again, asking Heenan to come to his office. Whether willing or not, when the city lord summoned you, you had to go. If 2 people disagree on the same matter, it is either a difference in perspective or a matter of interest. Heenan was inclined to believe the latter. Friction between old Mo and Chun Xueqing was inevitable. Their private relationship might be even worse. But it had nothing to do with him. He had never intended to get entangled in such messy affairs. All he wanted was to grow stronger. He believed that once a person became sufficiently powerful, money, authority, and beauty would all naturally gravitate toward him. If you are not strong enough, work harder. Do not complain about unrecognized talent. If it can be buried, it is not greatness. Rather than wallowing in self-pity, one might as well get something done. Heenan was an exceedingly pragmatic man. He would not simply accept old Mo's praise of Shangqing as proof that it was a paradise, nor would Chun Xueqing's warnings about danger deter him from going to sea for himself. In short, he trusted only what he saw with his own eyes. Thus, he continued working overtime, crafting alpha elements and aircraft for the city lord. During this time, he had not ventured out to sea merely putting on a show. The people of Xingqing knew that it was He-Nan who had lured the sea monster away, and they were filled with gratitude. Whoever passed his door would leave something behind. Sometimes a piece of meat, sometimes a nutrient solution, or even patched clothing. It was clear they had given him their best. Though He-Nan could not remember every face, he would reward this city. So he reopened his shuttered repair shop. Whenever a Mecha-Girl was injured, he would repair her, immediately setting aside whatever else he was doing. This only deepened the gratitude of Xingqing's residents. Meanwhile, business at the other repair shops suffered, and most mecha technicians could barely make ends meet. They blamed He-Nan gathering to cause trouble at his shop. He-Nan, your greed is shameless. Profits should be shared. Don't you worry about choking on your own gluttony. He-Nan showed no patience. I never went to your shops to poach customers. They come on their own. If you're so capable, try convincing those waiting outside to go elsewhere. I'm already too busy to care. The waiting area was already packed, and a long queue stretched onto the street, visible as far as the eye could see. He-Nan worked alone without hired help. He genuinely could not keep up. Yet since everyone had come, he could not turn them away. He simply served them one by one. Fortunately, everyone was willing to wait. All He-Nan offered was a cup of clean water. In truth, in these times, even a cup of clean water was an extraordinary luxury. Even desalinated seawater retained microbes that could not be entirely eliminated. Prolonged consumption would inevitably cause health problems. But one had to drink, so people ignored the consequences just to survive. The disruptive mechanics tried to persuade customers to follow them, promising discounts. But unless they were desperately short of money, no one wanted to leave. Finally, someone noticed the clear water held by the patrons. It was so precious that had they been allowed to take it, they would have hesitated to drink it. Even forced to drink it on the spot, no one gulped it down. They sipped it cautiously. Boss, where did that kid He-Nan get water like that? All the mechanics' gazes fixed on the small cup in the customer's hands. The quantity was modest, barely one large swallow, but each person guarded it as though it were diluted treasure. The man addressed as boss was named Zhou Ming. Before the apocalypse, he had worked at a slaughterhouse, a towering figure with a rough build. As a child, a fight had left a scar across his forehead, piercing through his brow bone, giving him a fierce countenance. He had bullied many with that intimidating look. After the apocalypse, he awakened as an A-rank mecha technician, still a service profession, but his status had risen considerably. The Mecha-Girls owed him their lives. Even if he took liberties while repairing them, most dared not speak out. This only emboldened him, and his demands grew increasingly excessive. After all the Mecha-Girls still alive, all had commanders, bonds forged in life and death. No one accepted his threats, they all fled to He-Nan instead. But Zhou Ming could not voice these shameful grievances openly, so he pinned the blame for their lack of business on the water He-Nan distributed. He-Nan is cunning, buying people's loyalty with such tactics. What should we do, boss? We can't produce anywhere near that much water. Do you really think he has much of such a precious resource? It's merely a gimmick, it won't last. In a few days it will be gone. That's true. Once the novelty fades, the customers will lose interest and stop coming to his shop. Zhou Ming was pleased with his perceptive subordinate patting his shoulder and declaring loudly, let's go back and wait. In a few days the customers will come to us on their own. He-Nan was unaware of this minor incident, continuing his tireless work day and night. Since the Mecha-Girls went out to sea during the day, repairs could only happen at night. His biological clock was completely inverted. The most dissatisfied was Wu Miao. She had not done any cardiovascular exercise for many days, and she missed it terribly. Once He-Nan focused on his work, he automatically blocked out everything around him. During this time, old Mo had also been observing him in secret. After all, he intended to bring He-Nan to Xingqing, so his loyalty had to withstand scrutiny. If He-Nan knew old Mo was using this method to test devotion, he would have laughed himself silly. He-Nan owed loyalty to no one. He was faithful only to himself. This did not mean his character was flawed, it simply meant that so far he had not encountered anyone worthy of his devoted allegiance. As for old Mo, they lived in entirely different worlds and would inevitably part ways someday. Their current cooperation existed only because mutual utility sustained a superficial harmony. He-Nan understood better than anyone. Had he been an ordinary mecha technician, he would have died back in Qingchuan. It was his strength that had kept him alive. His life was too precious to hand over to anyone casually. Old Mo collected the alpha elements and aircraft in batches, 1,000 at a time. Pushing himself to the limit, He-Nan could have fulfilled the required quantity in at most a month. But how could something so rare be obtained too easily? He-Nan deliberately slowed his pace. 3 months passed, and he had only delivered a third. Old Mo, though anxious, knew this was already faster than anticipated. His original plan was to accumulate supplies over a year and a half. He-Nan had drastically shortened that timeline. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed without a sea voyage. He-Nan, busy every day, barely noticed. But the Mecha-Girls were restless. They could only linger at the Grand Fortune and the repair shop pouring tea and running errands. Yet such mindless tasks could never compare to the thrill of hunting sea monsters. Sister Meow, do you know when we'll be able to go to sea again? I don't know. In truth, Wu Meow was equally frustrated. She envied the idle Mecha-Girls, who provided they did not disturb, Heenan could simply lie flat and relax. But she had far too much to do managing the Grand Fortune and the repair shop, while navigating between a circle of young ladies pleasing everyone. There were some born different from the rest, some with silver spoons never worrying about survival. Yet even they had troubles. But Wu Meow could not empathize with their grievances, they seemed to her like complaints from the comfortable and idle. Such people fell into two categories: those who paid exorbitant single-person taxes to live carefree lives while calling themselves single dogs, and those who had spiritually contracted with commanders. The latter only concerned themselves with romance, never hunting sea monsters, for they had enough star coins to pay others to complete their missions. But in an era so starved for entertainment, neither type could devise anything clever. They either gorged themselves at the Grand Fortune or indulged in the decadent pleasures of the bars. To maintain friendly relations with them, Wu Meow had no choice but to accompany them. Yet she refused to be a salted fish, she still sought vengeance. Sometimes in the depths of midnight, she began to doubt whether she still possessed the resolve to take revenge. During this period, watching the world unfold before him, Heenan's mind suddenly grew clear. Old Mo, though the city lord of Xingqing, still coveted Shangqing. Then why did he not go himself? Could it be that in Shangqing he was nothing more than a lowly errand boy? Heenan shared his plan with Wu Meow, who had been in a slump for some time, and suddenly her spirit lifted. In that case, can we just eliminate him? That'll have to wait until we reach Shangqing. How long will that take? If he keeps his word, we can go as soon as the shipment is delivered. And if he doesn't keep his word, then we walk away and never look back. What if he uses his authority as city lord to drive us out? If he dares to push things that far, I'll turn Xingqing into a ghost town. Wu Meow shivered. Old man Mo may have been gloomy and eerie enough on his own, but when Heenan's gaze turned dark and sinister, he completely outclassed him. Though Wu Meow had never seen Heenan strike, she had never taken him for a gentle soul. Since he could say such a thing, he could surely do it. Slaughtering the entire population of Xingqing, turning millions into corpses, the very thought sent chills down her spine. Do you think old man Mo knows how formidable you are? He likely suspects something, otherwise he wouldn't be so courteous toward me. Then again, I may simply be useful to him right now. As long as you remain valuable to him, he won't touch you. Heenan smirked darkly. Just because he won't move against me doesn't mean I won't move against him. Wu Meow hurriedly leaned and tilting her face up to gaze at him. Tell me, what's your plan? Heenan extended a finger and pushed her forehead away. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Fine, keep your secrets then. Wu Meow deliberately pouted and slipped behind Heenan to massage his shoulders. Heenan half closed his eyes, clearly savoring the moment. Old man Mo's delivery schedule was something Chun Xueqing knew all too well. When only one final shipment remained, he came to see Heenan again. Director Chen, do you need something from me? Heenan, I know I can't stop you. But if you truly make it to Shangqing, could you do me a favor? If it's within my capabilities, certainly. Then I'll come find you before you depart. Still acting all mysterious. But Heenan didn't bother questioning it. If he could help, he would; if not, so be it. He never forced himself into uncomfortable situations. Before long, the delivery date arrived. After completing the handover, old man Mo honored his promise. Take this token, and the guardian Mecha-Girls at the city gate will let you enter. There's a map on the back. What about my Mecha-Girls? I only secured one quota. You go alone. Are you joking? You expect me to walk there on foot? You may ride in my fighter craft. Is that final? Old man Mo shook his head firmly. There is no other way. Heenan finally saw through it. The old man held zero authority, and Shangqing couldn't even bring along an extra person. But this suited him just fine. Less sentimentality when the time came. Old man Mo arranged to depart in 3 days, and warned him strictly not to be late. The fighter craft wouldn't wait. Heenan was certain the old man had guessed correctly. The man spoke grandly of his fighter craft, yet it was merely one Heenan could borrow. He couldn't even decide the departure time, and yet he dared speak with such arrogance, truly shameless. Still, there was no point dwelling on such matters now. He needed to return and prepare. The Grand Hotel could stay with Chen Ming. He was confident Chen Ming could manage it well. The self-service equipment in the mecha repair shop could remain as well. He would consider it a gift to the people of Xingqing. But his laboratory, everything in it had to go. Not a single drop of liquid could be left behind. The greatest headache, however, was the squad of Mecha-Girls. He had painstakingly contracted them and built rapport over this period. To abandon them now would be a pity, and he had never intended to. Don't I have a storage dimension? If seafood can thrive inside it, surely Mecha-Girls can too. The Mecha-Girls he had previously repaired had never had their core activated and had been stored in slumber. Now was the time to try waking them. Heenan activated one Mecha-Girl's core with his mind, and she slowly opened her eyes, gazing around with confusion. She sat up and called out loudly, "Is anyone there?" Naturally, no one answered. After a few unanswered calls, she gave up. Fearing the mutated octopus might harm them, Heenan had placed them in a separate zone, a misty, featureless expanse where her bewilderment was entirely understandable. Heenan did not communicate with her immediately. He wanted to observe her survival conditions first. Inside the storage dimension, day and night cycled normally. It was currently afternoon, with bright sunlight. The Mecha-Girl paced in circles, then pushed at a group of Mecha-Girls lying on the ground. Finding no response, she reluctantly stopped. She tried walking farther away, but returned shortly after. Fear of the unknown is instinctive. Even though staying put offered her no comfort, she had awakened here, and instinctively, she wanted to remain. She then sat down, curled into a ball with her knees drawn to her chest, and remained motionless for a long time. Watching this, Heenan found it amusing and decided it was time to make his entrance. This was his first time entering his own storage dimension. Though he was familiar with everything within it, he still felt a profound sense of awe. Though it appeared empty, Heenan always sensed a lingering breath of life here. Perhaps it was in fact a parallel world. But now was not the time to ponder such things. "Hello, I am Heenan, a mecha technician." Light finally returned to the Mecha-Girl's eyes. "Did you save me?" "Yes." "Where am I? Why am I here?" "This will be your home from now on, though you will need to build your own house and cook your own meals. Can you manage that?" Though dazed, the Mecha-Girl still nodded. "I can." Heenan then summoned the prefabricated mobile housing units he had gathered earlier, along with furniture, cookware, and all necessary supplies. He subsequently activated the other Mecha-Girls. With so many around, fear would fade. They were all hard-working and had assembled a row of houses and arranged the furniture before nightfall. Cooking would rely on induction stovetops for now. Fortunately, Heenan had found solar charging panels. Each house was equipped with a row more than enough to power their daily needs. Food and water were not lacking either, though he provided only a single day's ration. He had not yet decided what to assign them. They could not simply be kept idle. He understood the principle that a little kindness breeds gratitude, but endless generosity breeds entitlement. He would never allow these Mecha-Girls to reap without sowing. "That's all for today. Eat and rest early. Continue building tomorrow." Yes. Perhaps it was the novelty of a new place, or perhaps the bond of their contract, but these Mecha-Girls were remarkably obedient. So far, Heenan was satisfied with them. Yet he believed that wherever people gather, conflict follows. This group would surely face friction eventually. Only the timing remained unknown. He had no intention of intervening. He would simply watch the outcome unfold. Since normal life was possible within the storage dimension, the Mecha-Girls outside could be brought in as well. However, he was a democratic man and decided to discuss it with them first. "In 3 days I will be departing for Shanqing. I'll return now to pack my things. I have quite a lot." Lin Shuang was about to dash off in a flurry when he spoke. "Listen to me first." "Oh." Lin Shuang's cheeks flushed pink, and she meekly sat back down. "Old man Mo only gave me a single token." "What? Then what are we supposed to do?" Wu Miao was the first to protest. "Heenan, are you really going to leave us behind? Am I the sort of man who would do such a thing? Without a token, we certainly cannot enter. Are you going to abandon your chance to reach Shanqing for our sakes?" "Not exactly." Silence fell over the group. They had grown accustomed to the comfortable life they enjoyed alongside Heenan, fine food and easy living. If Heenan cast them aside, even a commander-level contract would not sustain that lifestyle. Seeing their anxious expressions, Heenan decided to stop keeping them in suspense. "You all know I possess a storage dimension, right? Wait, are you saying you'll bring all of us inside?" Wu Miao startled at her own words. "No way. Would we even survive in there?" "Of course you would. Someone is already building houses for you inside." "Building houses?" Lin Shuang's eyes widened. "Heenan, you're not teasing us, are you? I always thought a storage dimension was just a bag, albeit a bigger one." "Haha, you have quite the imagination." Lin Shuang blushed again and looked away awkwardly. "I visited it yesterday. Normal life is entirely possible inside. It differs little from the outside world. It's just completely empty at present, and everything must be built by your own hands. Hard work, I don't mind. Self-reliance brings prosperity and comfort." Hearing that she could stay by Heenan's side, Wu Miao felt reassured. A storage dimension, so be it. She would simply pretend he was keeping her as a hidden treasure. Heenan grinned shrewdly. "Shall I take you to see it now?" Though they had accepted the situation, the prospect of actually entering made their faces pale. With a thought, Heenan drew a group of people in hand into the storage space. Inside, the mech maids were still busy building houses. Wu Miao eyed Heenan oddly. "You still keep a beauty in a gilded house, huh?" Heenan smiled lightly. "There will be more in the future. Everyone should get along well." Wu Miao rolled her eyes inwardly. While she believed Heenan wouldn't have any designs on these women, the way he kept it all hidden so tightly suggested that he didn't trust her at all. "Let me introduce everyone. This is my girlfriend Wu Miao, and from now on she will arrange everyone's work." A few scattered claps sounded from the crowd. Since meeting Heenan, not only was he handsome, but he was so good to them that the mech maids were almost moved. Yet before their hearts could bloom, he introduced his girlfriend, and for some reason became their team leader. Yet even if they felt unhappy, they dared not show it, for their livelihoods depended on Hee-nan. As for his girlfriend, best not to offend her. That was the majority's view, but among the crowd there were always some oddballs. They fancied themselves the most beautiful in the world, and believed a man would come to them with just a wag of a finger. Not only one, there were more than one such person among them. However, Hee-nan had no desire in that direction, and had already begun discussing building a house with Wu Miao. Are you planning to live in those moving prefab houses like them, or shall we build a villa? Whatever you say. Seeing Hee-nan treat her with such regard, Wu Miao's earlier unhappiness melted away as she smiled. I think we'll be living here for a long time, so we should make long-term plans. Can you build a house? I'll give it a try. Then come to me to build the house. Coincidentally, Su Qingqing had been an architect before the apocalypse, which made Hee-nan very happy. After sharing his ideas with her, he entrusted the project to her entirely. After spending so long together, there was at least basic trust. Handing the task to her, Hee-nan was at ease. Hee-nan had previously gathered a lot of building materials, all of the finest quality. He tried to will the needed materials via thought, and let Su Qingqing oversee their arrangement. Su Qingqing then asked Hee-nan for a computer and began drawing. The villa Hee-nan planned to build would be much larger than before, for the mech maids living with him had grown used to their arrangement, and moving them apart would surely stir feelings. As for women, truly generous ones are few. There is no need to cause a rift over this. Moreover, once the villa is built, they might live there for life, so there can be no settling. Next, we must address the survival issue, a matter of central importance. If we are to live here, we must become self-sufficient. So we should try growing grains, vegetables, and fruits. Is there anyone with experience in this area? This time, Hee-nan grew clever. The crowd's power is infinite and faster than him wandering alone. Sure enough, someone stepped forward at once. I grew up in the countryside. My family farms a large orchard, and we grow grains and vegetables too. What is your name? The man asked. My name is Wang Wan. Okay, I'll set aside a plot for you. Pick a few people to work with you. Alright, but do you have seeds and fertilizer? Yes. Hee-nan didn't know if crops would grow here. If not, they'd need another plan. There was plenty of food stored in the storage space, but it would eventually run out. Hee-nan wasn't the type to sit idly by. There must be preparations for contingencies. Wang Wan's organizing ability was strong. She quickly gathered several mech maids skilled in farming machinery to till the land. The soil in the storage space was quite loose, easier to till than on her hillside. She consolidated 10 deep till machines, and in a day they tilled over 10,000 mu of land. Sowing, fertilizing, pest control, and harvesting. There were equipment for each task. Of course, all of them were the machine bodies of the mech maids. Though their combat power was limited, they proved formidable at farming one day, tilling the next, sowing. Work done cleanly and efficiently. The seeds were planted, but irrigation water remained unresolved. Hee-nan had stored a lot of clean water originally to meet daily needs. If we irrigate, it might not be enough. Strange, why would this be? Hee-nan walked over when he saw Wang Wan crouched with a soil tester, muttering to herself. What's wrong? Wang Wan stood up quickly. It's odd. We haven't watered yet, and the soil moisture is already at the target. Oh, not only that the soil is rich, our crops will surely yield a high harvest. The storage space is really powerful. Though Hee-nan was happy, he still needed to verify. If crops can truly be harvested without irrigation, his 10,000 mu of fertile fields could feed 40 to 50,000 people. Then there would be no pressure on his expansion at all. On the third day, Hee-nan, as agreed, went to meet Mo Lao, and together they boarded a warplane for Shang City. Chen Xueqing, who had promised to come to find Hee-nan, never showed up. Whether something happened or he changed his mind, no one knows. On the plane, Hee-nan unexpectedly ran into a familiar figure, Mod. But she was bound with ropes, tossed into a seat, her mouth taped, glaring resentfully at Mo Lao. It seemed there was a story between the grandfather and granddaughter, and Hee-nan prepared to watch the show. Yet Mo Lao didn't look at Mod even once along the way. Even as she glared with burning eyes, he gave no response. Hee-nan guessed that Mo Lao was using his precious granddaughter to secure a brighter future. After all, Mod's looks were good, with a cold, aloof air that suited some appetites. The plane had flown for most of the day before reaching the destination. Before Hee-nan stepped off, Mo Lao handed him a black blindfold. Damn, is this to keep me out of the way, eh? Though Hee-nan was unhappy, he still wore the blindfold. Mod received the same treatment. Hee-nan wasn't surprised. But Mo Lao also wearing one was intriguing. The hatch opened, someone grabbed Hee-nan's arm. He stood and followed the person off the plane. After landing, they got into a hover car and rode for about another hour before reaching the real destination. You can rest here. If anything comes up, you will be summoned. This caused Hee-nan to feel very unhappy. He suddenly thought of Mod. Perhaps she was being taken away for something, so he resolved to claim her first. Thereupon a thought moved, and he activated a forced contract. Mod's eyes widened beneath the blindfold, but she did not utter a word. Heenan ripped off the blindfold, and the air seemed clearer. They were in a small room like a standard hotel room with 2 single beds and a bathroom. Unfortunately, the conditions were very bare. There was no shower, and on the bed lay only a colorless thin blanket. Heenan pursed his lips and taunted Mo Lao. "Is this the paradise you spoke of?" Mo Lao sat calmly on the bed farther inside, evidently familiar with the place. He spoke at a measured pace. "We the city yet?" Heenan had originally coaxed some information from Mo Lao, but abandoned the idea. If he asked, this old man might not tell the truth, so it would be better to see for himself. Approaching the bed, he flung the quilt onto the floor with a look of disdain, then sank down onto the bed frame and closed his eyes to rest. In truth, he was checking the storage space. The androids were all busy, none of them slacked off. Heenan privately praised Wu Miao. This woman has real ability. With such a capable helper beside him, he could rest easier. The room was quiet and no one spoke. It wasn't until night fell that Mo Lao spoke. "Chun Xueqing looked for you, didn't he?" "Yes. There's no need to hide this." Since Mo Lao asked, he must have heard wind of it. Concealing it would only make him suspicious. "What did he want with you?" "He said he wants me to do him a favor." "What kind of favor?" "He didn't say." Mo Lao's voice sank at once. Heenan didn't bother lifting an eyelid. "Believe it or not, he said he would come to find me before I left, but he didn't show." Mo Lao's eyes flashed with a hint of regret, but it vanished in an instant. Heenan immediately guessed that he must regret taking action too soon. But that had nothing to do with him. Those who dabble in politics all have their own back doors. Chun Xueqing probably wouldn't be so easily crushed by this old man. Otherwise, there would have been no need for him to ask. It wasn't until night fell that someone brought meals. They were pre-apocalypse, self-heating meals, red braised beef flavor. Although expired, neither of them minded, and they finished them off. On boarding the warplane, they were searched. Besides the clothes they wore, nothing could be carried. Heenan's space held everything, but unfortunately, he couldn't take anything out, so he had to wait until they entered the city and settled down. The two of them stayed in that shabby house for a full week, not allowed to leave. 3 meals a day were delivered. 1 bottle of water and 3 portions of self-heating meals each day, that was all. This showed that Mo Lao really had little status in Shanxing. On the 8th day, someone finally came to take them into the city. As usual, each wore an eye mask, then they rode a hover car. After twists and turns, who knows how many bins we went through. Fortunately, Heenan doesn't get carsick, or it would have been agony. At last they arrived at Shanxing Awakener Guild, and their eye masks were finally removed. Register information, apply for a temporary ID. The person who brought them left a final line, and turned to leave, as if discarding a dirty thing. Mo Jean SS Class Commander. Heenan didn't know Mo Lao's full name until now, but it didn't matter anymore. The process for obtaining a temporary ID was very simple. After entering information, the clerk would take a photo, collect fingerprints, and you would receive a wristband. This wristband is incredibly useful. Not only does it store personal information, it can be used to store money, communicate, and navigate, and it even contains a 1 cubic meter portable space. Heenan was still curious about the wristband. With some improvements, it might have more functions. Soon it was his turn. Heenan SSS Class Machinist. After a flurry of activity, Heenan also received his wristband. Leaving the Awakener Guild, Mo Lao solemnly told Heenan, "With this wristband you can stay here for 10 days. If you cannot obtain a residence permit after 10 days you must leave." Heenan was a bit puzzled. "You mean I have to rely on myself? I can only help you up to this point." Mo Lao finished, and walked away without looking back. Heenan really wanted to curse out loud. This old guy was unreliable. But since you are here, you might as well make do. Shanxing is vast. Hover cars take 2 or 3 hours to reach the far end. The population here is very dense too, but almost no one strolls the streets. Everyone moves quickly, as if busy with something. What Heenan must consider now is what to eat today and where to sleep tonight. Although no one restricts his freedom, judging by the treatment they've received along the way, this is clearly a city of cautious governance. Perhaps countless eyes are watching him in secret. Until he has a clear understanding, he won't act rashly. Heenan had no mind to wander. He needed to find a job to solve food and shelter. Heenan opened the wristband. The city's navigation was very detailed. Even a narrow alley had a clear name. And the transit system was highly developed, though travel costs money which he did not have. Calmly, Heenan considered his options. Maybe return to the Awakener Guild. "Excuse me, can I find a job here?" The receptionist wasn't friendly. "There is no job here, but you can take on tasks." "Are you a machinist? Do you have any tasks I can do?" "Scan your wristband." Heenan obediently placed the wristband on the scanner. Ding, name, Heenan SSS Class Machinist, residence time, in Shanxing 1 hour. "Did you just arrive in Shanxing?" "Yes." The receptionist hesitated, but still dialed a number. "The glass is soundproof. You can only hear from outside via a microphone." So Heenan didn't know what that call was about. But the result was good. The receptionist handed him a black task card. "Turn right after you exit, go to the car shop to apply for a vehicle, then report to the Central Machine Repair Factory. The specifics of the job will be told there." "Huh. Will the car cost money?" It will be deducted from your task bonus. Okay, thank you. I knew there wouldn't be a free lunch, Heenan thought, hoping the reward for this mission would cover the car fare and meals. Otherwise, starving while working is something he didn't dare imagine. The car shop is self-service. Heenan swiped his wristband on a car scanner, and the door opened. Then electronic music sounded. Car rental successful, starting price, 100 Shangqing coins, 10 Shangqing coins for each additional kilometer. Warning, balance is 0. The owner can overdraft at most 100 Shangqing coins. Heenan set the navigation and floored the accelerator. The hover car surged forward. Heenan only hoped the starting price would take him to his destination, otherwise he'd have to walk there on his own 2 feet. Fortunately, his dream finally came true. The checkout amount was exactly 100 Shangqing coins with no overage. This is nothing, you're already in debt. Heenan, you must work hard. Encouraging himself, Heenan headed straight for the central repair factory. The factory was as large as half a star city. It took him more than 10 minutes to walk from the parking lot to the main gate. There was no guard at the gate. Heenan first tried swiping the task card. Then he heard the familiar electronic music. Please swipe identity wristband. Heenan complied. The music sounded again. Please report to Workshop 1. The gate opened automatically. Heenan followed the wristband's navigation to Workshop 1. Before entering, there was another round of swipes. Finally inside, he didn't know who to look for and dared not wander, so he could only wait in place. After more than 10 minutes, someone walked out from inside. A person. Heenan couldn't quite describe it. This person looked more like a robot, yet wore a human head. After more than 10 minutes, someone walked out from inside. A person. Heenan couldn't quite describe it. This person looked more like a robot, yet wore a human head. Heenan snapped back to awareness. Me. Come with me. What should I call you? After all, being newly arrived, Heenan wanted to get acquainted and build rapport. Call me Captain Liang. Captain Liang, greetings. The other party offered no further words. Heenan awkwardly scratched the back of his head and silently followed along. Heenan wasn't exactly a social butterfly, and he truly lacked the knack for quickly mingling with strangers. He was led to a workstation which, though described as a workstation, was in fact a private little room containing only a repair bench. Whatever the conveyor belt brings you, repair. If you fixed it, press the green button. If you can't repair it, press the red button. Understand? Yes. Captain Liang issued the order and left. The conveyor belt promptly delivered a Mecha-Girl and a set of repair parts. After Captain Liang left, Heenan quickly scanned the room and found there were no cameras installed, a momentary thrill arising inside him. Such a golden opportunity to milk this place dry. How could he pass it up? He immediately stowed the parts in his space, activated healing magic, and the Mecha-Girl was repaired in about 2 minutes. There was no need to power up the core, because after leaving they would recheck to ensure the repair was up to standard. Heenan had just pressed the green button when the conveyor belt sent another one in. Is this because I'm being used as an old workhorse? Heenan didn't have time to think too much. He gathered the parts, unleashed healing magic, and pressed the green key, the process flowing like a seamless practiced right. Time sped by in a flurry. Before they knew it, it was quitting time. That afternoon, Heenan had repaired nearly 100 Mecha-Girls. Naturally, the injuries varied in severity, but all could be sketched out in their general shape. None were reduced to mere cores. The conveyor belt finally stopped, and Heenan stretched and walked out from the workstation. To his surprise, Captain Liang was waiting outside, saying, "The director wants to see you, come along." Oh. Heenan hurried to follow. This Captain Liang was too stern, and the two of them didn't speak a word all the way. The director appeared kind enough, and at least his smile was pleasant to look upon. Truly an SSS-ranked mech technician, indeed impressive. Director, you are too generous with your praise. Heenan spoke politely as payment had not yet been settled. If you have any requests, feel free to say them. Huh? Is it really this good? Heenan was a touch baffled. Tell me, what do you want? Heenan scratched his head. Could you settle today's wages? I just arrived in Xingqing, and I haven't eaten all day. In truth, Heenan hadn't gone hungry at his workstation. He had eaten earlier. He just wasn't sure what the director meant, so he tested the waters with this condition. No rush. Our mech repair shop operates on a daily wage system. The money will automatically be transferred to your wristband in a moment. Thank you, director. So let's talk. While the director spoke, he pulled a box from the fridge and handed it to Heenan, labeled with premium nutrient solution. Let's fill your belly first. Heenan didn't decline and drank one straight away. He was keen to know how the premium nutrient solution differed from Xingqing's own. Indeed, the taste was different. Somewhat like a comforting sugarless cola, but milder. It warmed the stomach and the whole body felt relaxed. Heenan could feel the energy spreading from the stomach outward. Though the amount was small, with long-term use the effect would surely be noticeable. Thank you, director. I'm not hungry anymore now. Haha, I must ask you, do you want to stay in Xingqing? Yes, but I just arrived today, and I'm still totally in the dark about everything. You do want residency, but you won't simply latch onto anyone. Let's not discuss the director's character for now. The work itself is long hours and tough, and after a long time you'd likely go crazy. Looks like you're a person with a mind of your own. The director stared at Heenan for a long moment. Tomorrow you can come to work again, or not. Your temporary ID grants 10 days of residency. I believe these 10 days will give you time to decide clearly. Thank you, director. I'll think it over properly. The director produced something like a USB drive and handed it to him. Don't mention it. I'm a talent-cherishing man. Take this back and study it. Inside are the detailed profiles of Xingqing's great families. Our mech repair workshop falls under the Wang family of the 9 great families. Okay, I'll read it carefully. Leaving the central mech repair workshop, Heenan checked into the nearest hotel. He hadn't bathed in days and felt he reeked. To avoid arousing suspicion, he bought a set of spare clothes and daily necessities at a downstairs convenience store, tucking them all into a black backpack. When he checked out the next day, bringing it along would be easier. The hotel wasn't luxurious, but the bathroom had a shower. Heenan scrubbed from head to toe several times until the sour smell was gone. The director still didn't know how to use that device, and after fiddling for a while it finally synced with his wristband. The contents were indeed very detailed, clearly outlining Xingqing's power structure. Yet once Heenan finished reading, he laughed. It was no wonder the director wasn't worried about him fleeing. The entire Xingqing mech repair ecosystem belonged to the Wang family. As a mech technician, if he wasn't with the Wang family, there would be no work. The city's layout was peculiar. Each family monopolized an industry. The Wang family monopolized mech repair, the Li family monopolized the nutrient solutions, the Sun family monopolized hovercars, and so on. Each family specialized, operating solely within its own field and never stepping on others' toes. Moreover, the official control was immense. Major public projects in transportation, communications, finance, foreign trade, and other lifelines were all state-owned, with no family permitted to meddle. This Xingqing city is indeed a place of interest, Heenan mused, rubbing his chin, thinking how to bargain with the director. I just don't know how much power a director actually has. If I could meet the Wang family patriarch, that would be perfect. Actually, Heenan needn't worry. That very night, the director reported his achievements to the head of the Wang family. The Wang family patriarch was very interested and demanded to meet this young man. Perhaps the day's fatigue had really worn him down. Heenan slept deeply and did not dream. The next day, a knock at the door woke him up. Heenan, still hazy, opened the door to find the director standing there. Heenan, hurry and wash up. Farm master wants to see you. Heenan changed into yesterday's new clothes, looking more refreshed. He boarded the hovercar. The director handed him another bottle of premium nutrient solution, which Heenan drank without ceremony. He had supposed the Wang family patriarch would be an old man like Elder Mo, but this one was so young, barely over 30. Yet this man carried an aloof, boss-like aura. Are you interested in joining the Wang family? He asked directly, as if every extra word would cost a fortune. Nevertheless, Heenan preferred this blunt, straightforward approach. Either it works, or it doesn't. No dilly-dallying. What about my terms? If I judge by the work you did yesterday, I can only offer you a captain's position. Damn it, wicked capitalists. Heenan cursed inwardly, but wore a faint smile on his face. I'm not limited to this much ability. Chapter 82. The moment of miracles has arrived. You don't doubt the Wang family's strength. As long as you can give me a reason to invest, we can discuss any terms. Surely the Wang family patriarch has seen the spacecraft from Xingqing and the alpha elements, right? Was that thing you're doing? The Wang family patriarch's eyes finally betrayed a flicker of emotion. That's right. Oh, I can do even better. Your condition? I need a private laboratory and undisturbed time to myself. I have a few assistants and they too need residency. I also want freedom to sail and a long-term residency. You, a mech technician, sailing isn't a suicide mission. The director's terms aren't as favorable as your proposal, of course. More importantly, I don't want such a rare genius to be squandered. The Wang family patriarch narrowed his eyes. Tell me, who exactly are your assistants? Mecha-Girls. You want Mecha-Girls to take you to sea. How would you power them? I have a way. The Wang family patriarch leaned forward, eyes burning with inquiry. Do you know what consequences saying that could bring? What? Besides me, the other 9 great families will hunt you down. So what? The Wang family patriarch sat straighter. Words alone won't do. You must show me real value. I don't know what materials you've got. Longjio, take him to the warehouse and grab whatever you need. Yes. Heenan looked at Longjio, an even more dramatic sight than Captain Liang, a man whose half his head was mechanical. Material alone won't suffice. I also need a laboratory. He'll arrange it for you. All right. Heenan had imagined the Wang family's wealth, but not this much. The warehouse contained many items he hadn't seen. One could say that there was nothing the Wang family did not possess. Heenan steadied his racing heart and resisted the urge to sweep the entire warehouse away. He had thought himself already a rich man, but by comparison, he was barely better than a beggar. As he walked along the shelves, he pondered what he could conjure to astonish the Wang family patriarch. But ordinary alterations wouldn't do. Others could manage similar feats in time. If he were to make something, it had to be exclusive, something that no one else could replicate except Heenan. Unable to decide at once, he chose more than a dozen highly energetic materials, including Mecha-Girl repair materials and mutated marine life. Henan believed the Wong family would certainly have its own RD team, and their level would be far from low, otherwise they wouldn't be able to meet the ongoing upgrades demanded by all Mecha-Girls. If he was to stand out, he had to innovate. Henan's residence was placed at the Wong family's core, a standalone villa. The first floor was entirely a laboratory. Long Jiu moved the equipment in that very day, all brand new as Henan had requested. The second floor housed a gym, a dining room, and an entertainment room. The third floor contained guest rooms. The fourth floor held the master suite, living room, study, and an open kitchen. Although humanity now lived entirely on nutrient solutions, making one's own dishes remained a memory that the heart refused to forget. The master suite had a private elevator to all floors, though stairs were an option. The living room's floor-to-ceiling windows opened onto a large terrace with sunlit greenhouses and a private pool. Admittedly, Henan was very satisfied with the environment. Yet it was still smaller than the villa he would build in his own space. Henan settled in peacefully and did not rush to work. Each morning after waking, a housekeeper would bring nutrient solution and tidy the place. Although the premium nutrient solution tasted decent, Henan still could not stomach it. He stored it away and cooked his own meals. 3 days like that passed, and no one from the Wong family patriarch pressed him. Henan felt it was time to work. Long Jiu reported to the Wong family patriarch every day. Master, do you think he's intentionally stalling for time? He has exceeded the temporary residence time. Even with a valid reason to stay, a hefty extension fee is required, something he cannot be unaware of. The Wong family patriarch doesn't mind waiting a few more days. If Henan can only bluff, there are countless ways to make him understand why the flowers bloom so brightly. In truth, Henan was not idle. He maintained a steady pace of repairing 3 Mecha-Girls per day and had several ideas in mind, all being tested in space. None had yielded progress yet. To avoid suspicion, he stopped consuming sea monster meat. Unfortunately, he still encountered one in Xingqing. If Shangqing had more, he wouldn't mind promoting it. As soon as Henan entered the lab, he never came out again. A small saucer-like craft gradually took shape. This was a power charging station. When Mecha-Girls were fighting overseas and ran low on energy, they could use this little saucer to replenish kinetic energy. With this device, the Mecha-Girls' death rates could be greatly reduced. In fact, Henan had already prepared one in space and tested its strength with cultivated sea beasts. Though it could already astonish all of Shangqing, Henan was not satisfied. If one can do better, why settle? Henan walked out of the laboratory on the last day of his residency permit, and he succeeded. In his living room, there was a dedicated line that could call the Wong family patriarch directly. Hearing that the experiment had succeeded, the Wong family patriarch postponed important meetings and hurried to verify the result. You say this is a kinetic energy charging station? The Wong family patriarch circled the small saucer with disbelief. But what is its energy source? Mutated marine life. Oh, we can go to sea to test it. Is that the reason you want sea access? Something like that. Even the Wong family patriarch must submit an application to go to sea. Generally, no one will block it, and it will be granted on the spot. However, this process must be carried out. It is the state's last stubborn stance. Henan followed the Wong family patriarch, flanked by nearly 100 Mecha-Girls as guards along with relevant experts. The display was as if the emperor were traveling. The group halted at the gate and did not advance. Truly a lifesaver. Henan muttered, deploying a remote device to place the little saucer at the predetermined position. The sea's surface quickly produced faint ripples. If not for the test device's response, it would have been mistaken for ordinary waves. The saucer's wave frequency attracted mutated marine life with deadly efficiency. Soon the bottom was crowded with all manner of sea monsters. A miracle occurred. The nearer sea monsters turned to dry corpses within seconds, their kinetic energy fully absorbed by the little saucer. After draining more than 100 mutated marine creatures, the saucer's red light finally turned blue. The wave frequency cut off, and the surrounding mutated life scattered in all directions. Henan looked toward the Wong family patriarch. We can send a few Mecha-Girls over to test it. The patriarch nodded, and 2 Mecha-Girls immediately flew toward the saucer. Henan immediately recognized that the flying devices on the 2 Mecha-Girls were the ones he had produced. After both Mecha-Girls were fully charged, the saucer's lights remained blue. The Wong family patriarch's eyes gleamed with an irrepressible excitement. How many Mecha-Girls can one charge supply at once? Actually, that's not how it works. When the kinetic energy reserve of the small flying saucer drops below 50%, it automatically absorbs kinetic energy from the ocean. So as long as it's running, it can be used indefinitely. You could understand it that way. What about its defense coefficient? Could it be damaged? Unless some human meddles with it, the mutated marine creatures wouldn't dare harm it. Henan, you're truly formidable. Henan's lips curled into a slight smile. This device alone will allow Master Wong to make a fortune. Rest assured, our Wong family will honor the conditions we've agreed upon. Then thank you in advance, Master Wong. How many assistants do you have? I need to report to the authorities. What is your maximum clearance level? Master Wong stared at him in disbelief. You don't happen to have a team of Mecha-Girls, do you? I actually do. Master Wong fell silent. Henan was far too powerful to be easily controlled. While Master Wong hesitated, Henan retrieved the small flying saucer. If this puts you in too difficult a position, Master Wong, I'll return to Xingqing. Master Wong fixed his gaze intensely on the flying saucer in Henan's hand, calculating the feasibility of killing him to seize it. Yet he was after all the head of a great family, having risen to power through the blood and suffering of countless others. With Henan's composed demeanor, it was clear he had contingencies in place. Killing Henan would be simple, but finding another cash cow like him would prove nearly impossible. You may bring up to 50 people to Shangqing, and they must have contribution points to Shangqing, otherwise, even if brought in, they cannot stay. 50 it is. When can I return to pick them up? Go back and rest first. I'll notify you when it's time. All right. Henan took a step forward, then retreated. May I inquire whether Imogen, who arrived with me, has stayed behind? That man will not remain in Shangqing. He serves as a sleeper agent planted by the Li family. Oh, are you close with him? Not at all. Henan's lips curved into a cunning smile. Tell me, if I were to kill him, would the Li family come seeking revenge? Master Wong's lips also curled upward. I've never encountered someone so straightforward as you. People die at sea every day. What's the point of stating it so bluntly? Since Henan needed to bring 50 Mecha-Girls here, the current villa was clearly insufficient. That very day, Long Jiu arranged for him to move into a new residence. It was a small villa complex, capable of housing not just 50 people, but 100. Moreover, entry required facial recognition. Only those within the compound could get inside. Henan was thoroughly satisfied with this arrangement. By the next day, he had received his new wristband and become an official citizen of Shangqing. This wristband shared identical functions with the previous one, but included connectivity to Shangqing's official website, and its storage capacity had increased to 100 cubic meters. On the third day, someone was assigned to escort Henan back to Xingqing. This time, however, no blindfold was required. The treatment for formal residents is indeed superior. Upon returning to Xingqing, Henan was surprised to encounter Imogen as the first person he met. Henan, why have you returned? I've come to handle some matters. So you've been granted residency. Indeed, your efforts were not in vain. Henan, you owe me a considerable favor. Henan's eyes narrowed slightly. Surely the city lord's capabilities would secure residency rights for you. That's not something you should ask about. Henan pursed his lips. What does the city lord want from me? You should have remained with the Wong family, correct? All the mecha technicians in Shangqing are concentrated within the Wong family. Where else would I go? With your abilities, success is merely a matter of time. The city lord flatters me. However, when the Li family requires your service, you must give your life for them. On what grounds? The ground being that without my introduction, you would never have reached Shangqing in the first place. My opportunity to come to Shangqing was obtained through exchange. I must decline, for the city lord's words lack martial virtue. Believe it or not, I have the power to enable your passage or prevent it. You may attempt it. Imogen's eyes narrowed, revealing a dangerous gleam. If you cannot serve me, then you shall perish. From Imogen's perspective, as an SS-ranked commander, eliminating a mecha technician was no different from crushing an ant. Hence he issued his threat before striking. Henan would never afford anyone the chance to kill him. The concealed weapon on his wrist was no mere ornament. It fired without hesitation, striking Imogen directly between the eyes. You? How could you? Imogen never finished his sentence before vanishing. Henan retracted the concealed weapon and departed. He did not return directly to his residence, but instead sought out Qin Xueqing. Henan. Qin Xueqing was greatly surprised to see Henan appear in Xingqing once more. What's going on with you? I've returned to pick up people. Pick up people, eh? Yes, precisely what you're thinking. Qin Xueqing paced in circles, rubbing his hands together, uncertain what terms to offer in exchange for one of Henan's quotas. Say what you mean. I'm getting dizzy from your pacing. I wanted to ask. You want me to take Qin Ming away? Yes. Name any conditions, and I'll do my utmost. Actually, isn't it better for him here in Xingqing? In Shangqing, he won't enjoy such an easy life. I understand, but staying here isn't safe. I'm afraid I can't protect him. Are you worried about Imogen? Qin Xueqing looked at Henan in astonishment, unsure where he found the courage to speak the city lord's name so directly. There's no need to be so surprised. Imogen went out without greeting anyone and hasn't returned since. Qin Xueqing had no idea what had transpired, for he had been in a meeting with Imogen just an hour earlier. You mean he won't be coming back? Correct. Qin Xueqing's heart trembled. He had still underestimated Henan. Only now did he realize what a ruthless figure he was dealing with. What can I do for you? I'll reach out if I need anything. Henan's mouth curved into a half-smile. You should be able to attain the position of city lord, yes. Don't let me down. After bidding farewell to Qin Xueqing, Henan detoured to eliminate Professor Bai. A person with no real ability who liked to cause trouble deserved no place in this world. Afterward, Henan brought the 50 Mecha-Girls to the rendezvous point together. Once everyone had assembled, the fighter jets took off immediately, unlike last time, when they had insisted on waiting until the designated hour. Henan, what is Shanqing like? Lin Shuang blinked her large eyes curiously and couldn't help but ask. You'll know once you go. Is it larger than Xingqing? Yes. With his revenge settled, Henan was in good spirits and answered Lin Shuang's endless questions without irritation. While Henan showed no aversion to her, Wu Miao was less tolerant and deliberately kept him occupied with conversation. Lin Shuang rolled her eyes and went to sit with Lin Rue. Henan amusedly hooked a finger at Wu Miao's nose. What's this? Have you learned to grow jealous? I most certainly have not. Henan chuckled inwardly. Your revenge is avenged. What are your plans for the future? I want to have a child. With whom? Naturally with you. Oh, what do you mean by oh? Do you agree or not? Henan deliberately glanced around. Now hardly seems appropriate, does it? Wu Miao paused, then swung her small fist at him. You rotten rogue. They arrived in Shanqing laughing and joking all the way. This journey was far more comfortable than the last. Not only was no one giving them trouble, but the cabin was stocked with fruits and snacks, treating them like true VIPs. Henan first led the android women to the service center to process temporary ID cards and obtain their wristbands. The sudden appearance of so many stunningly beautiful android women immediately drew numerous covetous glances. Shanqing had no regulations prohibiting android women from transforming into mechanical forms within the city, so everyone returned to their residence as quickly as possible. Wow, Henan, I absolutely love this place. Line up orderly for facial recognition first, or you won't be able to leave. How advanced is this? It's far superior to Xingqing and so spacious. Oh my, there are flowers here. I can't even remember the last time I saw real flowers. While the decor is incredibly luxurious, and there's a swimming pool too. Wherever there were many women, chatter was unavoidable. Henan's head throbbed from the noise, so he asked Wu Miao to show them to their rooms while he retreated to the laboratory to escape the commotion. Hearing that Henan had returned, Patriarch Wang immediately called to invite him to dinner. Henan accepted gladly and brought Wu Miao along, wary of any ulterior motives. As expected, beside Patriarch Wang sat an android woman who bore a striking resemblance to him. Greetings, Patriarch Wang. This is my girlfriend Wu Miao. Henan quickly pushed his girlfriend forward to publicly declare their relationship. Brother Henan, no need for such formality, please be seated. Patriarch Wang's demeanor this time was far warmer than before. However, the android woman beside him tossed her face and stormed off. You have a girlfriend, and you call me here for what? Patriarch Wang gave an embarrassed smile. Young miss has been spoiled, please overlook her behavior, brother he. No matter, every woman has her little tempers. Haha, brother, he truly understands the ways of women. You flatter me. When men gather and avoid serious matters, discussing women is always the norm. Wu Miao sat quietly to the side, as if the conversation had nothing to do with her. Brother he, you've been a tremendous help this time. The small flying saucers are extremely popular and have already been included in the city lord's government procurement plan. Mass production begins immediately. Congratulations, Patriarch. Haha, this is as much our joy as yours. You make it sound like we're celebrating a wedding night. Haha, brother, he is truly humorous. Patriarch Wang wore the face of a domineering CEO, his smiles never reaching his eyes. When can production begin? Once the raw materials are secured, we can start tomorrow. You'll need quite a few workers, won't you? I have 50 people at my disposal. If more are needed, I'll ask you, Patriarch, for additional hands. Good. First thing tomorrow morning, I'll send people to deliver the materials. Let's produce 1,000 units for the first batch. No problem. Besides the flying saucers, brother, he must have quite a few other treasures, I imagine. Patriarch, you could give me a hint. Anything related to the firepower capabilities of android women. I can explore that direction. I enjoy doing business with clever people. Brother, he truly suits my preferences. The pleasure is mutual. Patriarch Wang took out an electronic key and handed it to Henan. This is the key to the main warehouse. Take whatever you need without the need to report. Patriarch, trust me that completely. Aren't you worried I'll empty your warehouse? If I emptied the warehouse, wouldn't our Wang family skyrocket to greatness? Ha! The meal ended with mutual satisfaction. Henan obtained what he wanted and was in good spirits. However, he understood clearly that Patriarch Wang was far more formidable than Imogen. Behind him stood a massive clan. Even if they killed him, the Wang family would immediately install a new patriarch. His roots could never be shaken. Anyone who harmed him would be torn apart, and that would be the least of their troubles. All Henan could do was ensure his continuous value. For all that Patriarch Wang called him brother, the moment Henan became useless, his betrayal would come faster than turning a page. But Henan would not abandon his principles merely to curry favor with Patriarch Wang. To him, everyone was nothing more than a stepping stone. Whether the Wang family would soar remained unknown, but himself he would certainly rise. When Patriarch Wang said early morning, he truly meant it. Before dawn even broke, the warehouse delivery trucks had already arrived. Seeing the villa dark and silent, they knew Heenan had not yet risen. The group dared not disturb him, parking outside and waiting. Heenan slept until he woke naturally, then finally let them in to unload. Everything was sorted and placed in the warehouse by category. These workers did not slack off at all. Knowing that only women were present here, they refused to let anyone lift a finger. Despite the fact that women of this era were far from weak. Heenan wrote out another list and asked them to make another run. The drivers readily agreed, and soon the items Heenan requested were delivered. Heenan suddenly remembered he had forgotten something and had them run another trip. Those drivers bore no complaints at all. After 5 or 6 round trips, today's work was finally complete. This Patriarch Wang is no ordinary man. Heenan glanced at Wu Miao. So you figured it out too. To command people so obediently, one must possess real ability, don't you think? Heenan narrowed his eyes. What do you think this Patriarch Wang favors? You want to curry his favor. Playing to one's strengths. Is that what you call currying favor? You really know how to phrase things. Wu Miao was unfazed. During the meal, not a single woman was by his side. He likely isn't partial to beauty, at least not openly. As for other preferences, it's difficult to tell now. That will take time to uncover. Go out today and buy daily necessities for the young miss and the others. Understood. Heenan transferred all the deposit money Patriarch Wang had given him to Wu Miao. Amid the envious gazes of all the android women, Wu Miao stepped out into the world. Unfamiliar with the area and unable to leave the courtyard without Heenan's orders, they had never experienced such freedom. But which woman didn't enjoy shopping? How could they not envy Wu Miao, who could come and go as she pleased? Lin Rue patted Lin Shuang's shoulder. Stop staring. We can't compare. TCH, what's so special about that? Lin Shuang only dared to mutter quietly, unwilling to test Heenan's patience for real. The moment Wu Miao stepped outside, she was followed. Pretending not to notice, she followed the navigation to the commercial district. Then she browsed shop after shop, and before long her bags were too full to carry. Only then did she remember she had her own spatial storage. Though it was merely 1 cubic meter, it was better than nothing. Not long after Wu Miao left, an unwelcome guest suddenly appeared at Heenan's courtyard, speaking without any courtesy. You're Heenan. I'm from the Li family. Our patriarch wishes to see you. Heenan curled one corner of his mouth into a sinister smile, glaring at him. Have you forgotten where you are? This is Wang family territory. What? Have you forgotten your own surname? I am surnamed He. How dare you? Didn't that old man Mo Jean tell you the rules here? What rules? I suppose he has forgotten. Heenan, don't mistake my patience for weakness. The Li family is what brought you to Shanxing in the first place. Someone like you, waste that you are, if the Li family decrees you die at midnight, even the king of hell wouldn't dare keep you until dawn. Does your patriarch know about your habit of snapping at everyone you meet? You? Are you coming or not? I won't go with you. If your patriarch truly wishes to see me, let him come himself. Today I'll let you return with your tail between your legs. Next time you dare bark at my doorstep, I'll beat the dog without regard for its master. Heenan, you have courage. There will come a day when you're on your knees crying before me. Even if I stand upon your grave to pay respects, I would never kneel. That dream of yours is doomed to remain unfulfilled. Given that this was Wang family territory, the Li family dared not resort to force and departed in frustration. The incident at the entrance of Heenan's residence could hardly escape the Wang patriarch's vigilant network, and word was promptly sent back for reporting. Watching the retreating figures vanish into the distance, Heenan's eyes narrowed slightly. He had long suspected the Wang patriarch would not place such facile trust in him. When Wu Miao returned that evening, her account served only to confirm his suspicions. The Wang family would maintain constant surveillance over him. What am I to do? Under these circumstances, I didn't even dare to gather intelligence. Wu Miao felt deeply unsettled over her first unfulfilled mission. We've relocated, so your previous methods require adaptation. I see. Remember, exercise utmost caution in both words and deeds. It is far better to forego intelligence than to commit a single error. Understood. It took Heenan merely a single day to establish the automated production line. With the small flying saucers handling production autonomously, the machine girls grew profoundly restless. Some played cards, others experimented with culinary arts, and still others gathered in lively conversation, each occupying themselves in diverse pursuits. Wu Miao rested her head upon the table opposite Heenan and let out a languid yawn. I'd rather be constructing dwellings within the spatial dimension. Heenan cast her an exasperated glance. You possess an irrepressible, laborious constitution. Having sustenance and drink without toil. Should this not be considered a blessing? I truly lack the temperament for idleness. It proves exceedingly difficult. Should you find yourselves genuinely idle, I suggest excavating the courtyard and cultivating vegetables or similar crops. An excellent notion. Wu Miao's spirits immediately lifted and she led over a dozen machine girls to begin clearing and tilling the land. The flowers and ornamental plants previously adorning the courtyard had been transplanted into the spatial dimension by He Nan, leaving vast stretches of open earth. Wu Miao planted a variety of vegetables and fruit-bearing plants across the prepared soil. After a full day of arduous labor, the entire small vegetable garden had been sown. Yet Wu Miao harbored certain anxieties. Tell me, do you believe they will actually thrive if planted thus? Certainly not. What? Are you jesting? You must construct protective enclosures for them and ensure an adequate supply of carbon dioxide. How shall we accomplish this? He Nan immediately provided them with the transparent protective covers he had developed. Wu Miao directed everyone in the assembly process, and they labored with considerable enthusiasm. Producing carbon dioxide was hardly an arduous undertaking with 6 distinct methods available. He Nan opted for the calcination approach, heating limestone or dolomite at elevated temperatures, which liberates carbon dioxide gas during the smelting process. Subsequently, the gas underwent washing, compression, and impurity filtration to yield purified carbon dioxide. The crux lay in securing raw materials. Conveniently enough, He Nan's spatial dimension contained abundant limestone deposits and a substantial quantity of dolomite. 3 days later, vibrant green seedlings emerged throughout He Nan's vegetable garden, presenting an exceptionally promising sight. This news reached the Wang patriarch forthwith. Though his heart churned with intense excitement, he maintained considerable composure and resisted the urge to hastily rush to He Nan's courtyard for verification. In the apocalypse, the prospect of consuming fresh vegetables, what did this signify? If vegetables could be cultivated, might grain crops likewise be grown? Humans retained a profound preference for substantial tangible food. While nutrient solutions could satisfy hunger and ensure nutritional equilibrium, they deprived people of the refined pleasure of savoring exquisite cuisine. What distinguished humanity from beasts was precisely the existence of spiritual and emotional needs. The wealthier one stood, the more elevated these demands became. Although He Nan's vegetables had yet to mature, the Wang patriarch already envisioned countless Shangxing coins beckoning toward him. Several days elapsed, and the Li patriarch grew increasingly furious when his subordinates failed to deliver He Nan before him. What manner of good-for-nothings are you? For what purpose did I sustain you? You cannot even accomplish such a trivial matter. Patriarch, he remains cooped within his courtyard like a turtle throughout the day. We have never found an opportunity to act. Take my visiting card and extend a courteous invitation. I find it inconceivable that he would dare refuse. Yes. A pleasantly smiling envoy arrived bearing the Li patriarch's name card, leaving He Nan little recourse but to accept the summons. In truth, He Nan himself wished to encounter this Li patriarch and ascertain his true design. Playing the cautious turtle throughout one's entire life was simply not consonant with He Nan's character. He invariably preferred to confront storms head-on. The Li patriarch had reserved a private chamber at Yanqingju, the preeminent establishment in Shangqing. He Nan arrived as arranged, accompanied by Wu Miao. Mr. He, you certainly enjoy magnificent companionship. You flatter me patriarchally. He Nan settled into his seat comfortably. Pray state your business directly. I am unaware of what Mo Jin relayed to you. He instructed me to pledge allegiance to you. A flicker of sharp illumination passed through the Li patriarch's eyes. Therefore you have come today to offer your submission. How coincidental. I declined his proposition. The Li patriarch's countenance instantly darkened. No wonder my men declare you deserving of reprimand. Those dogs you maintain serve no purpose beyond mindless barking. He Nan, do not presume I lack the courage to eliminate you. Should you slay me, you shall possess nothing whatsoever. Then I shall likewise ensure that an eyesore such as you does not remain alive. How fortuitous. I possess the singular ability to make myself displeasing to all, yet none can successfully remove me. Do not imagine that your invention of a small flying saucer will grant you perpetual protection, O City Master. I He Nan sustain myself through my own merits. I require no one's patronage. You display extraordinary arrogance. I possess ample justification for such boldness. He Nan retrieved from his spatial dimension an object resembling a voice recorder and placed it upon the table. The Li patriarch's gaze was immediately captivated. What is this? He Nan cast a glance toward the bodyguard stationed behind the patriarch. Might I borrow the life of that hound standing behind you? Ha ha ha, you intend to murder him. On what grounds? The Li patriarch's laughter abruptly ceased. In the span of a single blink, that bodyguard dissolved into a pooling liquid. Had there not been a moisture stain upon the floor, he might have suspected the bodyguard had simply departed, slaying without a trace. Ha ha, brother, you possess remarkable prowess. A person cannot conceal their capabilities indefinitely. Behold, having revealed merely a fraction of his abilities, the dignified patriarch had already altered his manner of address. A subtle curve graced He Nan's lips. I trust one shall not require death now. Misunderstanding, entirely a misunderstanding. Since it is merely a misunderstanding, let us dispel it forthwith. Indeed, indeed. The Li patriarch diligently poured Henan a cup of tea. I wonder what terms the Wang family has extended to brother He. Does patriarch Li seek to poach me? I care not what the Wang family offers. You shall receive double from the Li family. What say you, brother? A union of formidable powers constitutes the true path. I fear that exceeds the Li family's capacity. Elaborate. The Wang family's central repository. The Li patriarch's expression shifted abruptly. This cannot be. Henan produced the key to the central repository, and the Li patriarch remained silent for an extended period. When it comes to resources, we genuinely cannot rival the Wang family. Their lineage originated in machinery maintenance, with the city master providing support in this domain. Envy avails nothing. Henan slid the concealed weapon toward the Li patriarch. Accept this as a courtesy gift. We both dwell within Shangqing, opportunities for collaboration shall inevitably arise. Then I shall forego further ceremony. The Li patriarch had long coveted this weapon, and such a clandestine method of elimination represented the cherished aspiration of countless individuals. This device. It may be employed 2 additional times. I counsel prudent utilization patriarchally. Though somewhat dissatisfied, he recognized that for self-preservation it proved absolutely unparalleled. I am grateful, brother He. Should any necessity arise henceforth, speak without hesitation. Please do not hesitate. I shall bear that in mind. Word of Henan's visit to the patriarch of the Li family could hardly be kept secret. Yet Patriarch Wang maintained his composure, suppressing his curiosity and refraining from asking. He was waiting for the vegetables in Henan's courtyard to ripen, eager to taste them. But his subordinates could no longer remain patient. Lord Henan betrays us from within. He must be severely punished. Lord, we cannot continue to indulge that brat. What's to stop him from climbing above our Wang family one day? Lord, what is it that you fear? Patriarch Wang's low voice cut through the room, overshadowing their indignant protests. No one rises early without profit. Speak then. What benefits would you reap if Henan were killed? Patriarch Wang's tone remained as placid as a still pond, revealing no emotion whatsoever. Yet cold sweat began to bead on everyone's foreheads. Having known their patriarch for so long, they recognized that the calmer he appeared, the angrier he truly was. The wrath of their lord was beyond what any of them could withstand. At minimum, it would cost them their lives. Patriarch Wang's gaze swept across every face in the room. Seeing them all cowed into silence, he continued. Henan is useful to me. Keep your petty schemes in check, or whoever dares to make a move against him will find his hands severed. The Wang family meeting dispersed on sour notes. Aside from Patriarch Wang, nearly everyone now harbored ill will toward Henan. Not for any grand reason. Simply because the young man was utterly lacking in tact. Having just arrived in Shang City, he had failed to pay respects at the docks or cultivate the necessary social connections, yet he thrived as if swimming in water. How could anyone endure such insolence? Yet no matter how ill they viewed Henan, not a single person dared to lay a hand on him. They were not afraid of Henan himself. They feared Patriarch Wang. Henan was of course oblivious to all of this. These days he was planning a voyage to sea. The Wang family's central warehouse had everything one could desire, but he could not keep his machine maids idle. Where there are many women, there are always troubles brewing. And a group of idle women with nothing better to do than gossip and idle away their time. Wouldn't they tear the roof off the place? Although Patriarch Wang had granted him permission to sail freely, Henan had yet to test whether that privilege would truly hold. She was a woman of action. When she decided to do something, she did it immediately. She left only 2 cleaning machine maids at home and took the rest along. A single mechanic trailing dozens of machine maids in his wake was more than enough to draw attention. Moreover, they were actually going to sea. The customs officer thought he must be seeing things, that this was some cruel joke. Look, mate, this isn't funny at all. I suggest you go back to bed for another nap. It's still early. Henan took the matter seriously and produced the token Patriarch Wang had given him. With this, can I pass through? The officer clearly hesitated. Mate, you're actually going? Yes. A flicker of pity passed through the officer's eyes, but he still let them pass. The token was right there. He had no authority to object. His colleague noticed his grim expression and bumped his shoulder. What's with that face? I feel sorry for those girls. All so lovely and fresh, and that lad is going to ruin them all. What? Is he really that formidable? 40-odd at a time. The officer rolled his eyes impatiently. With an IQ like yours, how did you even land this job? Does this line of work require intelligence? You have a point. Don't change the subject. Tell me about this mighty man. Mighty what? I mean, taking so many girls out to sea with a single mechanic. Isn't that practically signing their death warrants? What? You're saying he's a mechanic? Then what does he need the sea for? You're asking me. Who am I supposed to ask? Both fell silent, gazing out at the sea, as if paying silent homage to those dozens of machine maids. In truth, since the apocalypse began, almost everyone died every day. They had long grown indifferent. Yet mass departures to seek out one's own death, that was something they had never witnessed before. Henan of course had no idea that someone had already lit candles for them the moment they passed through customs. The coastal waters near Shang City had been cleared with remarkable thoroughness. The sea within 1,000 nautical miles was completely calm. This was due to the thousands of energy-concentrating cannons lined up side by side on the city walls, their range extending to 1,500 nautical miles. Any mutated marine creatures within this radius would automatically trigger the cannons, which would drive them away. At the same time, Shang City possessed more than 1,000 times the number of machine-mades compared to Shing City. They too went to sea daily to hunt mutated marine creatures. This had led to the near-total depletion of prey in the coastal waters. Henan was not concerned about distance, but as he looked back at the peaceful city, he recalled Mo Jin's words, "That place is paradise." Henan had been in Shang City for some time now. He had yet to discern whether it was truly paradise, but the sheer number of people was undeniable. Where there are many people, there are inevitably many ambitions and schemes. You never know when or from where someone will emerge to target you, nor why. Henan disliked playing these political games, so his only option was to grow stronger continuously. As long as he was powerful enough, he would never lack influence wherever he went. This voyage, Henan spent a week offshore and achieved impressive results. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay longer, but the delivery deadline for Xiao Fidi had arrived. He could not break his promise to someone. Shang City's customs were far stricter than Shing City's. After passing through, all prey stored in the wristband space had to be taken out for inspection. This served two purposes: preventing viral contamination and assessing the combat strength of each team. By the level of the mutated marine creatures brought back, one could roughly gauge the true combat power of the returning party. This was also one of the official control measures. No matter which family any person belonged to, if the city lord took a liking to them, they could be requisitioned under the pretext of defending the city. The patriarchs of various families could not object. It must be said this city lord was far more formidable than Mo Jin. Henan was filled with curiosity about him and hoped to find an opportunity to meet him. Luck was on his side. The moment Henan passed through customs, he received an invitation from the city lord's mansion. "Mr. Henan, the city lord requests your presence." The one delivering the invitation was none other than the city lord's steward, a considerable honor indeed. The one who processed Henan's entry was the very same officer who had seen them out. Henan had not returned that evening, and the officer had firmly concluded that none of them would survive. Yet today not only had Henan returned, but all 40-something machine-maids were intact as well. Even more astonishingly, they had brought back a tremendous amount of prey. The officer's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. "Why, you're still alive. Watch your tone," Wu Miao scolded, shooting him an irritated glare. Being glared at by a beautiful woman, the officer felt oddly pleasurable. He worked up the nerve to approach and said, "I was merely concerned for the safety of all the ladies." Wu Miao and the machine-maids behind her both sneered through their noses, refusing to even glance in his direction. Henan departed with the city lord's steward before the prey inventory was complete. Items that could not be transported could be delivered by train from customs, at a rather steep fee. Henan, though a newcomer, was the last person to lack money. Upon arriving at the city lord's mansion, Henan discovered that he was not the sole invitee. All 10 family patriarchs were present. How interesting. Yet Henan did not know where he should sit. Technically, as a member of the Wang family, he ought to sit alongside Patriarch Wang. However, his invitation had been issued individually, and the steward should have arranged his seating. But after leading him through the door, the steward simply departed. Henan stood in the center of the room, thoroughly embarrassed. The Wang family patriarch paused briefly upon seeing Henan here, then instantly returned to his domineering, boss-like expression. Henan couldn't stand there dumb long, so he went over to greet the Wang family patriarch first. "Is today a special day? Probably something related to you." The Wang family patriarch's tone was calm, devoid of any visible emotion. Henan was surprised. "Related to me? The city lord has the power to recruit talent from each family. Perhaps he has taken a liking to you. What would be the benefit if he takes a liking to you?" Seeing Henan's money-minded demeanor, the Wang family patriarch couldn't help but smile a little. "The benefit, of course, is promotion and elevation." Henan shook his head. "I can't do that. I only tinker with small gadgets. I couldn't handle something so grand. Whether I can do it isn't for you to decide. Hey, I'm technically your man now, but you have to be responsible for me." Henan didn't want to be an official spending all day scheming. "How dull." Wang Haiju cupped his fist and brought it to his lips with a light cough. "Your words carry a strong insinuation. Don't read too much into it. I have a girlfriend, and my orientation is perfectly normal." The Wang family patriarch didn't quite know how to respond. The city lord happened to arrive, breaking the awkwardness between the two. Everyone stood to greet him, a sign of courtesy. The city lord appeared amiable, smiling warmly. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Please have a seat." Each patriarch had a fixed seat and sat down at his place without vying for space. Only Henan stood looking particularly conspicuous. "Hee, you must be Henan, right?" "Yes. Come sit beside me." Henan was startled, thinking this might be a trap meant to flatter him. He glanced at the Wang family patriarch, who showed no reaction, and so he walked to the seat beside the city lord and sat down. All eyes on Henan were complex. After so long in Shang City, none had seen the city lord look at anyone with such regard. Yet as heads of households, they rarely wore their emotions on their faces. The city lord spoke first. I invited you all here for a few days to introduce a new friend. He is Henan, a once-in-a-century genius. Henan wore a bewildered look, seriously doubting whether the city lord referred to him. I believe that every family has used aircraft and alpha serum. The effects speak for themselves. Recently, Henan had also developed a small flying saucer that could be placed on the sea's surface to recharge passing Mecha-Girls. A murmur ran through the crowd, and everyone was astonished. What kind of little flying saucer is it? City lord, could you show us? Placed on the sea's surface. Will it work? Won't mutated ocean creatures disrupt it? Will the flying saucer be sold? Can we buy it? Since the saucer hasn't been delivered, yet only the city lord, Wang family patriarch, and Li patriarch know this news. So the strong reactions are understandable. Li patriarch has the first-hand information because his sister is married to the city lord, and she is the city lord's wife. When the Wang family patriarch brought the little flying saucer to show the city lord, she happened to be present. The matter of the flying saucer we'll discuss later. The city lord tapped the table to bring quiet. Today, I will say that Henan has also successfully grown vegetables. The room fell silent at once, everyone fixated on the city lord, waiting for what he would say next. However, the city lord turned to Henan. Tell us, if this project is to be promoted, is there any difficulty? Henan did not boast at this moment. My vegetable cultivation technique isn't mature either. I started it as a try and see. Besides, I haven't been home these days. I don't know how it's growing. Let me tell you, your vegetables are thriving. My steward went to Wang's residence on business, and through the courtyard wall saw a lush green scene. The city lord, somewhat excited, told Henan that his garden's condition was evidently known to him better than Henan did. This isn't difficult at all. Just add a protective shield to isolate the toxic substances in the air and provide the vegetables with enough carbon dioxide. Easy to say, but actually planting it won't be so easy. We have no farming experience here. We don't even recognize seeds. Even if we learned, it wouldn't help. The key is, where can I get seeds? The crowd chattered, mostly giving no constructive feedback, all of it hopeless. At this moment, it was time for the city lord to step forward to steer the proceedings. How about this? We carve out a patch of land at the intersections of the families. Let Henan lead this project, and we will decide how the profits are divided later. What do you think? If people help plan, I have no problem. As long as we can have vegetables to eat, I have no objections. Fresh vegetables without having to plant them. Who would oppose such a thing? Everyone responded eagerly and offered land. As long as the Wang family patriarch stayed silent, no one could tell what he was thinking. The city lord looked at him. Wang family patriarch, what is your opinion? Everyone just wants to eat vegetables. How do you calculate the manpower for building the protective shield and producing the carbon dioxide materials? And to satisfy all families' vegetable needs, how large an area would have to be cleared? How much labor would be required to maintain it? Aren't these questions to be considered? The city lord's expression grew heavy. Logically, since Henan belongs to the Wang family, he should first consult the Wang patriarch. But he was used to acting on his own and didn't consider that someone might stand in his way. After all, the Wang family are all machine repairers, not much in the way of combat power. Although in recent years they had modified many half-robots as bodyguards, they still wouldn't stand up well against real Mecha-Girls. Therefore, the city lord paid no heed to the Wang family patriarch. I believe there are always more methods than difficulties. The matter will be entrusted entirely to Henan. First, produce the plan, see what needs to be prepared, and we'll discuss it at a meeting, each family contributing what they can. And thus Henan somehow became an inconsequential farm lord, a title that sounds grand, but is in truth just a tenant. The vegetables he produced might not be something he himself would eat. Exiting the city lord's residence, Henan hurried to see the Wang patriarch. What do you think about this? The Wang family patriarch's expression darkened, but the Wang family indeed lacked the power to clash with the city lord's residence. They had hoped Henan's arrival would give them a chance to strike. But this man hadn't proven himself yet, and the city lord took him away anyway. He should be angry, but he was powerless. What opinion can I have when the city lord's mansion wants someone? You don't want to bargain with him. Can't bargain. Our Wang family, thousands of people, must continue living in Shang City, and we must not offend the city lord. Are you going to accept it like this? If we don't accept, what can we do? If I had a way. The Wang family patriarch's eyes lit up. Go on, tell me more. Henan held up one finger and waved it before his eyes. Some things cannot be spoken of at once, said they lose their power. Patriarch Wang pressed his lips together and remained silent. He knew that at this point he could do nothing. If Henan was sympathetic toward him, the Wang family would receive a larger share of the benefits from this transaction. But if Henan bore him ill will, the Wang family could very well be eliminated. Although the Wong family was one of the 10 great clans, they ranked last precisely because mechanic masters lacked combat strength. If not for every clan requiring their mech girls for repairs, their status would have sunk even lower. This was also the reason he had promptly surrendered the small flying saucer to the city master, hoping that in the future, Wong family members would suffer fewer provocations when traveling outside. In truth, He Nian merely wanted to test Patriarch Wong's attitude. If the latter harbored resentment toward him for serving the city master, then future dealings between them would be limited to mere transactions. However, if he understood when to advance and when to retreat, did not restrict He Nian's freedom, and could offer support, He Nian would remember that favor. It must be said that the various clans truly had remarkable efficiency. By dawn the next day, the land had already been demarcated. He Nian brought the budget proposal to the city master. As for raw materials, I will source them from the Wong family. As for the workers, each clan can take turns providing them. He Nian secretly rolled his eyes. This city master was extremely stingy. Every clan has maritime missions. If personnel were assigned here to farm, it would surely cause delays. I doubt anyone would be willing to send people. The city master knew clearly in his heart that the missions he had assigned to each clan were carefully calculated, each one requiring them to stretch themselves to the limit just to complete them. If real people were taken away, the missions would definitely suffer. Aren't you already equipped with people? Use them first, and we will discuss further if needed. That is exactly what I was waiting for, He Nian said. The mech girls currently by my side have no expertise in agricultural machinery. The small patch of land in my courtyard could be dug by hand. However, if we are truly undertaking large-scale cultivation, we will need deep plow seeders, rice transplanters, herbicides, and other specialized equipment. Professional work requires professional people. The city master frowned deeply. When the floating city was originally constructed, no one had ever considered the possibility of farming. Even mech girls with agricultural machinery expertise had all been modified for combat purposes. Can you find such people? I can try, He Nian replied, careful not to overcommit. Then very well. I will arrange a fighter aircraft for you. No need for the trouble. I can go out on my own. The fact that He Nian possessed a Star Destroyer warship was no secret. When the city master had first seen it, he had indeed harbored thoughts of claiming it for himself. However, upon learning that the mech girl aboard was He Nian's girlfriend, he had temporarily shelved those ambitions. Very well then. Return as soon as you are done. There is one more crucial matter. My seed supply is running very low. Could you, city master, find a solution? There should be reserves from earlier. I will ask around for you afterward. Having settled matters with the city master, He Nian arranged for the mech girls to stay behind and continue producing barriers. Patriarch Wong would deliver the raw materials, sparing him any further concern. He Nian directly took his standing combat team out to sea. If he had taken a fighter aircraft, he would have needed to return to Star City to put on a pretense. Now, however, there was no need for any acting. He simply summoned those mech girls directly from his spatial storage. This time, He Nian had no intention of returning quickly. He could not let the city master feel that he was accomplishing this task too easily. Cultivating vegetables was something they had not even dared to imagine before. Now that He Nian could accomplish such a major undertaking, could they not wait a little longer? Meanwhile, back within his spatial dimension, the villa had already been completed, so magnificent that opulent was the only fitting description. Originally, he had only intended to build a single detached villa. But as construction progressed, he found the surrounding modular prefabricated houses looked increasingly like a slum. Thus, he called Su Qingqing over, and after lengthy discussion, they finally decided to build an entire villa complex. Of course, at present, only He Nian's own villa had been completed, the rest were still under construction. He Nian's actions only deepened the devotion of the mech girls around him. Meanwhile, the crops in the fields were growing splendidly. Afraid that He Nian would accuse her of freeloading, Wong led everyone to reclaim over 10,000 additional mu of land, planting it entirely with rice. From then on, there would never be a shortage of rice. When the mech girls heard that He Nian planned to take them to Shang City to cultivate the land, they were rather reluctant to leave. After much hesitation, Wong finally spoke up. He Nian, if we leave, what will happen to this land? Although it does not require fertilizing, irrigation, weeding, or pesticide application, someone still needs to look after it. It was then that He Nian remembered they did not yet know this was his storage space. But he did not explain. When the time was right, they would naturally come to know. Seeing He Nian did not respond, Wong and the others did not dare ask further and went about their respective tasks. This voyage, like the previous one, proved incredibly profitable. Moreover, by sheer luck, He Nian once again encountered an island-type sea monster. Armed with the previous experience, as soon as He Nian hurled the poison into the sea monster's mouth, he immediately recalled it into his spatial storage. To his surprise, the monster did not die after entering the space and could be controlled through his mental intent. He Nian slapped his forehead. His storage space could sustain living creatures, so keeping an island-type sea monster was not impossible. As long as it remained within his spatial dimension, it was a toothless tiger incapable of stirring up any trouble. Thinking of this, Hinian immediately activated his healing technique to purge all the toxins from its body. From now on you will be my energy reserve. You must survive. The sea monster, still untamed, kept roaring at Hinian wildly, yet could do nothing. It was only then that Hinian discovered his storage space possessed a protective mechanism for its master. No person or creature could attack him within the space. This discovery greatly lifted his spirits, and he ate 2 extra bowls of rice that evening. After wandering at sea for over 10 days, Hinian finally returned to Shang's city, reluctantly satisfied. First he took the Mecha-Girls to register. This time he not only exchanged the temporary wristbands of the previous batch for permanent ones, but also directly processed permanent residence procedures for the newly brought group. This city master actually knows how to behave reasonably, Hinian thought to himself, feeling somewhat more pleased. The 10+ days were sufficient to produce the farmland barriers. Wu Miao led everyone in producing carbon dioxide as well, which was sealed in airtight containers for use as needed. As soon as Wang Wan and the others arrived, they were sent directly to the farm to begin reclamation work. It must be said that Shang City was indeed vast. The gathering of a few prominent families easily yielded 50,000 mu of land. However, the soil of the floating city was no match for that within Hinian's space. Not only was it difficult to excavate, but the soil was also extremely barren. Wang Wan looked at it and frowned deeply. Can anything even grow in this land? It can, but we cannot expect high yields. Then why go to all this trouble? Aren't we? Hinian shot her a cold glare. Wang Wan shivered inwardly, realizing she had spoken too hastily. Before departing, Wu Miao had earnestly warned her many times not to reveal anything about the space outside. Yet she had forgotten so quickly. Hinian's gaze cut into her like knives, as though mentally dismembering her. Wang Wan's legs buckled, and she fell to her knees. I was wrong. I should not have spoken carelessly. It will not happen again. This will be the only exception. Understood. Hinian did not care how capable those around him were. Even a measure of stupidity was acceptable. The crucial requirements were obedience and keeping one's mouth shut. If either of those 2 conditions could not be met, no amount of ability would earn him loyalty. Wang Wan was genuinely frightened. She had always seen Hinian with a smile, never losing his temper, and had assumed he was an easygoing man. She never imagined that when he turned serious, he could be so terrifying. Wang Wan could clearly feel it. In that moment, Hinian harbored murderous intent toward her. 5,000 acres of land were cleared within 10 days, and the city lord's seed supply had arrived in full. The variety was quite rich: rice, wheat, soybeans, peanuts, various leafy vegetables, as well as sweet potatoes and potatoes suitable for long-term storage. It took another few days to plant the seeds. Then the protective dome was installed and carbon dioxide began to be supplied. But the most critical issue, irrigation, remained unsolved. The drinking water for the people of Shang City was purified from seawater through a filtration system, but such water could only quench thirst. It had no nutritional value for crops. Hinian had no choice but to continue researching nutrient solutions, which gave the leaf family something to do as well. If they could produce nutrition for humans, producing it for crops would naturally be no problem. Originally, Master Li had wanted to play the part of an important figure, since as the city lord's elder brother-in-law, most people would afford him some respect. But remembering the hidden weapon Hinian had gifted him, he quickly abandoned that thought. After all, the crops would belong partly to his Li family, so putting in some effort was not a loss. However, this farmland left much to be desired. The crop's growth was far from as good as before the apocalypse. The seedlings were so weak and fragile that they seemed as though a gust of wind could topple them. The city lord came to inspect personally and felt somewhat disappointed. Can these actually grow to maturity? They will grow, just don't expect a high yield. Hinian wanted him to understand this was the apocalypse era. Being able to grow crops at all was already a miracle. What else could anyone ask for? The city lord also understood this truth. Right, we'll simply do our best. He had been occupied with farming matters during this period, and the promise he had made to Master Wang about researching new weapons had not been touched. Now that this matter had reached a temporary standstill, with the machine girls handling maintenance going forward, Hinian began to deliberate on initiating a new project. After all, this was an era of violence and conquest. To establish oneself, one needed to prove who held the hardest fist. Hot weapons remained the standard for demonstrating power in this era, so Hinian's focus still needed to center on that area. As for whether the crops would thrive, that was not particularly important. Good harvests would naturally be a bonus, but even poor ones would not starve people since there were still nutrient solutions available. Hinian had a habit: once he entered the laboratory, he would not come out until all his work was completed. Going 10+ days without stepping outside was common. Yet Master Wang still remembered that Hinian had claimed to have a way to change the Wang family's predicament. That man had only spoken in half, stringing him along for so many days with no follow-through. How could he remain patient? He ran to Hinian's courtyard 2 or 3 times in succession, only to be told by Wu Miao that Hinian was in the laboratory. No one could disturb someone conducting experiments. That much was common knowledge. though anxious Master Wang ultimately returned. It was not until half a month later that Heenan finally stepped out of the laboratory. Upon receiving word, Master Wang rushed over immediately. Well, do you have any good news? Indeed I do. What is it? Heenan pulled out a garment and handed it to him. Master Wang looked completely bewildered. Have you been studying tailoring for the past half month? Am I being underestimated? This garment is far from ordinary. Try it on. Master Wang held the simply styled outfit with one hand, a look of outright disgust on his face, yet he put it on anyway. Instantly his mind went blank, and he could not pull himself together for a long while. This. How was this accomplished? With this, even an ordinary person could fight against a machine girl. Your Wang family will never again be looked down upon by other clans. Master Wang first tested its combat effectiveness, and it was absolutely more powerful than a super energy cannon. Its defensive capability was equally astonishing. Even after being struck by a particle cannon, only a slight scratch remained. In essence, this garment functioned as a human exoskeleton, yet it was far lighter than traditional exoskeletons, imposing absolutely no burden on the wearer. It would not restrict joint mobility or affect combat performance in any way. Heenan, you have truly done me a tremendous favor. On behalf of the Wang family, I thank you. No thanks necessary. I am a businessman after all. You really are obsessed with wealth. Just that one habit of mine. Rest assured you will not be shortchanged. That same day, the Wang family placed an order with Heenan. They wanted as many of these garments as he could produce. In addition to the payment, Master Wang also selected numerous fine items from his storehouse and sent them over. Heenan accepted everything without hesitation. It seems this is truly your domain. Seeing Heenan make money so effortlessly, Wu Miao could only sigh in admiration. Wherever I am, that is my domain. You never miss an opportunity to praise yourself. Absolutely. Before the human exoskeleton saw actual deployment, Heenan had promised Master Wang to keep it confidential. Heenan did not refuse, since this technology was something only the Wang family would need, and other clans would not purchase it. Feeding the Wang family well would bring Heenan considerable profit, so there was no need to be overly greedy. During this period, Heenan had resumed eating sea monster meat, and had also attempted to extract crystals from live specimens. This endeavor required several experiments before succeeding, nearly driving that ill-tempered sea monster into a frenzy. This sufficiently demonstrated how important the crystals were to the creature. What delighted Heenan even more was that the crystals could regenerate. As long as the sea monster remained alive, it would continuously grow new crystals, albeit very slowly. But this was more than enough for Heenan to be satisfied. He used the crystal to forge a blade, and crafted a dagger for Wu Miao, instructing her to carry it at all times. This type of cold weapon was ineffective against mutated marine creatures, but it proved highly effective against humans. Even a machine girl could be dealt a fatal blow with a single slash across the neck. If struck directly at the center of the brow, it could damage the core, achieving instant death. Heenan, you are so wonderful. I absolutely love this gift. Is it really proper for a woman to enjoy wielding blades and weapons so much? What are you despising me? Never. Heenan pulled her into his embrace. Didn't you say you wanted to have children? I thought you had forgotten all about that. Wu Miao pouted, wearing an expression of grievance. I've been busy lately, but now things are mostly winding down. We can finally attend to our own matters. Do you want a boy or a girl? Wu Miao was displaying rare shyness. I want both. It would be best if you bore several children, so we can form a football team. Go to hell. Do you take me for a so? The two of them laughed and joked their way to bed, making the row of machine girls behind them extremely envious. Especially Lin Shuang, whose heart felt as though an entire jar of vinegar had been overturned, sour and unbearable. Sister, how does she manage to be so capable? It has been so long, and Heenan still has not grown tired of her. That is precisely her outstanding quality. She always maintains her own value. Lin Shuang's eyes shifted thoughtfully as she half understood. If I also had value, would Heenan like me as well? Lin Rue paused, finding some truth in those words. But what value did they hold for Heenan? Slaying mutated marine creatures was something every woman by his side could do. As for farming, only those with agricultural machinery forms could contribute, and there was no role for them. As for scientific research, they knew absolutely nothing about it. Lin Rue pondered for a long time, but still could not determine what enduring value they might possess. Lin Shuang also racked her brains, yet came to no clearer conclusion. Sister, what do you think is Wu Miao's special value? I don't know. Lin Rue shook her head restlessly. At first her desires had been simple, just survive with her grandmother. But after her grandmother passed, all she wanted was to remain by Heenan's side. Yet human desire is a bottomless pit, insatiable, no matter how much one fills it. Especially as the number of women around Heenan grew, her anxiety deepened. She knew full well that since signing her contract with him, she could never belong to another man. Being Heenan's woman was her best option. She refused to spend her life in lonely widowhood, watching him dote on other women each passing day. Yet even now she still had not found a way to break through this dilemma. And she understood that nearly every Mecha-Girl shared her same longing, to become Hinan's woman. But Hinan only saw Wu Miao allowing just her to draw near. She had been watching Wu Miao, closely noting that among all these women, she was neither the most beautiful nor the brightest. Her only distinguishing feature was her mechanical form, a star destroyer, something that had existed solely in pre-apocalypse science fiction films now manifesting as reality. If Hinan chose Wu Miao for this reason, then I have no chance at all. Screw it, he's just a man. I don't care for him anyway. Lin Shuang's irritable voice snapped her back to reality. Lin Rui managed a helpless smile. Go to sleep early. We'll have work tomorrow. Can't we get a day off? Can you go a day without eating? Sister, that hurts too much. Hinan was not unaware of what these women wanted, but he simply lacked the temperament to play the part of a womanizer despite having many admirers in his sphere. Since that plot of land had not met expectations, the city lord's attention immediately shifted away from Hinan. The prominent families were waiting to see him fail. Farming something so simple before the apocalypse had become an unprecedented challenge. The 10 great families had collaborated on research for so long without success. What capability did a mere mechanic possess? Of course, Hinan wouldn't let his efforts go to waste. He simply chose not to draw too much attention. The Li family's plant nutrient solution proved ineffective and nearly scorched their crops due to excessive phosphorus content. The city lord had raged about it, dragging the Li patriarch into a severe reprimand. But he ultimately could not withstand his wife's coaxing, and the matter faded away with thunderous pronouncements, but only a light drizzle. Hinan would not truly let such an extensive field wither and die. So he extracted soil from his storage space and refined it. The resulting nutrient solution not only promoted plant growth, but was entirely harmless. However, he had not yet announced this publicly. After all, he had only recently arrived in Shang City and had not yet solidified his position. If those powerful families were determined to oppose him, it would be difficult to withstand them. With tens of thousands of acres to tend and the Wang family's custom exoskeletons to oversee, Hinan had not left his residence during this period. Though neither task truly consumed his time, appearances still needed to be maintained. Otherwise, how could he earn the Wang patriarch's gratitude? In his spare time, Hinan devoted himself to developing his spatial realm. His own villa was fully furnished and ready for occupation at any moment. The remaining villas were still under construction, but armed with first-time experience, progress accelerated considerably. Su Qingqing had been managing the project, so Hinan had not brought her to Shang City. Additionally, the land within the space was thriving remarkably well. Wang Wan would check on it every evening, ready to address any issues promptly. Yet those crops seemed to understand her intentions, pushing upward eagerly without requiring any worry on her part. I wish the grain in Shang City could grow this well. Xiao Ling, who worked alongside her all day, simply rolled her eyes. You're overthinking it. The air in Shang City is toxic. If not for Hinan's solutions, nothing could grow here. That's true. Wang Wan's furrowed brows relaxed. We have plenty of food anyway. Why worry so much? Exactly. The two women sat at the field's edge, gazing at the endless sea of verdant crops, their hearts swelling with contentment. Unlike combat-type Mecha-Girls, those specializing in daily life functions were unwelcome in any city, relegated to serving as cannon fodder for squads. They were grateful to have encountered Hinan, otherwise they would have become mere monster-slaying machines venturing to sea daily until their deaths. How could they imagine living as they did now? Just farming to eat their fill, with villas to call home free from danger. Hinan lay on the spacious bed in his spatial villa, embracing Wu Miao as he slept. The waters of Shang City ran deeper than he had imagined. He needed his value recognized while avoiding excessive prominence. Though he commanded several hundred contracted Mecha-Girls, it was merely a drop in the ocean compared to the tens of thousands in official forces. Thus, he could not oppose the authorities directly and must pursue cooperation instead. Meanwhile, he worked quietly to strengthen himself, preparing for the possibility that his accomplishments might one day threaten his position. Therefore, he had Lin Rui turn sea monster meat into jerky, keeping it nearby as a casual snack. He also fermented sea monster blood into wine, sipping it daily. He dared not drink too much. The potency was too fierce for his current constitution to handle. Wu Miao's claims about its effects might indeed be true. He could clearly feel recent improvements and found himself unable to restrain himself. Wu Miao, however, suffered in silence, fearing that if Hinan remained unsatisfied, his attention would wander to other Mecha-Girls. Fortunately, Hinan maintained considerable discipline in this regard, behaving within acceptable bounds, though he did exhaust her considerably when his passions mounted. The Wang patriarch could not wait for all the exoskeletons to be completed before collecting his order. He came to pick up every 100 units as they were finished. This approach drew no attention from any of the families. Only the city lord noticed that the Wang family members had been wearing identical clothing in style and color lately, prompting him to ask curiously, "What's going on with all these matching outfits?" As if you're trying to hide which ones are your family. Heenan helped craft these clothes. He probably only knows how to make this one design. Given the recognized fabric shortage, the city lord dropped the subject. The Wang patriarch exhaled privately, though he understood this could not be concealed indefinitely. These garments offer defensive properties. Wearing them gives my family an extra layer of protection. The city lord dismissed the remark, viewing them merely as anxious mechanics incapable of stirring any real trouble. After consuming sea monster meat for 10 consecutive days, Heenan's body underwent a remarkable transformation. His muscles swelled and defined themselves as if he had been training relentlessly, his skin growing tight and firm. More astonishingly, his explosive power surged dramatically. His sprinting speed surpassed that of the wind, and the force behind a single punch could rival that of a particle energy cannon. His abilities were gradually converging with those of the sea monster. Fortunately, his physique avoided any monstrous mutation. Instead, he grew handsomer. When Patriarch Wang caught sight of him, his eyes lit up. You seem to be glowing lately. A well-cared-for girlfriend does wonders. Ha ha ha, you're living in luxury. Patriarch Wang cast a glance toward the courtyard where a group of mech maids were busy at work. A hint of envy flickered in his gaze. Heenan recognized the misunderstanding, but offered no explanation. Such matters could never be clarified. They would only grow more tangled with each attempt. Let him think what he wished. You've equipped the exoskeletons, yet you haven't informed the city lord. I told him. Heenan raised an eyebrow. What did you say? I simply said this clothing was crafted by you and possesses defensive capabilities. Heenan laughed heartily. You've mastered the art of wordplay. For now we keep a low profile. But sooner or later it must be reported. Aren't you afraid he'll come after your Wang family when the time comes? That depends entirely on you. You must ensure my Wang family remains untouchable. Damn it, you're clinging to me. How could I? This is cooperation, very pleasant cooperation. I hope it remains pleasant for some time. A trace of tension surfaced in Patriarch Wang's eyes. Have you noticed something? The storm gathers on the horizon. Who can remain untouched? That's why we must stick together for warmth. So you really are clinging to me? Ha! Heenan laughed as well, but his smile never reached his eyes. Patriarch Wang's words held truth. Their bond was one of cooperation, and nothing more. Should Heenan encounter trouble, this partnership would dissolve instantly. Yet the matter of the Wang family secretly amassing military strength from the city lord could never remain hidden forever. When it finally surfaced, Patriarch Wang could claim that Heenan wished to keep his power concealed, and that he had merely cooperated in the cover-up. It might not quell the city lord's wrath, but it would certainly drag Heenan into the maelstrom. One could hardly call this cunning. Employing tactics for self-interest was only natural. Heenan, however, would not simply sit and wait. Instead, he had the mech maid construct a residence beside their tens of thousands of acres of farmland and moved in. The reason required no fabrication. Tending the land personally ensured better results. Patriarch Wang naturally understood his intent, but said nothing. He still needed Heenan and could not afford to sever ties. However, Heenan's residence continued to expand, eventually encompassing even the laboratory. Later, a factory was erected there as well. It produced plant nutrient solution, kinetic energy storage devices, aircraft, and alpha elements. His ventures were so diverse that by all rights the city lord should have refused approval. Yet no other family possessed the capability to produce such items, and Shang City desperately needed them. The city lord could only gnash his teeth and sign the business license. Thus, beneath everyone's notice, Heenan suddenly acquired his own territory, legitimate and lawful. It belonged to neither any family nor the authorities. His residence and facilities stood without walls, as though Shang City were a place where lost property was returned to its owner. In truth, Heenan simply found the area too small and planned to enclose it once it grew sufficiently expansive. Had the 10 great families known his ambitions, they would have leveled his buildings with a single bombardment. Unfortunately for them, even knowing this, they dared not act. Heenan was playing an open game, a brazen seizure of their territory that forced them to hand it over willingly, even gratitude in hand. After all, they depended entirely on what he produced. Yet not all turned a blind eye. Take Patriarch's son, for instance, a lean elderly man whose triangular eyes gleamed with sharpness. Heenan is indeed a talent. Young and promising, he has done much for all of us since coming to Shang City. But he is not of any of our families. I don't know your thoughts, but mine remain uneasy. In truth, those who rose to become patriarchs were all shrewd calculators. They desired the benefits Heenan offered, but refused to let him grow too powerful. No one welcomes a rival. But Heenan's momentum had grown too fierce, unstoppable. At this point, inaction was no longer an option. City Lord, what is your view? Regardless of their opinions, nothing could proceed without the City Lord's approval. He cast a cold glance at the assembly. Is your greed not a bit too conspicuous? You've already taken his gifts and now conspire against him. Is that fitting? We're not conspiring. We seek balance. Must he alone dominate? Precisely. Our 10 great families have always maintained harmonious equilibrium free of conflict. But Henan's arrival has shattered this order. Does that comply with the rules? Indeed. Henan must be restricted to a single product line, just like us. The city lord narrowed his eyes. And what would you have him produce? He's skilled at farming grain, then let him farm grain. What need for all this nonsense? Exactly. Let him farm grain. Don't your family members need aircraft or alpha elements? Those projects can be confiscated. We don't need them anyway. Precisely. These concern the public interest. Awarding them to a single family is improper. Confiscation is the right approach. I agree with confiscation. After deliberation, the major families divided Henan's enterprises among themselves. The city lord himself was tempted. From their first meeting, he had considered recruiting Henan for his own use. He was simply too brilliant, possessing ideas no one else could conceive. Moreover, he could transform those whimsical concepts into reality, integrating them into mech-made units to create genuine combat power. Yet he knew Henan was not easily manipulated, though he appeared affable, greeting everyone with a warm smile. After several encounters, the city lord realized Henan never allowed himself to suffer a disadvantage. Still, allowing him to flourish completely was impossible. Every man felt the pangs of crisis, even the city lord. Thus he specially summoned Henan, intending to treat him to a meal. Henan had no choice but to attend. After all, he was but a guest under another's roof. Yet he understood that no banquet came without agenda. The city lord so occupied would not invite him casually. Something was intended. No speculation was needed. With only a handful of projects in his hands, it was only natural the city lord wished to seize some. From their first meeting, Henan had known this man to be exceedingly greedy, though whether he possessed any moral boundary remained unclear. Henan arrived promptly. The city lord merely engaged in toasts and lively conversation, as though this were truly just a meal. Henan, of course, would not walk blindly into a trap. He focused on savoring the feast, filling his stomach being the priority. Only after several rounds of wine did the city lord bring up the real matter. Henan and the 10 great families are the unshakable foundation of Shang City. Even I, as city lord, must yield to their wishes. Henan smiled. City lord, please speak your mind directly.